Human civilization experienced an unprecedented shock when absolutely all accumulated knowledge, including books, digital data, and records, disappeared in an instant. At the critical moment, when society was on the verge of total destruction due to the loss of all knowledge, an unexpected hope for salvation appeared. An unknown system called Olympus suddenly appeared before humanity, starting the process of downloading data and beginning the restoration of the lost world. The amazing Olympus system had the unique ability to turn virtual game items into real-life things. The process of creating real objects took place in two stages. First, the system thoroughly tested the virtual object and then transformed it into a physical one. The Olympus system became the basis of a new civilization, gradually connecting the real world with the virtual space into a unified whole for all inhabitants of the planet. 200 years have passed since the emergence of the ability to transform game objects into real ones, which allowed mankind to create an advanced and technological civilization. The new society, despite technological progress, retained the old problems. Rich people considered themselves the upper class and were contemptuous of the rest. The class system arose naturally due to the emergence of rankings, division of influence, and unequal access to game items in the new world. The inequality between people only increased in the new society, with the rich getting even richer and the poor continuing to get poorer by the day. In this world, it was almost impossible for a person from the lower class to rise to the top, as if a simple earthenware was trying to become gold. The story is about Ju Hyuk, who was born into a poor family and was considered one of the many clay spoons in this unjust society. Despite his background, Ju Hyuk firmly believed that even people from the lower strata of society had the right to a decent life and success. As a child, an unusual old man kidnapped him and explained that the boy had incredible potential that was far more important than his family's social status. Ju Hyuk spent the next 20 years of his life in grueling training in a special training zone, striving to develop his potential. The old man was persistently preparing him to reach the highest level of development and become one of the absolutes, the elite of the new world. According to the old man's prophecy, Ju Hyuk was to join a special team that included the mysterious golden-haired saint. Another member of the future team was to be a dangerous, wild-eyed warrior known for his incredible fighting abilities. The prophecy also mentioned a beautiful dark-haired girl who bore the title of Queen of the Dead and possessed mysterious powers. It was these predictions and the old man's faith that inspired Ju Hyuk to decide to take the difficult path of becoming an absolute. After the revolution of Olympus, education moved to virtual reality, where students studied in a special academy and prepared for the Union. Fate took an unexpected turn when the same old man who had been searching for a special child for a long time finally discovered little Ju Hyuk. Convinced that he was right, the old man didn't hesitate to kidnap the boy, taking him into the air with his unusual abilities. The old man couldn't contain his joy at finding a child with such great potential that he had always dreamed of. The kidnapper truly believed in the blessing of heaven and promised little Ju Hyuk to make him the most powerful man in the whole world. Thus began the boy's new life under the guidance of the mysterious old man, changing his destiny forever. Ju Hyuk accepted his fate as an apprentice because his new mentor had incredible power and knowledge to change his life. Every day of his life became an endless training of endurance, strength, and spirit under the guidance of his demanding mentor. In addition to physical exercises, his teacher made him take strange potions, assuring him that they were necessary for the development of his abilities. Survival lessons were especially hard, when the student had to escape from wild animals, using all his skills and instincts. Growing up, Ju Hyuk often asked his teacher about the modern world, surprised that the best player had only reached the 89th level. The mentor, who called his student Arthur, didn't understand how someone who hadn't even reached the 99th level of strength could be considered the best. After 10 years of training, the young man disagreed with his teacher, firmly believing the official information about the strongest player in the world. The old man was frustrated by his student's distrust. After all, he had devoted so much time to training him and preparing him for a great future. The wise mentor taught Ju Hyuk to see beyond the obvious, explaining that there were many hidden truths and secret knowledge in the world. Despite his student's doubts, the old man continued to insist on his path of learning, promising to make him the strongest man in the world. The young man doubted the possibility of reaching the pinnacle of strength without a wealthy family and expensive objects, believing the teacher's dreams to be unfulfilled. The angry mentor explained to the student that in their world, only level and characteristics mattered, not origin or wealth. As punishment for his doubts, the teacher made Arthur stand in the bar for 3 hours to think about his attitude towards training. Exhausted by the ordeal, the young man held back tears and doubted the rightness of his path, but continued to follow his mentor's instructions. 20 long years passed in endless training, while the seasons changed each other, hardening the young man's character and body. The mentor announced the end of the training, recognizing that he had passed on all his knowledge to his disciple and could now leave this world in peace. Ju Hyuk, exhausted from years of hard training, secretly wished for his strict teacher to leave as soon as possible so that he could finally be free. The people around him thought he was a loser who couldn't find a normal job while his peers were successfully building their careers in big companies. The young man was tired of explaining to his family and friends that he was following a special path of development, which his mentor believed to be the only right one. All these years, his life consisted of constant training and trials, through which he went under the guidance of a demanding teacher. At times, Ju Hyuk wondered why he didn't stop these torments by simply deleting the game character. But something kept him on this path. After all the trials, the young man felt proud that he had been able to endure such a long and arduous journey of becoming a strong warrior. Over the years of training, his stern mentor became a second father to him, replacing his family and becoming his only guide to the world of power and knowledge. Despite his years of training, Ju Hyuk was still afraid of being alone in a cruel world without his mentor's support and asked him not to leave him. The mentor watched his apprentice with an understanding smile as he visibly grew in strength during his training, though he still couldn't match the master in martial arts and wisdom of life. The mentor's reflections on the strength and weakness of his pupil were deeply perplexing to the young hero, for the master's contradictory assessments did not help him understand his true level of development. Focused on getting an important quest, the hero carefully watched every word and action of the mentor, because according to ancient legends, it was the dying teachers who left the most valuable tasks. Filled with sincere respect and hope for continued learning, the young warrior knelt down in front of his mentor, showing his willingness to continue. Holding his breath and hiding his true desire for the quest, the hero continued to kneel respectfully before the old master, hoping for his last gift before leaving. After carefully listening to his mentor's words about understanding Ju Hyuk's feelings, the young warrior felt the long-awaited moment of receiving an important quest from his experienced teacher approaching. In a calm and measured voice, the mentor reminded the young student of his special position as the sole successor of an ancient martial art that had been passed down from generation to generation. Bitter memories of 20 years of imprisonment in a cave for the duties of the successor of an ancient martial art came over the hero, making his heart shrink from the past trials. With trembling hands, the mentor handed his disciple an ancient map with a cross-marked location that would determine the young warrior's fate in this vast world. The young hero sincerely thanked his mentor for the invaluable lessons of skill and life wisdom, which forever changed his inner world and ideas about true fortitude. The mentor's contented laughter filled the cave as he sent his apprentice off into the larger world to conquer new heights and reach unprecedented heights in the martial arts. After his mentor's last breath, the young warrior said his farewell words and left the cave that had been the site of his long training and transformation from an inexperienced young man to a martial arts master. Quietly reflecting on his mentor and wishing him a happy rebirth, the hero firmly resolved for himself never to meet him again in his next lives because of the severity of his past trials. Leaving the place of his 20 years of confinement and training, the young warrior found himself in a special deportation zone, preparing to begin a new chapter of his unusual life in this vast world. Standing at the new start line after completing his hellish training, the hero decided to check his status window to assess the results of years of hard training and improvement. Remembering the many failed escape attempts and cruel punishments, Ju Hyuk was eager to see the impressive results of his grueling training in his mentor's cave. The unexpected discovery of a negative luck parameter value in the status window literally shocked the hero, causing him to question the system's readings. The system announced the completion of the player's identification and the lifting of the curse of compulsion, releasing him from his duties as the successor of the ancient martial art and allowing him to move on. The long-awaited removal of the barrier and permission to leave the special zone filled the hero's heart with joyful anticipation of new adventures in the uncharted world beyond the cave. 20 long years of waiting for this moment finally culminated in the hero being able to say goodbye to the training zone forever and set out for new adventures. Sudden system warnings of an unknown error caught the hero by surprise during his first step towards a new life, leaving him completely bewildered. The unusual increase in the hero's level caused a serious malfunction in the system, which immediately began the procedure of adjusting his characteristics according to the established rules. The system identified the hero's leveling method as non-standard and began the forced lowering of his 99th level to the indicators corresponding to real achievements. The hero's desperate cries and pleas could not stop the ruthless level drop to 0, forcing him to experience incredible rage and powerlessness before the system's decision. The incessant stream of system errors caused by the hero's excessive stress levels threatened to throw him out of the system completely and lose all the training gains he had made. Lying on the cold ground and realizing the loss of 20 years of hard training, the hero felt deep disappointment and a sense of utter futility of all his past efforts. The last check of the status window finally confirmed the hero's worst fears, showing his current first level instead of the deserved 99th level of skill. The unexpected discovery of the 99th level's preserved characteristics in the tablet gave the hero back hope and made him look at the situation in a whole new way. Remembering the specifics of the system helped the hero to realize that the error affected only the level indicator, leaving all other acquired characteristics untouched. Realizing the existence of the system of penalties for level reduction made the hero think about new restrictions and bans on the use of certain skills and abilities. The system's harsh requirements for a minimum level to use even basic skills significantly limited the hero's ability to use his combat techniques and special skills. Finding himself at the first level with the saved characteristics, the hero began to understand the absurdity of the situation, and at the same time realized new opportunities for rapid development. Realizing the uniqueness of his position with strong basic characteristics at the first level opened new perspectives for rapid development and achievement of goals. After studying the map received from his mentor, the hero decided to go to the starting city of newcomers to begin his new adventure in this wonderful world. 26-year-old Ju Hyuk, 6 years behind the other players, finally got the chance to start his own story in the long-awaited rookie city. The familiar streets and squares of the starting city, filled with merchants and travelers from his childhood, evoked warm memories of the times before his apprenticeship. The special atmosphere of the bustling city filled with life and movement made the hero genuinely happy to be back in the familiar world after years of secluded training. Determined to head to the Western Gate to explore the hunting grounds, the hero tried not to waste precious time on empty thoughts about the past and the future. Meeting the vigilant knight at the Western Gate required the hero to introduce himself and his current level to be allowed to enter the danger zone. Upon learning of the hero's first level, the knight urged him to proceed to the Eastern Gate, explaining the excessive danger of the Western Zone to inexperienced travelers. The knight's detailed explanations of the deadly danger of even a simple toothed rabbit to a first-level novice made no impression on the hero and did not change his mind. Confident in his abilities, the hero only nodded silently at the knight's warnings and continued on his way to the Western Gate, relying on his remaining combat skills. As he watched the departing hero, the knight pondered on the recklessness of newcomers relying on the revival system instead of a reasonable assessment of their capabilities and level of training. The unexpected appearance of a system notification about the activation of the quest Guardian Alert drew the hero's attention to the unusual behavior of the vigilant knight at the Western Gate. The terms of the activated quest required the hero to dispel the Western Gate Guardian's suspicions about his true strength, promising a reward of 30 gold coins. Realizing the guard's genuine concern at receiving the quest associated with him, the hero decided to demonstrate his true abilities to appease the vigilant knight. The hero's welcoming wave of his hand coincided with the sudden appearance of the toothy rabbit, causing the alarmed guard to rush to the aid of the presumably defenseless newcomer. The ease and swiftness with which the hero dealt with the attacking toothy rabbit earned him not only a gold coin and experience, but also a stunned look from the stunned guard. Continuing to methodically destroy the emerging rabbits, the hero increasingly surprised the shocked guard by the discrepancy between the claimed first level and demonstrated combat skills. After the end of the unexpected battle, the excited guard once again clarified the level of the unusual hero, not believing his eyes and the information he had received earlier about his initial status. The man stared in amazement at the unusual fighting technique of the young level 1 fighter, trying to understand how the newcomer could have achieved such incredible strength at the very beginning of his journey. In response to the guard's surprised look, young Ju Hyuk decided not to reveal his training methods, modestly lowering his eyes and keeping the story of his formation a secret. The guard froze in fear at the sight of a huge wild boar, nicknamed the Western Gate Thug, which suddenly appeared behind the hero and approached them both menacingly. The alarmed guard urged Ju Hyuk to leave the dangerous place immediately, believing that an inexperienced first-level fighter would not be able to resist such a formidable opponent. Ju Hyuk's reaction to the rampaging boar's attack surprised the guard. With one precise strike, Ju Hyuk took down the mighty beast, and the system immediately awarded him a level increase for the feat. Watching the rookie's sudden level increase, the bewildered guard wiped his eyes in surprise, unable to believe that a first-level fighter had such incredible fighting power. The victory over the dangerous beast brought the hero not only the completion of the quest Guardian Alert, but also an impressive reward of 30,000 gold coins. which made Ju Hyuk very happy. The value of in-game gold was tied to real currency, and each gold coin was equal to 1 Korean won, making the reward quite substantial for a newcomer. After receiving the reward, the hero scrutinized his status, pondering the possibility of investing the gold coins he had received to further develop his in-game stats. After examining his stats, Ju Hyuk realized the futility of investing in level 99 characteristics and decided to head to the high-level hunting grounds after bidding farewell to the Guardian. The young hero sincerely believed in a cloudless future, believing that 20 years of hard training had finally brought a deserved reward and opened the way to an easy life. Ju Hyuk's calmness and confidence didn't last long. Just a few days later, fate prepared him for a serious challenge for which he was completely unprepared. An unexpected system notification alerted him to the fact that he had received a killer tag for participating in battles, which meant serious penalties and the possibility of being recognized by other players. The last few days had brought the hero many unpleasant encounters. Non-player characters constantly mistook him for a wanted criminal and attacked him without warning. The hero couldn't understand the reason for his persecution and how he could be confused with some unknown criminal for no apparent reason. After much deliberation, Ju Hyuk concluded that the cause of all his troubles was his extremely low luck score, which had reached a negative 99th level. The negative impact of his low luck led to the fact that all non-player characters considered him a dangerous criminal and constantly tried to destroy him whenever they met him. Despite his desire to avoid conflict, Ju Hyuk's body acted on automatic reflexes, forcing him to engage every attacker for his own survival. The hero realized his grave error in failing to control his immense strength, resulting in the accidental deaths of non-player characters during forced battles. The accumulated problems caused the system to identify Ju Hyuk as a serious threat and activated a full chaos mode, making his situation much more difficult. The severe penalties significantly worsened gameplay. Experience was reduced by 90%, access to city services was closed, and merchants refused to work with him completely. The situation was getting more and more complicated, as Ju Hyuk was now being hunted not only by non-player characters, but also by live players who had a good reason to pursue him. One of the stalkers explained the situation. The system had registered Ju Hyuk as a serial killer, and now everyone had an official request to capture or destroy him. The opposing Chaos Hero system offered an enticing reward. Any player could gain hero status for destroying a chaos site, making Ju Hyuk a coveted target. A group of pursuers cornered Ju Hyuk in a mountainous area and offered him a voluntary surrender, believing it to be the most reasonable solution to the situation. The cornered hero made an unexpected decision. After trapping the pursuers in the mountainous terrain, he pelted them with rock, instantly destroying the entire group of hunters. The brutal decision was the only way for Ju Hyuk to survive, as he saw no other way out of the situation but the complete annihilation of all the pursuers. After the carnage, Ju Hyuk made the decision to go into hiding to avoid further confrontations and possible harassment by other players. The only positive aspect of the difficult situation was the constant growth of the character's level, which continued despite all the difficulties and limitations. 2 weeks of continuous survival and stealth ended with the appearance of a new system notification, which brought additional changes to the hero's fate. After studying the information, Ju Hyuk realized that the pursuit would continue for at least a year due to the status of total chaos, and the regular players would not stop their hunt. Accepting the inevitability of his situation, Ju Hyuk decided to fully conform to the role of a negative character, but still ensure a comfortable existence in the game. The hero finally gave up the role of a positive character, deciding to use his outstanding characteristics of level 99 to ensure a decent life. A strange situation puzzled the hero. After 20 years of hardest trials, instead of a well-deserved rest, the system forced him into a mode of complete chaos. As Ju Hyuk pondered over the situation, he suspected that there was a special scenario or hidden agenda behind the system, which seemed to be purposely changing from one trial to another. The sudden answer came the next day when a group of mysterious men in robes appeared before the shocked Ju Hyuk and fell to their knees before him. The gray-haired leader of the group, addressing the hero with tears in his eyes, called him the successor of the Absolute and expressed his willingness to sacrifice his life to serve him. Those gathered began to solemnly proclaim Ju Hyuk as the absolutist of the Heavenly Devil, which was an unexpected turn in the fate of the confused hero. The new quest required the hero to receive official recognition as a Heavenly Devil absolutist from the 12 Elders, making it his main goal. The rarity of the quest received was staggering. The SSS class quest had only appeared in the game 3 times in 200 years of history, each time causing massive changes. The quest received belonged to the highest category of scenario quests, which usually covered national or even world-scale events in the game universe. 20 years of grueling training and subsequent attainment of total chaos status suddenly took on new meaning in light of the circumstances that had been revealed. The appearance of mysterious followers who seemed to be waiting for the hero's arrival added a new dimension to the understanding of all the previous events in Ju Hyuk's life. The realization of his role in the grand events came to the hero, along with the realization that all past trials were preparing him to participate in the great historical saga. The history of the world told of a 7,000-year era of chaos, culminating in the division of the world into three great powers after an important peace treaty. The mighty power of Centennia was ruled by the absolute ruler, Garcia Mentres, who had 14 wives and ruled his lands with a firm hand. The complex lineage of rulers began with the son of Garcia's seventh wife, Aractus, and included many generations of descendants that included rulers, mages, and heroes. It took Ju Hyuk more than 10 minutes to study the long family tree, but the end of the genealogical tree was still not visible due to the huge number of entries. Realizing the importance of the moment, the hero diligently studied every line of the ancient chronicle, not wanting to disrespect the sincerity of the elders who had entrusted him with this information. Historical records told of the appearance of the powerful Schulter, who inherited the devil's blood and surpassed all existing rulers with his cruelty. Legends told of how the mighty Schulter inspired terror in all the heroes of the world until he was defeated during a rebellion, after which he took refuge in a mountain cave to regain his strength. An unexpected insight came to the hero. His mysterious mentor, who had been teaching him martial arts for 20 years, was a direct descendant of the great Schulter. The system sent a new notification to temporarily recognize Ju Hyuk as an absolutist, but more action was required to finally confirm this status. A complex political situation unfolded before the hero. 7 elders supported his return, 5 opposed, and now he had to win full recognition. The realization of the seriousness of the situation alarmed Ju Hyuk. Failure to gain recognition could lead to the removal of the character, or even a complete ban on access to the game system. The new privileges brought the hero command over the secret forces of the 12 elders of the Heavenly Devil, which seemed like another challenge from the ruthless system. The temporary nature of the privileges received and the transformation of the elders into members of the clan of followers convinced the hero to achieve his goal by any means possible. Ju Hyuk carefully looked at the assembled elders, trying to determine if the legendary guardians of the Heavenly Devil's power were truly in front of him. The elders immediately paid their respects to the hero, falling to the ground in a deep bow, genuinely pleased that he was able to recognize their true nature. An awkward laugh escaped from the hero, who didn't dare to admit to the elders that he had only learned about the existence of the Heavenly Devil a few minutes ago. Ju Hyuk told the elders about his mentor's assignment to lead their organization and restore the Heavenly Devil to its former glory, which touched their leader deeply. Realizing the importance of the support of the 7 sympathetic elders, the hero suggested that they immediately set out on their important mission. The elders reassured the hero with the message that all potential threats in the area had been eliminated, explaining the sudden silence in the area. The system alerted Ju Hyuk to begin the process of verifying his relationship with the elders, which could affect future developments. By having the elders recognized as members of the player's clan, Ju Hyuk would receive a portion of experience from their actions in a certain region, allowing him to reach level 9. Reflecting on the standard development system where normal players reached level 20 by the age of 20, the hero realized the benefits of cooperating with the elders. After all the events, the hero approached a man in white robes who introduced himself as Luxo, who held the honorable position of First Elder. Ju Hyuk decided to honestly tell the elders about the restrictions on him to avoid any possible misunderstandings in the future. Despite having a good memory of his mentor's techniques, the hero's physical capabilities didn't allow him to utilize complex fighting techniques to their full potential yet. Luxo was sympathetic to the hero's situation and listened to his request for trust, despite the temporary limitations in his abilities. Ju Hyuk solemnly promised the elders that as their rightful heir, he would lead them to a bright future where they would always bask in the glory. The hero's sincere words brought tears of joy to the elders, and the system recorded a significant increase in their sympathy for the new leader. At the conclusion of the important meeting, the hero left the game system and went to the kitchen to quench his thirst and recover from the intense events. In the kitchen, the hero met his sister Seiya, known by her in-game name Luna, who shared the happy news that their guild had received a lucrative quest. The conversation revealed that there was a dangerous level 40 assassin called Getrak, armed with 2 pistols, who needed a team of 7 to capture him. Ju Hyuk was surprised at the unfairness of the situation. With a reward of 100 million gold for the criminal's head, the Alliance was only offering a $3 million reward to the perpetrators. His sister explained to his brother the typical situation in small unions, where the main work falls on the shoulders of the rank-and-file members rather than the management. Despite the modest remuneration, Luna remained optimistic and planned to spend the money to buy meat for a joint dinner. The girl noted with concern that she and her brother had not been eating well lately, which was reflected in his appearance by the appearance of dark circles under his eyes. The hero attributed his poor health to his extremely low luck score and decided to immediately return to the game system to rectify the situation. After connecting to Olympus, the hero received an urgent message from Luxo about an unknown observer who was watching them, but ordered the elders to take no active action. Suspecting that the watcher might be his sister, Ju Hyuk attempted to contact her through the in-game messaging system. The system reported that it was impossible to send a message due to his sister being on another continent, eliminating her from the list of possible watchers. Suddenly, a smug voice sounded behind the hero's back, belonging to a man who had finally discovered the mysterious killer who was striking fear into the locals. Turning around, Ju Hyuk saw the very same wanted criminal known for his mastery of 2 pistols. The criminal expressed clear displeasure that someone dared to impersonate him and demanded that the matter be settled in a fair one-on-one fight. At this moment, the hero especially appreciated the importance of the information about the criminal that his sister had previously shared with him. Despite Ju Hyuk's high characteristics, the 30-level difference between him and a 40-level opponent was a serious concern. Thinking about the impact of the difference in levels, equipment, and items on the outcome of the battle, the hero realized that he had no right to be defeated during the most important quest. Not wanting to risk a single combat, Ju Hyuk immediately summoned Luxo, whose sudden appearance caused obvious confusion to the overconfident opponent. The criminal could not hide his surprise at the sudden appearance of the old man, whose presence he had not felt at all until that moment. At the order of the hero, Luxo immediately bared his sword, preparing to destroy the dangerous opponent without further ado. The assassin had underestimated his opponents, believing that a novice and an elderly man would not be able to pose a serious threat to him in battle. The criminal's self-confident laughter broke off along with his head, which Luxo severed with one lightning-fast sword movement. The speed and efficiency with which Luxo had dealt with the dangerous enemy caused the hero to be in a state of utter amazement. Ju Hyuk could not believe that it was possible to defeat a level 40 opponent so easily. His mind was filled with questions as to whether the opponent was so weak, or whether Luxo had incredible strength that surpassed all expectations. While Ju Hyuk was pondering over what had happened, Luxo ceremoniously presented him with the head of the defeated enemy, for which the system began awarding experience points to the hero. The system evaluated the hero's participation in a battle with an enemy superior to him by 30 levels, awarding him additional experience points and a valuable trophy worth 100 million gold. In an incredible coincidence, the hero received an unexpected fortune. After receiving the status of chaos and losing his regular job, he suddenly gained a valuable trophy. Ju Hyuk instructed the elder to continue quietly hunting the surrounding creatures, realizing that this would help him quickly regain his lost power and influence. Realizing the importance of current events, the hero decided to fully immerse himself in the role of ruler and follow whatever scenario the game system offered him. The next 2 weeks were spent in continuous wandering, during which the faithful Luxo tirelessly carried out the orders of the Lord, destroying enemies and helping to raise the level. Ju Hyuk's amazing progress allowed him to reach level 13 in just 2 weeks, while other players required years of development. The special mind technique available to the hero required him to reach at least level 40, which was going to be the real benchmark of his power. The hero looked forward to the moment when he could utilize the full power of the Heavenly Devil techniques, opening up incredible opportunities for development. The dreams of the future filled Ju Hyuk's head. After receiving a stable income, he planned to establish his own company and develop a serious business. Returning to the immediate problems, the hero thought about the need to properly dispose of the extracted head of the bandit, which was beginning to weigh him down. Studying forums in the real world, Ju Hyuk learned about the recommendation to sell valuable items inside the game Olympus to avoid the danger of robbery in reality. The situation seemed hopeless. Chaos status barred access to official establishments in the game, and selling in the real world risked losing money and possible trouble. Immersed in thought, the hero did not notice the appearance of his sister, who quietly knocked on his room, wanting to know about his affairs. Seiya's unexpected visit came at a good time, even though her sister mistakenly assumed that her brother just needed some pocket money to cover his expenses. Ju Hyuk hesitantly asked his sister about possible actions with Getrak's head, causing the girl to laugh heartily and bewildered. The sister cheerfully suggested that her brother take advantage of the possible reward himself and buy himself some hamburgers, promising to be happy if he treats her too. In his concern for his sister, Ju Hyuk offered to split the future proceeds from the sale of the head equally between them, which surprised Seiya. The unexpected seriousness of his brother and the strangeness of his talk made Seiya genuinely worried and confused. Her sister reminded her brother about Getrak's high level and his inability to leave the training area, doubting the reality of his story. Ju Hyuk admitted that he had managed to escape from the training area a few days ago and successfully dealt with a dangerous opponent. The girl thought her brother's words were an inappropriate joke until he told her about his true strength level of 99 units. Attempting to remind her sister of an old screenshot from 10 years ago showing his level did not bring the desired understanding. The old report of her brother's 99 level only caused Seiya to be incredulous, making her think of the strange change in his behavior. Her sister admitted that she had mistaken that long-ago screenshot for a common fake created with an image editor. Forgiving his sister's disbelief, Ju Hyuk suggested that she go to Centinia's Lifria Mountains, promising to provide the exact coordinates of the place. Seiya's concern about the level difference was understandable, as her 25th level seemed too low for such a dangerous journey. Her brother's frank confession about her status as a chaos site, and her immersion in the full chaos mode, caused the girl to be in a state of deep shock. Following her brother's instructions, Seiya reached the entrance to the Lifrian Mountains and tried to convince the guards to let her inside the dangerous territory. Concerned guards tried to dissuade the girl from the risky journey, warning of the deadly danger of the local monsters. Showing surprising calmness, the girl reminded the guards of the revival system, making any death in the game a temporary inconvenience. After stocking up on food and receiving the guards' final warnings, Seiya set off, mentally promising to take revenge on her brother if his words proved false. The 3-hour journey through an unusually quiet area confirmed her brother's words about wiping out all native creatures in the area. The oppressive emptiness of the surrounding space gave the impression of a complete absence of life, as if death had touched every creature in these places. Ju Hyuk's sudden appearance broke the heavy silence of the desolate area, causing his sister to flinch in surprise. The girl's frightened scream was so powerful that it caused the ears of a hero unprepared for such a sonic assault to bleed. An indignant Seiya rebuked her brother for the lack of warning of her appearance that had frightened her so much in this desolate place. The girl's anger was quickly replaced by amazement at the incredible chaos energy surrounding her brother like a dark halo. Realizing the gravity of the situation led Seiyu to realize that her brother had probably done something irreparable by destroying important non-player characters. Instead of explaining, Ju Hyuk silently handed her sister the cherished item, the head of the infamous Getrak player, causing her to stare in incredulous amazement. Realizing the value of the trophy filled Seiya with joy, and her brother urged her to hurry up and exchange the valuable find. A thorough examination of the trophy confirmed its authenticity, proving that it was indeed the head of a wanted criminal. Successful completion of the quest brought the girl an impressive reward of 100 million gold coins, exceeding all her expectations. The joyful thought of being able to buy her favorite dishes for even half of the amount she received filled Seiya's heart with genuine delight. Memories of her brother constantly suffering from nausea after returning from Olympus suddenly took on a new meaning for the girl. Her mother's worries about the strange food supposedly causing her son's ailments now seemed naive in light of the truth of his ordeal. Realizing the true cause of his brother's suffering prompted Seiyu to perform a noble act of gratitude for his suffering. The next time they met, the girl handed her brother an impressive sack containing 99 million gold coins. The surprised Ju Hyuk didn't understand his sister's decision, remembering their agreement to split the reward equally between them. Seiya explained her decision by wanting to support her brother after 20 years of hardship, leaving only a modest million for her own expenses. Despite her brother's insistence that she take half of it, she ran off to run errands, promising to buy hamburgers for the family dinner. Left alone with the bag of money, Ju Hyuk calculated that after deducting the commission and taxes, he would be left with about 80 million won. The incredible size of the amount earned was staggering to the hero's imagination, confirming his belief that he was indeed participating in the most important quest of his life. His status as a chaos site and the top-ranked SSS quest that had not even begun were overshadowed by the impressive sum of 80 million, promising even more generous rewards in the future. Realizing the importance of development, Ju Hyuk firmly resolved to make every effort to reach the 40th level, despite the time and difficulties ahead of him. The hero realized that accelerated development was becoming not just a goal, but an important investment in his future that could bring additional profits. On the evening of the same day, Ju Hyuk sought the help of his sister known as Luna, asking her to purchase the necessary items on his behalf. Tired after work, the girl agreed to help her brother, only after he promised to pay her 300,000 won monthly for pocket money. The successful negotiation ended with the monthly payment being raised to 500,000 won. After which Seiya, feeling like she was working overtime, plunged into the game pod. With a few hours of painstaking work, Ju Hyuk had gathered a complete set of necessary artifacts to accelerate his development. The collection he acquired included many items to increase his experience. A small growth ring, a training necklace, a growth bracelet, and various magical earrings. After spending 70 million gold coins on the equipment, the hero felt a slight sadness at quickly parting with his first independent earnings. Without going into the details of the purchases, Seiya demanded that a teleportation point be set up for future errands to facilitate such tasks. Ju Hyuk willingly agreed to help his sister, assuming that the cost of installing the teleportation point would be quite reasonable and affordable. The unexpectedly high price of 3 million gold for the installation, and an additional 300,000 for each use made the hero seriously think twice. The realization of the rapid expenditure of money came to the hero at the same time with the advice of his leaving sister to hide the unsightly accessories in invisibility mode. After an awkward goodbye to his sister, the hero activated the invisibility of items, realizing the need to increase his income for comfortable development. Focusing on his current tasks, Ju Hyuk summoned the elders to continue his journey and further level up. The next day brought the hero to a new part of the forest, where he leisurely explored the area in search of his first prey. Hidden behind a tree, a knight watched the suspicious stranger closely, using scans to determine his status as a chaosite. The overjoyed knights decided to seize the opportunity to boost their reputation, considering the poorly equipped Ju Hyuk an easy prey. The squad leader doubted his opponent's weakness, but the hero's small field of view convinced him that he was an inexperienced rookie. Following the instinct of an experienced fighter, the commander ordered his squad to prepare their weapons for the coming battle. The hero's peaceful walk was interrupted by a system warning of an attempt by outside forces to seize control of his body. The confusion of the situation was quickly cleared up when an enemy spellcaster discovered the hero's unusual resistance to magical binding. The strange combination of high resistance and simple equipment made the enemies assume that the hero belonged to the priest class. The attackers explained the discrepancy in level and equipment by the possible recent death of the hero and the loss of valuable artifacts. The impatient archer decided to act on his own, hoping to enter the League of Heroes after destroying one chaos site. The commander urged the squad into organized action, instructing Captain Yu to distract the enemy with teleportation, while the main force prepared an attack. Without turning around to face the attackers, Ju Hyuk calmly warned them of their only chance of survival: to leave the dangerous area immediately. Ignoring the warning, the boss ordered an attack on the chaos site, but the unexpected resistance of its weapons made one question the level of the enemy. The simultaneous attack of the entire squad, including the archers, did not bring the desired result, only increasing suspicions about the enemy's strength. The first to realize the danger of the situation was the experienced archer, who assumed that the chaos site had prepared for the battle on purpose and had lured them into a trap. The commander froze in disbelief, watching the unexpected development of events and the impenetrable defense of the enemy. Watching his opponent's confusion, Ju Hyuk realized the need to engage in battle to end the unpleasant situation more quickly. Deprived of the ability to use special skills, the hero decided to rely on basic fighting stances and hand-to-hand combat. The wary archer assumed his opponent was preparing a powerful magic technique, seeing the unusual fighting stance. An attempt to retreat using an anti-magic shot proved belated before the opponent's swift actions. Ju Hyuk's lightning-fast strike cut short the life of the opposing commander, showing the true strength of a hero. The system notification reported an increase in dark aura and a deepening of sin, but these effects were of little concern to the focused hero. The next melee knight was even weaker than the first, confirming the hero's hunch about his role as a distraction tank. Left without a commander, the support group froze in confusion, trying to establish contact with the fallen captain. The resurrected captain managed to relay the order to retreat. Realizing the impossibility of defeating an unexpectedly strong enemy, the archer immediately transmitted the order to retreat, recognizing the error in assessing the enemy, whom he thought was an ordinary mage. Ju Hyuk's unexpected proximity caught the retreating archer off guard. Not having time to react to the opponent's swift movement, the hero grinned as he watched the cocky opponent's sudden change in behavior from aggression to panicked flight. Observing the enemy's leaping technique, the archer recognized the style of the legendary player hunter Rufendal, a renowned fighter above level 60. Destroying the entire squad, including the support group, earned the hero level 16 and recognition by the system for his stylish fighting behavior. The successful battle strengthened the clan's loyalty and activated the previously deactivated charisma characteristic, which the hero was genuinely happy about. After the battle, Luxo appeared and urgently asked the Lord to follow him to the Heavenly Devil's lair for an important conversation. The 7-day trek to his destination proved so tiring that the hero's legs began to lose sensation from the constant walking. What surprised the hero was the inexplicable remoteness of the village, which made him wonder why it was so remote. Following Luxo at his sudden request, Ju Hyuk hadn't expected the journey to last so long, wondering why a portal couldn't be used in the center of the desert. The only consolation during the endless journey was the activation of the acceleration point, though the hero still had to travel on foot through the desert terrain for most of the week. The 7-day trek through the lifeless territory, where there were no animals or monsters, tested the strength of even a hero with the characteristics of the 99th level. The long-awaited announcement of Luxo's arrival in the village filled Ju Hyuk, who was exhausted from the long journey, with the joyful hope of rest and a proper meal. The first glimpse of the village shattered his expectations. The once majestic village was a sad sight of decay and ruin. The locals, despite the deplorable state of the village, welcomed Ju Hyuk with sincere joy, seeing him as a long-awaited absolute and future restorer. The activation of the Rebuild the Ruined Village quest coincided with the hero's thoughts on the need to first restore his own strength after a grueling journey. The welcoming ceremony was completed by the appearance of the ancient prophet Carlos, who, despite his venerable age of 163, personally welcomed the new lord. In private conversation, the prophet told the overlord the ancient story of the 12 elders who hid from the empire and traveled the world in search of the true descendants of the Absolute. The harsh reality of the area was the complete absence of wildlife and the impossibility of farming, making the area virtually uninhabitable. The locals, forced to hide in these unfriendly lands, spent many years waiting for Ju Hyuk to arrive, pinning all their hopes on him. The hero's bewilderment at the lack of a simple solution to the delivery of supplies was expressed in a direct question about the reasons for this difficult situation. Prophet Carlos revealed the bitter truth about the magical imprisonment that prevented anyone, including the elders, from bringing anything from the outside into the closed area. Realizing the critical situation of the residents, Ju Hyuk immediately summoned Luxo to discuss the priority of food supply. Luxio's alarming reply that the villagers would only be able to hold out until the full moon caused the hero to act decisively and immediately. Climbing the cliff in front of the exhausted inhabitants, the hero sincerely apologized for his long absence and promised to rectify the situation soon. Ju Hyuk's solemn vow to give his last for the well-being of the people was accompanied by a request to be patient until the full moon, when he would be able to change their lives for the better. The hero's sincere speech brought the desired result. The system recorded a significant increase in the favor and loyalty of the residents of the Heavenly Devil's village. After the speech, Ju Hyuk ordered Luxo to follow him, leaving the other elders to guard the village during their absence. Before departing, the hero clearly outlined his tasks. Luxo was to destroy the monsters he encountered and collect all valuable items, including mana stones. Confidence in the successful completion of the quest with due diligence gave the hero determination, with which he began to realize his plan. An eventful week had passed since Ju Hyuk and Luxo had set off on their dangerous journey to the Lifria Mountains. Ju Hyuk's ability to complete all the necessary preparations in just 1 hour had aroused the experienced Luxo's sincere admiration. The hero's calm explanation of an elaborate system of quickly packing and gathering the necessary items revealed his practical approach to problem-solving. The events of a few days ago began with an unexpected message from Ju Hyuk to his sister Sae, who was traveling through the city, asking for an important favor. Her brother's unusual request was to deliver a magic pouch and 800 cans of porridge to an already familiar location in the Lifria Mountains. The careful preparation of the food with the help of her sister caused the girl to have legitimate questions about the purpose of so many supplies and the magic sack. In lieu of an explanation, Ju Hyuk handed his sister a precious blue stone, leading her to assume his brother had an influential secret sponsor. The hero's cheerful laughter accompanied an explanation that the stone was his personal find and a request to sell it, keeping 10% of the proceeds for himself. Seiya's displeasure at his brother's sudden good fortune didn't stop him from asking for a third teleporter for further travel. A stone found during the hunt allowed the hero to acquire a teleportation system with multiple travel points, significantly reducing travel time. The high cost of the third teleport was fully justified by the significant time savings, which was critical to the mission. At the same time, 12th Elder Eder expressed clear dissatisfaction with the Lord's decision to leave the Heavenly Devil village, leaving the borders undefended. The Elder felt that the one who announced himself as the successor should live up to his high rank, and even Luxo's presence did not justify the absence of the new Lord. A group of dissenting elders were ready to remove the Celestial Devil at the slightest sign of lies or harm, showing extreme wariness of the new leader. The loud cries of the residents caught Eddard's attention, causing him to leave the tent to investigate the cause of the unusual excitement in the settlement. Ju Hyuk, who had delivered a large amount of provisions, showed concern for the health of the starving residents, suggesting that they start with light food instead of fatty foods. The only question that bothered the wary Eddard was the mysterious origin of so much food in a closed area. The grateful inhabitants praised the merciful absolutist without asking too many questions, further increasing their loyalty to the ruler. Showing his organizational skills, Ju Hyuk instructed one of the elders to assist Luxo in the fair distribution of the porridge he had brought to the people. Secluded in a tent, the hero pondered the need to improve not only food, but also housing and clothing, realizing the priority of the food issue. 12th Elder Eddar's unexpected visit to the Lord's tent was a genuine surprise to Ju Hyuk, who was immersed in thought. A breathtaking scene of remorse unfolded before the hero as the powerful elder fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness for his previous disloyalty. Ju Hyuk's surprised look at the kneeling elder was accompanied by a systematic notification that a confession had been received from the 12th elder. Sincere tears of remorse flowed down Eddar's face as he admitted his error in doubting the new leader's veracity. The unexpected ease of gaining the loyalty of one of the most skeptical elders pleasantly surprised Ju Hyuk, who had expected a more difficult path. Displaying the wisdom of a ruler, the hero reassured the contrite elder, acknowledging his own shortcomings as a leader and showing understanding to his earlier doubts. Ju Hyuk explained his limitations to the elder and expressed understanding for his mistrust, asking for support in the future and promising to repay his trust with dignity. The system confirmed the establishment of an ideal relationship between master and servant, ensuring that it would be maintained as long as mutual trust was maintained. A calm smile lit up the face of the hero who had reached the 19th level and successfully completed the next stage of the difficult journey. Receiving level up points inspired the hero to think about using the accumulated characteristics and going to a place important for his development. Luxo's warning about possible suspicions from the Empire made the hero choose Eddard, who had excellent stealth skills, as his companion. Teleportation to the Lithrian Mountains led the travelers to an unexpected encounter with a huge bear that blocked their path in the wildlands. Looking closely at the unusual foe, Ju Hyuk noted that it was the first time he had encountered a bear of such gigantic size in these parts. Eddard's willingness to immediately engage the dangerous creature was halted by Ju Hyuk's determination to test his own strength. After assessing the enemy, the hero determined it to be a level 40 monster, which usually required a cohesive group of 5 or 6 experienced fighters to defeat. The memories of past battles gave Ju Hyuk confidence. A lone monster, even one so imposing, was not a serious threat. The hero's lightning-fast attack resulted in an instant victory over the bear, bringing the reward of experience and 20,000 gold coins. Surprised by the ease of victory, Ju Hyuk pondered over the reasons for this result, trying to figure out whether the monster was unexpectedly weak or whether his own strength had increased significantly. Convinced that his strength level was sufficient for the next stage, the hero suggested that Eddard go to the Amantium dungeon, despite the days of travel ahead. Arriving at the entrance to the dungeon was accompanied by Eddard's warning of many footprints, which was natural for a popular beginner's dungeon near the starting city. The popularity of the location was due to the opportunity for level-up points, which attracted many academy students and instructors from the major alliances. After easily defeating the giant bear, Ju Hyuk was interested in comparing his abilities with those of the experienced instructors from the Grand Union. Focusing on the main objective, the hero suggested that Eddard seize the moment to stealthily infiltrate the dungeon. A group of students in the safe zone shared their worries before another dungeon dive, despite having experience with such forays. The students' ambitious plans for a complete sweep of the dungeon were suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a strange stranger. An unsettling sensation caused the students to turn around and see Ju Hyuk shrouded in dark energy, whom they mistook for a dangerous chaosite. The instructor immediately took a defensive stance in front of the students, amazed at the audacity of a chaosite who dared to appear in such a place. The preceding days of travel had allowed Ju Hyuk to make important observations. When killing monsters with his own hands, items hardly ever fell out. A status check confirmed the connection between the hero's extremely low luck score and the decreased likelihood of receiving items after victory. Thinking of ways to increase item drop led the hero to a difficult dilemma due to his inability to control his immense strength. The disgruntled instructor approached the uninvited guest, intent on discovering the true reasons for his appearance in the guarded dungeon. His sister's warning about the danger of level 40 instructors from large alliances did not prepare the hero for such an aggressive meeting on the threshold of the dungeon. The tense dialogue with the instructor was aggravated by the latter's obvious displeasure with the disrespectful tone of the mysterious stranger. Demonstrating his superiority, the instructor warned of the consequences of disobedience, claiming that he had met many such intruders. A quick scan of the characteristics showed the instructor the 19th level of the unequipped opponent, bolstering his confidence in an easy victory. The lack of stealth skill and his status as a Chaosite convinced the instructor that he was a student item hunter whose capture would earn him the title of hero. The arrogant behavior of a weak opponent caused the instructor to chuckle condescendingly and confident in his superiority. Ju Hyuk tried to defuse the situation by explaining his peaceful intentions and his desire to clean up the dungeon, suggesting that everyone mind their own business. The instructor's categorical refusal to believe the words of the suspicious Chaosite only exacerbated the tense situation in the dungeon. Addressing his charges, the instructor urged them to remain calm and stay behind his back, preparing for a possible conflict. The unexpected behavior of the Sacred Alliance representative caused Ju Hyuk to once again politely warn them of the consequences of rash actions. The instructor's distrust of the supposed loser's words only grew stronger with each attempt to resolve the situation peacefully. Ju Hyuk's last attempt to explain his true intentions for clearing the dungeon failed to prevent the impending conflict. A system alert about the deactivation of the dungeon's safe zone due to the appearance of enemies signaled the inevitable clash. The instructor's determination to protect the students from the perceived threat led to an open confrontation. Ju Hyuk's last warning of mutual non-aggression went unheeded by the determined instructor. The instructor's confident attack ended with an unexpected result. The blade that seemed to have reached its target met with unexpected resistance. Using a special technique, Ju Hyuk was able to not only block the strike, but also demonstrate his superiority over his overconfident opponent. The instructor's growing unease was heightened by the realization that his opponent was vastly different from the usual inexperienced beginner. The strange technique and the unexpected danger from the 19th level opponent caused the instructor to urgently request for reinforcements through the system. Ju Hyuk's patience had come to an end after numerous attempts to peacefully resolve the conflict and ignore his warnings. A powerful strike with his bare hands not only overcame the defense of the knight's blade, but also completely destroyed the experienced instructor's weapon. The system began an urgent request for support, interrupted by a powerful explosion that scattered all the students present across the dungeon. The realization of the death of the instructor and several comrades from the shockwave made the surviving students reassess the danger of the Chaosite they had encountered. Ju Hyuk's stern question about the willingness of the others to join the fight was met with unanimous silence from the surviving students. The students' wise decision to refrain from continuing the conflict was met with approval from the powerful enemy. Ju Hyuk's parting words contained an unexpected admonition to the students to work hard on their quests for outstanding results. The heavy reflection on the conflict had left the hero with an unpleasant residue, despite his status as a Chaosite and his lack of intentions to kill the students. After reaching his destination, Ju Hyuk found himself in front of an imposing defensive fortress in the center of the dungeon, guarded by an army of silent skeleton soldiers. Realizing the futility of item hunting due to his characteristics, Ju Hyuk decided not to waste time on individual skeletons and focus on quickly destroying the main base. The hero's approach to the ancient fortress activated a comprehensive defense system that included not only an army of skeletons, but also powerful siege weapons on the walls. A calm inspection of the fortification allowed the hero to assess its strength and assume that it would take about 10 precise blows to completely destroy the fortress. The incredible power of the first blow exceeded the hero's expectations. Before he could swing a second time, he watched the ancient walls crack and crumble. The unexpectedly rapid destruction of the most powerful fortress from a single blow caused the hero to doubt its claimed strength, but confirmed the correctness of his actions. When the instructors arrived to help, they found only the ruins of the once impregnable fortress, without catching the culprit of the destruction on the scene. The discrepancy between the claimed 19th level of the Chaosite and the scale of the destruction seemed inexplicable and impossible to the experienced instructors. The mysterious ability of a single fighter to lightning-fast destroy the fortress without touching a single skeleton made the instructor suspect the use of special artifacts. The system notification of a complete sweep of the dungeon, which seemed absurd to the arriving instructors, confirmed the incredible abilities of the mysterious Chaosite. Shortly before these events, the hero wandered the dungeon, marveling at the unusually high concentration of skeleton soldiers in every available corridor. After overcoming all the obstacles impossible for a normal level 19 player, Ju Hyuk reached the final base, where he discovered a giant ruby crystal. The lack of a name for the final base alarmed the hero, causing him to prepare more carefully for the upcoming challenge with the mysterious crystal. Unexpectedly easy destruction of the protective barrier with a single blow made the hero think about the strange weakness of all the opponents encountered in this world. Having completed the main task in the dungeon, Ju Hyuk decided to immediately leave the dangerous territory until the arrival of additional forces of instructors. The rapid movement towards the crystal through the ranks of ignored skeleton monsters demonstrated the hero's determination in achieving his goal. Successful completion of the dungeon sweep was recognized by the system by awarding additional level-up points as a well-deserved reward. A modest reward for completing a low-level dungeon allowed the hero to reach level 20 and open the way to the mysterious Desert of Darkness. The hero's wariness about a possible ambush made him wonder about the tactics of the instructors presumably waiting at the entrance to the dungeon. A check of the system would reveal the number of potential level 50 opponents gathered to capture the dangerous intruder. Exiting the dungeon gave the hero an unpleasant surprise in the form of a much larger number of waiting instructors than originally thought. The girl's strange address to the invisible leader of the enemies made the hero look around in confusion, checking for the presence of camouflaged allies. Realizing the danger of a large-scale battle to nearby students caused the female instructor to seek a peaceful solution to the conflict. Demonstrating awareness of Ju Hyuk's intentions, the woman expressed hope that there was a way to avoid unnecessary bloodshed in the situation. The hero's growing irritation with the constant harassment and interference was heightened by the realization that his simple desire to move forward was being met with resistance. Not wanting to cause the deaths of helpless students forced the hero to seriously consider ways to resolve the situation. The woman's demand that the students be released was accompanied by the hero's counter-questioning of the instructor's willingness to honor the earlier request for non-interference. Focusing on the primary goal of reaching the Desert of Darkness helped the hero decide to postpone unnecessary conflicts to a more appropriate time. The aide's gratitude to Mrs. Jurgel for preventing casualties was accompanied by a bitter reminder of the instructor and students who had already died. The quick sweep of the dungeon and the stranger's unusual abilities made the experienced female instructor suspect the presence of powerful allies. The successful evacuation of the students was accompanied by speculation about the mysterious identity of the Chaosite, whose true nature remained unknown. Analysis of the stranger's dark aura led the female instructor to speculate on a possible connection to the known Chaosite Rufendal. The discrepancy between Rufendal's known 50th level and the stranger's stats was explained by the possible use of masking artifacts. Rufendal's sinister reputation was based on his ruthlessness against any opponents and his lucrative trade in spoils from slain victims. The real Rufendal's musings on the appearance of the mysterious doppelganger were accompanied by an analysis of the numerous rumors of his simultaneous presence in various places. News of recent events in the dungeon, which threatened to bring additional attention to his person, made the famous Chaosite anxious. Realizing the potential problems with the Grand Alliance, Rufendal decided to personally hunt down and neutralize the imposter using his name. Ju Hyuk's return to the Heavenly Devil Village was accompanied by an urgent gathering of all the elders to discuss the next phase of action. The search for an expert in large-scale magic among the elders was due to the hero's plans to go to places where strong monsters were massed. Elder Zeta, a recognized master of the magical arts, readily offered her services to the Lord, confirming her superiority in magical sciences. The hero's agreement to cooperate with Zeta was accompanied by her enigmatic smile, which went unnoticed by Ju Hyuk, who was immersed in thoughts of his sister's birthday. The system warning of the monster's imminent appearance triggered Zeta's eerie vow to destroy enemies in the most brutal way possible for the glory of her master. The excessive determination and unquestioning loyalty of the elder caused the hero mixed feelings, bordering on slight anxiety. The quiet socializing of those gathered at the dungeon was interrupted by the boastful statements of the strong team about their plans to become famous for destroying all opponents. The team's ambitious plans included not only mopping up the monsters and capturing the blue stone, but also destroying the Chaosite to gain heroic status. Ju Hyuk used the last seconds before the monsters appeared to remind Zeta of the reasons for choosing her as an assistant. Zeta's willingness to demonstrate her magical abilities was accompanied by genuine pride at the opportunity to serve the Great Lord. The elder's majestic gesture caused an impressive spectacle of a multitude of purple lightning bolts to appear in the sky, heralding a grand event. The magical spectacle culminated with the appearance of the powerful god of evil, summoned by Zeta, who was ordered to destroy all of the Lord's enemies. Admiration for the incredible power of the summoned creature awakened in the hero, a longing for his own honed skills, temporarily unavailable for use. The mass slaughter of humans by the demon Zeta helped deepen Ju Hyuk's sin and spread his fame as a rising Death Star across the continent. The appearance of the legendary Death Star title only became possible after a player in Chaos Mode reached a certain level of notoriety among the other inhabitants of the world. The Death Star title significantly weakened the bearer's combat capabilities, made him vulnerable to divine skills, and increased the resurrection time to 10 days. Despite the severe penalties and the 100% chance of losing items upon death, Ju Hyuk, as the leader of the Heavenly Devils, was taking his development in this direction. The incessant stream of system notifications caused by Zeta's active actions went unheeded by the hero focused on the current tasks at hand. Desperate calls for help from the dying fighters did not bother Ju Hyuk, confident in successfully restoring order and eliminating obstacles to further actions. The appearance of a huge herd of enraged bulls forced the hero to seek the help of Zeta to effectively deal with the new threat. The Elder's bloodthirsty promise to skin her opponents alive demonstrated her determination for the coming battle. The hero's hope that the bulls would resist his blows with dignity was expressed in a series of successive attacks designed to test their endurance. The instantaneous defeat of the bull from the first blow and the reward of 18,000 gold caused the hero's predictable disappointment at its excessive strength. Zeta's efficient handling of the remaining bulls and the possibility of artifacts consoled the hero a bit, offsetting the failure of the in-person challenge. The two observers sheltering in the thicket were struck by the unusual ferocity of the hunters, with the younger one mistaking their actions for automatic attacks. The experienced observer noted the particular importance of the melee mage, whose specialized attacks did impressive damage, unlike his sword-wielding partner. The mention of the enemy's magical abilities caused alarm to the young observer, who recalled the previous group's failed attempts to counter them. The assumption of the enemy's minimum 50th level explained their incredible efficiency and the inability of normal groups to resist. Zeta's battle enthusiasm was evident in the joyous shouts of praise for the Lord that accompanied her effective long-range magical attacks. The female elder's impressive abilities earned the sincere recognition of Ju Hyuk, who appreciated her professionalism in the magical arts. The successful level up was accompanied by the hero's request for Zeta to collect the valuable blue stones that had fallen from the defeated bulls. The impressive number of collected stones pleased the hero, especially considering the incredible speed of the task, unattainable for ordinary players. The hero's intention to leave the area changed after an unexpected system alert about the appearance of a boss that aroused his professional interest. The lurking observers anxiously awaited the appearance of the legendary Bull King, eager to see the powerful monster with their own eyes. The Black Bull King's majestic appearance was completely in line with his status as the main boss monster of this dangerous territory. Facing such an opponent for the first time, the hero instructed his assistant to take care of destroying small bulls and collecting dropped items. The hero's calculations for a more serious resistance to the territory boss were based on the desire to get a large pack of blue stones after his destruction. Zeta's alarming warning about the approach of a powerful force interrupted the hero's plans to confront the territory boss. The hero's attempt to explain his intentions regarding the enemy was interrupted by his assistant, pointing out a mysterious portal that had appeared nearby. The appearance of reinforcements through the portal did not surprise the hero, who understood the inevitability of such a development and the undesirability of a direct confrontation. The forced retreat due to temporary weakness was accompanied by the hero's firm confidence in the future revival of the Heavenly Devil's glory. Zeta's admiration for the Lord's success was based on a significant level increase and the mining of 11 valuable blue stones. The lack of information about the new monster in the system announcements after quitting the game caused surprise to the attentive hero. Speculation about the effect of negative luck on the appearance of the previously unknown Black Bull King left the hero uncertain as to the significance of this event. Regret about the lost opportunity to get a pack of blue stones from a strong opponent did not leave the thoughts of the disappointed hero. The system notification about the increased difficulty of the hunting grounds was accompanied by a story about the failed attempt of a group of level 19 to confront the black skeletons. The appearance of a black giant bear in the usual habitat of ordinary bears caused an active discussion of critical changes among players. The protagonist's concerns about a possible connection between his actions and changes in the game world intensified after the discovery of discussions of a large-scale battle in the Desert of Darkness. The story of a mysterious chaosite who destroyed a herd of bulls and retreated before the Black King was wrapped up with advanced players defeating a powerful boss. The news of 3 packs of blue stones falling out of the defeated boss caused great annoyance to the hero, who missed out on the valuable loot. Damn luck had failed the hero again, depriving him of the opportunity to obtain 90 blue stones worth almost 450 million gold. The financial analysis showed that the 50 million gold obtained was barely enough to feed the Heavenly Devil Village for 3 days. Accounting for exchange fees and tax deductions left only 15 million won of real money at the hero's disposal. The limited budget greatly complicated the hero's plans to buy a gift for his sister, provide food, and purchase serious possessions. Multiple restrictions, including low-level, blocked skills, and various penalties, made the hero's gameplay much more difficult. The only available path of development remained leveling up, which greatly increased the complexity of gameplay for the hero. The appearance of an unusual black bull was the subject of an urgent report from a subordinate to his supervisor, concerned about the situation. Analyzing the characteristics of the unusual monster showed a significant excess of its real strength over the statistical indicators. The confident order to continue with the tasks if the number of performers needed to be increased showed the determination of the commanders. Alliance Director Jong Wook-hyun's cynical attitude toward expendable players was based on the easy replaceability of ordinary members. An additional assignment for the leader included thoroughly investigating the identity of the Chaos Site and preparing punishment for independent actions against the Grand Alliance. 3 weeks of hard training had allowed Ju Hyuk to make impressive progress, raising his level to 29th. Luxo's unexpected appearance was accompanied by genuine concern for the Lord's health after a long period of intense training. The hero's gratitude for his concern was accompanied by assurances of his excellent health and no cause for concern. Lord Ju Hyuk patiently explained to his assistant Luxo the important truth that even with all the limitations of his body, he must remain strong for the sake of his friends and the future greatness of the Heavenly Devils. Ju Hyuk was determined not to waste any time resting and only continue to move forward, so he asked Luxo to stop worrying and just support him in this important decision. Delighted by his lord's words, Luxo knelt down in front of him and made a solemn vow to faithfully serve the Lord until his last breath in this wonderful world. The protagonist understood the correctness of his choice because all his actions and decisions were aimed at achieving the cherished dream of his own apartment, expensive car, and ownership of a beautiful building. An unexpected message from his sister interrupted the thoughts of the hero. She was interested in receiving a new quest, which is now actively given to all players in different parts of the game world. No sooner had the hero realized the essence of his sister's message about the mysterious quest, as the system sent him a notice of receipt of a new task called Holy Thrones, which promised to be interesting. The main task of the new quest was to fight evil on the continent through the unification of all 7 Holy Thrones, which must come together to confront the dark forces gaining power. After receiving the alarming quest, the hero decided to return to the real world and check the game forums, where this hot news was already being actively discussed among many players. The gaming community was heatedly discussing the information about the appearance of 7 hidden classes, suggesting that these special roles will not go to ordinary players, but to people with a lot of money. The protagonist was particularly concerned about the unknown characteristics of the new hidden classes, although he assumed their incredible power due to their connection to the main story of the Olympus game world. In response to his sister's question about participating in the quest, the hero calmly explained his inability to participate due to his affiliation with the Chaos faction, which closed off access to receiving the quest from game characters. The hero's sister spoke of her intention to participate in the quest despite being busy with alliance affairs, noting that strong players and people with a lot of free time would definitely take up the challenge. Reflecting on the situation, the hero realized the seriousness of the situation, as the difficulty in the hunting zones had increased significantly, and the new quest seemed to include himself and the Heavenly Devil as the main evil. Realizing the possible threat from the 7 hidden classes, the hero realized that his dreams of a quiet life are postponed, and now he urgently needs to become much stronger for protection. Back in the game world of Olympus, the hero gathered his elders and informed them of the important decision that the next campaign he must make all alone. The agitated elders tried to persuade their lord to abandon the dangerous solo trek, genuinely concerned for his safety in such a turbulent time. Showing concern for his subordinates, the hero explained the true reason for his decision. An informant had reported a leak of the group's movements to the Empire, which posed a serious threat. The elders listened attentively to the lord's explanation of the need to act covertly, and agreed that traveling alone would make him less visible to possible enemies. Deep gratitude filled the hearts of the elders as they realized that their lord was willing to risk his own safety to protect his loyal followers. Bidding farewell to the elders, the hero realized the wisdom of his decision to leave them to guard the village, for a new quest could lead to unnecessary conflict with the powerful empire. Reflecting on the future, the hero realized the importance of gaining the support of the remaining 4 elders, for Eder had already joined him, and Zeta was initially on his side. The hero understood the logicality of improving living conditions after solving the food problem, but the high cost of food did not yet allow him to spend 300 million gold to build a house. After carefully considering the situation, the hero decided to focus on reaching the 40th level to master the technique Mind Conquering Heaven and continue the quest on the map of the mentor. Realizing the importance of rapid development, the hero decided to train with maximum effort and relentlessly raise the level to approach the desired future. The search for strong opponents led the hero to a pack of giant bears, which he successfully coped with thanks to his combat skills and accumulated experience in battles. Successful hunting brought the hero not only the necessary experience points, but also helped to relieve the accumulated tension through active physical confrontation with strong opponents. An unexpected bonus after the battle was the receipt of a new skill, Extremely Powerful Fist, whose late appearance surprised the hero, but he immediately appreciated its potential usefulness. Studying the characteristics of the new skill, the hero learned that Extraordinary Fist absorbs the strong will of the caster, his determination, and a burning desire to win. A detailed description of the skill revealed its ability to inflict special damage to opponents, provided the attack with bare hands without the use of additional weapons. Carefully studying the description of the hero rejoiced at the perfect coincidence. Reducing the attack power of the skill allowed him to get artifacts, killing opponents with the last blow. Encouraged by the new possibilities, the hero decided to buy a pet to help him get the necessary items and was going to immediately go home to realize his plan. The sudden joyful cry of a stranger interrupted the hero's thoughts. Someone had been persistently looking for a meeting with Ju Hyuk and had finally reached his goal. Rufendal's appearance and his certainty that he had found the right person made Ju Hyuk realize the seriousness of the unexpected meeting. Rufendal went straight to the heart of the problem and spoke of his troubles with the Grand Union due to the constant confusion over the hero's identity. Ju Hyuk's disgruntled look betrayed his ignorance of his interlocutor's identity, although careful analysis revealed the presence of a thick aura of a chaos player and the corresponding equipment. The puerile ignorance of his identity shocked Rufendal so much that he took it as an inappropriate joke in a serious situation. Sincerely surprised by his interlocutor's self-confidence, Ju Hyuk honestly admitted that he had never heard of Rufendal and his supposed fame before. An angry Rufendal introduced himself and explained the nature of the problem. There was serious trouble because Ju Hyuk was impersonating him. Rufendal's intentions were simple: to catch the imposter and hand him over to the Alliance to solve all the problems and restore his reputation. Rufendal demanded that Ju Hyuk kneel down and apologize, stating that he needed to pay for the illegal use of another's name. Misinterpreting his opponent's silence as fear, Rufendal promised to keep Ju Hyuk alive on the condition that he voluntarily surrendered and confessed his guilt to the Alliance. Ju Hyuk's calm question about Rufendal's desire to duel sounded like a challenge, for the hero was not about to surrender without serious resistance. Enraged by his opponent's insolence, Rufendal agreed to fight, confident in his superiority as an experienced chaosite who specializes in assassinations. After Rufendal's first strike, the hero calmly looked at his opponent, not realizing the mention of death, for the attack had only reduced his health by 3%. After assessing the opponent's strength, Ju Hyuk doubted his high level and decided to try out his skills in battle by activating a special fist with 90% reduced damage. Watching the use of the special skill, Rufendal began to believe the rumors about his opponent's ability to kill the Alliance captain with a single blow. Rufendal's confidence in victory was based on the assumption of a long delay between enemy attacks when using such a powerful skill. Rufendal's astonishment peaked when the opponent covered the distance separating them in a split second and prepared to strike. Ju Hyuk's first attack seemed to fail, thanks to Rufendal's timely teleportation to a safe distance. Rufendal's special armor fulfilled its purpose. It shattered after the impact, but successfully protected the wearer's body from serious damage. After assessing his capabilities against the enemy, Ju Hyuk decided to change the damage reduction setting from 90% to 50% to strengthen his attack. Finding himself in such a situation for the first time, Rufendal suspected that the opponent was deliberately diverting his attention to recharge an important combat skill. Calculating to use the opportune moment to attack, the assassin lunged at Ju Hyuk. Realizing his opponent's vulnerability while recharging skills, Rufendal's confidence in a quick victory was replaced by astonishment after a powerful blow unexpectedly landed directly on his face. Multiple system notifications of the destruction of the protective armor made the experienced fighter realize the cunning and guile of his opponent. Ju Hyuk's tactical ploy was successful. The deceptive first strike was followed by a full-force attack that caught his opponent off guard. The inability to use the Mind Sight skill, which was only available at level 55, forced the hero to constantly pursue the elusive enemy. The enraged Rufendal summoned a spirit helper, intending to demonstrate his true power before capturing the enemy for a showdown with the Grand Alliance. Watching the enemy's actions, the hero recalled the rumors circulating about Rufendal's special signature killing method. The characteristic movements of the enemy confirmed the preparation of the legendary skill Heart Attack, known among experienced players. The just decision to use his own secret weapon led to the complete disabling of the power blocking skill. Rufendal's unawareness of his opponent's constant use of the force suppression skill led to a misjudgment of the situation and gloating laughter. The certainty of victory spurred Rufendal into a swift attack, moving the confrontation into the decisive stage of close combat. The successful application of the Heart Attack skill did not save Rufendal from unexpected death, leaving him completely bewildered at what had happened. Ju Hyuk's incredible resistance to the deadly skill made Rufendal suspect that his opponent was a master of a special class of martial arts. Doubts about the reality of his opponent's death were reinforced by the lack of understanding of how the previous attack could completely destroy all defense spells. The ill-considered decision to attack without a solid defense caused Ju Hyuk to be perplexed by the self-confident Rufendal's intellectual abilities. The minimal damage from the legendary skill Heart Attack made the hero think about possibly underestimating his own destructive power. The surprising lack of dropped items after the death of a Chaosite player contradicted all known rules of game mechanics. The mysterious discrepancy between the Chaosite's status and the lack of dropped items perplexed both participants in the strange confrontation. A close inspection of the battle site allowed the hero to discover scattered around the wreckage of completely destroyed enemy items. The loss of valuable equipment, purchased with gold bars, caused a state of shock in Rufendal, who was shocked by what had happened. The logical explanation for the absence of the dropped items was that they had been completely destroyed during the last crushing attack. The easy victory over a level 50 opponent convinced Ju Hyuk that he was ready to visit the high-ranked hunting grounds. Watching the departing victor, the enraged Rufendal vowed to find the mysterious opponent despite any obstacles. The unexpected binding of a soul with a slavery skill instead of the usual rebirth was the first such incident that caused Rufendal serious concern. The appearance of the mysterious figure in a dark robe was accompanied by joyful thoughts of the rare good fortune of obtaining first-class experimental material. The sudden appearance of a sinister stranger with ill intentions caused a natural fear in the helpless Rufendal. The stranger's calm confession of interest in his previous adversary was accompanied by the satisfaction of being able to use Rufendal himself. The return to life was accompanied by the imposition of a systemic spell that threatened eternal enslavement of the soul, if not removed in a timely manner. The absurd order to perform 10 push-ups elicited a natural protest from Rufendal, who did not understand the reasons for obeying the bizarre demands. A systemic reminder of the consequences of disobeying the caster under soul slavery warned of the inevitable suffering when refusing to follow orders. The forced performance of push-ups was accompanied by the stranger's mocking comments about the benefits of obedient behavior to avoid pain. The lack of previous experience with soul slavery led Rufendal to speculate on the existence of a new magic by a hidden class of necromancers. Analyzing the stranger's manner of speech allowed his young age to be determined, which raised hopes of the possibility of manipulation through flattery. Kneeling, Rufendal recalled his master's mention of wanting to obtain the body of a mysterious opponent for his own purposes. Upon receiving confirmation of the stranger's intentions, Rufendal hid a sinister smile behind the promise of assistance in accomplishing his goal. After wrapping up the gaming session, Ju Hyuk went with his sister to their favorite burger joint to spend time together. His brother's generous offer to buy an unlimited number of burgers brought sincere joy to Luna, who opted for 3 appetizing portions. The satisfaction of being able to provide both the Heavenly Devil Village and simple pleasures for his sister filled the hero's heart with tranquility. The unusual generosity of his brother, who had previously strictly limited his purchases to a single burger, aroused a legitimate suspicion in the attentive sister. The assumption about the influence of the new assignment on the change of the brother's character turned out to be erroneous. After finding out the real reason for the unexpected generosity, the brother's serious tone and request for careful consideration of the upcoming conversation created a tense atmosphere between the relatives. The problem of critically low luck preventing them from obtaining loot even after defeating a Chaosite was causing the hero's growing anxiety. The declining effectiveness of the helpers and doubts about the pet's usefulness led the hero to the idea of starting a joint farm with his sister. The unexpected proposal caused a shocked reaction of the girl, expressed in bewilderment about the relevance of opening new firms. Ju Hyuk's calm clarification about the unusual nature of the planned venture somewhat alleviated her initial surprise. Seiya's practical thoughts on market conditions included concerns about the dominance of the Grand Alliance and the influence of the black monsters on the economy. The suggestion to carefully consider the decision met with confident objections from her brother, who emphasized the length of pre-planning. Seiya's awakened curiosity about the details of the unusual venture prompted the brother to begin a detailed explanation of his business plan. The Alliance director was holding an important meeting in a conference room, where the recent loss of many Alliance members in a dangerous region called the Desert of Darkness was being discussed. The meeting paid special attention to an unusual chaosite who had gained notoriety for his principle of not attacking first or killing without a good reason. The president spoke of the recommendations sent out everywhere to leave a chaosite encountered without items alone in order to avoid unnecessary conflict and loss. An important discovery was a recording of a battle between a real Rufendal and a mysterious Hyociate, which disproved previous assumptions. Yang Wukyun's video made a strong impression on the president, who was not expecting to receive such an important proof of the events. A close look at the battle footage helped the audience realize the fatal error in Rufendal's tactics that led to his defeat. The analysis of the video showed that the unknown Chaosite had outstanding high-level melee skills and easily dealt with the opponent after destroying the defense. Despite the young age of the unknown fighter, the experts assumed that he had a hidden class, although he had not yet learned how to use his abilities fully. The information gathered included an interesting promotion quest from a noble game character, the contents of which particularly interested the Alliance president. The content of the quest was related to the capture of a certain Ramtidian, who was considered a dangerous representative of the Chaos faction by the local nobles. The demonstration of a portrait of the wanted Ramtidian raised doubts in the president, who immediately noticed significant differences from the appearance of the Chaosite known to them. Checking the information with the nobles led to an unexpected discovery. The game system identified the elusive Chaosite as Ramtidian. The Alliance leadership decided to concentrate their efforts on catching available targets to gain promotion points, without spreading resources to find the elusive enemy. Jang Wook-hyun's carefully thought-out plan included forming 30 men and using the rank and file of the Alliance to wear down the enemy with payoffs. A female staff member expressed concern about the amount of compensation, given the real pain sensitivity of being injured in the virtual world of Olympus. The director's confident words about the dedication of the company's young employees and their willingness to work hard for growth points sounded like a final decision. The president's approval of 3 million won for the successful completion of the assignment was the finishing touch in the discussion of the financial side of the operation. Jung Wook-hyun presented a detailed plan to distribute the 700 million won reward among the president, directors, participants, and organizers of the operation. The president's approval of the plan was accompanied by an order to start the operation immediately, despite the possible casualties among the rank-and-file members of the union. The long-awaited meeting between brother and sister took place in a mountainous area, where the girl brought an impressive collection of magical books for study. The sister voiced concerns about the effectiveness of the books she brought, as they contained only basic spells for novice mages. The girl's concern was heightened by the realization of the lack of time to learn new spells, as her brother should have received an advanced gaming class long ago. Opening one of the books, the hero read an ancient wisdom that even a simple weed can turn into a powerful weapon in the hands of a true martial arts master. Explaining the meaning of what he read to his sister, Ju Hyuk explained the possibility of turning an ordinary blow into a special technique if the character has outstanding characteristics. While learning various martial skills, the character felt regret at not developing his in-game characteristics enough to reach his full potential. Careful observation of his brother's actions led his sister to a startling discovery. The owner of such incredible abilities was still without a certain class. Realizing the true state of affairs made the girl reconsider her decision to resign, made at the request of her brother, on whose support she relied heavily. Realizing her responsibility to her trusted sister, Ju Hyuk promised that together they would reach unprecedented heights and become true masters of their craft. The preparation for the training began with the removal of all the equipment that gave additional bonuses to the strength and health characteristics of the sister's character. Beginning his magic experiments, Ju Hyuk honestly admitted his lack of experience and chose a simple healing spell, despite warnings of its weakness. Confidence in his own abilities prompted him to test the effects of the basic treatment on his sister, hoping to enhance the spell with his own characteristics. The lack of noticeable changes after applying the spell made the girl reach for the recovery potion to improve her health stats. A surprising discovery awaited her sister when, at her brother's request, she checked her health stats and found a full recovery of all parameters. Encouraged by the success of the healing spell, Ju Hyuk decided to add a boosting effect to his sister to test her abilities in real combat. His sister's confusion about a possible opponent for training was replaced with wariness when his brother simply asked her to turn back around. The unexpected surprise for the girl was the appearance of a huge giant bear that growled menacingly, preparing to attack its opponents. Seiya couldn't believe her brother's intention to make her fight such a huge opponent alone. as such tasks were usually done by a group. Her brother's refusal to help in the battle forced the girl to gather all her strength and defeat the giant bear in 3 minutes of intense combat. After the grueling battle, Seiya knelt down, not believing in her ability to defeat such a powerful opponent without help. The joy of victory was heightened by the discovery of the blue stone that had fallen from the defeated bear, worth as much as 5 million won, demonstrating the benefits of working independently. Ju Hyuk explained to his sister that in alliances, most of the loot would go to the organization, rather than the players themselves. The hero's development plan included reaching level 45 in the Desert of Darkness, and he invited his sister to join him on this dangerous but promising adventure. Upon arrival in the Desert of Darkness, the hero deliberately diverted the attention of the aggressive bulls, giving his sister the opportunity to demonstrate her acquired combat skills. Seiya's swift reaction was to use a powerful lightning spell that instantly struck all the attacking bulls, showing her strength. The girl's sincere joy after successfully completing the hunt was expressed in joyful leaps, and her brother warmly congratulated her on her excellent result. The discovery of an entire collection of 18 blue stones had delighted the girl, who was already dreaming of opening her own cafe with the proceeds. Ju Hyuk was alarmed by the unusual absence of other players in the once popular location, which could indicate a major change. The appearance of dangerous black monsters explained the sparsely populated location, and the hero easily repelled the sudden attack of the enemy with his signature move. The coordinated actions of the brother and sister allowed for a quick dispatch of the enemy. Seiya killed him with a lightning bolt and collected the dropped items as instructed by her brother. Following her brother's instructions to collect loot from the defeated enemies, the girl could not get rid of the unpleasant feeling that their actions resembled robbery. In the game world, everyone thought Ju Hyuk was just a normal low-level chaosite, which gave him the advantage of taking items from those who dared to attack first, and he calmly explained this to his opponents. Suddenly turning around, Ju Hyuk saw an approaching army of high-level knights no lower than level 50, which were so many that even his sister Seiya was frightened by such a number. Seiya couldn't understand how her brother had managed to attract the attention of an entire raid of players and offered to immediately retreat. But Ju Hyuk remained unfazed, realizing that the time to escape was already gone. The game system caused Seiya real fear with its announcement that no one would be able to leave the battle area until the battle between players in PvP mode was completely over. Ju Hyuk activated the secure communication channel between players and promised his sister that everything would end safely, but asked her to move far away so she wouldn't get in trouble for communicating with him. The knights who approached saw Ju Hyuk's sly smile as he asked how many warriors they would need to defeat him, and warned that he wouldn't harm those who didn't attack first. Director Jin of the Alliance, recognizing their target, gave clear instructions to his warriors to keep a safe distance and follow their chosen strategy to successfully complete the task. The group of mages used a binding spell on Ju Hyuk in an attempt to immobilize his body with external forces, but his own strength was enough to automatically resist the magic. Ju Hyuk's misunderstanding as to why people ignored his warnings to kill him if he was attacked caused him to immediately create a huge fireball towards his opponents. Director Jin thought the attack was weak and ordered the tanks to move forward to create a powerful protective barrier called Magic Breakthrough, which should have been able to easily deal with normal magic. According to Captain Jin's explanation, the hero's lack of a certain class meant that his basic magic was not a threat, so the tanks had to quickly organize a combo skill to destroy it. As he watched the barrier collapse, the hero pondered the strangeness of his nicknames, for he had been called Rufendal before, but now they had come up with a new name, and this situation was beginning to annoy him. After the smoke from Ju Hyuk's powerful attack dissipated, Commander Jin was horrified to realize that all of his tankers had been killed by a single enemy strike. The commander couldn't believe what was happening. After all, the enemy had only used basic magic, and considering Ju Hyuk's reputation as a master of hand-to-hand combat, what had happened seemed completely illogical. Deeply shocked by what he saw, Director Jin ordered the remaining warriors to be ready for battle and tried to understand how a simple basic magic could have such destructive power. The principal pondered the contradiction between high magic power and low resistance to slavery in an opponent who stood motionless under the effects of a binding spell, raising questions about his true nature. Showing unexpected mercy, Ju Hyuk warned the opponents of imminent death from his magic and advised them to leave the battlefield immediately for their own salvation. The impressed Seiya shared her surprise at the incredible size of the fireball with her brother, and although Ju Hyuk himself hadn't expected such an effect, he was careful to hide his surprise. The excited girl questioned her brother about the effects of the enemy's magic that was supposedly restraining his movements, but after learning truth about the lack of effect of the spell, she couldn't understand the reason for his immobility. Ju Hyuk explained to his sister that his immobility was due to their conversation and waiting for the fireball to recharge, which he planned to use against the enemies a few more times. Watching her brother's actions during the battle, Seiya understood that his behavior was difficult to call reasonable, but recognized his right to act as he saw fit. The system informed Ju Hyuk of the 50-second recharge time for the fireball skill, which made him annoyed at the long wait, but he couldn't change that restriction. Captain Jin ordered the ranged troops to prepare for a large-scale attack at his signal, trying to understand the situation with the enemy who was displaying the abilities of a mage instead of the expected skills of a fighter. The Alliance president received an urgent message from Jin requesting support and the need to send a high-level tanker to create a magical barrier, as their opponent appeared to be no melee fighter. Jin informed the president of 3 dead warriors and the current respawn due to the enemy recharging, emphasizing the need to capture the target quickly to minimize further losses. The president realized the fallacy of the information he had received about the enemy and decided to increase the number of attackers, despite possible financial losses, to deal with the unexpectedly strong enemy. Jin led his warriors into the attack, explaining to them that now was the most opportune moment for victory, as the enemy, although possessing magic, was under the effect of a binding spell. As the opponents attacked en masse, Ju Hyuk displayed a strange behavior, smiling and making no attempt to dodge the impending danger. The archers and mages organized a continuous stream of various attacks, striving to create a perfect bundle of skills and not giving the enemy a single opportunity to retaliate. Watching the development of events, Captain Jin became convinced of the effectiveness of his tactics based on constant binding of the enemy and properly organized attacks regardless of his class. The captain hoped to deal significant damage to the enemy before the president arrived, expecting to reduce his health by at least half during the current attack. Jin was shocked to find Ju Hyuk methodically destroying the knights one by one after realizing the ineffectiveness of the binding spell. Ju Hyuk swiftly moved between the enemies, using fireballs and destroying them with incredible efficiency, demonstrating the superiority of his combat skills. After destroying another group of fighters, Ju Hyuk reminded the captain with a sly smile of his warning that he wouldn't kill them if they didn't attack first. The remaining knights felt intense fear, not understanding the nature of the enemy's abilities, who displayed outstanding combat skills contrary to their assumptions of his magical specialization. In the midst of Jin's panic and his attempts to organize a target lockdown, the president appeared and thanked the captain for his work and took command. The president reported the agreement with the partners and the sending of additional forces by all alliances after promising to share the level-up quest for capturing Ju Hyuk. Despite the considerable manpower at his disposal, the president expressed surprise at Ju Hyuk's ability to take out so many opponents in a short period of time. The alliance leadership was confident in the success of the operation, thanks to the 200 fighters that made up a virtually invincible army ready to face a single opponent. The president expected a quick victory, believing that a lone opponent must be experiencing extreme fatigue after a long battle with superior forces. Checking his health stats, Ju Hyuk noted that the numerous opponents outnumbering Rufendal were barely able to do any damage to him. Thanks to his tremendous health recovery rate, Ju Hyuk remained confident in his strength, realizing that even 200 opponents wouldn't be able to seriously harm him. Loon, who was watching the unfolding battle from the sidelines, was extremely worried for her brother's safety in this dangerous situation. Her brother's unexpected request for Seiya to strike him caused her to be extremely surprised and misunderstand the situation. After Ju Hyuk's explanation, it was clear that his request to strike was to protect his sister from possible suspicion from other players. Seiya's immobility during a massive battle could have aroused suspicion from the rest of the combatants, so certain actions were required. After receiving her brother's consent to use lightning, Seiya activated her magic spell, sending an electric discharge towards Ju Hyuk. The system instantly reacted to Seiya's actions, creating a special professional quest with special conditions for her and the other participants in the battle. The new system notification reported that Ju Hyuk's sins had worsened and his full house status remained intact, causing his Death Star level to increase. Despite Ju Hyuk anticipating such a development, the suddenness of the change in his game status still caught him off guard in the midst of battle. Receiving the new status of Heavenly Death Star aroused Ju Hyuk's curiosity, and he immediately decided to check the details of the rank in the special game window. When the rank window opened, it revealed a rare type called Death Star Assassin that gave him significant benefits such as a 10% increase in level and defense in PvP, additional experience, and special bonuses when fighting heroes. Diving deeper and deeper into the side of absolute evil, Ju Hyuk noticed the growing loyalty of the Heavenly Devil and was now confident in his ability to resist even heroes, thanks to the enhancements he had received. The knights fighting Ju Hyuk were confused by the conflicting information about his specialization, not knowing whether they were dealing with a mage or an experienced melee fighter. Observing the confusion of his opponents, Ju Hyuk explained the ridiculousness of their assumptions with a slight chuckle, emphasizing his complete lack of any playable class. Frightened by the continuous killing of their comrades, the warriors called out to their commanders in panic, fearing that Ju Hyuk would soon wipe out their entire squad without the slightest difficulty. The president's frustration was growing by the minute, as he had originally been promised a simple quest to level up. But now the situation was completely out of control. Hearing about his opponent's lack of class, the president assumed that Ju Hyuk had a hidden class that only showed its true strength under certain conditions. The president recalled a case 40 years ago with the warlord class, where even a low-level player was able to win by accidentally discovering the opponent's vulnerability. Confident of Ju Hyuk's weakness, the president and Director J decided to personally enter the battle, intending to find his opponent's vulnerability and exploit it. After defeating another group of opponents, Ju Hyuk calmly reacted to the president and director's appearance, confidently stating that he had no weaknesses. While doing a little warm-up between fights, Ju Hyuk pondered on the need to level up as soon as possible to master ranged combat skills, considering their absence as his only weakness. An unexpected request from his sister interrupted Ju Hyuk's musings. She had asked her brother to help her conduct some experimental actions as part of an assignment she had received. Her sister's sudden receipt of a special professional quest caused Ju Hyuk to be genuinely surprised, not expecting such a turn of events in the current situation. After moving to the entrance of Romania's dungeon, the sister explained the need to attack her brother at full strength, to which Ju Hyuk confidently agreed, confirming the activation of all defense enhancements. The sister's first attack was so powerful that it reminded Ju Hyuk of Rufendal's death hold, but the high health recovery rate made up for the damage. Ju Hyuk showed an exploratory interest in his body's capabilities, pondering the ability to withstand such attacks for a long time without interruption. Li Fidi and Luximidiana's combined attack bombarded the guy with a powerful stream of various spells, forming a super effective combo against the Sin Bearers. After exhausting all her strength in continuous attacks, Seiya achieved a special achievement that gave her the ability to reduce the damage of sinners by 30% and reveal their true identity. After revealing her brother's true identity as a heavenly Death Star, an excited Seiya expressed her bewilderment as to why he had withheld information about such a significant rank from her. Surprised by his sister's awareness of his rank as a celestial Death Star, Ju Hyuk assumed that the revelation was related to the quest she was doing. Noticing the appearance of the monster, Ju Hyuk was distracted by the battle, while the system informed Seiyu of the celestial Death Star's successful actions in the current fight. Watching her brother's confident actions in the battle, Seiya realized the need to remove him for the task at hand and asked him to move back as far away as possible. After destroying all the skeletons in the area, Ju Hyuk signaled his intention to continue forward, and suggested that his sister call him if there were any problems. Removing his brother resulted in a system notification that the conditions of the class quest related to escaping the Celestial Death Star had been successfully completed. Successful completion of the quest caused a surprising transformation of the girl's clothing, which began to emit a bright glow and change her appearance. An unexpected system notification informed Ju Hyuk that the main scenario had been updated due to one of the 7 holy thrones being filled by a new holder. The shocking news that it was his sister who had taken the seat on the holy throne came as a surprise not only to Ju Hyuk, but also to the girl herself. The action moved to the Alliance's conference room, where the president expressed his sincere gratitude to everyone gathered for their presence at the important meeting. With obvious regret, the president reported the necessity of holding an offline conference due to serious difficulties in the activities of the Alliance. The main cause of the problems was the failure of the quest to capture Full Hao, which occurred due to inaccurate information about the enemy. Negative consequences included a mass exodus of traders and serious economic damage to the Alliance, which led to the need for significant staff reductions. The staff showed understanding for the difficult situation, recognizing the impact of chaos and black monsters on the economy, and sympathized with the difficulties their president was facing. An imperceptible smile appeared on the president's face when he saw his subordinate's sympathetic reaction to the situation. Expressing regret with a bow, the president announced the continuation of the quest and promised all participants to receive promotion points upon successful completion. Using a clever tactic to prevent discontent, the president expressed hope for a future meeting under better circumstances, knowing the desire of many to keep their jobs. After the meeting, the president decided to enter a game capsule, realizing the need to rebuild relationships with partners despite successfully cutting losses through downsizing. The president, along with the directors, realized that the alliance's survival depended on investing $1 billion to repair the chaos, especially given the difficulty of rebuilding the lost reputation. Connected to Olympus, the president made his way to the person with the authority to issue orders to eliminate game characters. A calm greeting greeted the president, as the interlocutor inquired as to the reason for his unexpected visit at such a late hour. The president explained his intention to place the elimination order through the Sarmak group, expressing confidence in their ability to handle the task at hand. After carefully studying the details of the proposed case, the man inquired as to the amount of financial reward the president was willing to provide to fulfill the order. The man was satisfied with a sack of 1 billion gold pieces as an advance payment, after which he guaranteed that the task would be completed within 3 days. The president's confidence in success was based on enlisting 2 of the empire's best assassin groups, the Sarmak and the Black Flowers, for the task. Ju Hyuk's unawareness of the president's connection to the Sarmak group was his major mistake that led to his rash decision to stand in the powerful man's way. Despite the considerable cost of 1 billion gold, exceeding the elimination bonus by 300 million, the president considered it a bargain due to the extra promotion points. Leaving the safe zone, the president contemplated partially offsetting the loss through personnel and pay cuts as he moved forward through the open space. The sudden decapitation and systemic hunt notice were the last events in the life of the president, who didn't even have time to realize what had happened. Not realizing the moment of his death caused the president great confusion, because everything happened so quickly that he did not notice the approaching danger. The last message to the president was a system notification to keep him in spirit form until he exited the game, leaving him with many unresolved questions. The appearance of the assassin, who threw a card with the black colors mark on the president's corpse, was accompanied by an ominous warning from the man in red that the indefinite death sentence had begun. The man's arrival at the Sarmak faction's base was accompanied by information about the arrival of a new order requiring the immediate attention of the organization's leadership. The head of the group instantly recognized the unusual nature of the situation, realizing that with a standard order the client would be dead already, and the current assignment required his personal involvement. The young aide expressed concern for the head's safety, not understanding the reasons for his personal involvement in a task that could be performed by subordinates. With a calming gesture touching the worried boy's shoulder, the head confirmed his intention to personally carry out the assigned task, emphasizing the importance of this information. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived, causing sincere joy in the man, ready to embark on an important mission. The 30-year history of the Sarmak faction, established during the time of the Absolute, had been filled with danger and hardship as they awaited the arrival of the true Absolute ruler. Second Elder Johann, despite the limitations and difficult circumstances, was eager to see for himself the emergence of the born Absolute ruler. Being by his sister's side, Ju Hyuk was truly shocked to learn of her rapid development and surpassing the 30th level in a short period of time. Sister enthusiastically talked about her rapid gain of experience after changing class, now possessing the status of 7th Holy Throne, Pure White Wizard, which made it impossible to gain normal upgrade points. Her sister's calm explanation about the unnecessity of enhancement points for her new status as a 7th Throne Pure White Wizard clarified the situation. The girl's joy at the many benefits she received was accompanied by sincere gratitude to her brother who made her promotion possible. After analyzing the situation, Ju Hyuk realized the connection between the hunt for him and his sister's class change, realizing his role as an absolute evil and the throne's peculiarity of not needing upgrade points. The high rate of level increase was a serious danger considering Seiya's ability to reach level 99 despite people's simple desire to live a quiet life. Cautiousness in communication after the massive battle in the Desolation of Darkness forced them to use whispers and disguises, especially considering his sister's attainment of platinum level with a minimal amount of his blood. After agreeing to his sister's request for more training, Ju Hyuk had set the only condition that she must not accidentally kill him during the training battle. The sister's internal struggle was evident in her desire to kill her brother at least once for the sake of completing a special quest. Despite the difficulty of making such a decision, the sister's persistent entreaties to let her sister kill him for a high reward were met with the brother's adamant refusal, despite the potential value of the reward. The smiling sister continued to insist, reminding him of the playful nature of what was happening and offering to split the reward they received according to their agreement. Ju Hyuk philosophically remarked that if he were to ever die, he would prefer to do so at the hands of his sister, but it was definitely not worth killing him now. Ju Hyuk's curiosity about the possible reward for killing him was mixed with bewilderment at his sister's cheerful attitude toward the idea of eliminating him. The positive changes in his sister's character and her gaining the throne pleased Ju Hyuk. making him look at the situation more optimistically. The brother and sister spent the next few days in various dungeons where Seiya fought, collected items, and leveled up on her own. Checking the characterization window revealed to Ju Hyuk that despite needing to level up, he was still lacking a significant amount of experience. In order to reach the next level, Ju Hyuk needed to destroy more monsters to gain the missing experience. His sister's unexpected decision to temporarily leave to replenish her potions and items was accompanied by a promise to return soon. A final agreement to collect drop items ended their conversation, after which the brother and sister's paths temporarily diverged. Ju Hyuk's plan was to use the 10-minute window to single-handedly kill the monsters needed to level up. A sudden ambush interrupted Ju Hyuk's plans when an unknown person approached him using the title of Heavenly Devil Absolute. Second Elder Johan personally appeared to authenticate Ju Hyuk's identity, wanting to verify the veracity of his claim to the high title. The threat of an indefinite death sentence from the Sarmak faction loomed over Ju Hyuk if his true identity was not confirmed. The system reacted to the Second Elder's appearance by creating a difficult SSS-level quest called Second Elder Johan's Attack. Johan's fame among the 12 Heavenly Devil Elders was based on his unrivaled skill of surprise attacks, requiring Ju Hyuk to be extra careful to gain recognition. The unexpected appearance of the SSS-level quest within the main quest, Return of the Absolute, made Ju Hyuk realize the possibility of being in the midst of large-scale events. Analyzing the aftermath of the attack on his sister and her ascension to the throne, Ju Hyuk realized the likelihood of his becoming an absolute, and the rapid rise of the Saints without the need for enhancement points. The prospect of single-handedly confronting the Saints involved obtaining balanced SSS-level quests that required maximum concentration. The support of elders like Johan, who ordered Ju Hyuk to raise his weapon, could be a decisive factor in the battles to come. Drawing back his opponent's blade, Ju Hyuk calmly reminded Johan of his lack of weapons and expressed his lack of understanding of the need to immediately prove his qualifications. The hero's misunderstanding of the situation made Ju Hyuk wonder about Johan's true intentions, who clearly wasn't aiming for a simple assassination. Reflection led Ju Hyuk to realize Johan's loyalty to the idea of reviving the Heavenly Devil, making him an important ally in the future. Ju Hyuk's explanation of the restrictions placed on him and his imminent release from them was aimed at establishing a rapport with Johan. Recognition of the current weakness was accompanied by reassurance of the temporary nature of this condition, emphasizing the prospects for future development. Ju Hyuk urged Johan and the other elders to be patient, promising the imminent emergence of a true absolute ruler once the restrictions were lifted. Ju Hyuk's incomprehension of Johan and the other elders' desire to destroy the barely manifested power caused Ju Hyuk to be genuinely perplexed. The warning of possible regret in the future due to the impatient nature of the elders emphasized the importance of a cautious approach to the development of the situation. Careful consideration of Johan's reaction convinced Ju Hyuk to make the necessary contact, preparing the ground for a decisive argument. Ju Hyuk's confident declaration of a speedy mastery of the mind techniques bequeathed by his teacher was accompanied by a specific time promise of 10 minutes. Guy's disbelief in Ju Hyuk's ability to master a complex technique in such a short period of time reflected a general doubt in the possibility of such an accomplishment. Ju Hyuk conditioned the successful mastery of the technique on the granting of additional time, promising to prove the truth of his words with actual actions. Johan's disgruntled remark about Ju Hyuk's imminent verification of the truth of his words created a tense atmosphere of anticipation for the impending proof. Johan announced his intention to shadow Ju Hyuk for the next 10 minutes, carefully observing the process of learning a new skill and ready to act in case of failure. The system alert showed Ju Hyuk the remaining 59 seconds of the time given by Johan, causing him to feel satisfied with the successful tactic of buying time. The need to gain the last few experience points seemed like a doable task, due to Ju Hyuk's negative luck attracting many monsters, allowing him to expect to complete the task before the 10-minute deadline. Exiting the dungeon, Ju Hyuk was confident that 1 minute was enough time to complete the task based on his previous experience of encountering monsters. The unexpected absence of monsters after leaving the dungeon was an unpleasant surprise to Ju Hyuk, upsetting all of his preliminary calculations. The usual encounters with bears and skeletons at every turn were replaced by a strange emptiness, as if all the monsters had suddenly disappeared at the most important moment. Realizing the effect of the law of meanness and the impact of his own failure made Ju Hyuk rethink the situation and look for alternative solutions. The alarming system alert of 30 seconds remaining out of the allotted 10 minutes increased the tension of the situation for Ju Hyuk. Thinking about the possibility of a fistfight with Johan was quickly replaced by the realization of the hopelessness of such a plan. due to the inability to even sense the opponent's presence. Elder Johan's harsh nature precluded any further negotiations for additional time, forcing Ju Hyuk to look for other options to solve the problem. An unexpected message from his sister about her unsuccessful search for her brother was interrupted by his stern warning to stay away due to the dangerous situation. A confused message from his sister about being chased by multiple bears and the difficulty of escaping created additional tension in the current situation. A sudden realization of fortunate coincidence struck Ju Hyuk as he realized that his younger sister had unwittingly brought the required number of monsters with her. His sister's complete misunderstanding of the reasons behind her brother's strange behavior and his warnings to keep his distance created additional uncertainty to the situation. The sister's astonishment peaked when Ju Hyuk swept past her with lightning speed, destroying all the monsters chasing her with incredible speed. The multiple system alerts of the end of the giant bear hunt culminated in the long-awaited level up after the last enemy was destroyed. With 3 seconds left, Ju Hyuk hurriedly logged in to activate the necessary skill that would determine the outcome of the entire confrontation. The last second of the allotted time coincided with the sensation of Juhan approaching from behind, causing Ju Hyuk to be extremely worried about the outcome of the situation. The long-awaited system alert confirmed that the conditions for using the heaven-conquering mind technique had been met, indicating that the skill was constantly active. The sudden radiance of Ju Hyuk's body was accompanied by a significant increase in all characteristics, and an increase in the heaven-conquering devil's dominance. The relief of realizing the proximity of failure was replaced by the satisfaction of gaining an advantage over clan members, and the ability to spread aura to subordinates. The confirmation of the heavenly Death Star rank and its changeability under certain conditions guaranteed Ju Hyuk's superiority even over Johan. The system notification of the appearance of absolute evil was accompanied by the special effect of receiving an additional absolute evil point when obtaining the rank. Facing the reality of becoming an absolute was a strange feeling for Ju Hyuk, but Seiya's support in facing the 6 opponents gave him hope for success. The description of the title of Absolute Evil revealed the destiny of a destroyer of peace and order, requiring the courage to confront everyone and follow the bloody path of destruction. The activation of the heaven-conquering mind technique brought multiple 20% enhancements to all stats, including health, attack speed, and recovery. The incredible enhancements from the single activated mind technique instilled Ju Hyuk with confidence in the existence of additional absolute evil abilities. The Lord's acknowledgement was accompanied by Johan's kneeling and sincere apology for his doubts, showing a complete acceptance of guilt towards the Lord. Showing understanding, Ju Hyuk acknowledged the naturalness of Johan's doubts, noting that he himself might have doubted such a situation. The satisfaction of Johan's recognition of his power was enhanced by the realization of gaining control of the Sarmak organization, opening up new opportunities. Successful completion of the quest attacking Second Elder Johan was accompanied by Johan's Oath of Allegiance, leaving the need to gain the support of only one elder. An unexpected, excited message from his sister interrupted Ju Hyuk's thoughts on his progress and future plans. The message about the appearance of absolute evil caused panic in the player communities, creating chaos and fear among all participants in the virtual world. His sister proposed a joint hunt for the absolute evil, hoping to help her brother remove the restrictions through the completion of important quests. The awkwardness of the situation was the need to hide his true nature of absolute evil from his sister, limiting himself to simple words of gratitude. The explanation of the 19-point increase in characteristics caused his sister to be shocked, forcing Ju Hyuk to come up with an excuse about practicing fist fighting. The sister's shock at her brother's overcoming the 100th characterization milestone was so strong that she decided to leave the game space immediately. The realization of the unusual nature of her brother's development caused her sister to postpone thinking about it due to urgent matters requiring her immediate attention. The sister's intense shock caused Ju Hyuk to put off confessing his true identity of absolute evil for fear of her reaction to such a revelation. Interest in the rewards for completing SSS-level quests prompted Ju Hyuk to ask Johan to continue discussing important matters. The hope of gaining control of the Sarmak organization as a reward was based on the desire to simplify interactions with the Saints and resolve financial issues. The beginning of Johan's report on the power and status of the Sarmak was interrupted by his sudden tension at the sensation of uninvited guests approaching. Ju Hyuk's irritation was caused by the appearance of another group of knights at such an important moment of strategic discussion with Johan. The knight's enthusiastic announcement to his warriors of the discovery of the wanted chaos was accompanied by the promise of an incredible bounty on his head. Ju Hyuk's displeasure was caused by his opponent's constant habit of using different names every time they met, which seemed tedious and pointless to him. The start of the battle was marked by the commander's order to use energy charges to deplete the enemy's strength, demonstrating the standard tactics of knights. Activating the mind technique allowed Ju Hyuk to sense NPC abilities, giving him the confidence to let the opponents launch an attack. The first experience of fighting the knights proved disappointing for Ju Hyuk due to their low level, which did not present a serious challenge. The commander's confidence in the depletion of the enemy's strength after the squad was destroyed prompted him to attempt to eliminate Ju Hyuk personally. Ju Hyuk's surprise at the knight's ability to block his attack due to his quality equipment brought an unexpected element to the battle. Carefully observing his opponent, the knight assessed his incredible strength while hoping for his opponent's fatigue after previous battles. Ju Hyuk's smile accompanied an explanation about holding back his strength in previous attacks, after which he demonstrated his true power with a knockout punch that killed the last opponent. A system alert reported the killing of Viscount Dabaorn, noting the increase in absolute evil points for destroying a high-ranked noble NPC. The joy of acquiring a mind technique that allowed him to fight effectively without fatigue prompted Ju Hyuk to summon Johan to discuss the well-deserved reward. Johan's lack of response and the sensation of an unknown creature approaching caused Ju Hyuk to become irritated, causing him to demand an immediate introduction from the possible hunter. The stranger denied belonging to the bounty hunters, revealing his true intentions to kill Ju Hyuk and turn him into an obedient slave. The appearance of the bound Rufendal next to the mysterious man in the robe added a new element of tension to the developing situation. Rufendal's self-assured greeting, thinking Ju Hyuk was crazy, only elicited a mocking reaction from his former adversary. The man in the robe, observing the situation, offered Ju Hyuk voluntary servitude, promising favorable treatment and planning to use the surrounding corpses as an added bonus. The demonstration of necromantic abilities began with the reanimation of the defeated knights and soldiers, who obediently lined up at the command of their new master. Realizing the necromantic nature of the enemy caused Ju Hyuk some anxiety, causing him to reevaluate the difficulty of the upcoming confrontation. Analyzing the situation led Ju Hyuk to conclude that the enemy had a hidden class that allowed them to bring back the dead with their memories and identities intact. Ju Hyuk's worries were heightened by the realization that even the mind technique could not accurately measure the abilities of the resurrected undead, potentially possessing considerable power. The noble Viscount's oath of allegiance to his new master was a shocking sight, showing complete submission to the necromancer. The commander's address to Ju Hyuk was accompanied by a confident oath of the enemy's imminent death, showing complete submission to the necromancer's will. The sudden intense pain that restrained the approaching man caused Ju Hyuk to completely misunderstand the events that were happening in the world. The system alert confirmed the activation of the titular effect, Absolute Evil, granting control over black magic products and opposing necromancers through the aura of mind techniques. The effectiveness of the mind energy against black magic caused the necromancer serious concern as he observed the loss of control over his puppets. The realization of the possibility of usurping power over dead bodies prompted Ju Hyuk to test the occupied necromancer's submission of creatures to his will. The instantaneous formation of all the resurrected beings in a line at Ju Hyuk's command culminated in the order to return to the state of death. Rufendal's worry about the possibility of his own death from Ju Hyuk's order was attempted to be calmed by the necromancer maintaining control over his slave. Rufendal's experimental order to perform 10 jumps with his arms spread out was based on Ju Hyuk's assumption of extending his power to all types of undead. Rufendal's attempt to resist the order ended in a powerful lightning strike, forcing him to immediately begin the humiliating task. Ju Hyuk's calm approach to the necromancer was accompanied by a question about age that went unanswered, due to his opponent's desire to leave the confrontation immediately. Following his principle of only killing those who attacked first, Ju Hyuk allowed the necromancer to leave as he had no time to make a direct attack. The necromancer's hasty departure after bowing deeply left Rufendal alone with Ju Hyuk for a crucial conversation. The uncertainty of his future fate was causing Rufendal serious anxiety as he awaited the hero's decision. Rufendal's attempt at friendship was accompanied by an explanation of his forced submission to the necromancer and the possibility of release through Ju Hyuk's intervention. The offer of loyal service in exchange for saving a life pleased Ju Hyuk, who saw an opportunity to get a free assistant to collect items. The necromancer's disconnection from Olympus was accompanied by the realization of the vast difference in strength between him and the Chaosite he met. Gratitude for the preservation of life was mixed with bewilderment at the superiority of his opponent's necromantic techniques over his own abilities. The memory of his mentor's prediction of the coming of the one and only ruler made the necromancer ponder the possible connection between the prophecy and the enemy he had met. The bitter realization of a missed opportunity to capture an important figure instead of fleeing was reinforced by the realization of the special abilities of the man encountered. The sudden discovery of the onset of Friday and the missed encounter caused the necromancer girl to hurriedly leave the virtual space. The resumption of the interrupted conversation with Johann allowed the elder to begin his report anew, providing important information. The Lord's frequent requests to speed up his report were due to the fear of new uninvited guests eager to meet him. Detailed information about the Sarmak faction included data on the number of assassins of various classes, capable of eliminating even high-ranking knights of the Empire. Sarmak's popularity was evidenced by the constant stream of those wishing to join the organization, many of whom died during qualifying competitions. Sarmak's influence spread to the highest circles of the Empire through financial ties with high-ranking nobles, bypassing representatives of lower ranks. The organization's 30 years of activity allowed it to accumulate an impressive capital of 6 billion gold coins, distributed between operational and personal funds. Handing over all of the accumulated funds to absolute ruler Ju Hyuk caused him to be genuinely excited about the opportunities that were opening up. The system notification of the reward for the quest, which included gaining control of Sarmak and compensation of 6 billion gold, greatly improved Ju Hyuk's mood. The formal acceptance of Johann's loyalty was accompanied by important instructions regarding the future management of the organization. Johann's retention of the operating fund and leadership role was justified by his unrivaled qualifications in managing Sarmak's affairs. The distribution of the 4 billion received involved funding not only Sarmak, but also the development of the Heavenly Devil Village for general revitalization. Johann's gratitude was accompanied by a solemn vow to follow the highly honored lord wherever he went. Ju Hyuk's joy at gaining control of Sarmak was based on the prospect of better fulfillment of life quests. Johann's sudden mention of Third Elder Rexor by Johann was accompanied by a grave warning of his extreme danger. Rexor's special singling out of all the elders, including Johann himself, emphasized the need for extra caution. Rexor's reputation was based on his ability to launch sudden, deadly attacks without prior warning. Ju Hyuk's concerned question about Rexor's status as an assassin received confirmation from Johann, who revealed his position as the head of the Black Flower organization. The sudden system notification of the confirmation of 2 throne owners at once interrupted the important conversation, demanding immediate attention. The possibility of an attack by the new throne owners demanded that the potential threat be taken seriously, regardless of their personalities. The hero's confidence rested on the support of the younger sister occupying the 7th throne and control of the Sarmak organization. The sister's unexpected appeal contained information not only about the emergence of the 1st and 2nd thrones, but also more important events that required the brothers' attention. The sister's meeting with a close friend brought information that could be of particular importance to Ju Hyuk in the current situation. A surprising coincidence revealed the identity of Seiya's friend as the same necromancer girl who had recently attacked Ju Hyuk. The appearance of a persistent waiter in a cafe, declaring the stranger as his ideal and asking for her phone number, created an awkward situation. The girl's categorical refusal was accompanied by bewilderment about the possibility of calling a stranger an ideal and asking for contact information at the first meeting. The girl's sincere disgust was aroused by people trying to build relationships solely on the basis of external attractiveness. Seiya's explanation of her friend's outstanding beauty was accompanied by a suggestion of Si-sung's lingering fear of men. Si-sung's embarrassed rebuttal about having problems with men was followed by a clarification about her lack of such experience. The memory of the nickname Ice Princess from the academy made Seiya smile at the thought of her acquaintance's possible reaction to her friend's current behavior. Si-sung's awkward reaction to the supposed anger in her friend's words was replaced with genuine laughter and a question about current affairs. Si-sung's frank recounting of recent problems showed the degree of trust between the girlfriends and the importance of their communication. The lengthy conversation brought the girl considerable relief at being able to share her accumulated worries. Mutual thanks for the trusting conversation ended with good wishes for a good journey before the girlfriends parted. The unexpectedness of the information Seiyu received made Seiya think about the necessary actions to take, starting with contacting her brother. Ju Hyuk's immediate disconnection from Olympus followed the realization of the importance of the information, prompting her sister to send the message immediately. Fear of possible eavesdropping prompted the girl to return home for a quiet conversation in a safe environment. Seiya's revelation of the unique information she had received was about Seisun's unexpected encounter with absolute evil, which came as a complete surprise. The existing information about the absolute evil's single combat against the Saints was supplemented by the knowledge of the existence of supporting classes among the players. Ju Hyuk's realization that his sister's longtime friend possessed a hidden absolute necromancer class designed to support absolute evil. The value of the information obtained caused Ju Hyuk to question the ethics of his sister divulging her friend's entrusted secret. Seiya's explanation was based on her spiritual kinship with her friend and her need to inform her brother as absolute evil of important events. Ju Hyuk's attempt to feign incomprehension was met with the sister's explanation of her awareness and expectation of her brother's self-recognition. Analysis of the brother's unusual history included 20 years of training in a strange place, sudden appearance, association with black monsters, and incredible strength. Additional signs were the full house status and the sharp increase in characteristics after the appearance of the absolute evil notice. The logical chain ended with the seventh throne after the attack on his brother, which allowed Seiya to draw the obvious conclusions. Realizing the complexity of the situation did not lessen Seiya's frustration at the lack of a trusting conversation with her brother, leaving him without the ability to justify himself. Her sister's praise for her insight was accompanied by an acknowledgement of waiting for the secret to be revealed, but Seiya rejected her brother's attempts to find excuses. Seiya was careful not to reveal information to her friend about the identity of absolute evil and her own status as a saint. The realization of the need for secrecy to protect identity was borne out by the seriousness of the situation of confronting the world and her sister's status as an accomplice. The need to meet with Marianae was based on the possibility of avoiding a solitary confrontation with the Seven Saints, revealing the enormity of Zeus's plans. Ju Hyuk's arrival in the Leprius Mountains was accompanied by memories of information from his sister. Mariana's 19th birthday, leaving the Academy for Necromancy, level 14. The recommendation to use the mask to impair recognition was based on the need to hide from the Empire and alliances as an absolute evil. The acquisition of the mask was accompanied by thoughts of the need for greater caution and surprise at the possibility of encountering a young necromancer. Doubts about the capabilities of a 14th level necromancer were based on the ability to capture a 50th level Rufendal, even with a hidden class. Arriving at the meeting place revealed Ju Hyuk's sister standing next to her friend, also protected by a mask. Mutual recognition of the meeting participants occurred despite the masks, revealing the true identities of those gathered. The shocking revelation of Zisong's female identity contradicted her previous manner of speech, surprising both participants of the previous meeting. The explanation for her use of a low voice was based on her desire to conform to the image of a necromancer, different from her usual behavior in real life. Seiya's surprise was caused by the mutual recognition of the friends and the realization of his own ignorance of their previous encounter. Ju Hyuk's calm explanation of their previous encounter was accompanied by the recognition of realizing the opponent's true identity. Saesung's reflection on the awesomeness of fate included analyzing the information from Seiya and her own suspicions about the identity of the absolute evil one. Mutual confessions revealed the true identities of the participants: Absolute Evil, Little Sister, and Seventh Light. The unexpectedness of the disclosure caused Saesung to have strong emotions, barely contained when talking to her friend. Saesung's emotional reaction was to physically attack her friend and demand an explanation for withholding important information. Sei's explanation for the reasons for withholding the information included respecting her brother's privacy and apologizing for withholding her own status as a saint. Saesung's shock was amplified by the realization of her inappropriate appearance to meet her friend's brother, causing her severe nervous tension. Saesung's awkward excuses to Ju Hyuk included references to the usual attention to appearance, a different manner of speech, and the inappropriateness of the phrase about enslavement. Ju Hyuk's internal contradiction between his sister's description of her friend's beauty and his own perception of her as a child was accompanied by his perplexity regarding the image of the Ice Princess. The transition to the main topic of conversation was accompanied by a direct question about the status of an absolute necromancer and obtaining the corresponding quest. The handing over of the wrapper to Ju Hyuk was accompanied by an explanation about the inheritance from the teacher, drawing attention to the important artifact. The initial perception of the document as a map was replaced by the shocking realization of its identity, with the map received from his own mentor. A detailed comparison of the drawings and the marked destinations confirmed a complete match with the map received from the teacher. Analyzing the apparent connection to absolute evil led Ju Hyuk to pay special attention to the drawing in the corner related to the mind technique. The sign of the black flame, reflecting the essence of Ju Hyuk's technique, indicated his destiny as a conqueror of the world. The certainty that the appearance of the sign was not coincidental reinforced the realization of the importance of the events that were taking place. The confirmation of the teacher's words about the existence of players with hidden classes to support absolute evil expanded the understanding of the situation. Ju Hyuk's relief was based on the possibility of avoiding a lone confrontation with the saints due to the support of allies. The rationale of weakness to absolute evil and the status of the minions resonated positively in Saesung's perception. The return of the scroll was accompanied by an affirmation of the absolute necromancer's power and a suggestion to start taking active action. The explanation of the need to raise Zisong's 14th level was based on preliminary information from her sister. The joint battle with the giant bears a few days later began with Seiya's easy victory over the first opponent. Repeatedly obtaining the level-up system made Rufendal puzzled about the amount of improvements needed. The fulfillment of Ju Hyuk's bounty quest was accompanied by the successful completion of the giant bear and the attainment of level 58. The quick completion of the task of finding the reward and handing over the blue stone to the master earned Ju Hyuk's praise and appreciation. The transformation of the legendary assassin Rufendal into a mere artifact collector under the new master was astonishing. The appeal of serving under Ju Hyuk was based on his superior healing skills, reinforcement, and guaranteed rewards. The sudden realization of the satisfaction of being a slave made Rufendal eager to get rid of such inappropriate thoughts. Checking the levels of the group members revealed Mariana's impressive progress to level 19, typical of a hidden support class. Seiya's admiration for Saesung's previous solo hunt was evident, demonstrating her independence and determination. Saesung's recognition of Saesung's lack of skill control was coupled with Ju Hyuk's understanding of her outstanding abilities as a necromancer despite her outward clumsiness. The current limitations of Saesung's low level included the weakness of summoned undead and summoning limits without detracting from the potential of an absolute necromancer. The priority of raising the girl's level was to ensure safety amidst the activity of the elders and the attention of the players. The strategic value of undead for waging quantitative warfare made Saesung an ideal ally in the current situation. The special features of Saesung's quest to research unity techniques allowed him to start the game at level 20, unlike Ju Hyuk's level 40. The difficulty of the quest left by Ju Hyuk's mentor required a concerted effort to avoid serious problems when playing alone. Ju Hyuk's joy at joining his sister and Saesung combined with the satisfaction of maintaining his luck in real life. Saesung's unexpected embrace was accompanied by the joyful announcement of reaching the 20th level and gratitude for the effective guidance. Released from the hug, Ju Hyuk announced that he could proceed with the quest after Saesung reached the required level. The plan of action involved moving Seosung and Seiya through the Imperial Teleport to the Kargos Mountains on the continent of Runia. The first priority for the girls was to gather all available information in the area. The agreement to later join Ju Hyuk with Rufendal through the Union Teleporter finalized the division of tasks. Rufendal's doubts about using the teleport due to his full Hao status were shared by Ju Hyuk, who was willing to look for alternative ways. Analysis of transportation options revealed the disadvantages of cheap but time-consuming sea and air travel, making teleportation the preferred choice. The limited number of teleports independent of the Empire was complicated by additional prohibitions on chaosites by the Federation. Ellen's Large Union Teleport represented an example of the monopolization of Large Union control in the established system. The vigilance of the teleport guard led to the detection of suspicious activity, and a call to the captain to check out the situation. The captain's forced attention to the situation was prompted by a report of 2 chaosites approaching the guarded area. The captain's decision to allow entry was accompanied by the intent to personally monitor the situation to ensure safety. The operators of the Large Union Teleporter recognized the validity of the security measures taken in the situation. Rufendal's anticipation of trouble met Ju Hyuk's confident assurances of safety in a conflict-free zone when his instructions were followed. The teleporter representative explained the route north of the Kargos Mountains on the continent of Runia and inquired about the availability of the necessary payment. Recognizing the famous blue-haired Rufendal led to the assumption that he had brought an assistant to perform auxiliary tasks. Following Ju Hyuk's plan, Rufendal introduced his companion as the collector of the fallen items, maintaining the appearance of superiority. Rufendal's concern about possible problems persisted despite following Ju Hyuk's plan of assuming the role of leader. The guard was perplexed by the strange choice of a companion to collect the items, which seemed to be a suboptimal decision. Doubts about the usefulness of Rufendal's companion were reinforced by the apparent low level of development of the intended helper. Despite his noticeable agitation, Rufendal did his best to explain to the guard that the level of his assistant should not make any difference to their overall task. The young guard laughed and bluntly stated his demands for payment, assigning a special price for the Chaosite travelers of 30 million gold coins each. Rufendal was frankly shocked by the sum, which seemed to him to be completely unreasonable and excessive for a normal portal fee. The guard nonchalantly reminded the travelers of their special status as Chaosites, which prevented them from using the normal Imperial portals for travel. The guard's carefully thought-out plan worked flawlessly as the travelers, despite Rufendal's outrage at the high prices, found themselves forced to accept his terms. The guard saw an opportunity to capitalize on the situation, and approached Rufendal's companion with an unexpected offer to change his position. Admitting his ignorance of Ju Hyuk's full history, The guard offered to help him in exchange for his unconditional compliance with all subsequent instructions and orders. By carefully observing what was going on, Ju Hyuk was able to fully reveal the true nature of the leader of the Grand Alliance, who had succumbed to the simple ruse with surprising ease. Ju Hyuk's current plan was to create a convincing appearance of his sincere desire to free himself from his position as a subordinate, right before the eyes of those present. The girl group's journey to the Kargos Mountains was completed surprisingly quickly and successfully, thanks to the instant teleportation system working flawlessly. Mariana expressed concern about Ju Hyuk's fate, but Seiya confidently assured her friend of her brother's indestructibility and ability to cope with any difficulties. The girl thought about the appropriateness of calling the young man uncle, given his relatively young age and friendly attitude. The age difference between them was only 7 years, so the girl worried about the guy's possible displeasure at being addressed too respectfully. Seiya, knowing her brother's character well, confidently told her friend about Ju Hyuk's complete indifference to formalities in addressing him and choosing the appropriate address. Suddenly, Si-sung abandoned the conversation and focused on the serious problem of her complete inability to understand the maps and determine the correct direction of travel. The narrative shifts to Commander Eve, who was in a lowly position with a 40th level of development, insufficient to confront Union leader Ellen. Eve's appointment to lead the teleport control team was made possible solely through the influence of his aunt, who held a high position in Ellen. Eve's life path had been incredibly fortunate due to his connections in Ellen, ensuring his rapid promotion regardless of his actual abilities. Eve sincerely considered having influential relatives as his main talent and advantage, treating all other people as losers without much prospects. Ju Hyuk planned to teach Eve a cruel lesson by using his self-confidence to achieve his own goals, then leave him to wallow in utter poverty. Ju Hyuk was confident in Yiwoo's current arrogance, believing his opponent to be an obvious loser with easily predictable actions and intentions. Unexpectedly, Ju Hyuk made contact with Rufendal and informed him of the attempted betrayal by Eve trying to make a secret deal. The next stage of Ju Hyuk's plan involved Rufendal's feigned agreement to teleportation, followed by a delay and a deposit of 60 million gold coins. After leaving the safe zone of the teleport, Ju Hyuk planned to use a special damage-free technique, appeasing the worried Rufendal's possible attack with a detailed explanation. Rufendal, despite not fully understanding the details of the plan, clearly followed the instructions and demanded his pet to immediately pay 60 million gold. Acting as an obedient pet, Ju Hyuk defiantly searched his pockets for the required amount to the loud, displeased shouts of Rufendal, who was in a hurry. The system notified the travelers that they had left the safe zone as soon as they finished teleporting to the northern part of the mountain region through the special portal. Eve sent a message to Ju Hyuk asking him to launch a show attack or show aggression, promising his men's immediate intervention in the conflict. Ju Hyuk quickly alerted Rufendal to the start of their plan and defiantly rushed into the attack, loudly proclaiming his refusal to play the role of an obedient dog. Rufendal, despite worrying about the lack of actual damage, correctly played his role as the victim of the loyal pet's surprise attack. After a harmless punch from Ju Hyuk, Rufendal convincingly portrayed rage and pounced on the unruly subordinate, seizing the opportunity to strike back. The observers decided to use anti-magic against Rufendal to prevent him from using his instantaneous movement ability during the upcoming battle. Ju Hyuk remained calm at the sight of the 5 opponents attacking Rufendal, knowing the significant enhancement of his allies' abilities before the battle. Eve was triumphant, believing that he had discovered a valuable carrier of 60 million gold coins, and decided to eliminate the potentially dangerous Chaosite immediately. The enemy intended to stretch the pleasure of the fight with Ju Hyuk, planning to land a series of blows before finally eliminating the unexpectedly strong enemy. The overconfident enemy was demanding that Ju Hyuk last longer for his own amusement, unaware of the unpleasant surprise he was preparing in return. Anxiety gripped Yiwoo at the sight of his almost unharmed foe after delivering a seemingly crushing blow with all available strength and ability. Ju Hyuk's powerful retaliatory strike caused the astonished Eve to fly across the entire makeshift battle arena, completely changing the balance of power in the battle. The incredible power of the punch, comparable to the attack of an experienced martial arts master, made Eve seriously worried about the abilities of his underestimated opponent. The lack of systematic notification of the opponent's master status and maintaining the same level of stamina finally confused the confused Eve's thinking. After carefully analyzing the situation, Eves assumed a mistake in reading the opponent's parameters, confusing dexterity with real attack power. Ju Hyuk suddenly discovered the missed setting of his skill and quickly set the maximum damage reduction rate he received to 100%. The enraged Eve demanded an explanation from Ju Hyuk for the strike. receiving a calm reply about legitimate self-defense after the initial attack. A stunned Eve watched the swift flight of his aides suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of the incredibly strengthened Rufendal in an unequal battle. The last opponent fell under the effect of Rufendal's special skill, Heart Attack, proving conclusively the serious error in the traveler's strength assessment. Rufendal, despite specializing in single combat, successfully won the most difficult battle against 5 opponents simultaneously. An ecstatic Rufendal expressed endless gratitude to Ju Hyuk for the incredible ability enhancement, promising lifelong loyal service to his benefactor. Ju Hyuk explained to the surprised Yiwu the reason for preserving his life by the simple fact that there were no valuable items when immediately eliminating the enemy. The realization of the truth stunned the adversary, who suddenly realized there was no real conflict between the travelers who had secretly coordinated their actions and whispers. Fearing an official investigation in the event of his death, Eve offered to return the 60 million gold pieces, but received only a derisive refusal from Ju Hyuk. Ju Hyuk suggested that Rufendal demonstrate his increased strength with a full power punch, giving him the opportunity to show his loyalty and display his skills as a Chaosite. During the trade, Eve hesitated at the mention of 100 million gold, but Ju Hyuk firmly outlined a minimum acceptable amount of 130 million. Rufendal expressed full agreement with the amount of compensation mentioned, believing it to be a fair assessment of the damage done and the betrayal of trust. Outraged by Eve's betrayal, Rufendal insisted on the payment of 130 million gold pieces as compensation for the moral damage caused. Despite the enormous sum, Eves agreed to pay 130 million gold on the condition that he be relocated to a safe zone of the city beforehand. Rufendal rejected the safe zone offer and demanded immediate payment, ready to use the deadly skill Heart Attack at any delay. After paying the required amount, the defeated Eve hurriedly withdrew, feeling deeply ashamed at the defeat of his aides and rejoicing at the preservation of his own life. Ju Hyuk, watching the departing enemy, suggested to Rufendal that he take just vengeance on the man who was destroying society by his actions. Rufendal immediately rushed off in pursuit of the enemy, intending to fulfill the role of justice in this difficult situation. Despite realizing the cruelty of such a decision, Rufendal obeyed Ju Hyuk's insistence on eliminating the enemy after the ransom was paid. The shocked Eve's last words were echoed by his own mockery when Rufendal, applying a special skill, repeated the request to hold out for at least one strike. Rufendal felt an extraordinary satisfaction at the accomplished revenge, sincerely thanking Ju Hyuk for the opportunity to experience such a special sense of triumph. While examining his defeated opponent, Rufendal found an unusual key among the items that had fallen out, and he was particularly interested in it because of its mysterious appearance. Rufendal was stunned by the offer to receive 1 billion gold coins for the return of the found key, realizing the exceptional value of the found object. Despite the incredibly generous offer for a simple object, Rufendal made a firm decision to keep the mysterious key with him for further research. Rufendal hurriedly reported to Ju Hyuk about the completed task, showing off the recovered bag and mentioning the incredible ransom offer of 1 billion gold pieces. Ignoring the mention of the amount offered, Ju Hyuk focused on the contents of the mysterious sack, suggesting that he immediately examine the items inside. Examining the contents of the bag caused the hero to have mixed feelings as the slain captain, despite the value of the loot, evoked a lasting sense of distrust. Ju Hyuk felt a growing curiosity about the contents of the sack, anticipating to find something of real value to justify the billion gold ransom offered. The unique items found in the bag, even with a total valuation of close to 500 million gold, did not explain the generous ransom offer. Suspecting the discovery's connection to the smuggling trade, the hero continued to scrutinize the contents of the sack in search of additional secret items. Ju Hyuk decided to split the loot, allocating 30 million gold to Rufendal, who expressed sincere gratitude for the unexpected generosity. Saying goodbye, Rufendal promised to reconnect with Ju Hyuk after he returned from the continent, expressing his deep gratitude for his trust. Rufendal sincerely wished good luck to his benefactor, planning to devote time to leveling up and rejoicing at the reward he had received for his loyal service. Upon meeting his sister and Marianne, Ju Hyuk was relieved to hear of their safe journey, unmarred by any major obstacles. Seo Sung cheerfully shared about Seiya's help with navigation, whereupon Ju Hyuk showed interest in possible interesting finds during their journey. Seo Sung shared disturbing rumors about the appearance of an extremely dangerous monster that had wiped out an entire level 50 team during a quest. Ju Hyuk noted the strange lack of information about the incident in the Olympus community, which raised further questions about the nature of the threat. The group decided to personally deal with the mysterious monster before determining the future route of their journey through the dangerous territories. Over the 3 days of traveling, Seo Sung and Seiya had many practice battles with various monsters, perfecting their fighting skills. Si Sung confidently demonstrated her mastery of necromancy, effectively utilizing her abilities during the numerous battles with monsters. Seiya, having reached level 33, noted the advantage of the challenging location where the lack of other players made their training much easier. Ju Hyuk praised both girls for their efficiency in using the equipment they had been given, noting their exceptional success in mastering their hunting skills. Ju Hyuk was particularly impressed with Si Sung's ability to turn defeated monsters into obedient undead after each successful battle. When asked about the mana consumption of her numerous summons, Seo Sung confidently stated that she had enough magical energy to sustain all the creatures. Si Sung explained her strategy of constantly increasing her undead army by wanting to maximize her summoning opportunities in future battles. Estimating the total number of undead under Seo Sung's control to be around 200 warriors, Ju Hyuk recognized the exceptional effectiveness of her chosen class. After studying the map of the area, Seo Sung confidently reported approaching the intended target, indicating the direction of the group's further movement. Upon reaching the foot of the majestic mountains, Ju Hyuk expressed some doubts about the accuracy of his companion's navigational skills amidst the difficult terrain. Se Sung confidently confirmed the correctness of the chosen route, making Ju Hyuk wonder if it was necessary to overcome the difficult mountain climb. The suggestion to use the flight spell was not feasible due to the magical prohibition of air travel in the area. Si Sung's sudden request to look up interrupted the group's musings on ways to overcome the mountain obstacle in their path. The hero's gaze revealed a cruel Korea, a renowned lord of the Carbon Mountains, hovering above their heads with a menacing appearance. The danger of the Korea lay in its ability to grow stronger after devouring the shiny stones that appear when hunting other monsters. The Korea's arrogance towards humans was evident in its constant stealing of their shiny objects, which it used to increase its own strength. Ju Hyuk tried to protect the girls from the dangerous bird by starting to search for a suitable object in his belongings to distract the creature's attention. The carrion's swift attack ended up grabbing the hero and lifting him high into the air, accompanied by the giant bird's arrogant gaze. Outraged by the carrion's arrogant behavior, Ju Hyuk responded with a threatening look, mentally calling the insolent bird a mere chicken. Ju Hyuk offered the carrion a bargain of sorts, promising to keep it alive on the condition that it could withstand his single blow. The carrion's attempt to throw off its rider ended in failure when Ju Hyuk deftly held on and took a position on the giant bird's back. The bird's extraordinary resistance to physical attacks proved to be a lifesaver for both participants in the aerial battle, preventing them from falling from a great height. Ju Hyuk offered the bird a mutually beneficial agreement, promising to keep it alive on the condition of turning it into his loyal and obedient pet. The bird's lack of enthusiasm prompted Ju Hyuk to use his fighting skills to train on a creature capable of withstanding his powerful attacks. Reducing the strength of his attacks by 80%, Ju Hyuk promised the bird that the following strikes would be much softer than the previous crushing onslaught. The intense training had greatly weakened the bird's resistance, giving Ju Hyuk the perfect opportunity to use the magic tamer ring. The successful acquisition of the tamer ring during the recent act of justice had proven to be unusually useful for the current situation with the unruly bird. A magical glow enveloped the bird upon activating the ring, triggering a partial taming process limited by the animal's high level of intelligence. After landing, Ju Hyuk explained that the initial taming was a simple step, but it required the right nickname for a perfect result. The girls were genuinely amazed at the unexpected display of Ju Hyuk's talents in taming animals, including his own sister Seiyu. Ju Hyuk calmly explained the origin of his taming skills, recognizing the uniqueness of his technique compared to traditional golden spoon methods. Examining the new pet's characteristics in the information panel, Ju Hyuk revealed the highest S rank and unusual food preferences of blue stones and gold. Comparing his acquisition to Master Eugene's famous A-rank Korean wyvern, Ju Hyuk noted the exorbitant cost of similar creatures on the market. The high cost of keeping a new pet made Ju Hyuk seriously consider the feasibility of raising the unusual bird on his own. The demonstration of a bag of gold coins instantly brought the pretend unconscious bird into a state of active attention and interest. Ju Hyuk capitalized on the bird's obvious greed by offering it access to his riches in exchange for obedience and loyal service as a pet. The final step in the domestication process was the choice of Coco's nickname for the bird who had accepted her new role, finally cementing their bond. The entire group positioned themselves on Coco's back for a quick climb up the cliff to reach the mapped-out destination of the journey. Seiya praised the benefits of her new companion for traveling comfortably, causing the bird's noticeable pleasure at the sincere praise of her abilities. A close examination of the map raised doubts in the travelers' minds as they could not locate the entrance marked on it at the designated location. Se-sung tried to help Ju-hyuk with the exact location, but he honestly admitted to a complete lack of understanding of the map markings. At the foot of the mysterious mountain, Seo-sung suggested that he destroy the entire mountain, but the young man admitted that despite his strength, he had no mining skills and could not disturb the natural landscape. Tired of the fruitless attempts, Ju-hyuk asked the girls to hold on tightly to the magical bird Coco, which he instructed to fly high into the sky, preparing to make a swift flight along the mountain wall. After many unsuccessful attempts, Ju-hyuk came to the conclusion that in order to open the secret entrance to the mountain, they needed to fulfill certain requirements that they hadn't realized yet. After carefully considering the situation, Ju-hyuk decided to use his incredible physical strength to make his own way inside the impregnable mountain stronghold. Gathering all of his inner energy, Ju-hyuk used his powerful mind-conquering heaven technique, which finally revealed the long-awaited secret entrance to the mountain. The joy of discovery was quickly replaced by disappointment when the travelers learned of the new challenge of finding and sacrificing 200 mountain monsters in 5 short minutes. Reflecting on the situation, the hero realized that sacrificing 200 monsters within 5 minutes should destroy the rock and complete the difficult challenge. Searching for a solution to the difficult task, Ju-hyuk recalled the mysterious hidden absolute necromancer class that had a special connection with the forces of darkness. Carefully inspecting the space beneath the rock, Ju-hyuk noticed many dark creatures and thought of the possibility of using them to perform the necessary sacrifice ritual. Turning to his companion Si-sung, Ju-hyuk inquired about the number of dark creatures below, hoping to find the necessary 200 heads to complete the ritual. After carefully examining the space beneath the rock, his sister confidently reported that the number of dark creatures even exceeded the required number and reached 286. After learning about the necessity of the undead sacrifice, Si-sung expressed her deep reluctance to part with the creatures that had become as dear to her as her own children. Puzzled by the girl's reaction, Ju-hyuk watched her in surprise, trying to figure out if she could really communicate with the undead and hear their unwillingness to be sacrificed. The situation became clear rather quickly. It turned out that the girl couldn't talk to the creatures. She was just very upset and started to cry quietly. Observing the unusual behavior of Si-sung, Seiya expressed sincere surprise, because before their companion had never shown such emotional sensitivity. The important words of her mentor resounded in Si-sung's mind. He spoke of her destiny to rise above the darkness and obey only one lord. Realizing the importance of the moment, the hero explained that they were now taking the first step towards a great goal, and failure could mean the end of all their aspirations. Despite realizing the importance of the moment, Si-sung was deeply distressed at the thought of using undead as sacrificial creatures. After estimating the time remaining, Ju-hyuk explained that even with all his strength, he physically wouldn't have time to find and gather 200 new monsters in the remaining 3 minutes. Deep mental anguish gripped the girl at the thought of having to actually sacrifice the creatures she felt a special connection to. Carefully observing Si-sung's condition, Ju-hyuk speculated that her unusual connection with the undead was a special side effect of the hidden class. Seiya shared her observation about Se-sung's unusual behavior, noting that the girl had not shown such an affinity for dark creatures before. Showing firmness of character, Ju-hyuk bluntly told Marianne that he was willing to stop cooperating if she couldn't overcome her doubts and perform the necessary actions. After activating an important quest, none of the participants were allowed to take things lightly or let their personal feelings affect the completion of the task. Faced with a difficult choice, Si-sung realized that she must either sacrifice the undead and remain on the team, or permanently separate herself from the rest of the travelers. Realizing her true destiny to walk beside the team, Se-sung made the difficult decision to make the sacrifice, for which she received sincere thanks from Ju-hyuk. Taking on the role of a future ultimate necromancer, Marianne made the hard choice to sacrifice 200 undead creatures to fulfill the ritual. The moment of the sacrifice was particularly difficult. The undead began to slowly disappear, as if mourning their fate with invisible tears. Suddenly, the girl was gripped by extreme pain, and her life force began to rapidly diminish, depleting her physical and spiritual state. Quickly assessing the situation, Ju-hyuk applied basic healing to Si-sung, who was suffering from the side effects of the hidden class, asking her to hold on as best she could. The successful completion of the difficult task brought a worthy reward. The cave recognized the power of an absolute necromancer, significantly increasing its characteristics. All undead ratings increased, the limit of use reached 3,000, and mana expenditure was halved. Thanks to Ju-hyuk's timely healing intervention, the girl's mental state gradually improved, allowing her to regain her inner balance after her ordeal. The sacrifice of 200 undead creatures opened the way to the ancient Cliff of Ages, allowing the group of travelers to approach the mysterious cave that held its riddles, carefully observing Marianne's condition after her ordeal. The caring Ju Hyuk offered to use his healing skills once again to ease her suffering. Overcome with inner pain, the girl calmly assured her companions of her good health, finding comfort in the significant increase in her magical abilities. Following Ju Hyuk's wise advice brought Si-sung long-awaited relief, but she didn't even notice how angry Seiya was ready to punish her brother for her friend's suffering. The ancient gate of the Cliff of Ages was transformed into the mysterious legacy of Kelt, revealing travelers to penetrate the depths of the majestic dark cliffs. Exercising caution in an uncharted place, Ju Hyuk warned his companions of the possible dangers, urging them to remain as vigilant as possible. Seiya's first impression of the interior was deceptively simple. The room resembled an ordinary mountain cave with no visible signs of danger. An attentive Ju Hyuk checked the condition of each member of the group while Seiya, looking around the unusual place, began to doubt the correctness of her chosen path. Memories of Kelt's legacy left by his old mentor never left Ju Hyuk's mind, as he sensed the inevitability of another difficult challenge. The system had triggered the legacy eligibility test, revealing the true goal of absolute evil: the destruction of the 7 holy thrones with the help of powerful allies. 3 chosen helpers, including the magical bird Coco, were scrutinized to confirm their readiness for the challenges ahead. The strict rules of the quest left no room for retreat. Failure to verify the helpers threatened irreversible deletion of the protagonist's account. Realizing the rigidity of the quest system caused dissatisfaction in the guy. The path was predetermined without the possibility to turn around or choose an alternative route. 20 years of training and meetings with the elders of the Heavenly Devil turned out to be part of a grand scheme, one of the key scenarios of the majestic Olympus. Realizing there was no turning back, Ju Hyuk was determined to play the game to the fullest, warning his companions of the possible dangers ahead. Showing complete trust in her brother, Seiya didn't hesitate to accept the offer to become his assistant, receiving an official system notification of her new status. Seo Sung, who was devoted to her choice, also received the system notification and immediately agreed to be Ju Hyuk's faithful assistant in his difficult journey. The willful Coco Bird was clearly defiant, hinting at Ju Hyuk's need for special conditions to get her consent. Quickly recognizing the bird's hints, the resourceful Ju Hyuk scattered 8 million gold coins in front of the bird, instantly receiving the greedy assistant's cheerful consent. Getting consent from all 3 assistants gave Ju Hyuk long-awaited access to the mysterious Kelt legacy, bringing him closer to a new challenge. The appearance of the mysterious portal marked the beginning of a new phase of the trials, which Ju Hyuk immediately rushed towards, ready to face the unknown. Despite not having a clear understanding of the clues ahead, Ju Hyuk resolutely confirmed the entrance, eager to uncover the message left behind by his teacher. An urgent phone call brought relief to Yiwoo. The situation of his murder had been resolved, but the interlocutor urged less pity in the future. His position as leader of the Grand Union Teleport Control Group did not protect Eve from rage. He was filled with fury at the realization that someone had dared to deceive him. He was particularly outraged at the unexpected discovery that Rufendal had been spending time with a mere scum of the earth, a Ramtadian. This unexpected coincidence played into Eve's hands, providing the perfect opportunity to teach Ramtadian a harsh lesson for his inappropriate actions. Over 700 people had already accepted the quest to capture Ramtadian, and even his outstanding fighting skills couldn't help him deal with so many pursuers. A sudden phone call caught Eve's surprised attention, interrupting his thoughts about the upcoming hunt for the daring adversary. The caller turned out to be Eve's own brother, who, noticing the posted quest to capture Ramtadian, decided to contact him immediately. The conversation revealed interesting details. The calling brother turned out to be the director of the Divine Star Grand Alliance and the first master of the throne, ready to help capture Ramtadian. Upon entering the Kelt test area, the hero realized the importance of the journey ahead and mentally wished all his companions to successfully pass the difficult tests. The first test for the hero was an encounter with a giant bird of incredible size, in which he immediately recognized part of the test prepared by his teacher. The battle with the mighty bird took only a few minutes, bringing the hero a reward of 90,000 gold coins for successfully hunting the 3-legged raven. The encounter with the 3-legged raven, which turned out to be weaker than expected, awakened memories of past adventures in the Lime Special Zone. The teacher's instructions about the need to become stronger to achieve the title of the strongest ruler in the world were deeply imprinted in the young hero's memory. 20 years of hard training under his teacher's guidance was aimed at creating the perfect absolute, but the difficulty of the dungeon made it doubtful that the other participants would succeed. In another part of the dungeon, Seiya successfully completed the hunt for a giant bat using her impressive lightning control abilities. The use of the powerful attack led to the creation of a new supreme spell, Lightning Rain, and the pure white wizard class enhanced the girl's magical abilities. In parallel with the others, Zisong waged her own battle, successfully completing the hunt for knights with her necromantic abilities. The ambitious necromancer decided to turn the defeated knights into her loyal servants, using absolute necromancer magic to create an army of dead warriors. The use of powerful magic transformed ordinary knights into majestic death knights, greatly strengthening the Dark Lord's army. Satisfied with the new rank of her warriors and the number of subordinate undead that exceeded 900 units, Zisong promised herself to listen to Ju Hyuk's advice more often. The fearless cocoa bird successfully completed her test by defeating a huge poisonous worm, after which she enjoyed eating the extracted blue stones. The successful completion of all individual challenges allowed the group to reunite in the common room, where Ju Hyuk cheerfully greeted his companions. Excited by their success, the girls shared the happy news that they had increased their level by 10 points, a significant achievement for both participants. A sudden system alert interrupted the group's joyous reunion, announcing the start of the main test specially prepared by the mysterious Celt. Anticipating new challenges, Ju Hyuk urged his comrades to remain calm, while Seiya warned of a possible redivision of the group. An unexpected meeting with a teacher pleased with his students' progress confirmed Ju Hyuk's attainment of the great absolute evil status he had long sought. The mysterious appearance of the holographic image aroused Zisong's curiosity, to which Ju Hyuk calmly explained that a projection of his former mentor had appeared before them. The smug teacher extolled his credit for Ju Hyuk's achievements, claiming that it was his plan and ability to discern his students' talents that had led to such impressive results. As Seiya gazed with interest at the legendary teacher she had heard so much about, he nonchalantly announced the approval of the young man by the elders. Satisfied with his choice, the teacher explained the importance of Ju Hyuk's ability to move necessary resources to the Heavenly Devil's lair, without which the villagers would not be able to survive. The teacher expressed his firm belief that his students' efforts would help revive life in the Heavenly Devil's space, and one day lead to the conquest of an entire continent. The update of the Absolute Evil main quest revealed a sweeping plan to merge the SS class quest, the Absolute Evil title, and the main scenario into a unified whole. The grandiose task was staggering. It was to overthrow the ruling empire holding sway on the continent and create a new heavenly world under its leadership. The master warned of the need to wait for a special child with a pure soul, capable of receiving a unique gift, without specifying whether it would take a day or 50 years. The teacher emphasized the importance of meeting this pure being, whose contribution to the conquest of the world would prove invaluable despite all possible difficulties. After a farewell wish of good luck, the teacher's hologram dissolved, and a sign that appeared announced the need to wait for the arrival of the special Absolute Necromancer class. Seiya's agitated question about the need for a long wait was met calmly by Ju Hyuk, noting the presence of a suitable necromancer in their group. The system's timely confirmation of the Absolute Necromancer's presence marked the fulfillment of all the prerequisites for passing the Celtic legacy. Reflecting on the happy coincidence, Ju Hyuk realized that without Marianne's help, he might have spent his entire life here, trying in vain to pass the test. The successful completion of the quest Celt's Legacy brought a generous reward: 2 upgrade points, 20 bonus character points, and a red gem. Evaluating the rewards, the hero was especially excited about the red gem worth 500 million won, guaranteeing financial stability for the near future. Carefully examining the rewards received, the hero noted the special value of the 2 enhancement points and 20 characteristic points, already planning to use them effectively. Ju Hyuk greeted Seiya's enthusiastic report of receiving the red stone with approval, confirming her sole entitlement to the valuable reward. Overwhelmed with joy, Seiya rushed over to her friend, still unable to believe her happiness, until Marianne's heartfelt congratulations brought her back to reality. Marianne told her about her special reward. Instead of a red stone, she received boost points, an unlimited supply of mana, and a useful new skill. Impressed by her friend's abilities, Seiya offered to celebrate her success, planning to treat her with the proceeds from the sale of the precious red stone. Watching Sisung's humble description of her new abilities, Ju Hyuk marveled at her power to control a huge undead army with virtually no mana expenditure. The sudden loud cry of a bird caught everyone's attention. Coco, surrounded by a bright glow, had begun the process of increasing her rank and developing her abilities. Carefully observing the bird's transformation, Ju Hyuk noted her impressive progress, reaching the 73rd level and increasing her rank from S to SS. Watching the bird's proud demeanor in front of his female companions, Ju Hyuk suddenly realized that he had mistaken the male Coco for a female all along. Returning to practical matters, Ju Hyuk focused on distributing the 20 bonus points he had received to improve the heaven-conquering mind technique. The limited options for allocating points to the basic characteristics made Ju Hyuk focus on the only improvement option available. A carefully chosen reward improved the mind-conquering heaven technique, resulting in the activation of a special truth effect in this powerful skill. The search for the hero continued, and Eves and his men discovered an interrupted Ramtadian trail in a snowy area where the track suddenly broke off. Ramtadian's headhunters had lost his trail in this place, which caused Eves's obvious displeasure, eager to destroy his opponent. The First Holy Throne, known as the Crimson Gladiator, calmed the angry Eve, assuring him that it was only a matter of time before Ramtadian was captured. The Crimson Gladiator's confidence was based on a carefully prepared trap from which, in his opinion, even the strongest Ramtadian could not escape. The sudden appearance of a dark spot high on the cliff attracted everyone's attention when a huge bird of unusual appearance flew out of it. The surprise of those present was heightened by the sight of Ramtadians sitting on top of the bird, radiating a noticeably increased strength since their last encounter. Activating the True Heaven. Conquering technique brought an impressive 30% improvement in all stats, including recovery speed, skill cooldown, and base stats. Seeing the updated status gave the lad a sense of satisfaction. All of his stats had once again reached a new, higher level of development. Noticing the joy on her brother's face, the curious Seiya inquired as to the reason, receiving an explanation about the significant increase in his characteristics. Impressed, Sesung noted the exceptional achievement of Ju Hyuk, whose characteristics exceeded 100 units, confirming his status as a true, absolute evil. The completion of the sweep of the Celtic heritage field was accompanied by its transformation into a new phenomenon and the beginning of destruction, signaling the need for urgent withdrawal. An unexpected system message confirmed the hero's hunch. The main purpose of the entire ordeal was indeed to enhance the still incompletely learned mind technique. The system's alarming warning about account deletion and the 42-second evacuation limit caused Ju Hyuk to be displeased with his teacher's perfidy. Having successfully completed the Celtic heritage quest, Ju Hyuk planned a short visit to the headquarters, but his plans were not destined to come to fruition. Seiya's anxious voice drew Ju Hyuk's attention to the group of bounty hunters gathered below, clearly waiting for an opportune moment. The realization of the ongoing quest to capture Ramtadian helped Ju Hyuk understand the reason for the cluster of bounty hunters who still took him as their target. An alarmed Seiya suggested to her brother that immediate escape was the best way out of the current dangerous situation with the pursuers. Noticing the approach of one of the heroes, Ju Hyuk quickly ordered the girls to put on their protective robes and move as stealthily as possible. Confident of his victory, the man announced that today would be the last day in the life of the Ramtadian, whose long hiding place had finally come to an end. The astonished onlookers watched the warrior of the Holy See soaring through the skies with admiration, anticipating the imminent reprisal of the infamous Ramtadian. Realizing the importance of the moment and the cameras pointed at him, the warrior anticipated how a quick victory over Ramtadian would bring him the favor of players and NPCs. Activating his attacking Sword of Flame, the man declared his determination to defeat Ramtadian in the face of the world's media-riveted attention. The warrior's ambitious plan included eliminating Ramtadian as the first step to defeating absolute evil and making Divine Star the world's strongest alliance. The enemy's first attack was aimed at the bird, attempting to knock it out of flight, but the wounded Coco, overcoming pain and panic, continued to steadily maintain her intended course. Introducing himself to his opponent, the warrior called himself Kang Mu Seok, Director of the Divine Star Alliance and holder of the title of Crimson Gladiator of the First Holy Throne. Before he could finish his arrogant warning, Kang Mu Seok was grabbed by an angry Coco, who used her claw jerk skill to throw him into the nearest wall. The thugs watching from below were frozen in amazement, unable to believe their eyes. Ramtadian's pet was strong enough to damage the Crimson Gladiator himself. Shocked by the unexpected power of a 70th level bird, the Crimson Gladiator recognized his carelessness, but still believed he could handle his opponent. Approaching the defeated Kang Mu Seok, Ju Hyuk calmly voiced his main principle. He would not attack first if the opponent did not show any aggression. Carefully assessing the situation, Ju Hyuk realized the inevitability of an attack from Kang Mu Seok, who could not show weakness in front of the many mercenaries watching. An urgent message from his enraged brother warned Yiwa of his intention to kill Ramtadian instead of the planned arrest because of his accumulated anger. Confident of his superiority, Kang Mu Seok was perplexed by Ju Hyuk's insolence, knowing that even the leaders of the Grand Alliance couldn't handle him on their own. Enraged by his opponent's arrogance, Kang Museok decided to demonstrate the true power of the First Holy Throne, capable of destroying not only Ramtadian, but also absolute evil. After activating the enemy's fire armor, an alarmed Seiya offered to help her brother in the battle, but Ju Hyuk urged the girls not to interfere. Understanding the difficulty of concealing one's true identity, Ju Hyuk was aware of the risk of revealing the companions' identities through their demeanor, especially to Luna from the Seventh Holy Throne. Reflecting on the recent events that had changed his life as an unemployed man, Ju Hyuk marveled at the reckless bravery of the Grand Union Director, attacking without a shadow of fear. Watching the fighting stance of Kang Mu-seok preparing to attack, Seiya recalled her opponent's widely known reputation as an extremely proud warrior. Seiya realized that killing Kang Mu-seok would mean a war with Divine Star, although a clash of absolute evil with the Crimson Gladiator was inevitable. Keeping a close eye on her brother's accumulating strength, Seiya warned of the enemy's wide attack radius, urging Ju Hyuk to be extra cautious. Confident of his superiority, Ju Hyuk only smiled, realizing the significant difference in strength and the absolute evil's willingness to meet any challenge. Rapidly closing in on his opponent, Ju Hyuk used the skill Extremely Powerful Fist, with a deliberate halving of damage, demonstrating his superiority. The powerful attack activated all of Kang Mu-seok's defense mechanisms. The armor was destroyed, the spiritual necklace defense and spiritual barrier were activated. The Crimson Gladiator's numerous magical artifacts actively worked to heal him, and the protection ring created an additional security barrier. Surprised by his opponent's resilience after his attack, Ju Hyuk noted Kang Mu-seok's impressive arsenal of magic items with interest. Despite the obvious advantage in characteristics, Ju Hyuk decided to prolong the battle to explore his opponent's possible hidden abilities. Recognizing his opponent's strength, Kang Mu-seok realized his previous carelessness and the need to exercise utmost caution in battle. With a mocking smile, Ju Hyuk expressed his disappointment at the weakness of the Divine Star Director, calling him a mediocrity from the third generation of Golden Spoons. Angered by his opponent's arrogance, Kang Mu-seok began to concentrate his power, preparing to display the Crimson Gladiator's true strength. The activation of the explosive Fire Flower skill created such a powerful heat that its intensity could be felt even at a considerable distance where Ju Hyuk was. Carefully observing his opponent, Ju Hyuk noticed a gradual decrease in his health, probably caused by using techniques at their maximum capacity. Analyzing the situation, Ju Hyuk assumed his opponent was using Berserk mode, understanding the time constraints of such a state. Preparing for the decisive battle, Ju Hyuk entrusted Coco to protect the girls, fully trusting his loyal companion to keep them safe. Jumping down from the bird, Ju Hyuk rushed towards his opponent, intending to personally test the limits of the First Holy Throne's endurance. A few hours later, an alarmed Kang Mu-seok urgently summoned an aide, demanding that he immediately take control of the media to prevent information leaks. Realizing the difficulty of the task due to the rapid spread of information on the internet, the aide nevertheless respectfully promised to carry out the assignment. Trying to calm the head, the assistant assured that he would make every effort to prevent the footage of the director's death from appearing on the net. Irritated by the suggestion of his death, Kang Mu-seok sharply corrected the secretary, explaining his absence by simply stepping out of the game to rest. Kang Mu-seok's growing rage spilled out into an angry tirade about the inappropriateness of treating him like a dead man when he was standing alive in front of a subordinate. As he continued to rage, Kang Mu-seok resented having to endure such treatment because of some loser like Ramtadian. After venting his anger at the secretary, Kang Mu-seok tried to calm down by ordering his office to be cleaned up. Standing at the window, Kang Mu-seok pondered on the misconceptions of a society that missed the appearance of many incompetent people in important structures. Kang Mu-seok's thoughts were filled with confidence in the utmost importance of the guild's top users to the functioning of the entire gaming world. Anticipating the changes to come, Kang Mu-seok saw a new era approaching where the sudden elevation of the weak would become impossible due to the reorganization of the world. The swift flight on the faithful Coco pleased Ju Hyuk, reaffirming the value of such a trustworthy friend who could take him to the right place instantly. Noticing Coco's improved mood, Ju Hyuk correctly guessed the cause. It was much easier for the bird to carry one passenger instead of the usual 3. The cause of Coco's restlessness turned out to be the enemy's attack, releasing an extremely powerful flame directed at his wings during the battle. Realizing the power of a host capable of destroying an opponent with a single base strike made a strong impression on Coco, forcing him to rethink his behavior. Impressed by the demonstration of his master's power, Coco decided to show more obedience for fear of sharing the sad fate of the defeated Crimson Knight. Upon reaching the Heavenly Devil's lair, the hero went about his business while a satisfied Coco entertained the local children with a display of his gold coins. Studying the report he received revealed to Ju Hyuk the details of the settlement's survival strategy for the upcoming cold season. The elder detailed the severity of the local winters, emphasizing the need to provide each house with warm clothing and heating equipment. According to the preliminary calculations, 800 million gold coins were required to provide for the 800 residents of Heavenly Devil for the winter period. The fourth elder of the settlement, the wise Serdian, was responsible for the accuracy of the economic calculations. Studying the reports on the life of the settlement, the hero pondered over the previous ways these people survived the winter, doubting the need to waste resources on mere NPCs. While Serdian promised to prepare a detailed plan for the housing arrangement, Ju Hyuk realized that the required 800 million could easily be covered from Johan's $4 billion fund. Approving of Serdian's plan to revive the Heavenly Devil, Ju Hyuk generously authorized the use of the required amount. Realizing the importance of this business project, encouraged by the Overlord's support, Serdian dared to propose an increase in the budget to 1.5 billion gold coins to purchase better materials. By agreeing to the increase in spending, Ju Hyuk earned the sincere gratitude of the Serdian, who promised to tell all the residents about their ruler's generosity. The systemic notification of the residents' increased loyalty and his increased power over the village slightly comforted the hero. Upset by the large expenditure, the unexpected initiative of the meeting from Johan stunned Elder Rexor, who had not expected such a display of attention from his longtime acquaintance. Recognizing the unusual nature of his behavior, Johan confirmed Rexor's hunch that the reason for the meeting was to discuss absolute evil. Feeling the power of the mind-conquering heaven technique, Johan argued that their chosen one had already achieved the minimum requirements for the role of absolute ruler. Despite partially agreeing with Johan's arguments, Rexor firmly stated his unwillingness to serve a ruler whose power was far inferior to his own. Recalling the difficult journey of creating Sarmak and the Blackflower Alliance, Rexor emphasized the importance of strength and authority to a true leader. Rexor's deep conviction in the necessity of the ruler's superiority over his subordinates made him doubt the candidacy of the new leader. Such high demands on a leader were typical of Rexor, the third elder and head of the Black Blossoms, a notorious assassin group. Johan attributed Rexor's temporary superiority to the presence of several restrictive inhibitions that constrained the true power of their future ruler. Aware of the situation, the head of the House of Black Flowers recognized the need to wait, though his patience was slowly coming to an end. Rexor shared information about the growing impatience of the other unaligned elders, emphasizing the impossibility of waiting indefinitely. Contradicting Rexor's views, Johan noted that the elder had not seen the recent changes in their potential lord's strength. After returning from the expedition, Johan had noticed a significant increase in the young leader's strength, sensing a manifold increase in his potential. Johan confidently claimed their overlord's ability to stand up to the elders even without special equipment, showing a significant increase in his strength. The hero's unique ability to bring items from the outside world to the village was an undeniable argument that even Rexor did not argue with. Observing the initiative to provide winter supplies to the residents, Rexor expressed concern about the use of the organization's funds. Johan emphasized the judicious use of Sarmak funds by their lord, directing all resources solely towards the development of the Celestial Devil. Calling on Rexor's patience, Johan hinted at the existence of their overlord's special plan to obtain additional military forces. Watching the latest research on monster creation, Ju Hyuk realized the impending revolution in the game industry. Seiya was amazed at the magnitude of the financial investment in research, noting the huge amount of red and black stones used. Her brother's indifferent reaction to the news after his victory over the First Throne made Seiya suspect a hidden meaning behind the events. Showing concern for his sister, Ju Hyuk explained the defeated opponent's reluctance to acknowledge the growing prominence of absolute evil. Urging his sister to be cautious, Ju Hyuk warned of the upcoming confrontation with the monster creators and the need to remain incognito. Explaining the importance of self-development to his sister, Ju Hyuk was confronted with her unwavering belief in his superiority over everyone else. Analyzing the situation, Seiya suggested using monster generation technology to make the Heavenly Devil self-sufficient. Ju Hyuk chose the area of the river flowing through the sky, rich in red stones and recently open to independent players, as his next target. His sister's warning about the presence of level 70 players only strengthened Ju Hyuk's determination to explore the new territory. As he connected to Olympus, Ju Hyuk pondered the upcoming hunt in the exclusive territories of the Sentinia continent, populated by unusual creatures. The popularity of the hunting grounds among the Alliance members was due to the possibility of steadily extracting valuable red stones. For the upcoming expedition, Ju Hyuk decided to bring along Zeta, a sixth elder with impressive magical abilities. Having awakened the true technique of mind-conquering heaven, the hero decided not to advertise, but also not to hide his status as an absolute evil. Upon reaching the vicinity of the teleport, Ju Hyuk instructed Zeta to stay close by using disguise, then joined his team. Rufendal's unexpected plea for the imminent end of his undead status was accompanied by a request for permission to continue traveling together. Surprised by Rufendal's willingness to stick around despite his dreams of freedom, Ju Hyuk listened to his willingness to become undead again. Interested in Sisung's possibilities, Ju Hyuk watched as Seiya offered her help in fulfilling Rufendal's wish to die. A sudden lightning attack from Seiya instantly cut Rufendal's life short, causing Ju Hyuk to freeze in amazement. Rufendal's quick resurrection by Sisung's forces caused its owner to change from player Marion to player Arthur. The revived Rufendal felt an unprecedented surge of strength, noting a significant increase in stats by over 20 units. Grateful to his new master Arthur, Rufendal attributed his strengthening to this change in the chain of command. Ju Hyuk noted the development of the Absolute Necromancer's abilities thanks to the Celtic Legacy Award, extending to both NPCs and players. Organizing the group's gradual progression, Ju Hyuk specifically warned his sister to be careful because of her status as a saint. The appearance of Ju Hyuk, Rufendal, and the mighty eagle at the portal drew the attention of those around them, who recognized the familiar silhouette. The dark energy and the accompaniment of the giant eagle allowed the observers to quickly recognize the approaching man as Ramtadian himself. The panic reaction of those present expressed itself in urgent preparations for battle and attempts to contact headquarters. The unexpected order to let Ramtadian pass forced all the knights to part, giving him free access to the portal. Puzzled by the strange behavior of those around him, Ju Hyuk listened to Rufendal's suggestion that their sudden respect was due to the video of the victory over Kang Mu Seok that had spread. Kang Mu Seok's status as the director of the Divine Star Grand Alliance ensured that the Alliance members were aware of what had happened, making it easier for Sister and Marianne to move forward. Reflecting on the portal system, Ju Hyuk recalled their initial public accessibility, and doubted the legitimacy of the Grand Alliance taking control of the natural structures of Olympus. Passing through the portal, the hero learned about the top management's order to keep the usual mode of operation, leaving the solution to the problem to higher authorities. Finding himself in an unexpectedly deserted area after teleportation, Ju Hyuk decided not to take any risks and stayed in place waiting for the arrival of the rest of the team. The covert surveillance of the hero culminated in the director's sudden order to launch a full-scale fire attack when it became clear that Ju Hyuk hadn't noticed the ambush. Calming the anxious Rufendal, Ju Hyuk reminded him of the presence of the defense spell and offered to block the enemy's attack while he himself provided reinforcement. Anticipating the possibility of such a development, Ju Hyuk was still surprised by the obviousness and straightforwardness of the opponent's actions in the current situation. The careful preparation of the first attack included reinforcing with combined skills and adding a stun effect to neutralize the opponent with no margin for error. While successfully containing the enemy's attacks, Rufendal noted the difficulty of single blocking due to the overly wide range of strikes across the area. Calmly assessing the situation, Ju Hyuk saw a simple solution to the problem in his personal participation in blocking the enemy's massive attack. Sisung's sudden appearance from the portal that had opened was accompanied by her anxious questions about the causes of the surrounding fiery chaos and destruction. Realizing the danger of the situation for Sisung, Ju Hyuk tried to warn the girl to immediately dodge the approaching enemy attack. Sisung's lack of reaction speed caused the enemy's powerful attack to rush straight towards her unprotected face, threatening serious consequences. After the attack came to a complete halt, the wary mages maintained their battle stances, ready to resume the offensive at the slightest sign of enemy survival. Disappointed by the simplicity of the battle, the Grand Alliance director publicly expressed his disdain for the force that defeated the Throne Warrior, warning of a similar fate for all Alliance opponents. The unexpected appearance of a strange silhouette billowing out of the smoke after the massive attack drew the anxious attention of all the fighters present. A growing uneasiness gripped the commander at the thought of the incredible possibility of the enemies surviving such a powerful and coordinated attack. After taking shelter with his comrades on Koko, Ju Hyuk received a message from a concerned Seiya, who was ordered to stay put until further notice. Concerned about Marianne's condition after surviving the attack, Ju Hyuk asked the girl to stay under the protection of the mighty Koko until his return. Ju Hyuk's timely intervention was able to protect the girl from the approaching fiery attack, keeping her safe from the deadly flames in time. Calming the girl down, Ju Hyuk assured her of her complete safety under his protection, and asked her to go up to the clouds with Coco after the active phase of the battle was over. Stopping Ju Hyuk before leaving, grateful for her rescue, Si-sung expressed her strong desire to stop hiding and join the battle at his side. The conclusion of the quiet conversation between the heroes led to them jumping off the bird together, causing the red-haired guy to be surprised by the lack of visible damage to his opponents. Preparations for the second attack were accompanied by general amazement at the incredible defenses of the opponents who remained unharmed after such a powerful strike. While recognizing their opponent's exceptional defense, observers were skeptical of their attacking potential, comparing it to Rufendahl's limited capabilities. Confident in his fighter's reliability, the director assigned him the role of primary defender in the vanguard, counting on his exceptional resilience in the coming battle. Asking Rufendahl to prepare a recording device, Ju Hyuk noted the number and high level of the opponents, instructing him to collect all the dropped items. The approaching tank attempted to warn Ju Hyuk against unequal combat, but was only instructed by Rufendahl to begin recording the upcoming battle. Confident of his team's superior numbers and equipment, the Tin Man suggested that Ju Hyuk voluntarily surrender, avoiding imminent defeat. Calling Ju Hyuk to repent to director Kang Moo-sok, the Tin Man hinted at the possibility of leniency if he apologized in time. Perplexed at the seriousness of the charges, Ju Hyuk listened to Tin Man's explanation of the offense against Union territory and disturbing the work area. Trespassing and insulting the pride of the Divine Star were seen as sufficient grounds to impose the harshest possible sentence on the trespasser. Mockingly responding to the claims, Ju Hyuk inquired about the validity of the Grand Union's claim to a territory created without their participation and efforts. Outraged at the unfounded claims to control the teleport and hunting grounds, Ju Hyuk openly questioned the right to charge ordinary players. While explaining the reason for killing the first attacker, Kang Moo-sok, Ju Hyuk realized the pointlessness of dialogue with opponents incapable of reasonable discussion. The Tin Man's growing anxiety was not so much due to Ju Hyuk's words, as it was due to the frightening energy of an unknown force emanating from him. Se-sung's timely fulfillment of Se-sung's task manifested in activating his necromantic abilities and summoning an army of dead soldiers to the battlefield. Surrounding the area with resurrected soldiers, Ju Hyuk issued an ultimatum to immediately summon the head of the Union, threatening brutal reprisals if he refused, expressing his categorical rejection of the monopolization of game resources. Ju Hyuk declared his willingness to completely destroy the current unjust system. Preparing for the attack, the Tin Man counted on the advantage of his equipment and magic potions against an opponent with almost no special equipment. Ju Hyuk's swift movement caught Tin Man off guard, not even allowing him to realize the moment his opponent approached his position. Realizing his opponent's intention to rely on healing potions and spells, Ju Hyuk decided to demonstrate the futility of such tactics in the upcoming battle. After destroying his opponent with a simple basic strike, Ju Hyuk disdainfully noted the weakness of the warrior who had fallen from an unarmed opponent at the first strike. By ordering the knights to destroy the remaining opponents, Ju Hyuk demonstrated his readiness for a full-scale battle with his enemies. The shocking death of Director Tin Man, who was capable of facing level 80 monsters, from a simple blow from an unarmed man seemed unbelievable. After receiving disturbing reports of a growing army of undead, the director rejected the offer of retreat, equating it to a dismissal, and ordered the offensive to continue. Realizing the enemy's connection to the necromancer discussed in the community, the director could not comprehend the possibility of controlling so many resurrected undead at once. Assuming the depletion of the enemy necromancer's mana reserve, the director regarded the mass appearance of the undead as a ploy by the enemy to quickly overwhelm them with numbers. In an effort to expose the enemy's supposed deception, the director ordered the troops into a decisive battle to prove the true strength of his squad. Being in the midst of a tense confrontation, Ju Hyuk made an important request to Si-sung to temporarily recall all the Death Knights and stay away from the upcoming battle herself. The air around Ju Hyuk began to fill with dangerous dark energy as he reached the 50th level of development and was able to use his special destructive ability, decisively activating the skill 100 Lightning Strikes, which was transformed into an improved version of True 100 Lightning Strikes. The warrior received a significant strengthening of all the indicators. Intending to show his opponents the true extent of the difference in strength, Ju Hyuk immediately directed his destructive energy at one of the opposing party's directors. Alarmed by the swift attack, the headmaster instantly responded by summoning defensive fighters, who were immediately ordered to form a defensive line. The defenders vowed to provide a solid defense for the director, but their efforts were in vain as Ju Hyuk's single punch completely destroyed his opponent's body. The victorious conclusion of the bout earned Ju Hyuk many system congratulations for eliminating a heroic ranked opponent, as well as adding 5 additional absolute evil points to his account. After successfully eliminating the most dangerous opponents, Ju Hyuk requested the return of the Death Knights to continue the offensive, but the system warned him about the possibility of eliminating an irrational limit. The leadership of the Divine Star organization gathered for an emergency meeting after receiving disturbing reports of events near the mysterious river flowing through the sky. The management representatives were deeply shocked to realize that the culprit behind another devastating incident was the elusive Ramtadian undermining their monopoly. The management representative persistently urged his colleagues to resolve the problem as soon as possible and inevitably delete all records of the battle from the information space. After the fierce confrontation was over, Zisong made the unexpected decision to prevent the defeated knights from dying, planning to turn them into her loyal followers. The remaining headmaster expressed clear disagreement with what was happening, but was powerless against Zisong's magical influence, forcing her subordinates to destroy their surviving comrades. Marianne calmly explained to the warriors, tormented by their internal struggle, that ending their resistance to the magical influence would greatly alleviate their condition and bring welcome relief. Exploring the limits of his renewed abilities, Ju Hyuk conducted another training attack that resulted in the destruction of one of the remaining enemy soldiers. An unexpected result of the last battle was the appearance of several red stones, indicating a new ability to obtain items after eliminating enemies on his own. The current situation was due to the use of absolute evil points, which, according to the system message, contributed to the removal of irrational gameplay elements. The amazing effect of the transformation was the complete normalization of the luck parameter, getting rid of negative values of this characteristic and opening new opportunities for character development. Rufendal, who was busy collecting valuable artifacts, suddenly discovered the appearance of uninvited guests through the portal and felt it necessary to inform his master immediately. A careful analysis of the situation allowed Rufendal to identify the arrivals as representatives of an elite unit of the Union's Lesser Trinity, operating under the auspices of the Divine Star. The three armed warriors immediately demanded that Ju Hyuk voluntarily submit to justice to mitigate the inevitable harsh sentence. Rufendal hurriedly warned Ju Hyuk about the extreme determination of the Divine Star's representatives and the need to take the threat seriously. After listening carefully to Rufendal's detailed explanation, the protagonist had a comprehensive understanding of the outstanding strength of the arriving group of opponents. The first opponent was the famed melee master Kurtle, who had reached incredible heights in the development of a rare arcane martial arts class. The second member of the group was a mysterious warrior nicknamed Killer, who possessed the unique techniques of the hidden class of blade weapon masters. The central position was occupied by the defensive magic expert Liu Peng, whose exceptional skills allowed him to provide impenetrable protection for his allies. Analyzing the combat abilities of his opponents, Ju Hyuk noted the similarities between Liu Peng's defensive techniques and Rufendal's magic, suggesting the former's possible influence on the latter's development. Liu Peng, the leader of the enemy group, gave a final warning about the possibility of escaping severe punishment while giving the order to start fighting. Carefully assessing the situation, the protagonist noted the absence of healers and priests in the enemy group, which clearly indicated that the enemy had underestimated its capabilities. The first representative of the enemy group began a rapid attack, loudly proclaiming his intention to fight in full force, despite the lack of equipment of the enemy. Despite the enemy's threatening declarations of imminent death, Ju Hyuk managed to stop his rapid attack at the last possible moment. The opponent was deeply shocked by Ju Hyuk's incredible ability to stop his powerful strike without the use of any weapons or special equipment. Instantly striking back with a devastating blow, Ju Hyuk calmly informed his defeated opponent of his disappointment in his level of fighting prowess. Watching the battle, Liu Peng experienced a real shock at his opponent's ability to send Kurtle flying with a simple fist strike, realizing the serious inaccuracy of the intelligence he had received. Carefully observing his opponent's reaction to the blow he received, Ju Hyuk noted his remarkable stamina and instructed Rufendal to capture the upcoming interesting fight. The trio of elite warriors, recognizing their opponent's impressive strength, sent a proposal to Ju Hyuk to hold constructive talks to peacefully resolve the conflict situation. After receiving another firm rejection of the offer to negotiate, the opponents continued to insist that there would be no negative consequences from accepting their terms. The representatives of the enemy side offered attractive terms of cooperation, including the right to hunt in controlled regions and the abolition of the life sentence of death. The opponents offered truly favorable terms of cooperation with Divine Star, including free use of all portals and an impressive annual reward. Ju Hyuk resolutely rejected the opponent's attractive offer, openly declaring his intention to completely destroy the existing monopoly control system. The protagonist was well aware of the special value of the proposed conditions for an ordinary player, including a high salary, access to hunting grounds, and use of the portal system. The current situation was deeply resented by Ju Hyuk. Observing the humiliating struggle of low-level players for minimal access to game resources under the control of monopolists, Rufendal's broadcasted video of what was happening elicited a strong response among observers, encouraged by the protagonist's strong stance against the system. Further irritating Ju Hyuk were the continued secret messages from opponents asking to be allowed to carry out a show killing to preserve their reputations. The ultimate failure of the negotiation process led to the inevitable start of a large-scale battle between the opposing sides at the mysterious location. Ju Hyuk publicly promised to fight a fair fight unlike his opponents, and then immediately used the powerful True 100 Lightning Strike combination. Realizing the inevitability of imminent defeat, the experienced assassin made the tactical decision to redirect his attacks to the more vulnerable allies of his main opponent. Carefully assessing the battle situation, the assassin identified the undead necromancer as an important strategic ally of the enemy that required immediate elimination. Based on the general perception of the necromancer's weakness in direct confrontation, the assassin decided to seize the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack on the unprotected enemy. The experienced fighter planned to take the necromancer hostage to gain a tactical advantage, but completely failed to anticipate the swift intervention of unaccustomed forces. The assassin's sudden attack was halted by a mysterious creature whose presence was so imperceptible that even an experienced warrior could not detect its approach. The unexpected defender turned out to be the mighty Johann, who mockingly commented on the attempted attack and used the crushing skill, Wild Sword of Destruction. Shocked by the instant death of his ally, Liu Peng tried to determine whether the mysterious warrior belonged to any known organizations, pondering his possible connection to Sarmak or the Black Flowers. The mysterious Johann uttered a threatening warning of imminent punishment for anyone who dared to oppose the powerful Sarmak. The frightened warrior instantly recognized the legendary head of the Sarmak, perplexed as to the reasons for his sudden appearance and mysterious connection to the powerful Chaos Site. The unexpected development of the battle continued as the mighty Zeta entered the fray, immediately activating a formidable evil spirit summoning spell. The unwavering Zeta solemnly announced the inevitable death of all of the Overlord's opponents, concluding her declaration by wishing eternal rest to her fallen enemies. A satisfied Ju Hyuk observed the flawless actions of the elders, who had shown impressive initiative without the need for direct instructions. Devotee Johann respectfully apologized to the Lord for arbitrarily interfering in the battle, but Ju Hyuk expressed satisfaction with the results of the operation. A sudden message from Liu Peng contained a sincere apology for underestimating Ju Hyuk's abilities, and an insistent request to resume the negotiation process. Realizing his mistake, the adversary acknowledged the irrelevance of the previous proposal and expressed his willingness to provide exceptional terms of cooperation with the full support of the Grand Alliance. Weary of useless talk, Ju Hyuk resolutely moved to active combat operations against the arrogant enemy. Ju Hyuk used the moment before the crushing blow to briefly explain his refusal, after which Liu Peng met an unexpected demise from a simple base strike. After the conclusion of the intense battle, the diligent Rufendal proceeded to methodically collect the many trophies left behind by his defeated opponents. A satisfied Rufendal noted the exceptional bounty of spoils from the rich equipment of the defeated Divine Star members. The attentive Zisong showed interest in the personalities of the unexpected helpers, learning from Ju Hyuk about their affiliation with the Heavenly Devil Elders and their plans to hunt together. After completing the careful gathering of resources, the excited Rufendal joyfully reported the incredible luck and invited Ju Hyuk to inspect the collected trophies. The elders observing Rufendal's actions were deeply impressed by the extraordinary assistant's sincere devotion and diligence. As he calmly began to inspect the items Rufendal had collected, Ju Hyuk suddenly discovered something so disturbing that he immediately called out to Kok. Quickly assessing the situation, Ju Hyuk ordered Rufendal and Saesung to climb onto the dragon's back, while urging Johann and Zeta to prepare for battle. Despite the general lack of understanding of what was happening, everyone involved sensed the approach of an unusually powerful and threatening force. The alarming premonition was confirmed by the appearance of a new quest, Boss Monster Attack, announcing the sudden appearance of Absolute Evil. The interaction between the energy of Absolute Evil and the energy of the monster field resulted in the appearance of three powerful chimeras, whose intimidating size impressed even the experienced Ju Hyuk. Shiseon, amazed by the incredible size of the monsters, expressed her confidence in Ju Hyuk's victory, and asked that the defeated creatures be brought under her control. A cautious Johann warned the Overlord of the incredible strength of the monsters that had appeared, recognizing the difficulty of the battle even for himself and the powerful Zeta. Concerned about the current limitations of Ju Hyuk's abilities, Johann expressed doubts about the possibility of immediate victory and suggested that the battle be postponed. Confident in his abilities, Ju Hyuk calmly explained to the agitated elders his intention to immediately engage in battle, offering them to witness his victory. After carefully studying the system notice, Ju Hyuk determined the appearance of the bosses to be the result of a special interaction with the energy of absolute evil under certain conditions. Having correctly identified the monsters as part of a special game event, Ju Hyuk decided that an immediate battle with the enemies that had appeared was inevitable. Decisively activating a powerful stream of true mind energy, Ju Hyuk filled the surrounding space with the overwhelming power of absolute evil. Observing the reaction of the monsters, Ju Hyuk confirmed his hunch about their special nature by noticing the creature's complete paralysis under the influence of the absolute evil energy. Ju Hyuk's confidence in defeating the powerful monsters was based on their inability to resist his unique energy. Calling on the elders to closely observe the upcoming battle, Ju Hyuk activated the True 100 Lightning Strike against the paralyzed chimeras. The approaching attack was accompanied by a system notification about the special compatibility of absolute evil energy with monsters transformed under certain conditions. The incredible power of the approaching attack caused uncontrollable fear in the boss monsters, confirming Ju Hyuk's absolute superiority over his opponents. The ecstatic Zeta continued to marvel at the impressive display of the Overlord's power in battle against the arrogant Union members. Astonished by the rapid growth of his ruler's power, Johann recognized the true greatness of the absolute ruler. The successful conclusion of the battle brought Ju Hyuk confirmation of his eligibility to receive hidden skills and the creation of the special titles of Hidden, Intimidation, and Deadly. Satisfied with the results of the battle, Ju Hyuk explained to the elders that his demonstrated strength was the true reason for his status as absolute ruler. The Grand Union leadership held an emergency meeting to analyze in detail the impressive abilities demonstrated by Full Hao at the river location. The Divine Star, Grand Union's director in charge, presented confirmed information about the enemy reaching the 50th level of development. The alarming situation was of grave concern to the chief executive officer, who was aware of the catastrophic decline of the organization's reputation in the eyes of the public. An additional blow to the organization's reputation was the crushing defeat of the small Union heads, who were unable to put up a decent resistance against Ju Hyuk. Recognizing the lack of excuses for their weakness, all three defeated leaders immediately rose to formally apologize. The calm leader explained that the reason for the discussion was not the need for an apology, but the unexpectedly high level of strength of the enemy. The experienced leader lamented the inability of his subordinates to properly assess the enemy's capabilities and offer appropriate terms of cooperation. The short-sightedness of the little Union leaders caused deep disappointment to a careful observer of the events taking place. Full Hao's unusual opponent was demonstrating exceptional abilities despite his relatively low 50th level of development, actively utilizing the media space. The spreading rumors of attempts to capture the mysterious opponent by major organizations indicated his high strategic value. Grand Union President Kang Mu-hwan was closely following the situation with the official life sentence of the Divine Star organization. Carefully analyzing the situation, the leader realized that regardless of his strategic value and bargaining power, Full Hao remained an adversary of a society with powerful allies. Careful examination of the enigmatic player's past actions strengthened Kang Mu-hwan's compelling hypothesis of the adversary's possible connection to the forces of absolute evil. The leader's grandson, Kang Mu-seok, expressed his sincere admiration for his grandfather's insight as he explained the absolute evil's main purpose of plunging society into a state of chaos. The experienced leader emphasized the importance of eliminating such destructive elements to create an ideal world free from unnecessary sacrifices. Guided by his beliefs, Kang Mu-hwan took drastic measures, declaring Ju Hyuk as the embodiment of absolute evil and taking complete control of society. Despite the decision, the Divine Star organization had traditionally kept an open mind to talent, allowing for the possibility of secretly recruiting the enemy. An experienced strategist, Kang Mu-hwan felt it was necessary to first drive the enemy into a stalemate despite their impressive individual strength. The leader's plans were based on incomplete information, because at this moment, Ju Hyuk had already successfully defeated the first of the powerful monsters. The insistence on demonstrating the futility of single combat against the majority was due to the desire to create a world ruled by a select elite. A short time later, the mighty Ju Hyuk completed the difficult battle with a convincing victory over the last Chimera monster. The successful completion of the boss monster attack quest drew the sincere admiration of the observers, who were especially impressed by the ease of defeating the huge opponents. The brilliant victory brought the hero an impressive reward, including 30 million gold, character enhancement, and additional points of absolute evil. An unexpected addition to the standard reward was the receipt of 3 rare black stones, accompanied by a solemn system greeting. A shocked Ju Hyuk felt incredibly emotional upon receiving the legendary black stones, considered to be the highest jewels in existence. The historical rarity of the items received was confirmed by statistics. Black stones had only appeared 3 times in the 200 years of Olympus's existence. The incredible rarity of black stones made it nearly impossible to accurately determine their real market value in the in-game economy. Reflecting on his achievement, Ju Hyuk recalled the path he had traveled, the support of his loved ones, and his teacher's training, realizing the justification of all the trials he had endured. The attentive elders noticed the Overlord's extraordinary joy, which Zeta attributed to the successful demonstration of his outstanding abilities. The shrewd Johann, sensing other reasons for his lord's joy, suddenly detected the approach of new guests and decided to temporarily hide. The unexpected visitors turned out to be high-ranking representatives of large organizations. The director of the Grand Union, Helen, and the president of the Justice Union. The sudden appearance of the head of Sarmak behind the backs of the guests, holding weapons to their necks, was an unpleasant surprise to the uninvited visitors. Faithful Johann respectfully turned to the Overlord for instructions on how to proceed with the unexpected guests. Ju Hyuk's calm gaze caused the excited visitors to hastily introduce themselves. The director of the Blue Heart Helen Union and the captain of the Justice Union. Curious about the American origin of one of the guests, Ju Hyuk allowed them to stay, accompanying the permission with a serious warning to remain still. Showing a willingness to dialogue, Ju Hyuk invited the unexpected visitors to state the reasons for their appearance. The representative of the Grand Union, Ellen, was the first to voice her organization's intention to recruit the talented player into their ranks. The woman's offer included an impressive contract with a substantial down payment, a high annual salary, and additional privileges in the territories under her control. The determined captain immediately indicated his organization's similar intention to recruit an outstanding player to the ranks of the Justice Union. The American side's impressive offer included a hefty down payment, an impressive annual salary, and a valuable collection of rare items. A worried Korean representative tried to emphasize the importance of protecting the Grand Alliance for survival and access to the trade infrastructure. An unperturbed Ju Hyuk calmly explained to the interlocutors the existence of their own ways of obtaining and realizing the necessary items. The proposed annual salary of 500 million won did not impress the powerful player properly. Demonstrating his abilities, Ju Hyuk lightning quickly destroyed the approaching monsters, after which Rufendal immediately collected the dropped treasures. The impressive display of abilities made those present realize the insignificance of the amount offered for such a powerful warrior. Confident in his abilities, Ju Hyuk calmly declared his ability to earn the offered amount without much effort. The demonstrated red stones from defeated monsters clearly confirmed the unsatisfactory terms of cooperation. The attentive captain interrupted the attempts at persuasion on the part of the representative of Alen. Noticing the misunderstanding in the discussion, the captain's important clarification concerned the currency of the proposal. It was 500 million American dollars, not Korean won. The surprised Ju Hyuk felt a slight embarrassment at his incorrect assumption about the currency of the reward. Thinking about the union's settlement system, the Ellen representative's frank admission of the offer in Korean won caused the captain's genuine bewilderment at such a modest sum. The stark difference in the offers struck Ju Hyuk. A modest 300 million won from the director versus an impressive $500 million from the president. The understanding captain recognized the difficulty of making an immediate decision on such an important offer. The experienced negotiator hoped their proposal would be given priority consideration in the future, recognizing the inappropriateness of the initial amount from competitors. A confident Justice Union representative emphasized the organization's willingness to make the most of a possible second chance, while maintaining respect for the player's choice. Impressed with the American side's approach, Ju Hyuk promised to give the Justice Union priority in a possible future contract. The surprised representative watched the satisfied captain leave, amazed at the sudden revelation of the Justice Union's true financial capabilities. A determined Ju Hyuk drew the attention of the remaining woman, wondering if her continued presence would be appropriate in the absence of new offers. The shrewd warrior suggested the possibility of the representative improving the terms of the contract, although it was obvious that there was no such possibility. Realizing that there was no alternative to a better offer for the talented player, the representative of Eleni decided to leave the place of negotiations. Outraged by the behavior of the yellow-haired guy, the woman left the meeting place in a state of extreme dissatisfaction. An unexpected message from Yiwoo asking about the outcome of the meeting caused the woman to detail Ju Hyuk's display of arrogance and the need to show him the limitations of solitary action. Focused solely on the return of the important bag, Eve insistently asked the female interlocutor, to put maximum effort into the previously discussed errand. Puzzled by his opponent's actions, Eve tried to understand the reasons behind such reckless behavior of Ju Hyuk, deliberately turning powerful organizations into his implacable enemies. Despite not understanding the enemy's true motives, the attentive observer noted the favorable development of events for the realization of his own interests and plans. The return of the lost bag seemed to Willow a key factor that could radically change the current development of events and affect the future course of history. Leaving the virtual space of Olympus and taking a refreshing shower, Ju Hyuk thought about the best ways to use the black stone to spread profitable rumors. The unexpected call from an unfamiliar number turned out to be an attempt to contact Se-sung, causing the detail-oriented Ju Hyuk to be naturally surprised. As Ju Hyuk tensely pondered the source of the caller's number, he remembered that he had never given her his contact information directly. The explanation that followed revealed the source of the information. The phone number had been obtained from Sei during a recent meeting, after which Se-sung had decided to inquire about his interlocutor's employment. An additional reason for the meeting was Se-sung's current location in the company of Ju Hyuk's sister, which created the perfect opportunity to spend time together. Ju Hyuk's appearance at the cozy cafe was accompanied by Seiya's cheerful welcoming gestures, emphatically inviting her brother to join their small company at the table. The enthusiastic Seiya shared her thoughts on the benefits of meeting together, explaining the reason for handing over the contact information, while noticing her brother's obvious displeasure. An annoyed Ju Hyuk asked the girls present about their true intentions, assuming their willingness to listen to serious comments about their actions. Recalling his original stance on face-to-face meetings, Ju Hyuk emphasized the extreme frivolity of such actions in the current situation. Expressing clear displeasure at the forced presence, Ju Hyuk explained the necessity of having a serious conversation about the consequences of his female interlocutor's ill-considered actions. Ju Hyuk explained in detail the importance of controlling every word and gesture that could be the key to unlocking closely guarded secrets. Special attention was paid to the principles of utmost discretion when communicating, including a clear distinction between names used and manner of speech in the virtual and real worlds. Personalized guidelines for Se-sung included a categorical prohibition on mentioning the game, alias, and character class in any circumstances of real-world communication. After carefully listening to the serious warnings, a subdued Se-sung had to make a firm promise to follow the rules under Ju Hyuk's gaze. Watching her frightened friend's reaction, a puzzled Seiya tried to understand the reasons for her brother's strict attitude toward a seemingly harmless meeting of close friends. Warning about the upcoming serious conversation at home, Ju Hyuk emphasized the inadmissibility of sharing his personal information without prior approval. Sei's attempts to justify his actions as a partnership came across as a harsh reminder to carefully control his statements outside of the game world. Concluding the unpleasant conversation, Ju Hyuk urged the girls to exercise extreme caution and refrain from discussing Olympus events in public places. Ju Hyuk's hasty departure, attributed to a pressing household matter, left an upset Seiya pondering the unpleasant character traits of her older brother. In an attempt to explain the situation to Se-sung, Seiya shared an observation about her brother's uncharacteristic over-obsession with precautions in everyday interactions. The attentive Se-sung, based on her memories of their first meeting, noted the initially comfortable atmosphere of communication with the mysterious virtual adventure partner. Gratitude for the care shown at critical moments was the main reason for Se-sung's desire to arrange a personal meeting with the attentive game companion. The result of the meeting was the opposite of the girls' expectations. Instead of the admiration Seiya had predicted for Se-sung's looks, they received a serious reprimand for their indiscreet behavior. Ju Hyuk's return to the virtual space of Olympus was welcomed by the diligent Rufendal, who prepared a detailed report on the valuable items he had recently received. The carefully compiled document included current market prices and detailed recommendations on how to safely sell the items without risking the owner's identity being revealed. Recognizing the high quality of the work he had done, Ju Hyuk limited himself to a brief gesture of approval, which was expressed by lightly stroking his diligent assistant's head. The shrewd Ju Hyuk attributed Rufendal's extraordinary diligence to his awareness of the presence of the rarest black stones, preferring not to reveal an understanding of his ulterior motives. Careful examination of the contents of the bag he had received led to the unexpected discovery of the recording stone belonging to Willow that had caused the owner so much anxiety. Reviewing the stored records revealed Eve's pattern of illegal activity involving monopolizing teleporters and trading access rights to hunting grounds. Realizing the true value of the lost bag came to Ju Hyuk, along with the memory of the generous ransom offer of 1 billion won. The formation of a new strategic plan began with the summoning of the skillful Johann, who was unobtrusively in the vicinity due to his outstanding camouflage abilities. A detailed description of the situation included information about the existence of a private teleporter in the northern mountainous area under the control of the Helen Union. The assumption of the current activities of the head of the teleport management team, who was probably busy collecting illegal payments, formed the basis for a further plan of action. Ju Hyuk voiced a firm decision to eliminate the operation leader immediately after he left the protected safe area. Ju Han's curiosity as to the reasons for such a drastic decision received a simple answer from Ju Hyuk, based solely on his personal dislike for the intended target. An additional factor in the decision was the desire to use the resulting records as a tool to pressure the powerful Grand Alliance. Leaving the virtual capsule of Olympus and immersing himself in his daily routine, a puzzled Eve tried to understand the reasons for the rapid change in public opinion. Eve's dismissive attitude towards Ju Hyuk was based on the belief that his unexpected opponent was completely helpless and insignificant. Yiwa's arrogant discourse about the typical behavior of the lower classes who suddenly gained power reflected his deep contempt for social upstarts. Analyzing the situation, Eve regarded the enemy's actions as a trivial attempt to gain popularity among the masses of the gaming community. The unexpected news reports about Ju Hyuk's recognition of the Chaos Site as the embodiment of absolute evil made Eve reconsider his assessment of the situation. The forced recognition of Ju Hyuk's exceptional abilities as an independent player was accompanied by the realization that he belonged to a completely different skill level. The current developments had led to the formation of a global confrontation between a single player and the entire virtual gaming community. Eve was perplexed by his opponent's inexplicable decision to confront the powerful Kang Mu Seok in complete isolation due to the mark of absolute evil. The appearance of the Grand Alliance of Ellen's official statement of full support for Divine Star's position confirmed the high probability of Ju Hyuk's connection to the forces of absolute evil. The hostile stance of the country's two largest unions was bound to provoke a similar reaction from the rest of the organizations, creating a large-scale confrontation. Reflecting on the limits of destructive power, experienced players realized the critical importance of access to teleporters to successfully travel between continents. Strategically blocking the teleportation system could have been a fatal blow to movement capabilities, dooming the player to inevitable defeat. Further limiting the ability to sell in-game items to major alliances threatened complete economic isolation and cessation of in-game activity. The sensational announcement of the sale of the legendary Black Stone immediately attracted the attention of Eve, who was sure of the identity of the mysterious owner of the valuable artifact. Confirming that the Black Stone belonged to Ju Hyuk greatly increased the likelihood of him successfully resisting the organized pressure of his opponents. The unexpected appearance of information about the Black Stone on the Korean server caused quite a stir among all categories of players and gaming organizations. The unique properties of the Black Stone, far surpassing the capabilities of blue and red analogs, were determined by an almost unlimited supply of internal energy. Serious American research confirmed the exceptional capabilities of Blackstone, including the potential ability to control natural disasters. The first appearance of the legendary Black Stone in 30 years caused an unprecedented resonance throughout the international gaming community. The information about the mysterious owner's categorical refusal to sell the Black Stone to the Divine Star organization had caused Kangmu Huan serious concern. An additional irritating factor was the confirmation of the identity of the seller, Full Hao, who explained his refusal with a simple personal dislike for potential buyers. The categorical refusal to sell a precious artifact needed for important research drove the influential Kang Mu Huan into a state of uncontrollable rage. The numerous negative news stories about his brother had angered Seiya, who was absolutely certain that the information being published was completely untrustworthy. Watching her sister's desperate attempts to express her anger, Ju Hyuk listened to her determination to initiate legal action against the unscrupulous journalists. Concerned about his sister's behavior, Ju Hyuk recalled the recent conversation, emphasizing the inadmissibility of publicly displaying their sibling relationship. Of particular concern was the sisters' official position on the Holy See, which requires utmost caution in public displays of kinship. The girl's sincere indignation was caused by the incredible audacity of the authors of the articles who dared to publish such unreliable materials. The attentive Sisung, who is well acquainted with Ju Hyuk's true character, felt deeply angered by the unfair accusations and malicious publications. Despite her recent stern reprimand in person, Sesung remained confident in the exceptionally positive qualities of her enigmatic interlocutor. Explaining the naturalness of the situation, Ju Hyuk noted the pattern of negative reactions after confrontations with powerful organizations. Focused on the upcoming sale of the Black Stone through auction, Ju Hyuk preferred not to worry about the current information pressure. His firm stance regarding potential buyers ruled out the possibility of selling the artifact to the Divine Star and Ellen organizations under any financial conditions. The grand opening of the long-awaited auction was scheduled in the picturesque abandoned Colosseum, located on the mysterious continent of Sentinel. Numerous spectators were actively discussing the suspicious simultaneous malfunction of all teleporters under the control of the major alliances, preventing the artifact from being removed. The Elder's wise advice to announce the exact location 30 minutes before the auction began helped prevent possible attempts at organized sabotage. Recognizing the rationality of the proposed strategy, Ju Hyuk ordered the preparations for the unique auction event. Confidence in the unconditional fulfillment of any requirements of the organizers was based on the universal desire to get a chance to acquire a legendary artifact. The fundamental safety requirement was a categorical ban on wearing any elements of protective equipment within the auction area. A carefully thought-out security system included the deployment of experienced elders and professional Sarmak assassins around the entire perimeter of the protected area. The organizers had established strict security rules that provided for the immediate elimination of any participant seen attempting to use a weapon or commit an assassination. Preliminary analysis of the situation allowed to predict with certainty the appearance of undesirable personalities who were prohibited to participate in the event. The inauguration of the unique auction was marked by a loud welcome address to the many participants gathered in the historic building. After thanking the audience for their compliance, Ju Hyuk officially declared gold coins as the only acceptable currency for bidding. The general acceptance of the proposed conditions allowed the organizer to start the auction by presenting the legendary black stone without setting a minimum starting price. The unexpectedly high first bid of 600 billion gold coins was met with an outwardly unperturbed reaction from the experienced bidding organizer. Ju Hyuk's inner shock was caused by the realization of the presence of the top gaming aristocracy and influential organizations at the auction. The rapid increase in bids from 800 billion to 2 trillion gold coins demonstrated the exceptional interest of wealthy bidders. The unexpected appearance of a new bidder, who quietly offered 30 trillion gold coins, caused a real shock among those present. The mysterious buyer was a powerful ruler of the continent of Pora named Randall, known for his impressive fortune and Middle Eastern origin. Representatives of the continent of Pora have traditionally faced serious difficulties when attempting intercontinental travel in game space. The determination of the wealthy ruler to acquire a legendary artifact surpassed all possible difficulties in transporting the valuable acquisition. The further increase in the bid to 31 trillion caused Ju Hyuk, who was closely following the bidding, to be genuinely surprised. The unexpected increase in the bid to 53 trillion gold coins was accompanied by the rich bidder's calm smile and the general amazement of the observers. The experienced Serdian, observing the progression of the bidding, predicted the end of the auction at the 50 trillion mark and the likely hostilities after the end. The accuracy of the prediction was confirmed by the appearance of an unknown terrorist who committed a self-bombing under the banner of glorifying absolute evil. Keeping his cool in the critical situation, Ju Hyuk immediately summoned the loyal Johan to promptly resolve the incident that had arisen. The tense situation reminded Ju Hyuk of Serdian's astute warning of the inevitable attempts by the adversaries to interfere with the auction. The opponent's comprehensive strategy included banning the use of teleports for intercontinental players and organizing riots during the auction. The obvious intent of the hostile organizations was to discredit Ju Hyuk by creating controlled chaos in the isolated space of the auction house. A close examination of the infiltrators bribed by the opponents allowed Johan to note their exceptional determination in seeking to provoke widespread disorder. Analyzing the actions of the opponents, the experienced Johan noted the absolute accuracy of Serdian's prediction, which completely coincided with the actual development of events. Agitated by the colossal force of the explosion, Luxo expressed serious concern about the possible significant damage to the numerous participants of the auction. Ju Hyuk's calm explanation emphasized the exceptional status of the gathered participants who had come from all over the world for the unique opportunity to acquire the Black Stone. The high level of development of the world-class rankers present provided a solid defense against such attacks, even with a minimal number of equipped items. The tense interrogation of one of the detainees was suddenly interrupted by the unexpected suicide of the captive, whose body began to slowly dissolve into thin air. The lightning-fast reaction of the experienced Johan, who had anticipated similar behavior of the other prisoners, prevented the mass self-destruction of the detainees. Johan's return was accompanied by a sincere apology to the Overlord for failing to identify the true organizers of the terrorist attack. Ju Hyuk's positive assessment of the successful prevention of the second attack was based on an understanding of the extraordinary resilience of the assembled participants to such provocations. The official statement of the authoritative captain of the Justice Union categorically denied the involvement of the main participants in organizing the terrorist attack. The presence of the influential captain at the event was explained by his shrewd anticipation of possible provocative actions on the part of the opponents. The captain's strong support for the continuation of the auction confirmed that he remained friendly with Ju Hyuk despite the incident. Ju Hyuk's irritation was caused by the impossibility of pinpointing the specific union behind the organization of a large-scale provocative action. The negative mood was heightened by the realization that it was possible to independently use the unique black stone without having to sell it publicly. The altruistic decision to sell the artifact was based on the understanding that it could be used effectively to advance civilization and achieve peace. The unexpected admission of the availability of additional black stones was accompanied by a firm commitment to suspend sales until the organizers of the riots were identified. The sensational announcement of the number of black stones available sparked intense discussion among the many attendees of the prestigious auction event. A calm explanation of the situation included information about the ongoing isolation in Korean society and growing pressure from unknown opponents. A clear stance on future sales ruled out the possibility of the Divine Star and Ellen unions acquiring the remaining stones even after the customers were revealed. A simple explanation of the reasons for the refusal by personal animosity led observers to the logical conclusion that the major unions may have been involved in organizing the riots. Careful analysis of the situation led many participants to realize the possibility of profitable cooperation with Ju Hyuk after establishing the connection between the terrorist attack and the suspected unions. The final stage of the event included a polite request to remove all participants, except the winning bidder, for confidential deal negotiations. Randall's awareness of Full House status determined it was impossible to conduct a formal exchange transaction to conclude such a significant trade deal. Realizing the limitations of the trading system led to the preparation of the full 50 trillion gold coins for a direct cash transaction. Ju Hyuk was surprised by the absence of the traditional procedure of verification of the goods by the buyer's trustees, familiar to him from numerous movie plots. Randall's calm explanation emphasized his confidence in his interlocutor's exceptional leadership qualities and his desire to demonstrate appropriate respect. The buyer's noble behavior made Ju Hyuk feel ashamed of his fleeting thoughts of the possibility of dishonestly completing the transaction after receiving the cash. The transfer of the valuable artifact was accompanied by reflections on the necessity of maintaining moral principles, even in the face of the imposed role of absolute evil. Deep understanding of the consequences of possible deception determined the inevitability of turning the entire world community into irreconcilable opponents of the dishonest seller. Sincere interest in the plans for the use of the unique artifact prompted Ju Hyuk to inquire about the new owner's intentions regarding the acquired treasure. Randall's initial statement about the decorative use of the stone surprised his interlocutor, who attributed the strange decision to the typical quirks of the wealthy. Subsequent clarification revealed the humorous nature of the initial response and the existence of a serious plan to utilize the unique properties of the acquired artifact. Randall's attentiveness to social issues included an understanding of the complexities of people who had lost their earning power in Olympus due to various disasters. An additional concern was the problem of access to education for children unable to attend the academy, which was compulsory for all citizens. The noble desire to support the needy was manifested in the desire to ensure that academic education was available to all children. The limited financial capacity to address social problems was offset by the potential to harness the unlimited energy of the acquired black stone. Randall's aristocratic background determined his willingness to accept increased responsibility for the well-being of society as compensation for his privileged position. Ju Hyuk's satisfaction with the outcome of the transaction was based on the transfer of a valuable artifact to a man of high moral principles and noble intentions. The information received by Kang Moo-hwan about the sale of the black stone was supplemented by shocking information about the seller's possession of 2 other similar artifacts. The leader's heightened interest in the fate of the dispatched riot organizers reflected his concern about the possible consequences of the provocative operation. Of particular importance was the careful masking of all traces of involvement in the organization of the incident, successfully implemented by the executors of the special operation. The aide's confident statement that the guild could not be contacted even with the most thorough investigation calmed the anxious leader. Kang Moo-hwan's curiosity about the source of the unique artifacts was heightened by the speculation of the possible presence of additional black stones. Consideration of overturning the death sentence was faced with the need to preserve the family's reputation and maintain the authority of the powerful union. Fear of the consequences of violating one's own decision was reinforced by negative attitudes toward an adversary recognized as the embodiment of absolute evil. The strategic importance of the black stones was determined by their potential use in creating portals to monsters of significant value. The complexity of making the best decision was determined by the scale of possible consequences for all parties involved in the conflict situation. The completion of the main activities was followed by a gathering of Ju Hyuk's team to discuss the results and plan further actions. Satisfaction at the successful completion of the deal was reflected in the joyful consideration of the 50 trillion gold coins received, opening up a wide range of opportunities. Serdian's unexpected appearance was accompanied by an appreciation of the Overlord's negotiating skills and an offer to immediately discuss important strategic issues. Ju Hyuk's polite refusal of immediate discussion was accompanied by an explanation of urgent business and a promise of a subsequent detailed conversation. The sudden appearance of the Return of the Absolute quest was accompanied by information about the existence of the last recalcitrant elder among those who had previously rejected the hero's authority. The sudden appearance of mysterious lightning bolts bursting from the ground caused a momentary wary reaction from the elders, trying to determine the source of the possible threat. The dramatic appearance of Rexor descending from the rooftop was followed by a formal address to the heir to the legendary sky-conquering mind technology. The resolute statement of the third elder and head of the Black Flower House contained a categorical refusal to recognize Ju Hyuk's authority without first proving strength. A timely update to the system quest specified the need to gain the trust of the last recalcitrant elder named Rexor. A detailed description of the quest revealed the four elders' recognition of Ju Hyuk's exceptional qualities and the need for a show of force for the final test. The harsh conditions of the test included a significant weakening of all characteristics, a limitation of combat skills, and a critical reduction in the effectiveness of mind techniques. Rexor's mocking demeanor was accompanied by an account of the three elders' secret observation of the auction and the subsequent recognition of Ju Hyuk's power by two of them. The solemn explanation revealed the sacred duty of the elders to evaluate the deepest essence of an applicant for the title of True Lord. The detailed explanation of the evaluation criteria included four main qualities: charisma, wisdom, ambition, and determination, with Rexor specializing in the test of strength. While recognizing Ju Hyuk's demonstration of outstanding personal qualities in front of the other elders, Rexor noted the insufficient display of physical strength for his recognition. An indignant Juhan sharply pointed out that it was unacceptable for a recalcitrant elder to address the rightful absolute ruler in such an audacious manner. Logical reasoning emphasized the contradiction between the stated observation of the Overlord's actions and the disrespectful treatment of his apparent power. The elder's calm disregard of the objections was accompanied by an appeal to Johann to remind him of his own request for patience in waiting. Rexor's provocative proposal included the possibility of Ju Hyuk replacing Juhan himself in the upcoming fight, showing a clear disregard for the challenger's abilities. Ju Hyuk's decisive intervention averted an impending conflict between the supporters, urging everyone present to think sensibly about the situation. The confident declaration of the unity of the titles of successor of the Mind Technique and Heavenly Devil Absolute was accompanied by a categorical prohibition on conflicts between the elders. Ju Hyuk's firm stance on the necessity of overcoming the challenge on his own precluded any possibility of supporters interfering in the upcoming duel. The address to Rexor contained an acknowledgement of preliminary guesses about his identity, accompanied by surprise at the elder's unexpectedly dramatic manner of appearance. Confirmation of Ju Hyuk's assumptions was accompanied by Rexor's mocking explanation of his unwillingness to further wait for the potential ruler's reinforcement. The resolute acceptance of the terms of the duel demonstrated Ju Hyuk's willingness to prove his superiority by force, as per the unruly elder's demands. Zeta's concern for the Overlord's chances was expressed by turning to Johann, who possessed a similar specialization to Rexor in the art of assassination. The sudden weakening of the Overlord's powerful energy aura after Rexor's appearance raised serious doubts in the experienced observer Johann. The situation left the loyal Johann with the only option: to believe in the Lord's abilities unconditionally, following the received order of non-interference. Carefully analyzing the situation allowed Ju Hyuk to realize the difficulty of facing a first-class assassin under the automatically imposed weakening effect. Memories of Edar and Johann's natural joining after the demonstration of personal growth bolstered his confidence in the correctness of the current challenge. Logical reasoning about the principles of the game system led to the conclusion that there was a real possibility of winning the upcoming difficult challenge. The seriousness of the upcoming fight was expressed in Ju Hyuk's adoption of an appropriate fighting stance, demonstrating full readiness for battle. Rexor's hope for a worthy confrontation was met with a calm remark about being too talkative for a professional assassin and a hint of time constraints. A swift start to test his opponent's professionalism was followed by Rexor's successful attack that left a noticeable mark on the cheek of the unwavering Ju Hyuk. Careful observation of the opponent's actions allowed one to appreciate the exceptional skill of the first-class assassin displaying incredible speed and silence. The serious assessment of the situation made Ju Hyuk realize the potential danger of confronting a professional opponent determined to kill. His confidence in controlling the situation was shaken after his opponent suddenly appeared overhead, accompanied by a powerful attack from above. The panicked reaction of the elders to the apparent defeat of the overlord was calmed by Johan's confident call to watch the fight more closely. Ju Hyuk's incredible display of strength in stopping his opponent's sword with his bare hands was followed by a mocking question about his sudden loss of confidence. Instant punishment for his carelessness was expressed by demonstratively destroying the opponent's sword with the force of the mighty ruler's bare hands. The imperious demand to stop underestimating was accompanied by a powerful throw from the opponent, and a serious warning of no leniency in further confrontation. Ju Hyuk's calm explanation revealed the special properties of the glove used, capable of greatly enhancing the painful sensations of the chosen target. Johan's sincere admiration for the Overlord's ability to win a convincing victory, even without using the legendary heaven-conquering mind technique. Ju Hyuk's detailed explanation revealed his ability to assess the situation from the first scratch he received, demonstrating superiority even in his weakened state. Careful analysis of the damage received confirmed that his base strength remained significant at 99 units, even with the weakening effect. An additional success factor was the timely decision to use special artifacts from his personal arsenal after a long period of abstinence. Johan's emotional reminder emphasized their leader's exceptional status as the successor of the legendary technique and Heavenly Devil Absolute. The defeated Rexor's determined attempt to rise to his feet demonstrated the unyielding character of an experienced warrior, even after a crushing defeat. The victor's calm questioning of the possible objections was accompanied by confidence in fulfilling all the conditions set for recognizing superiority. A respectful admission of defeat was accompanied by admiration for a perfectly calculated counterattack and appreciation for preserving the life of the defeated opponent. Rexor's sincere remorse was expressed in the recognition of his unforgivable arrogance before the rightful heir, and his willingness to accept any punishment for his infidelity. Johan's understanding of Rexor's true motives was coupled with concern about the Smiling Lord's possible harsh reaction to his disobedience. The final conclusion of the conflict was accompanied by a wise acknowledgement of the duel as proof of Rexor's sincere devotion to the Heavenly Devil's ideals. The ruler carefully observed the actions of his warrior Rexor and decided to show understanding for his desire to show strength rather than impose severe punishment for such behavior. Thanks to the ruler's wise decision, Rexor was given the honorable position of Heavenly Devil Elder and became one of the most trusted assistants in managing all the important affairs of the state. The fierce warrior unexpectedly showed his sincere feelings and cried during the important ceremony of recognizing the ruler Ju Hyuk's authority. The devoted warrior Rexor fell to his knees before his lord, and holding onto the hem of his robe, began to loudly apologize for his unworthy behavior and swear his eternal loyalty. The new Heavenly Devil Elder sincerely admitted his mistakes and expressed his deep gratitude to the ruler for his kindness and ability to forgive even serious misdeeds of his subjects. The elders looked on in amazement at the unusual behavior of the always stern Rexor, while ruler Ju Hyuk rejoiced at the successful completion of the important task of restoring absolute power. Counselor Serdian resolutely approached the ruler and asked for time to finish their interrupted conversation, showing the importance of the matter at hand. After carefully evaluating the recent events in the kingdom, the wise Counselor Serdian decided that now was the most appropriate time to discuss his important proposal. Encouraged by the appearance of a huge sum of 50 trillion gold coins, the experienced Counselor Serdian presented a bold plan to establish a new capital city and organize the relocation of the entire population. The assembled elders and the ruler Ju Hyuk himself were astonished by this unexpected proposal, as the issue of relocating the capital had never been raised at a meeting before. The important meeting was attended by all but a few of the elders, who were on urgent tasks far outside the protected area. The wise Counselor Serdian opened the meeting and immediately addressed the main question that was on everyone's mind: why the capital city had to be moved. He explained the simple reasons for the move. The land no longer yielded crops, the settlement lacked important buildings, and maintaining the farm required more money than building a new city. The villagers immediately asked Counselor Serdian about a place for the new capital, and he did not hesitate to name a wonderful place called Nine, telling of its wonderful advantages. Nature had protected the place with high mountains with steep slopes, through which even the largest enemy army with all its military equipment could not pass. A large, full-flowing river flows through the whole territory of Nine and provides the residents with clean water all year round, completely solving the issue of water supply at any time of the year. The successful location of the mountains and the river creates an impregnable fortress, where even a small group of defenders can stop the advance of a huge enemy army of 1,000,000 warriors. Ruler Ju Hyuk listened carefully to the proposal of his advisor and recognized the correctness of his arguments, remembering that Serdian never made frivolous proposals. The experienced advisor talked about the possibility of creating a powerful magic circle in a new place, which previously seemed like a pipe dream, but would require a significant monetary investment. According to Counselor Serdian's calculations, 10 trillion gold coins were required to start construction, and such a huge sum made the ruler of Ju Hyuk think seriously. Remembering Randall's recent investment of 50 trillion, the ruler realized that his doubts about the smaller sum spoke to the limitations of his own vision of the future. The advisor recognized the large amount of investment required, but considered such expenditures necessary to guard against possible invasion by imperial forces and to create a solid defense for the state. The success of the construction would be ensured by the 8th and 11th elders, who had recently joined the council and whose knowledge and experience would greatly expedite the work required. The lands of Nine were considered an ideal place to live, which had long been dreamed of by many rulers, but no one dared to start moving. So now everyone was waiting for a wise decision of the Lord. The wise ruler understood his responsibility before the people and considered the expenses for the new capital reasonable, comparing them with the huge expenses of other countries for the defense of their territories. The ruler approved of Counselor Serdian's proposal, fully trusting the 8th and 11th elders' abilities to successfully complete the important project and create a foundation for future prosperity. After the ruler's decision was announced, all the elders expressed their support, and the magic system reported the successful start of the capital's relocation and the growing trust between the council members. Ju Hyuk realized the importance of the construction that had begun, but parting with 10 trillion gold coins was the biggest monetary expense he had ever incurred in his entire life. Sometime after the construction work began in Nine, the ruler Ju Hyuk personally went to check on the fulfillment of all the plans and the quality of the work done. Counselor Serdian joyfully reported on the successful completion of all plans and emphasized the special importance of this first big step on the way to the great achievements of the ruler. The ruler thanked his faithful advisor for the detailed report and expressed full confidence in his ability to properly organize the work on the complex construction project. Fully trusting Serdian's experience in construction management, the ruler decided to attend to his own important affairs and not to interfere in the process until the work was completed. The ruler's main objective was to receive the well-deserved reward for successfully completing the important task called Return of the Absolute, which was fully completed. Opening the magic system window, the ruler saw a message that the calculation of his reward had been completed, which consisted of 2 different parts with special conditions. After the difficult battle with Rexor, the ruler hoped to receive a decent reward for completing a top-class task, perhaps even including a rare black magic stone. The first part of the reward gave the ability to freely move the sacred altar, which didn't seem very important at first, but turned out to be very useful for moving to a new location. The second part of the reward required the fulfillment of an additional condition, donating a valuable black stone, which had to disappear as soon as it was used for the reward. The ruler was very upset at having to give up a precious black stone worth several trillion gold coins just to receive the reward. Despite his obvious dissatisfaction with the conditions, the ruler understood the need to complete the main scenario and decided to agree to the requirements in order to receive the deserved reward. After receiving the reward, the ruler was determined to find the one who came up with such an unfair condition and tried to harm him by taking away a valuable magic item. Immediately after receiving the reward, there was a forced change of the ruler's profession, and his new class was given the unusual name Absolute Evil with special abilities. The ruler pondered over the unusual phenomenon for a long time and tried to remember the instances of class demotions, but he couldn't find any similar examples in his memory. The elders near the ruler felt an incomprehensible fear from the dark demonic energy emanating from him, but Ju Hyuk himself felt completely calm. Along with the new class, the ruler received an amazing specialization and many special advantages that were only given to the chosen holders of this rare rank. The ruler realized that the loss of 1 black stone was completely justified by gaining the title of Absolute Evil, which brought him 1 step closer to fulfilling the main scenario. Among the advantages gained, the ruler discovered 2 new combat skills that he immediately wanted to test in a real battle to assess their strength and capabilities. Noticing 2 anxious elders nearby, the ruler rejoiced at the good fortune and asked them to help him test the new abilities of his unusual class. Returning home after training, the ruler saw important news from Olympus about the completion of the formation of all 7 holy thrones with the selection of worthy rulers. The main residence for all the chosen rulers of the Holy Thrones was designated as the majestic imperial castle, located on the ancient continent of Sentinel. The ruler realized the connection between the appearance of absolute evil from the Sentine continent and the centering of the main scenario around these mysterious lands with a deep history. After a long absence from the important gathering, the ruler's sister had finally returned, and he decided to ask her about the past events and her impressions. There were 5 people from Korea among the 7 elected rulers, making it unnecessary to use an automatic translator during important negotiations and discussions. The sister was surprised to tell her brother about an incredibly strong man of the 130th level among the elected rulers, who asked that information about his strength be kept secret. Hearing about such a high level, the ruler remembered his teacher's story about a mysterious unofficial warrior whose strength exceeded the 100th level and wanted to know his true capabilities. After the story about strong rulers, the sister reminded her brother of a longtime opponent named Kang Museok, with whom he had a serious fight. According to the sister, this dangerous opponent had harbored a strong grudge against the ruler and was now preparing some insidious plan to exact his revenge. The ruler took the news calmly, realizing that his longtime adversary was simply angry because of a serious defeat in their past brutal battle. Continuing with the news, the sister announced that all the rulers of the Holy Thrones had received a common important task that they must fulfill together. The ruler rejoiced at this news, believing that performing a difficult task together would help the rulers get to know each other better and build strong friendships. Considering the situation, the ruler advised his sister to use the time of working together with other rulers to gain useful experience and new knowledge. The ruler pointed out an important advantage of working together: the opportunity to learn the characteristics and weaknesses of each ruler of the Holy See while being close to them. The ruler's sister gladly accepted the new role of a secret observer, considering such an important assignment as a fun and interesting adventure in her life. The girl did not even suspect that her brother entrusted her with a serious and responsible task, with which no one else will be able to cope better than her own sister. While talking to her brother, the girl suddenly remembered some important preparations that he had mentioned in their last conversation. The ruler nodded thoughtfully in response to her sister's question and said that he was just about to talk to her about these important preparations. Looking at his sister carefully, the ruler asked her to free up tomorrow to go to an important place together on a special matter. It turned out that the brother was planning to formalize the purchase of a spacious new apartment, putting it in his younger sister's name as a gift. The next day, the brother and sister came to the real estate agency and informed the friendly employee about their desire to buy a new house. The attentive employee with glasses politely asked the young man to tell her about their wishes and approximate budget in order to find the most suitable options. The young man confidently named the prestigious residential complex Hills, where they wanted to buy a new spacious apartment for a comfortable life. The employee looked at the young visitor in surprise and told about the excellent infrastructure of the selected complex, suggesting their interest in a long-term lease. In a calm voice, the young man explained that they planned to pay for the purchase of the apartment in full with gold coins and clarified the possibility of such a payment method. Despite his surprise, the employee confirmed the possibility of paying in gold and asked him to wait a few minutes to coordinate the terms of the transaction with the owner of the apartment. After preparing all the documents, the employee executed the contract in the name of the younger sister and promised to contact them on the day of the planned move. The ruler spent 5 billion of the 50 trillion he received to buy a nice apartment, avoiding 2 luxurious options to remain cautious. Looking at his sister's happy face, the ruler rejoiced at his decision to put the apartment in her name, which turned out to be more important to the girl than the cost of housing itself. The ruler realized that people might associate the purchase of the apartment with his sister's new status as a saint, so he decided to become even stronger to protect the family from possible problems. After connecting to the magic system of Olympus, the ruler immediately met his superior, Rufendal, and told him of his plans for the near future. The chief suggested going to the dangerous cave of Gergarta, which was reserved for warriors of the 50th level, which caused the ruler to have some doubts about the correctness of such a choice. The experienced Rufendal spoke of the grave danger inside the cave, where tens of thousands of poisonous creatures, huge centipedes, snakes, and ants, instantly attacked those who entered. The ruler calmly confirmed his knowledge of the dangers of the cave, much to the surprise of Rufendal, who had thought it necessary to have an experienced fire mage present for such a quest. The young sorceress Zi Song decided to stay close to the strong ruler during the dangerous trek, hoping for his protection from numerous enemies. The ruler smilingly asked the girl about the uncertainty of her own strength, and the surprised Rufendal realized that he was not going to protect his companions at all. The experienced sorceress Zi Song, who had reached the 50th level of power, explained to the others that it was not a matter of doubts about their ability to defend themselves against enemies. The ruler was aware of the rapid growth of the young sorceress's power, who had already surpassed Moon herself from the Holy Throne and had a large army of loyal followers. The ruler reminded everyone of the serious employment of the elected rulers of the Holy Thrones, who were on an important joint mission to strengthen their union. The brave travelers entered a dark dungeon where experienced mages were already fighting, using fire magic against hordes of giant poisonous insects. Satisfied with the success of his mages, the leader of the small alliance suggested that the warriors rest while his men gathered valuable resources after defeating their enemies. One of the experienced mages suddenly spotted a rare red stone that they had been searching for a long time in this dangerous dungeon for an important task. The senior mage rejoiced at the discovery of the rare red stone, the sale of which would help his group get through the month without serious financial problems. The experienced leader talked about his past in the Union of Divine Life, from where he had to leave due to the company's complicated politics, which seemed to be the end of his career. The loyal subordinates followed their leader, and together they created a successful business, giving half of the income to the Divine Star Union for the use of the hunting lands. Alarmed mages informed their leader of the approach of a powerful Full Hao warrior, which caused the experienced leader great concern. The scouts added that a huge eagle was flying near the approaching warrior, and his companion turned out to be a powerful necromancer with dark powers. Among the approaching travelers, the mages recognized the well-known bearer of the title, Absolute Evil, which caused even more anxiety among the defenders of the dungeon. The experienced leader Markan could not understand the reason for the appearance of such a powerful warrior in their lands, and did not know how to act in such a situation. The powerful ruler calmly explained to the worried Markan that he would not harm his men if they were not the first to engage in hostile actions. Continuing to reassure the frightened mages, the ruler suggested that they go about their business quietly, oblivious to his presence. The ruler reiterated his group's lack of hostile intentions, and indicated a desire to simply move on with their important business. Calmed by the ruler's words, Markan offered the assistance of his fire mages for protection against dangerous creatures if there were no such wizards in the group of travelers. Unexpectedly, the ruler's huge pet named Coco happily pounced on the poisonous ants and began eating them with gusto. The ruler watched the strange behavior of his pet with amazement, while the other travelers stood aside in confusion, not knowing how to react. The alarmed mages warned their leader of the danger of the pet's uncontrolled attack on the poisonous ants, which could lead to serious problems. Experienced leader Markan quickly assessed the danger of the situation and ordered his men to pack immediately for an urgent retreat from the danger zone. In the late afternoon, the girl was discussing with warrior Kangmu Sok about the footage that had appeared online of the complete destruction of the ancient dungeon after the recent events. The impatient girl wondered about Kangmu Sok's revenge plans, who was ashamed of his defeat as a future Divine Star representative. The girl recalled her opponent's successful appointment as the first ruler of the Holy Throne, which caused her to be extremely irritated. Realizing the possibility of her opponent receiving support from the sons of the Heavenly Ruler, the girl persistently asked her ally to hurry up with her revenge. Kang Museok politely thanked her for the advice, hiding his hatred for the arrogant girl who had only gotten a place in the academy because of the support of powerful patrons. Interrupting her gloomy thoughts, the girl recalled the rumors of some unknown person without noble origins appearing among the Holy Throne rulers. The experienced warrior Kang Museok immediately guessed that the rumor was about the mysterious seventh throne owner among the Holy Throne rulers. The angry girl thought it was unacceptable to appoint a commoner Moon to the high position of the Holy Throne ruler, and was going to correct this injustice. Kang Museok advised to wait for the completion of the important scenario and gather more information. Realizing the impossibility of open conflict between allies in the fight against absolute evil, resolutely rising from her seat, the girl firmly stated her disagreement to silently observe the illegal possession of her rightful place. The girl added a cruel remark that the accidental death of an unknown imposter was unlikely to attract the attention of important people. Markan, an experienced leader, tried to warn the travelers of the dangers of uncontrolled pet hunting, which could disrupt the creature's natural cycle of rebirth. Shocked observers saw how Coco's huge pet not only kills poisonous ants, but also eats them, after which it emits a mighty royal roar. Surprised people watched the unusual sight. Frightened ants began to hurriedly scatter in different directions from the formidable predator. The puzzled mages discussed the strange ability to drive away the ants and the cruelty of the owner nicknamed Absolute Evil to his own pet. Markan watched in horror at the pet's punishment, unaware of the use of minimal power, while the sorceress Zi Song scolded the bird for missing an opportunity to replenish the army of the dead. After the punishment, The saddened pet Coco pointed its master in the direction of the cave deep within, where it sensed the presence of something unusual. The ruler marveled at the possibility of missing something important while scrutinizing the underground rooms. Cautiously approaching the travelers, the experienced guide Markin politely asked permission to share important information about the place. Carefully observing the group's actions, Markin told them about the dead end at the western end of the cave, where the unusual pet was pointing. The experienced guide explained to the travelers the existence of different zones in the dungeon, and suggested that the dead end might be the entrance to another area. The ruler looked at Markin with respect, realizing his deep knowledge of all the features of the dungeon as an experienced leader of the local alliance. Appreciating the guide's expertise, the ruler offered Markin to join their group as a knowledgeable advisor, promising to give half of the reward he received. The humble leader declined the generous offer, wanting to earn the reward honestly and delighted at the opportunity to join a strong group distracting dangerous enemies. The combined group of travelers began moving toward the designated dead end while the experienced guide, Markin, confidently reported their approach to the important location. Markin explained the necessity of blocking the constantly reviving monsters immediately after entering the new area, advising the ruler to prepare for battle in advance. The impatient ruler entered the dungeon without listening to the important explanation, and received the system's dire warning of the punishment of death for trespassing on sacred lands. The strict system added that the only way to leave the forbidden place would be to sacrifice the sacred rule-breaker's own life. A shocked Markin watched in horror at the huge cluster of poisonous ants, realizing that they had not fled but had deliberately gathered in one place. The alarmed assistants reported that all exits were surrounded by dense rows of poisonous ants, posing a serious threat to the group. Unexpectedly, Coco's huge pet bravely rushed into the thick of the enemies, loudly resenting the disrespect of mere insects for the true king. Watching his pet's actions, the ruler realized that Coco was once again displaying his indomitable fighting character. In the midst of the battle, the mighty pet gained an amazing new ability called All-Encompassing Beak to fight his enemies. The resulting ability allowed the pet to strike incredibly fast and accurate strikes at selected targets amongst the many poisonous ants. After destroying all enemies, the hungry pet gained a new skill, Trapeze Table, to collect magical stones and restore its strength. Coco, who was happily flapping his wings, had no time to savor the loot of red stones, which the nimble Rufendal quickly collected and handed to the ruler. The satisfied ruler praised the diligent assistant, promising to collect all the valuable red stones during their perilous journey. The ruler turned around and noticed the disgruntled look on his pet's face, clearly considering Rufendal's actions a true theft of well-deserved booty. Confident in his superiority, Rufendal explained his actions by his status as the first pet with the right to hand over the spoils directly to the ruler. The indignant Coco loudly disagreed with his rival's statement, believing himself to be worthy of the title of first pet of the ruler. The astonished Markin could not believe the incredible luck of the travelers, who had collected more rare red stones at one time than his group had found in a whole month. After completely defeating the enemies, the travelers discovered a previously unseen passage, hidden from ordinary dungeon explorers. The fulfillment of a special condition of killing all the ants by Coco's pet gave the travelers access to a secret part of the ancient dungeon. The magic system warned the travelers of the grave danger of the new passage, and offered a choice between risky exploration and safe return without reward. Markin, the experienced leader, suggested that his men leave the dangerous place immediately, despite the loss of a possible reward for the exploration. The anxious guide feared a new attack by more deadly creatures from the depths of the dungeon. Approaching the ruler, the wise Markin explained the need for their groups to part ways due to their complete ignorance of the further dangers of uncharted territory. The ruler calmly accepted the experienced guide Markin's decision to part, thanked him sincerely for his help, after which the group said goodbye and left the dungeon. Satisfied with the successful work, Markin praised all his assistants for excellent results and announced the end of today's working day. The experienced leader strictly warned his men to keep secret all the unusual events that had occurred in the dungeon. The surprised Markin suddenly noticed behind his back the appearance of one of the powerful rulers of the Holy Throne. The ruler suspiciously noted Markin's unusual joy, as if he had seen something special in the depths of the dungeon. The caring enchantress Sai Song approached the ruler, worried about the condition of Coco's pet, who for the first time seemed incapable of dealing with the sheer number of enemies. The carefully observing ruler reassured the sorceress, explaining that there was no real danger due to the strange behavior of the creatures surrounding the pet. Continuing his observation, the ruler noticed the unusual behavior of the ants, which looked more like frightened fugitives than dangerous enemies. Noticing the ants' attempts to attack Mariana, the ruler quickly lifted the girl into his arms and asked her to be more careful, while checking Rufendal's defenses. Confident in his strength, Rufendal reported the incredible strength of his magical defenses, gained through special enhancements from the ruler. The attentive ruler noticed the confusion in the eyes of the young sorceress Mariana, who could not gather her thoughts in the situation. After gathering her thoughts, the ruler asked the sorceress to prepare to use a special technique of soul slavery for an important magical experiment. After activating the powerful skill, the magic system loudly announced to everyone present that a mysterious evil space had appeared. Surprised by the sudden appearance of dark energy around him, the confused Rufendal turned to the ruler for an explanation of the changes taking place. Satisfied with the effect produced, the ruler explained the peculiarity of the evil space skill to fully unleash the powerful forces of absolute evil. The ruler added information about the temporary nature of the skill's effect, which gives various enhancements to nearby followers. The earlier tests with the elders had shown a significant enhancement not only to Rexer's combat abilities, but also to wise Serdian's managerial talents. The ruler understood the importance of this skill in the upcoming battle against the Holy Thrones, but decided to first test its interaction with the powers of an absolute necromancer. The magic system reported the affiliation of Mariana's abilities to the forces of the evil space, and began distributing special abilities to the participants. The young sorceress received a significant increase in all stats by 20 units, and an additional random effect of increasing the rank of any summoned undead. Realizing the need to test her new abilities, the sorceress Zisong received permission from the ruler to use her necromancy power. The first summoned creature was a powerful water chimera, very different from its former appearance as a behemoth insect. The unusual changes in the appearance and size of the summoned undead were due to Mariana's special abilities and the creature's increased rank. The surprised sorceress discovered a new ability to choose combat skills for her undead, after receiving a request from the monster to destroy enemies. Choosing the powerful spell Acid Volcano, even the confident ruler was amazed at the incredible attack power of the summoned creature. Satisfied with the result, the sorceress joyfully watched the successful application of the chosen skill, which surpassed all the expectations of those present. The ruler noted the impressive characteristics of the attack: a huge area of impact, high accuracy, excellent rate of fire, and strong penetrating effect. After praising the diligent Mariana, the ruler discovered an additional advantage of the skill: the distribution of the gained experience between the absolute evil and the team members. Satisfied with the discovery, the ruler decided to enhance the effect of the ability by adding a special evil reward for his followers. After applying the enhancement, a special mark of absolute evil appeared on the sorceress, granting all those in the evil space the powers of darkness and undead. After gaining the recognition of an associate of absolute evil and new powers, the sorceress activated the enhanced skill Slavery of the Region, an improved version of Slavery of the Soul. Thanks to the enhancement, the enchantress was able to control nearly 10,000 creatures, with small insects taking up half the usual space. The overjoyed enchantress informed the ruler of the amazing feature of the skill, allowing her to control twice as many small creatures. The astonished ruler realized the incredible increase in the sorceress's power, now able to control an army of 20,000 undead creatures. The delighted sorceress immediately used her new abilities to summon vast numbers of unusual creatures. Determined to live up to the majestic title of Absolute Necromancer, the sorceress sent her vast army of undead to sow fear among her enemies. The sorceress's cheerful nature prevented her from creating a suitably gloomy atmosphere, which was noticed by the ruler and Rufendal, who were watching her. After the evil space disappeared and the encouragement ceased, the distressed sorceress asked the ruler about the nature of these amazing abilities. The ruler explained the limited duration of the skill she had received, and the possibility of it being greatly enhanced with the right approach to use. While the ruler and the sorceress discussed the rapid growth of her power, the attentive Rufendal silently watched their lively conversation. A distraught Rufendal was worried about losing the title of first pet to the mischievous Coco, and losing the opportunity to be the sweetest creature by the ruler's side. In an effort to retain the ruler's favor, the resourceful Rufendal offered to explore the mysterious passageway in an attempt to solidify his position as a loyal servant. After a short preparation, the brave travelers entered a mysterious hidden part of the dungeon, simply named New Passage. The appearance of the secret passage was made possible by the mighty roar of Coco's pet, causing all the insects to scatter in fear. The ruler noticed the rapid return of the frightened insects, and assumed the existence of something more dangerous than a huge army of enemies in the depths of the passage. The pondering ruler surprisingly refused the frightened enchantress Sisong's request to hold her hand as she moved forward. In a trembling voice, the sorceress recounted her unpleasant sensations in this place: the pervasive cold and the constant feeling of being watched by strangers. The angry ruler suddenly ordered Rufendal to take the shivering sorceress by the hand to reassure her as she moved. The surprised aide met the displeased gaze of the sorceress, clearly expecting a different decision from her esteemed ruler. The proud sorceress calmly refused the offered help, declaring her ability to continue the journey on her own. The attentive ruler noticed the sorceress's obvious displeasure, but decided to focus on continuing the important exploration of the mysterious passage. Finding himself in complete darkness, the ruler created a bright ball of light to illuminate the narrow underground corridor in front of the travelers. Concerned Rufendal realized the immense power of even simple spells in the hands of a powerful ruler because of his incredibly high magical abilities. The ball of light created by the ruler was so bright that for a moment it blinded all the travelers nearby with its incredible radiance. Immediately after the bright flash, the alarmed ruler suddenly pushed the surprised Rufendal against the wall, ordering him to hide immediately. The confused aide did not understand the reason for the ruler's behavior until he felt the presence of some creature directly above his head. The slow-moving Rufendal had no time to react to the danger, and found himself under the effects of a petrification spell from a huge snake named Kirk's doppelganger. The ruler who had successfully protected Mariana pondered the strange appearance of the ancient dungeon master who had not come out to see humans for 80 years. The surprised ruler tried to understand the reasons for his unexpected meeting with the doppelganger of the mighty creature, and the whereabouts of his dangerous original. Watching the battle closely, the ruler was surprised by the serpent's complete disregard for level 70 attacks from his powerful pet Coco. The enraged ruler's pet realized the complete disregard from the huge snake, paying no attention to its presence. Offended by his enemy's inattention, the pet furiously lunged at the huge snake, loudly demanding that a dignified duel begin immediately. Responding to the pet's challenge, the huge snake attempted to attack the brave Coco, but the angry ruler rushed to the defense of his loyal friend. Deftly reacting to the ruler's approach, the huge snake opened its fearsome maw wide and completely engulfed the brave warrior. The aide's horror was quickly replaced by surprise when a bright light burst out of the snake's mouth, and then its entire head exploded from the ruler's powerful blow. Calmly assessing the strength of the defeated foe, the ruler noted the sufficient power of the enemy, although a single blow with a special skill was enough for victory. Released from the spell, Rufendal once again marveled at his lord's incredible strength, feeling even more confidence in his abilities. After successfully completing the hunt for Kirk's doppelganger, the diligent Rufendal immediately rushed to collect the special scales of the defeated enemy that had fallen as a reward. The experienced sorceress realized the true nature of the defeated creature when she failed to summon him as a new warrior for her undead army. Dreaming of becoming stronger, the sorceress thanked the ruler for saving her from the monster's attack, hiding her tender feelings from her strict lord. Having finished clearing the dungeon, the ruler received a system message that a hidden task would appear if he visited the place again within the next 36 hours. Carefully examining the scales he received, the ruler assumed their importance in getting to the next gate and meeting the real dungeon master. Having assessed the importance of the upcoming task, the ruler suggested to his tired companions to take a necessary rest before continuing the dangerous adventure. Going out to eat in the kitchen, the ruler unexpectedly met his surprised sister, who was not expecting his appearance in the real world. After explaining his sister's desire to rest, the attentive brother immediately noticed her eyes reddened from tears. Despite her attempts to hide her condition, the ruler demanded to know the cause of the tears. Suspecting the incident was related to a recent meeting of the Guardians of the Holy Thrones. Concerned about her sister's condition, the ruler insistently asked her to tell the truth about what had happened at the important meeting. The distraught girl recounted the cruel words forbidding her to interfere in the conversations due to her lack of noble descent. The arrogant rulers ordered the young girl to silently carry out all instructions, considering her appointment to the high office of the Seventh Throne unworthy. The angry ruler demanded the name of her sister's offender, but she only knew his affiliation with the rulers of the Holy Thrones. The lonely girl was the only stranger among the longtime rulers who knew each other, including the unfriendly Kang Mu-seok. Offended by the unfair treatment, the girl fervently defended her simple parents. Not realizing the sinfulness of being born into a poor family, the indignant ruler realized that the offenders belonged to the new aristocracy of the Divine Star, who illegally appropriated the right to humiliate people without wealth. Hiding his anger, the caring brother calmed down the upset sister, explaining the fault of only the cruel offenders in the unpleasant situation. The ruler promised his sister to definitely punish all the offenders, mentally planning the complete destruction of arrogant enemies in the future. Back in the virtual world, the attentive ruler first checked the well-being of his faithful assistants Mariana and Rufendal. The anxious aides reported the ruler's search to familiar alliance leader Markan, who claimed no urgent matters. An agitated Markan warned of a meeting with the director Kang Mu-sok, waiting for them just after the Alliance left the dungeon. The arrogant director reminded the hunters of his favor that allowed them to use the grounds for their past services to the Divine Star. The enraged director announced the treachery of Markan, who dared to help a man condemned to death in the strictly controlled hunting grounds. The cruel director permanently closed access to all hunting grounds of the Divine Star Union to punish traitors who aided the enemy. Losing support, Markan spoke of forcing the Union to dissolve and place all his men in other organizations. The brave leader planned to start anew, realizing the difficulty of the situation without the support of other unions and access to hunting lands. A sympathetic ruler marveled at Divine Star's cruelty, suspecting a spy among the members of the dissolved Hunters' Union. Outraged by the new aristocracy's arbitrary appropriation of royal power, the ruler did not understand the accusations of treason against Divine Star. The ruler assumed the personal initiative of the arrogant Kang Mu-seok, showing everyone his affiliation with the new aristocracy. The unpleasant behavior of the famous gladiator, treating ordinary people as animals, caused the ruler to doubt the necessity of a future battle. Realizing the immutability of the situation, the ruler offered Markan his assistance in the hunt, asking him to take careful care of his own safety. The ruler understood the desperate situation of an experienced leader daring to ask for help in such a difficult situation. The distraught father spoke of the need to pay for his daughter's education after spending all his savings to build and grow his failed alliance. The embarrassed executive spoke of the accumulated urgent matters and asked for at least one precious red or blue stone to solve the urgent problems. The kind ruler calmly agreed to the simple request, considering one red stone a small payment for the assistance of an experienced guide. While agreeing to help, the cautious ruler warned Markan of the possible use of his support in future political battles. The experienced leader understood the inevitability of absolute evil clashing with major alliances and the possibility of his participation in the fight against the Divine Star. The desperate leader decided to accept the dangerous offer of absolute evil, realizing all the possible consequences of his important choice. Markan, who entered the cave, froze with surprise when he saw the literal fulfillment of the ruler's promise to obtain the rare red stone. Coco's mighty pet quickly mined several red stones in one group strike, which an attentive Rufendal immediately rushed to collect. The shocked leader couldn't believe the incredible frequency of rare red stones appearing during the unusual pet's hunt. The amazed Markan remembered his first surprise at the sight of such a miracle during his previous encounter with the unusual travelers. The bewildered leader decided to consider what was happening as incredible luck, without trying to understand the true causes of the strange events. The attentive ruler noticed the opening of a new passage, from which another huge double of the mighty serpent Kirk appeared. Calming the frightened Markan, the ruler explained the appearance of another doppelganger and asked him to move away from the dangerous place of battle. The surprised leader looked in disbelief at the brave men ready to fight the huge monster without help. The astonished Markan saw the incredible power of the ruler, who destroyed the fearsome monster with one precise blow with critical damage. The magic system once again offered the opportunity to obtain a hidden task when retraversing the dungeon for the next 36 hours. Shocked by what he saw, Markan believed in the ruler's ability to defeat even all the Holy Throne rulers in a single battle. A pensive Kang Mu-seok pondered in his study about his recent unexpected conversation with his grandfather over a minor incident. The wise grandfather had explained to his grandson the danger of antagonizing the alliance because of the influence of public opinion on Divine Star politics. The experienced leader advised the use of diplomacy instead of force, reminding him of the importance of treating even the simplest of people correctly. The arrogant grandson agreed with the elder's opinion, but inwardly resented the need to worry about someone without noble lineage. The disgruntled young man considered his grandfather's softness a sign of old age, linking the change in his character to the tragic death of his father. An attentive assistant reported the results of a search for young people who bought expensive real estate on a modest family income. A thorough investigation revealed a girl named Seiya, who probably received the money to buy the house after being appointed to the 7th throne. After confirming his suspicions about the girl's poor background, the young director remembered the rightness of a recent interviewee named Yu Jin. Disappointed with the results of the search for the ultimate evil, the headmaster noted the unusual caution of the opponent hiding his sudden wealth. The aide suggested hiring the guardian of the 7th throne to the Divine Star, considering the information obtained to be useless in finding the enemy. The attentive advisor emphasized the importance of reaching out to the common people to improve the public image of the powerful alliance. The far-sighted aide noted the possibility of increasing the alliance's international influence through the presence of the two guardians of the thrones. The interested director asked for more details about the proposed plan, considering the idea promising enough for further discussion. The brave travelers reached the southern area of the dungeon called Impregnable Cliff, which gradually replaced the former stone corridor. The experienced guide warned the companions about the dangerous 70-meter cliff, advising them to watch every step carefully. The attentive Markin told of past attempts by the Divine Star Alliance to explore this mysterious territory. The story ended with the complete destruction of the scouting party, after which they tacitly forbade any exploration of the dangerous place. The cautious hunters avoided unnecessary risk, as passing through the dangerous area was not required for a routine dungeon sweep. The attentive ruler assumed the appearance of another doppelganger below, realizing there was no reason to risk their lives for the unofficial boss. The confident ruler decided to take down the dangerous adversary, though others were content with the easy prey of red stones. The grateful ruler asked Coco to prepare for the descent, and thanked Markin for helping him find the right path. Surprised by the ruler's kindness, Markin watched with interest the actions of his amazing pet during the hunt. The experienced leader was amazed at the incredible number of red stones extracted, usually appearing no more than once a month. The attentive observer assumed that the pet had a special skill that greatly increased the likelihood of obtaining valuable items. The admiring supervisor estimated the enormous value of the unique pet at hundreds of billions of coins, doubting even Yujin's ability to tame such a creature. The enthusiastic enchantress asked for permission to use her army of 2,000 monster beetles in the upcoming battle. The kind ruler agreed to allow the joyful sorceress to show off her abilities in controlling the powerful undead army. The travelers completely lost visibility in the surrounding darkness, unable to see anything around them. Alarmed, Rufendal tried to stop the ruler, who was about to light the way with a simple magical flame. The bright flash of the base spell blinded everyone present, causing the unfortunate Rufendal to fall off the flying bird. The falling mate promised to return in 2 days, asking not to be forgotten before disappearing into the jaws of a huge snake. After receiving word of the pet's demise, the calm ruler focused on catching the new doppelganger, trusting in Rufendal's ability to return. Strengthened by the evil space and special encouragement, the sorceress was the first to begin the battle, feeling her abilities multiply. A stunned Markin watched the incredible scene of the legendary Rufendal being instantly devoured by a huge serpent. A worried Markin doubted the decision to entrust a young sorceress without much experience to fight such a dangerous opponent. The sorceress who gave the order to start the battle amazed the observer with the huge number of obedient warriors in her powerful army. The astonished leader finally realized the power of the necromancer to transform all dungeon-dwelling insects into her own loyal servants. The attentive Markin noticed unusual changes in the appearance of the creatures, which had become larger and stronger than normal insects due to the magical enhancement. The experienced leader tried to calculate the incredible army of undead, numbering between 2,000 and 4,000 of the huge creatures. A surprised Markin admitted to the absence of any mention of the existence of such a powerful lord of the dead creatures. Enhanced by the random effect of the evil space, the sorceress gained the ability to transform ordinary ants into winged queens of underground colonies. The activated unique skill allowed the sorceress to summon 150,000 red warrior ants in a few seconds, with the ability to replenish the army indefinitely. The sorceress informed the ruler of her first use of a special potion to increase her supply of magical energy during an important battle. The attentive ruler suggested that the sorceress use her own life force more sparingly while creating a huge undead army. The huge army of ants quickly destroyed the mighty snake monster, ending a successful hunt led by the young sorceress. Markin, who watched the battle, marveled at the girl's incredible abilities, surpassing those of the rulers of the Holy Thrones. The tired travelers left the dungeon, agreeing to meet in 24 hours to continue the important task in the remaining time. The hesitant sorceress asked to assess the quality of her work, hoping to receive praise from the ruler to increase her confidence in future battles. Surprised by the request, the ruler praised the diligent sorceress, inspiring her to diligently raise her level in the next 24 hours. The unexpected meeting was interrupted by the appearance of the angry purple gladiator Kang Musiok with eyes burning with rage. The cautious ruler listened carefully to the proposal of the first guardian of the Holy Throne, trying to understand his opponent's true goals. The cunning gladiator planned to gain the ruler's trust for his betrayal by following his grandfather's wise advice. The arrogant aristocrat offered the ruler a place of honor in the noble society, but was firmly refused by his proud opponent. The ruler's lightning-fast attack cut short the life of the arrogant foe, bringing an extra point of absolute evil to the victor. The defeated berserker received a severe punishment from the system: the loss of a holy throne point and a reduction of 4 levels of strength. Surprised by the lack of similar reports in the past, the ruler realized the achievement of reaching the highest level in the absolute evil class. The enraged gladiator threatened revenge against the ruler, receiving a reminder of his sentence and advice to leave the game. Satisfied with the punishment of his sister's offender, The ruler decided to repeat such lessons every time they met to correct his opponent's character. The ruler, who told his sister of his victory, was surprised at her displeasure at the quick reprisal and her desire for a longer punishment of her adversary. The ruler explained to his sister the advantage of a quick resolution of the problem, which prevents the defeated enemy from developing new insidious plans. After listening attentively to his sister's account of the ruler's contemptuous attitude toward her absence from the meeting, his brother reflected on the development of events. Enraged by the ruler's behavior, the brother promised his sister severe punishment for the offenders and public exposure of their dark deeds. Happy parents congratulated their successful daughter on the purchase of a good home, unaware of their son's help in acquiring a new apartment. The joyful mother celebrated not only the successful move to a prestigious neighborhood, but also the long-awaited appearance of harmony in the relationship between the children. The distraught ruler was pleasantly embarrassed by the sincere words of the mother dreaming of a happy future for her beloved family. The alarmed aide received an urgent order from the president to find and delete the mysterious message published by the Absolute Evil One. Surprised readers discussed the audacity of the author openly using the name of Absolute Evil to publish an important video. A puzzled assistant tried to unravel the strange reason for Kang Moo-seok's murder, described in the message as the enemy's unpleasant appearance. The brave travelers returned to the dungeon after 24 hours and set out to explore the last unexplored northern part of the cave. The mighty ruler easily defeated another doppelganger, successfully completing a difficult hunt for all copies of the ancient creature. The activated ancient altar required special items from each defeated doppelganger to perform an important ritual. The prudent ruler rejoiced in his decision to keep all the skins of the magical creatures obtained in battle. Attentive travelers immediately recognized the ancient structure as a sacred altar for an important sacrificial ritual. The confident ruler quickly placed the 4 prized sacrifices on the altar, successfully triggering the ancient mechanism of magical summoning. The majestic appearance of the true dungeon master startled the travelers who were seeing the legendary hidden dungeon boss for the first time. The magic system warned all the players in the dungeon about the special ferocity of the monster, different from its doppelgangers. The mighty monster used a terrifying petrification spell that took over the bodies of all travelers without any special protection against magical effects. The alarmed ruler noted the extraordinary power of the long-range spell, which affected even Coco's powerful pet. The sorceress's surprising resistance to the petrification spell was explained by her incredibly high level of magical development. Focused on the possibility of obtaining a new warrior, the sorceress displayed an unusual combination of genius and naivety in her behavior. The cautious ruler asked the sorceress to stay behind, determined to fight a powerful opponent on her own. The experienced warrior immediately attacked the dangerous foe with her powerful technique, Attack of Truth, 100 lightning strikes. The surprised ruler noticed the enemy's ability to slow down even the fastest attacks with petrification magic. Appreciating the boss's unusual strength, the ruler used extremely powerful fist, but the opponent had time to respond with the dangerous ability Poison Injection. The powerful Ju Hyuk had a strong defense against strong poisons and magic due to his special abilities. The huge snake focused all of its strength on the opponent, but Ju Hyuk's partial resistance to the petrification spell allowed him to continue moving. The invincible Ju Hyuk pierced through the enemy's defense with a powerful strike and added 100 lightning attacks, successfully completing the hunt for the real Kirk. Defeating the mighty enemy brought the hero a huge amount of experience, instantly raising his level to 57 units. While the joyful Ju Hyuk was learning his new abilities, the determined Si Sung began transforming the defeated serpent into a new undead warrior. Carefully examining the status window, the satisfied Ju Hyuk discovered the unlocking of the long-awaited spiritual eye and evil god's coming skills. The lucky Ju Hyuk received additional absolute evil points and valuable trophies from Kirk, while Si Sung completed the subjugation of the giant snake. The hero's exit from the dungeon was interrupted by an unexpected encounter with a persistent Kang Moo-seok, waiting for them outside. The surprised Ju Hyuk didn't realize the appearance of the enemy he had destroyed just a day ago in a brutal battle. A confident Kang Moo-seok calmly announced his desire to make a lucrative business proposal to his recent victor. An angry Ju Hyuk rejected any offers from his sister's abusers, planning to brutally punish all the rulers of the Holy Thrones. The cautious Ju Hyuk used his new spiritual eye, detecting the many defense spells on the body of a well-prepared opponent. The attentive hero noticed a strong intent to attack in the streams of magical energy around the tense opponent. Tired of talking, Ju Hyuk attacked his opponent, surprised at Kang Moo-seok's unusual ability to withstand a powerful strike. The enraged Kang Moo-seok became furious at the daring attack, promising terrible revenge and offering one last chance to come to his senses. The careless opponent didn't have time to use the magic scroll due to the sudden attack of a huge army of hungry ants. A concerned Ju Hyuk asked Sesung not to kill the enemy for fear of increasing her rage parameter after destroying the ruler. A delighted Sesung noted Ju Hyuk's extraordinary kindness and caring, personally going to kill the dangerous enemy. The ghostly Kang Moo-seok angrily resented Ju Hyuk's frivolous refusal of the Divine Star's generous offer. The calm Ju Hyuk reminded his opponent of his comment about his terrifying appearance as a reason for refusing any negotiation. Ready to leave, Ju Hyuk stopped when he heard the loud laughter of a mysterious dragon rider in the dark sky. The mysterious rider introduced herself to the gathered crowd as the powerful tamer Eugenia, the Lord of Wild Beasts. The attentive Eugenia respectfully recognized the amazing talent of the powerful warrior she met. The admiring tamer praised Ju Hyuk for his humiliating defeat of the arrogant Divine Star Director. The confident Eugenia offered the talented warrior an interesting job under her personal guidance as a loyal assistant. The powerful Beast Lord promised to keep Ju Hyuk alive in exchange for his agreement to serve her. The surprised Ju Hyuk listened to the loud words of the young girl who looked no older than 20 years old with a smile. The doubting hero changed his mind about Eugenia's self-confidence after noticing her incredible ability to control the huge wyvern. The attentive Ju Hyuk recognized the possible validity of the young wild animal tamer's pride. The shrewd hero correctly identified Eugenia's abilities, demanding that she hand over her pet in exchange for a job. The thoughtful Ju Hyuk noted the childlike behavior of the famous 20-year-old wild animal tamer. The informed hero was aware of Eugenia's affiliation with the secret guild, Sons of the Heavenly Ruler, that operates covertly. The persistent Eugenia followed Kang Moo-seok to search for the powerful Ju Hyuk's amazing pet. The experienced tamer immediately noticed the extraordinary intelligence of the mysterious bird that surpasses ordinary creatures. The attentive Eugenia recognized the strong S-rank pet in the video, striking out at Kang Moo-seok himself. The determined tamer became eager to get the amazing bird into her pet collection. An irritated Ju Hyuk pointed out young Eugenia's disrespectful treatment of an older man. The confident hero warned the persistent tamer to leave if the idle conversation continued. A shocked Eugenia was faced with such disregard for the first time, unaccustomed even to directors of major unions. The angry tamer ordered the defiant warrior to stay put, not understanding his indifference to her words. The attentive Ju Hyuk noticed through the spiritual eye the special connection between Eugenia and her mighty wyvern. The cautious hero realized the possibility of retaliation if attacked by the angry tamer. The caring Ju Hyuk asked his faithful pet Coco about his readiness for the upcoming battle. The experienced warrior reinforced his pet with protective spells and sent him off to fight the flying lizard above. Encouraged by his master's support, Coco's pet immediately threw himself into a fierce battle with the mighty opponent. The curious Ju Hyuk carefully observed the abilities of the wyvern belonging to the famous Beast Lord. Young Eugenia had already earned the fame of being the best tamer due to her amazing abilities. The attentive Ju Hyuk decided to test the true strength and capabilities of the famous Wild Beast Lord. The surprised hero didn't realize the passivity of the strong wyvern, far superior to Coco in terms of development. The enraged Coco attacked his opponent with all his might, irritated by the flying lizard's arrogant behavior. Coco looked at the flying lizard with bewilderment, who dared to think of himself as the ruler of the sky, and clung tightly to the dragon's neck, determined to show who was the real lord of the airspace. Watching carefully, Ju Hyuk noted Coco's amazing ability to handle the wyvern as if it were a toy, despite all the enhancements that had been put on it. In tense silence, Eugenia was reprimanding her inactive pet Archie, who remained completely unconcerned with the events around him, and did not respond to commands in any way. After carefully studying the girl's abilities, Ju Hyuk came to the conclusion that she lacked the necessary talents to effectively control her fighting pets in difficult situations. Eugenia's attained level of development was almost equal to Sesung's, but Marion's specialization in mass battles did not require such precise control over the pets. As he continued to watch the battle unfold, Ju Hyuk recalled Eugenia's victory in the pet control competition, and assumed that there was no judging in that competition. An indignant Eugenia abruptly demanded that Ju Hyuk stop his mocking remarks, which she felt were intended to diminish her dignity and reputation. Turning around the next moment, Eugenia was horrified to realize the sad fate of her wyvern Archie, whose resurrection would now require a long wait of 72 hours. Assessing the situation, Ju Hyuk decided to end the pointless fight, marveling at Eugenia's self-confidence given her frankly weak fighting skills and lack of spare pets. The enraged Eugenia approached Ju Hyuk, perplexed at how this insignificant person dared to destroy her precious pet, even though she herself was the first to give the order to attack through mana. Completely ignoring Ju Hyuk's explanation, Eugenia slapped him unexpectedly, calling him an arrogant brat, and stating that he had no chance of escape in the current situation. Ju Hyuk calmly asked Marianne for a recording of the events, receiving confirmation from a concerned Si-sung, and assured her of the complete absence of any damage from the slap. Extremely angered by Eugenia's behavior, Se-sung felt a strong desire to teach her a lesson instead of Ju Hyuk, but had to restrain herself at his direct request not to interfere. Analyzing Eugenia's manner of speech, especially her use of the word plebeian, Ju Hyuk determined that she belonged to the new nobility, reflecting on the complete lack of normal people among the aristocrats. Eugenia solemnly declared her intention to make Ju Hyuk's life on South Korean soil unbearable, backing up her words with a vow in her own name to destroy the despicable plebeian. Ju Hyuk ironically noted the pathos of Eugenia's threats, reminding her of her own wyvern's recent fall from heaven to earth, which was quite symbolic of her loud statements. Realizing the pointlessness of further confrontation, Ju Hyuk offered to end the conflict, but was flatly refused by Eugenia, who insisted on continuing the fight. Coco's sudden appearance next to Eugenia caused her obvious fear and confusion, especially after Ju Hyuk commanded his pet to teach the confident girl a good lesson. Not showing much interest in what was happening, Ju Hyuk calmly ordered Coco to send Eugenia following her defeated wyvern, fully trusting his pet's abilities. Continuing to receive attacks from the ruthless bird, Eugenia expressed her bewilderment at Ju Hyuk's calmness after her solemn vow to spoil him on South Korean soil. Eugenia's unexpected death from critical health loss interrupted her angry tirade, presenting a rather pathetic sight to the watching Ju Hyuk. Markin quickly picked up the bag of items that had fallen out of the defeated girl and respectfully presented it to his master, causing Rufendal, who considered it his job, to be slightly displeased. Ju Hyuk tried to explain to Markan the unnecessary nature of his actions, given Rufendal's usual duties, but was earnestly asked not to devalue his efforts to help an absolute evil. An examination of the contents of the sack revealed the presence of many red stones, which led Ju Hyuk to think of the considerable wealth of the young girl's family, who had access to such valuables. As a reward for his excellent work, Ju Hyuk generously gave some of the red stones to his loyal pet Coco, who had been extremely effective in the previous battle. The grateful Se-sung gladly accepted the red stone offered by Ju Hyuk as a well-deserved reward for her participation in the recent events and help in the confrontation. Surprised by the unexpected gift, Markan couldn't believe his happiness at receiving the red stone from Ju Hyuk, even though he thought he hadn't done anything special to receive such a reward. Approaching the surprised man, Ju Hyuk explained that giving the red stone was not a simple act of favor, and asked him to accept the award, considering the record of what was happening. Ju Hyuk recalled his plans to use Markan in the political struggle against the new aristocracy, grand alliances, and holy thrones, promising a handsome reward for his assistance. After realizing the fallacy of his initial doubts, Markan was finally convinced that Ju Hyuk was indeed a guide to his new life and a worthy leader. After expressing his deep appreciation for absolute evil, Markan praised Ju Hyuk's justice and mercy, noting the creation of an environment of fair competition and fair rewards for hard work. Although somewhat embarrassed by Markan's overly pathos-laden praise, Ju Hyuk took it as a positive sign of willingness for future cooperation and support for their common cause. Upon his return to the village, Serdian immediately greeted his lord, expressing his sincere admiration for the flawless execution of his earlier task and the results achieved. Serdian emphasized the importance of understanding the fear of superiors over the unified voice of subordinates, advising Ju Hyuk to develop the ability to control human hearts to achieve greatness. The wise counselor insisted on the need to listen carefully to the voices of ordinary people, showing genuine empathy for their situation instead of demonstrating brute force. Ju Hyuk, while recognizing the specificity of Serdian's presentation of thoughts, could not help but agree with the soundness of his advice, which was perfectly in line with their strategic goals and plans. Serdian, aware of his master's successful Blackstone trade, concluded that there were significant financial resources available, causing Ju Hyuk to be apprehensive about new expenditures. Explaining his thoughts, Serdian suggested using the available funds and the completed move to establish the advanced base needed to continue on to the continent, quickly realizing that it was a matter of establishing a branch of sorts. Ju Hyuk was confronted with Serdian's insistence that this move was extremely necessary for the conquest of the world. Realizing Serdian's certainty that his proposal could not be refused, Ju Hyuk had to agree to embark on this ambitious project of expanding his influence. Watching Serdian's joyful departure to draw up a detailed plan, Ju Hyuk sadly reflected on the considerable financial outlay required to maintain a competent minister. Over a bottle of expensive alcohol, Kang Moo-hwan decided to discuss the current situation with his esteemed teacher, seeking wise counsel and an objective assessment of current events. The interlocutor pointed out the growing support for absolute evil among the youth as a serious problem, compounded by Kang Moo-seok's regular defeats in recent confrontations. Kang Moo-hwan recognized the validity of the remarks about the perception of Ju Hyuk by the common people as a social revolutionary, despite the obvious impossibility of changing society by a loner. Showing interest in the development of events, the son of the heavenly ruler succinctly characterized what was happening as an entertaining phenomenon, without encountering any objections from his interlocutor. Reflecting on the situation, he recognized the existence of a definite purpose even in livestock, which must remain in its intended position of social hierarchy. Philosophizing, the interlocutor wondered about the just retribution for the attempt of livestock to encroach on the master's table, alluding to the need to maintain the established order. While in the village, Ju Hyuk regretfully realized that all the money he had earned earlier would be spent on establishing an advanced base, unlike the previous profitable period. Accepting the inevitability of the expense as his direct responsibility, Ju Hyuk found solace in Serdian's promise to reveal new ways to generate even more income in the future. But suddenly, a reminder of time popped out to him, and Ju Hyuk didn't realize. Had he really spent so much time in the game already? Walking down the street with her friends, Mariana was constantly wondering about her appearance, feeling excited for her upcoming visit to visit Ju Hyuk. The surrounding girls confidently assured Mariana of her extraordinary beauty, noting the admiring gazes of all the people passing by, directed solely at her. Inner doubts continued to bother Mariana, who critically evaluated her overly casual outfit, worrying about the impression she was making. The invitation to Ju Hyuk's housewarming party came with the special condition of having a few friends present to prevent any unwanted suspicions from arising. Carefully choosing a simple style of clothing, Mariana strove to please Ju Hyuk's tastes, while thinking of ways to improve her image for future meetings. Arriving at the new building, the girlfriends unanimously noted Seiya's obvious success, appreciating the impressive appearance of the modern building and its location. The unexpected appearance of a man stepping out of a luxury Lamborghini was accompanied by a polite request to give Mariana a few minutes of his time. The stranger openly professed his instant liking for Mariana's looks, offering to keep him company over lunch at a prestigious establishment. Politely declining the stranger's insistent offer, despite the admiration of her friends, Mariana cited her underage age and the existence of a romantic relationship. The man, chuckling at the seriousness of Se-sung's reaction, clarified the innocuousness of his offer to just have lunch, leaving a business card for a possible change of heart. Examining the business card caused quite a shock to her friends, who discovered that their casual acquaintance held a high position as the head of the union, having achieved impressive success. Fascinated by Mariana's appearance, the man approached the girl and pondered the possibility of a gradual development of the relationship, despite the mentioned presence of a boyfriend. Ju Hyuk's sudden appearance caused an unexpected reaction from the girl, who instantly rushed towards him, leaving the astonished fan to observe the scene. The realization of the reality of the said guy's existence was accompanied by incredulous surprise that such a loser turned out to be the beauty's chosen one. After meeting Ju Hyuk, Mariana learned of his absence due to the drinks that had been carefully purchased for the girls for the celebration. Back in Olympus, Mariana expressed clear displeasure at her girlfriend's complete lack of any information about Ju Hyuk's personality and accomplishments. Ju Hyuk's misunderstanding of the reasons for Mariana's resentment was accompanied by his sincere confidence in the success of the housewarming celebration. The friends persistently convinced Mariana of the stranger's superiority over Ju Hyuk, pointing out his attractiveness, financial status, and impeccable upbringing. The disagreement that arose between the friends concerned the ethics of such behavior by a man, given Mariana's minority, and the existence of a relationship. Comparing the men's social status, the girlfriends disparaged Ju Hyuk's status as an ordinary member of the union, ignoring the presence of his sister. Showing tactlessness, the girlfriends went directly to Seiya, trying to find out her possible role in organizing the relationship between her brother and Se-sung. The girlfriend's persistent persuasions were based on the opinion that Mariana was more compatible with the successful Lamborghini owner than with her current chosen one. The resulting serious conflict significantly marred the atmosphere of the festive housewarming party, leaving Mariana with an unpleasant residue from the whole incident. After deciding not to tell Ju Hyuk about the unpleasant details, Mariana only announced her intention to stop communicating with these friends. Sincerely admiring Ju Hyuk's outstanding personality, Mariana expressed her desire to take selfies together and share them on social media. Showing caution, Ju Hyuk gently declined the offer to publicly display their relationship with Se-sung, explaining the need for temporary privacy. The quiet conversation was suddenly interrupted by the loud cry of Rufendal returning, drawing the attention of both conversations to his long-awaited appearance. The realization that 48 hours had passed since Rufendal's death caused the attentive Ju Hyuk to be genuinely surprised. Rufendal shared the joy of resurrection and anxious thoughts of rivalry with Coco and Markhan, worrying about possible oblivion on his master's part. An excited Rufendal immediately inquired about the rumors of Ju Hyuk's financial success, receiving a cheerful confirmation from Mariana about his upcoming collaboration with Markhan. Ju Hyuk explained the strategy of conducting external transactions through Markhan due to the inability to make direct deals with non-player characters due to the disadvantage. Mariana was excited to hear about the start of full-scale active operations, realizing the significance of the changes taking place for their future. Implementing the first stage of development, Ju Hyuk organized the establishment of an advanced base on the continent, tasking Markhan with acquiring a feud to expand his influence. The successful fulfillment of Serdian's request to acquire the land surprised Ju Hyuk, given his status as an absolute evil, due to the proper legalities. Divine Star and Ellen's lightning-fast reaction to the news of the feud's acquisition manifested into immediate plans to destroy it. The passivity of foreign conglomerates and other major alliances was due to the localization of the absolute evil scenario in South Korea and the support of the world's top leaders. The spreading of information about the presence of the two black stones had a significant impact on the overall situation, despite the use of one of them. Divine Star and Ellen's decision to allow the territory to be attacked in the absence of the owner created additional tension in the relationship. Strategic advantage was provided by the presence of the elders, Sarmak, Black Flowers, and especially Z Song, who possessed exceptional abilities in large-scale battles. The current focus of those seated on the holy thrones on completing quests minimized the risks of serious problems should a feudal war arise. Rufendal's instruction to declare war through the community was accompanied by the mention of a death sentence from the Divine Star and Ellen alliances. The unprecedented nature of the situation with a single player ordering the destruction of a major alliance raised doubts about the existence of such instances. Rufendal's confidence in the success of his master's plans was based on previous experience and led to his immediate agreement to carry out the order he received. Returning in his luxurious automobile, the persistent suitor continued to relive the rejection of Ji Song, who completely conformed to his ideal conceptions. The girl's appearance and her cold gaze completely matched the man's preferences, causing him genuine admiration and interest. The girl's refusal caused bewilderment because of the presence of a young, inexperienced guy, who, in the opinion of the man, did not have any outstanding qualities. The man's self-confidence was based on his belief in the superiority of business ability over physical appearance and the possibility of gradually winning Seo Sung's favor. The aide's unexpected report of an absolute evil waging war against Divine Star and Ellen only caused the man to give a condescending chuckle. The additional information about the choice of the Rimon Valley as the first target for attack caused the man to take the message he had received more seriously. The aide attributed the choice of target to the strategic importance of the hunting location, which brought significant profit to the Divine Star, making the public statement especially bold. Serious anxiety gripped the lad at the realization of the fact that it was their union that conducted most of the operations in this strategically important territory. Successful cooperation with the Divine Star brought a steady increase in profits, making one wonder about the reality of the threat of an attack from an absolute evil. An urgent order to all members of the Union ordered to avoid direct confrontations with absolute evil as much as possible, observing the utmost caution. A strict warning of dismissal for any provocations was accompanied by the understanding of the mortal danger coming from the unpredictable enemy. The information space was filled with sensational news of a declaration of war by the absolute evil against the powerful alliances of Divine Star and Ellen. The shocked President Kang Mu-hwan, realizing the seriousness of the trespassing by the absolute evil, immediately initiated the convening of an emergency General Assembly. The complexity of the current situation required additional support, especially given the assumption of the partners' prior knowledge of the absolute evil's plans. The unexpected announcement of the non-participation of the Holy Thrones in the upcoming battle sounded like an important strategic decision. The firm belief in the power of the Divine Star was reinforced by the certainty of the inevitable just punishment of the Chaos theme, foreshadowing a simple and quick victory. While outwardly expressing gratitude for his trust, Kang inwardly understood his interlocutor's true desire to see the Divine Star defeated. The refusal of those seated on the Holy Thrones to participate suggested the possible secret influence of unknown forces on this decision. The fact that the fourth and fifth thrones belonged to a relative of the interlocutor and were under his direct control made the situation especially significant. Strategic calculation assumed the appearance of allies on the battlefield as saviors after the expected defeat of the Divine Star. Realizing the old man's insidious plan to gain an advantage, Kang Mu-hwan was determined to defend his territory and capture Ju Hyuk at any cost. The unexpected news of his brother's planned invasion of the valley reached the ears of the anxious Moon, causing serious concern. The incredible popularity of the news of the impending invasion, which had garnered 30 million views, reinforced Luna's doubts about the reality of her brother's intentions. The calm affirmation of the seriousness of the invasion was accompanied by an important warning about the refusal of those seated on the holy thrones to participate in the conflict. Confidence in the brother's abilities was coupled with an important warning about the considerable influence of the fourth throne, whose decision determined the non-participation of the others in the war. While recognizing the fourth throne's outstanding power, Luna noted his unbearable arrogance and constant insulting remarks against absolute evil. Ju Hyuk's surprising calmness was explained by his partial agreement with the negative characterizations attributed to his personality by his opponents. Sei's sincere indignation was aroused by the disrespectful attitude toward the man who dared to oppose the injustice of the existing social order. Sei's growing unease was caused by the arrogant attitude of the Holy Thrones and Grand Unions towards the remaining participants, whom they considered useless trash. Sei's emotional plea to her brother to punish the offending members was accompanied by a promise to immediately report any possible interference from those seated on the Holy Thrones. Her brother's firm promise to send all opponents to the trash sounded like a firm response to her sister's request for retribution. The arrival of the decisive moment was marked by the arrival in the valley, where all participants had already taken predetermined positions according to the plan. The peculiarity of the valley was the specific tactic of hunting monsters along the cliffs, with the preliminary installation of mines before the appearance of new enemies. The effectiveness of long-range bombardment from an elevated position made it possible to successfully hunt monsters through precise strikes and constant pressure on the enemy. Ju Hyuk's decision to begin the invasion from below was universally puzzling, despite the obvious tactical disadvantages of such an arrangement for the attacking side. Upon reaching the mined area, Ju Hyuk immediately warned Rufendal to exercise extreme caution and maintain a minimum distance. Careful analysis of the terrain allowed Ju Hyuk to unravel the basic elements of the enemy's tactical strategy in preparation for the upcoming clash. The unexpected tactic of entering the valley from below took the enemy by surprise, shattering their assumptions about the enemy's unwillingness to fight at a disadvantage. The common belief that Koko would likely be used for an aerial attack did not match Ju Hyuk's true intentions and goals. Activating the loudspeaker, Ju Hyuk called attention to the likely forced participation of most of the players present in the upcoming battle. Publicly explaining the response to the life execution order from Divine Star sounded like a justification for the current confrontation. Showing understanding for the forced participants in the conflict, Ju Hyuk announced his intention to spare all subcontractors without personal grievances against the executors. Clear instructions instructed all mobilized subcontractors to raise their left hand before fighting to gain guaranteed immunity. Focusing on opposing the Divine Star Grand Alliance, Ju Hyuk emphasized the unwillingness to harm the forcibly mobilized members. Openly stating the sole purpose of destroying the Grand Alliance, Ju Hyuk urged to refrain from making senseless sacrifices for the sake of others' interests. Liu Peng was outraged by the apparent attempt to incite subcontracted players, threatening the stability of the established order. A shocked Curdle sharply rejected his opponent's propaganda attempts, accusing him of deliberately distorting facts and manipulating public opinion. A reminder of Full Chaos's status and the permanence of the assassin's reputation was accompanied by accusations of insincere concern for others involved in the conflict. Feeling irritated by the moralizing lectures, Ju Hyuk refrained from explaining the compulsion to obtain Full Chaos status not of his own free will. Liu Peng's unexpected decision to interrogate the assassin sounded like an attempt to gain more information about the enemy. Careful observation revealed Ju Hyuk's ability to detect hidden mines, which had a significant impact on his tactical advantage in the upcoming battle. Realizing the obviousness of his ability to evade mines made Ju Hyuk prepare for the inevitable reaction of his opponents to this advantage. The tense anticipation of the beginning of the invasion was accompanied by the certainty of the inevitability of the next tactical move by the opponents. The rapid appearance of the first warriors jumping down from the high ground marked the beginning of the active phase of the confrontation. A quick inspection revealed the presence of magical explosion scrolls on the approaching warriors, intending to launch a self-destructive attack. Rufendal's prompt order to activate his protective shield was based on the significant increase in his abilities due to the Overlord's support. Rufendal's confidence in his master's invulnerability was confirmed by the complete lack of damage after the powerful blast from the enemies. Realizing the need to strictly follow the strategy to inflict maximum damage on the enemy, Liu Peng recognized not only the insane nature of the enemy, but also his outstanding strength. The dissipating smoke revealed an unharmed Zhu Hyuk, who accused Divine Star of shamelessly using the tactic of self-destructing players that did no damage. Reflecting on the senselessness of the casualties, Zhu Hyuk suggested that there were no staff members among the dead players used for the suicide attack. Showing sympathy for the forced perpetrators of the self-destruct order, Zhu Hyuk placed the responsibility on Divine Star, noting the temporary nature of the deaths. The warning to the players contained the bitter truth of Divine Star's indifference to their victims, regardless of the diligence and dedication shown. The pestering man's doubts were echoed by the other players, who began to recognize the cogency and plausibility of Zhu Hyuk's words. The Divine Star's unwavering superiority was clearly demonstrated by the presence of the Scroll of Annihilation, which served as further proof of their power. Kurtle's decisive order to ignore provocations was accompanied by a reminder of the enemy's full chaos status obtained for the assassinations they had committed. The arrival of the decisive moment was signaled by Zhu Hyuk's signal, after which Se Sung immediately rushed towards the enemy. Liu Peng's attention, distracted by Kurtle's rousing calls, was attracted by the appearance of a strange object in the sky above the battlefield. Se Sung's timely arrival on Coco coincided with the instant activation of Zhu Hyuk's special skill, changing the balance of power on the battlefield. The evil space that enveloped the young men allowed Se Sung to order his powerful soldiers of death to rise from oblivion for the decisive battle. The preceding conversation had revealed Se Sung's desire to join the Haosites, causing puzzlement to Zhu Hyuk, who was well acquainted with the inconvenience of such a status. Se Sung's calm explanation revealed her true identity as an absolute necromancer, determining her future path and decisions. Clarifying her position, Se Sung emphasized her belonging to the support class of absolute evil, recognizing Zhu Hyuk's crucial role in her success. A judicious acceptance of the inevitability of her fate led Se Sung to decide not to delay her transition to Haosit status, realizing the predestination of this step. After listening carefully to Se Sung's arguments, Zhu Hyuk expressed his willingness to accept her help, provided he carefully considered his decision. Se Sung's entry into the realm of evil space was accompanied by an instantaneous transformation into her true form and the activation of unpredictable random effects. Se Sung's first battle after assuming the status of a Chaosite was an opportunity for Se Sung to justify Zhu Hyuk's trust in giving her a meaningful role in the confrontation. Se Sung's determination showed that she was eager to show her abilities to the best of her ability and prove her trustworthiness. The use of powerful magic led to dramatic changes in the sky, which was covered by dark clouds and the appearance of a mysterious portal. General panic was caused by the massive discovery of 3,000 saved undead slots, demonstrating the necromancer's impressive ability to control the dead. The activation of the random effect caused the population of summoned undead to double, greatly enhancing the combat potential of Se Sung's army on the battlefield. Exposure to the evil encouragement greatly increased the level of undead, resulting in the appearance of many deadly insects from a huge portal. Liu Peng's desperate order to engage the fire mages and use self-destruct scrolls proved to be too late in the face of the insects' swift attack. Careful observation allowed Liu Peng to identify the insects as the creatures from Heractus's cave, noting their greatly increased strength and invulnerability to physical attacks. Liu Peng's growing interest in the identity of a necromancer capable of summoning such powerful creatures reflected his professional respect for his demonstrated abilities. Liu Peng's strategic calculation was based on the need to hold out until Zhu Hyuk's forces were depleted, and the preparation of a trap to capture him was completed. Liu Peng's fatal mistake was failing to notice the presence of absolute evil behind his back, having managed to stealthily ascend to high ground. Assessing the panicking opponents, Zhu Hyuk decided to try out a new wide-range skill instead of the usual tactic of successive destruction of enemies. Everyone's attention was attracted by the approach of a colossal crushing force known as the Coming of the God of Evil, causing the opponents to be genuinely terrified. Zhu Hyuk's surprise was caused by the coincidence of the skill's name with the Zeta technique, noting the significant difference in the lack of manifestation of the huge monster when activated. The specialty of the new skill was the formation of multiple smaller shadowy figures, instead of a single large one, greatly increasing the effective killing radius. Observing the absorption of the knights was accompanied by the notification of the technique transforming into the true coming of the evil god, under the influence of mind energy. The horror of Liu Peng and his companions was caused by the realization of the colossal increase in the enemy's strength since their last encounter, casting doubt on the possibility of resistance. The successful application of the skill had earned Ju Hyuk 4 points of absolute evil and a significant increase in charisma, accompanied by the presence of shadowy entities. The completion of the evil space and evil encouragement effect was marked by the timely notification received by the attentive Si Sung during the battle. The disappearance of the undead created by the random effect caused people to prematurely rejoice, mistakenly attributing it to the depletion of the necromancer's mana. The anxious musings of one of the participants in the battle reflected the realization of the inevitability of continuing the attack and the need to make an important decision. Observing the selective approach of Ju Hyuk and his aid to their opponents reinforced the warrior's desire to preserve his life by raising his left hand in a sign of surrender. The difficulty of making a decision was compounded by the fear of falling into the disfavor of the divine star, which could greatly complicate the hunting opportunities in the controlled areas. The realization of the inevitability of death drove the warrior to the decision to fight to the last man, hoping to attract the attention of the divine star by his selflessness. The desperate attack on absolute evil was accompanied by bewilderment at the audacity of the enemy who defied the mighty divine star. Realizing the inability to deal a fatal blow to absolute evil did not stop the warrior from striving to create an impressive scene to attract the divine star's attention. The lightning-fast defeat of Ju Hyuk's single strike was an unexpected end to the self-confident warrior's ambitious plans. The inability to realize the speed of the blow he had received led the warrior to belatedly realize the true monstrous power of his opponent. The warrior spent the last moments of his life predicting Ju Hyuk's inevitable defeat before the divine star, unheeded by his departing opponent. Rufendal's activation of the broadcast allowed anonymous observers to appreciate Si Sung's outstanding abilities as a necromancer, eliciting admiring comments. Public opinion was divided between recognizing Si Sung's superiority and respecting the integrity of an absolute evil who kept his promise to spare surrendered opponents. The aide's report to President Kang Moo-hwan confirmed the disturbing trend of public opinion shifting in favor of absolute evil, demanding an immediate response. He ordered the aides to keep the media under control and make sure it did not become a problem. Kang Moo-hwan tried his best to pretend it didn't bother him, but he finally realized that absolute evil wasn't just crazy. He was a careful and politically savvy guy who knew how to stir up hatred for his enemies. At this time, there was still a battle going on, so it was interesting to see what was going on with the small alliance. It was reported to him that the preparations were completely finished, and then Kang Moo-hwan ordered that they should finally proceed with their real plan. A spell was used on Ju Hyuk that bound him. It was a top-level spell, and his heaven-conquering mind energy technique was trying to resist the effects of this spell. Kurtle only laughed, wanting to know how Ju Hyuk felt when someone who had trapped him finally appeared. After all, they had mobilized as many as 300 mages to catch him. It was clearly not an easy trap to get out of. Ju Hyuk himself was shocked when the system notified him that the resistance had failed, and a slavery effect had been placed on him. It was surprising since his characteristics exceeded 130 units. But they still managed to catch him. He didn't even know what he should do at this kind of situation. He was approached by Kurtle, who explained to Ju Hyuk that he was clearly in the wrong place, so he wanted to know how he felt after failing so badly. After which, Kurtle angrily started beating up Ju Hyuk. Watching all of this excitedly was Si Sung, who was towering on the eagle. She was very worried, but Ju Hyuk immediately informed her in a whisper that she should have waited a bit and not interfere, although Ju Hyuk had anticipated this kind of situation. But there was no way he had expected that he would actually end up tied up. Even though his stats exceeded 130 units, he still wasn't in strength, and he finally realized it. In addition, at this moment, Kurtle took out special handcuffs, an item that blocked automatic recovery, preventing health and mana increases for up to 3 years. Ju Hyuk finally realized that the rumors about Divine Star forcing those people who fell into their disfavor to wear such items were not rumors. As Kurtle approached, he decided to question the guy about who was behind it. When there was no answer, he realized that Ju Hyuk still wasn't going to cooperate. But after showing the handcuffs, he made it clear that once they were put on, it wouldn't do any good. But Kang Moo-seok suddenly appeared and took the handcuffs away from Kurtle, because he wanted to put them on and personally punish the sinner who was causing chaos in society by treating the Divine Star like that. Ju Hyuk didn't understand why Kang Moo-seok should be the one to pass such a sentence on him, since he hadn't become king and wasn't even close to it. Instead of answering, Kang Moo-seok only hoped that soon the guy would shut up forever and wouldn't be able to open his filthy mouth. Soon, this speech of Kang Moo-seok's clearly bored Ju Hyuk. He explained to the man that he tried his best to listen to him, but he was no longer able to tolerate his nonsense. And since Kang Moo-seok had already said everything he wanted to say, Ju Hyuk simply broke the shackles, finally taking his turn to say his word. Kang Mu-seok couldn't believe that someone was able to break a top-level binding spell, because before this, the guy obviously couldn't even move. It seemed like an absurd situation, but he couldn't do anything about it, so Ju Hyuk punished him and said his catchphrase that he just didn't like Kang Mu-seok. Kurtle and the others were shocked, not realizing how the director was once again struck with absolute evil. Moreover, this time he had also killed him with just one blow. Serdian knew from the beginning that for the sake of maintaining their status and well-being, people would treat the Overlord like a criminal and make him look helpless. For example, they might spend time reciting a long, status-reducing spell because they are unable to defeat the Overlord by force. They would try using binding or petrification magic. Of course, with the spiritual eye, the Lord would easily be able to see their preparations. But Serdian believed that they would not be able to resist the temptation to bring a hero bringing enlightenment to the stage. In the end, everything went according to the man's plan, and as Serdian thought, Ju Hyuk decided to show his greatness to the world. Plus, all this time behind him, Rufendal had been shooting live video, so Ju Hyuk hoped that everything was being broadcast exactly as planned. After he was tied up by activating the spell, he checked the points of absolute evil. There was an offer to strengthen the true heaven-conquering mind energy technique for 40 points. Ju Hyuk had always known that he would strengthen this technique one day, but he was worried about when exactly that moment would come. So today, he thought that he should strengthen it. In the end, as soon as he did so, his points increased enough to handle those shackles. His decision turned out to be the right one, even though it was a bit of a risky decision. But he had snapped up a score. Liu Peng at this time couldn't believe that in addition to Ju Hyuk being freed from the shackles, the atmosphere had changed even more, as if he had become even stronger. The guy at this time only asked that those who didn't wish to be killed should raise their left hand up so that they wouldn't be hit. Kurtle at this time was madly angry at this rebel who continued to act so arrogant until the very end. Liu Peng tried to stop the man. The hero with a smile once again decided to repeat to everyone that his enemy was the Divine Star Alliance, and he wasn't going to punish the innocent. At this point, Ju Hyuk had already killed absolutely all the players who didn't have their left hand raised. Liu Peng couldn't believe that the guy was able to perform against them, furthermore being in such a relaxed state. This only spoke to the fact that he was fighting far from his full capacity. Ju Hyuk, on the other hand, calmly said goodbye to the survivors and asked them to go home quietly. After watching this video, the clingy man realized that absolute evil was clearly crazy. But still, his opponent was the Divine Star Alliance, so it seemed impossible that he had won against so many people. It seemed to him that he with such strength might have used some kind of bug. After all, he hadn't just defeated the rank and file of the Union, he had even killed 3 deity viceroys with a single strike. In addition, he was also staggered by his area attack. It was truly a crazy situation where one single skill killed hundreds of people. And though at that moment the man had an absurd idea, it now seemed to him that the Divine Star Alliance had disturbed someone it shouldn't have touched in the first place. Plus, he noticed that even from Mariana there hadn't been a single response today. He had originally met a friend of hers to get her number, and she had agreed not only to give out Mariana's number, but she had also given him hers as a last resort. But he wasn't interested in that girl. It was extremely difficult for him to get Mariana out of his mind. Her haughty look, so much so that he couldn't even believe she was 19. The man knew that if she came to him, he would get her a decent job, and then he could take care of her. But she wasn't interested. She looked at Ju Hyuk from her flying height, and as she expected, he was simply gorgeous. The plan that was voiced earlier, everything went exactly as he said it would. Plus, she thought he looked insanely manly when, even when he was fully focused on his work, he showed incredible care. Therefore, Zisong realized that she too had to become stronger soon in order to be even more useful to the Overlord. Ju Hyuk, meanwhile, was pondering that the scene of killing Divine Star members seemed insanely familiar to him. Just like when a huge number of players ended up being killed in the hunting ground, the true heaven-conquering mind energy technique had reacted to something. Right now, he felt the same thing. And as if in response to his feeling, the Ryomen Valley expanded and the radius of the hunting ground increased. Ju Hyuk realized that it was similar to the case of a river flowing through the sky. So, the boss should appear again soon, and it turned out to be true. For the message announced that due to the appearance of a true evil, his sky-conquering mind technique had satisfied the conditions for the appearance of a boss monster. The boss monster Double Digger as well as Black Armadillo was created, and he was given a quest accordingly. The project on the monster bosses made me happy, because finally this hidden part of the quest will also be completed. In addition, Ju Hyuk didn't hesitate and decided to proceed with the battle, as he realized that absolute evil has a special compatibility with monsters that were created under special conditions. Therefore, with just his appearance alone, he too displayed an intimidation technique that instilled intense fear in monsters like darkness and demons. The powerful energy made the boss monsters feel an all-consuming terror, and as a result, they were so frightened that they immediately started hiding from Ju Hyuk. Even Coco, who was watching this from down below, laughed at the fact that these monsters were afraid of his master. Rufendal was proud of Ju Hyuk because he had expected nothing less from his boss. Ju Hyuk, meanwhile, calmly looked around at the monster bosses and realized that they had no intention of attacking. Apparently, it was all because his intimidation effect had become much stronger. He walked up to one of the monsters and stroked its head, asking it not to be so afraid that he wouldn't touch it. After that, Ju Hyuk calmly walked away, realizing that they would have to deal with the Divine Star people coming here. So they would have to deal with them again later, and the monster bosses would help him with that. Rufendal, on the other hand, happily recorded absolutely everything that happened during this time, and the people watching the broadcast were amazed at how the huge monsters were frightened by the mere presence of absolute evil, so his master's status was solidified properly. Later, the humans came again to hunt in their lands, and the tanks that came down chose a defensive stance. But their enemies were the monster bosses who guarded the area at their master's command, so they killed absolutely everyone. No one understood why they were so strong, because while watching the broadcast they looked weak. In addition, the monsters not only attacked from below, they were also able to dig through the rocks and climb up. With this kind of situation, all the strategies used until now became completely useless. At this time, the guys turned to the head of their union, warning that the black mobs were about to appear. He knew it himself. The man was clearly worried because after that battle, the Divine Union hadn't shown any attention to what had happened, so he had decided to at least go on a raid and had bought a lot of stuff for that raid. But in the end, he only got this. Therefore, it now seemed like it was his huge mistake, and that he had simply not raised his left hand at that moment, and now had to suffer because of the Divine Star that he had given his life, and all the resources he had for. At the same time, Kang Mu-seok was resentful because now, following the river flowing through the sky, the Ryuman Valley was also experiencing a decrease in operational profits as black monsters began to appear there after Ju Hyuk's appearance. At this moment, Yu Jin appeared and unhappily reported that she had seen everything the absolute evil had done and didn't understand why Kang Mu-seok continued to sit idly by. She was clearly upset that the person sitting on the holy throne was unable to even fight normally, and it seemed that Kang Mu-seok was clearly doing no good. The man grudgingly said that he had let his guard down a bit, and also scolded the girl for always spitting everywhere like a boar, and doing so while leaving her footprints on his floor. But Yujin didn't pay any attention to his comments and only scolded Kang Mu-seok for letting his guard down so that his head flew off his shoulders. Kang Mu-seok was madly angry with this girl. Yujin, without the support behind her, is nothing more than a puppy shaking with fear. And even though Kang Mu-seok was holding himself together now, it was only because she was the daughter of the heavenly ruler. But one day, he wanted to crush this pathetic little bug, who was boring him with her scandals and screams. Ju Hyuk, on the other hand, was in the process of beating up the members of the Divine Star Alliance. Anyone he found, he quickly killed, and Rufendal was just around to collect their items. During this time, they had already emptied 5 Divine Star hunting grounds. At this moment, suddenly the guy received a message from an unknown admirer who was active in video editing and was impressed with Ju Hyuk's activities, so he had a couple ideas on how to improve his streamings. Ju Hyuk was surprised by such a message, because since he had killed many members of the Divine Star Alliance, he often received various threatening messages from Divine Star people. But this guy was the first one who managed to interest him. Therefore, he decided to still talk to him and asked him to summarize his proposal. The guy who was sitting in the bushes at this time was happy that Ju Hyuk had answered his whisper, and explained that the media was currently completely taken over by the big unions, and only facts unfavorable to absolute evil were being poured into any media. To begin with, the guy decided to show proof of his specialization. He was a journalist, and decided to take a screenshot that he could send to Ju Hyuk. He explained that the media currently defined absolute evil as social evil and rebel force, but he was of a different opinion. He believed that Ju Hyuk, on the contrary, criticized the current unreasonable and unjust system, and was a person who sought to change the world in a direction that was extremely sane. And he wanted to help Ju Hyuk. This guy's name was Jang Hyun-seok, and he wanted to help Ju Hyuk in this media war. Plus, he was an independent streamer and explained that he wanted to edit a video about absolute evil and cover it in his streaming. Plus, he was a master at editing, so he would definitely be able to help with that. Therefore, if Ju Hyuk sent him the videos that were made by Rufendal, he would be able to demonstrate how to make the video the epitome of truth itself. Ju Hyuk realized that he didn't need to do anything on his part, so it seemed like a good enough offer to him, but he was worried that Rufendal would have to sweat a lot in such a case. In the end, Ju Hyuk agreed, and that Rufendal and Yang Hyun Seok were insanely grateful for the trust and asked that he rely on them, because they would do everything in the best way possible. The new video began with what many people must have heard the news that an absolute evil had taken over the valley and made it closed for use, while destroying the hunting grounds and turning it into chaos. But this was a lie. First, absolute evil took the lead in defeating the monster bosses, and as new strategies evolved in fighting the black monsters, users began to successfully deal with them one by one, and players kept the blue stones they had looted. Therefore, there was no monopoly in these hunting grounds, and they were completely free. This was the reality of the current situation, which everyone called social chaos. This video was broadcast in the Divine Star Alliance's conference hall, and Kang Mu-hwan made it clear that the actions of absolute evil were undermining the existing market order, thereby contributing to chaos and splitting society, so he decided that they could no longer turn a blind eye. Kang Mu-hwan personally declared war on absolute evil. Everyone soon learned that the declaration of war was made personally by the head of the Grand Union. The territory of absolute evil, an abandoned fief west of the Kogonis Mountains, was completely surrounded by Kang Mu-hwan's soldiers. On this occasion, Ju Hyuk decided to go live and calmly stated that he was happy to accept Divine Star's challenge. After which, he approached Serdian, explaining that events were unfolding according to his predictions, and the man explained that they believed that there was a high probability that the opponent was not paying attention to their strategy. Most likely believes that their main forces will focus on defense and guerrilla warfare, so they will slowly surround them from all sides and wait for them to starve to death. To be honest, the rules of feudal warfare were disadvantageous for Ju Hyuk since he has few troops. Although the elders stood by his side on the streamer for propaganda purposes, but using them was too risky since the balance in the entire empire was at stake. Therefore, Ju Hyuk decided to go and check on the warriors who opposed him himself. He knew that the opposing side had nothing prepared against him, so he decided to show them what their battle would be like. His sister was very worried about such an outcome of events, and worried that something might not go according to her brother's plan. After all, he only had one single feud. If it was taken away, then everything would come to an end. But Serdian calmly reminded her that he still had a main military camp, and there were 2 fiefdoms in his location. But no one knew where his main stronghold was. So there was nothing to worry about. Even the mighty empire of Urfez was unable to find his stronghold. And if the empire can't find it, then the users definitely can't find it either. So even if he fails, the absolute evil will not be in any danger. But Seiya was still worried, because this time, Kang Mu-hwan himself would also enter the fray. But Ju Hyuk still thought that he was much stronger. Besides, he reassured his sister by explaining that he had one special skill that he was really counting on, but after hearing about it, Seiya obviously doubted that it would be alright. Instead, he decided to find out what the tendencies of those sitting on the holy thrones were. And as it turned out, they were all running around like crazy right now with quests to get stronger. Besides, Seiya really wanted her brother to kill them as soon as possible, because they annoyed her insanely, especially the Beast Lord. She didn't even occupy the throne, yet she participated in the quests with everyone else and knew all the details they discussed. In addition, she was vocal about how nobles should live up to their high position and not socialize with commoners like her. Ju Hyuk quickly understood what she was talking about, as he was not surprised by Yujin's behavior, so he stroked his sister's head. He decided that the first thing he wanted to do was to take care of the monster tamer Yujin. Kang Mu-hwan, on the other hand, realized at this time that they had no need to rush, as they were in a very advantageous position. High-ranked fire-type magic and expensive flame magic scrolls. With this level of training, not even the swarm of crawling undead insects that attacked their forces last time would be able to gain the upper hand. Since there is a big difference in troop numbers, the absolute evil will have no choice but to sit in deep defense and make guerrilla sorties. And the only road leading to the feud has been taken over. According to the system, even the death of their NPCs is considered a defeat in a territorial war, and according to the information they received, the lands even without supplies are not conducive to survival. Therefore, the more time they spend here, the more favorable their situation becomes. After all, they may not even attack, but simply wait until everyone starves to death. Events move to the Imperial Palace of the Empire, where a rumor has reached the Imperial intelligence about the appearance of an absolute evil that has bought lands in Western Cernia through a proxy. Therefore, they were now faced with forces with legitimate rights and had no way to influence it. but they didn't realize if it was really a problem that would require their attention. Then it was reported to them that the movements of the black-colored and Sarmak forces were seen at the same time as his appearance, so obviously that player had taken control of both factions. This was clearly not a bad result, but even so, this was about the players, and there was no need for them to interfere. He only asked them to report back if this player tried to buy new lands again, because as long as it didn't happen, the situation wasn't critical enough for them to pay attention to it. As night descended into the sky, Kong Mu Huan was informed that assassins were moving towards them. He wasn't surprised because it was a full-scale war that Zhu Hayuk couldn't handle. But he had foreseen this, so he asked his men not to panic because something like this would not be able to cause chaos in their ranks. But suddenly, a man came running and reported to Kang Mu Huan that something they had not foreseen had happened. The ultimate evil himself had appeared in person, and even Kang Mu Huan was surprised. In addition, they explained that he had not appeared in their camp, but in Darkhan, a trading city that was part of the Divine Star. The merchant who ran Darkhan didn't understand what this guy was doing here and how he could have used a teleporter to end up here. Moreover, it seemed even more incredible that he had decided to destroy Darkhan alone, because without allied forces it seemed impossible. The merchant began to ask about the state of the fortress walls. At the moment, they were using red stones to secure the structure, so the man under whose leadership the lands were under believed that Zhu Hyuk would definitely not be able to do anything alone. The man who came was Kong Mu Yol, a player who was a member of a large alliance and ranked 7th in the rankings of Korea. Therefore, without wasting any time, he activated his watching eye and analyzed the field where Zhu Hayuk was. He realized that the guy had indeed come completely alone and thought he was completely crazy. After which, he activated his divine bow, which few people had been able to observe before, and prepared to shoot at their enemy. Activating the fire attribute, the Fire Bee, he sent an arrow towards Zhu Hyuk. The people watching the broadcast only thought that an attack of this level should kill an absolute evil on the spot, because it was unlikely that he would be able to dodge such an attack. He really didn't dodge. Instead, he only caught the arrow on the fly. No one could believe it, not even Kang Mu Yol himself, and Zhu Hyuk was only looking at the arrow at this time, not realizing what kind of unusual skill it was. In addition, the arrow was moving slower than he expected. In the end, after extinguishing his hand, Zhu Hyuk realized that it seemed like it was time for him to act as well. But without a swift movement skill, getting to the mountain itself wouldn't be possible for him to get to the mountain quickly. Even though he could move quickly with his high characteristics, but he didn't have any artifacts or special gear. Even the quick steps that Rufendal used had its own charm, but Zhu Hyuk had no such thing, so he decided to deal with it later. Heading towards the walls of the fortress, he decided to activate the destructive strike skill, which was precisely what he considered to be his most useless skill. In doing so, he remembered the times with his teacher, who explained to the boy that he was the one destined to conquer the world, but he did not understand why he should do so. The teacher explained that it was for the sake of achieving this goal that he should teach him the skills that he had been honing for all 40 years. Those were the times when Zhu Hyuk still had so-called dreams, and they weren't so grandiose. He just wanted to live an ordinary life like everyone else. He had no interest in something like conquering the world, and so when he received skills meant for feudal wars, he thought they were just lame. That was why he wasn't happy about receiving the skills Crushing Strike and Mercury Strike. But the teacher had beaten his student and not contentedly informed him that only with these two skills could the world be conquered. Zhu Hyuk didn't understand at that time what good it would do if he got the specialization of fighting feudal wars, because he couldn't use those skills against monsters, so he considered those skills to be real trash. There was a time when he had just such thoughts in his mind, and he felt like he wouldn't be able to use this skill since he was level 60, but he was insanely happy that he was able to increase his level, albeit with the help of a reward, and so he was finally able to reach the level of this skill. Even though Zhu Hayuk had never expected that there would be a moment in his life when he would use something like this. But even to his surprise, this skill was much more powerful, because his destructive fist had become a super destructive fist under the influence of his title, and he was madly surprised that this skill could also be strengthened. After the strike, the frightened people immediately noticed a black mist rising above their fortress. They were wondering what the hell kind of skill this guy had decided to use in the first place. Zhu Hyuk, on the other hand, was quietly pleased that working with his fists was much easier than he thought. His mana consumption had also decreased significantly after raising his level to 60. But at this moment, he noticed a bright star appearing in the midst of the sky, as Kang Mu Yol prepared to unleash a stronger skill. This skill already consisted of many explosive arrows that were flying towards the guy, but he was not intimidated by them at all. He only calmly raised his hand and activated his destruction ability. And everyone was shocked that even the explosive fire, known as the strongest long-range attack skill, was completely destroyed. At this moment, Kang Mu-yeol, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, ordered to take control of the media. After all, the current situation should not leak out to the information portals. After that, the man immediately announced to the knights that filming of any kind was forbidden in Darkhan and ordered them to pass this order on to the others. In addition, the man was desperate, realizing why such a thing had happened exactly during his rule of the city. He thought it was only a bad dream, but all their plans were hopelessly failing. At this time, Jang Hyun-seok was busy filming everything in detail with his webcams. He happily explained that he filmed everything from the beginning and didn't miss a single detail. At this moment, all the government and major radio stations had stopped broadcasting, and a gasping Chan realized that it was probably all because of the Divine Star's pressure. But he was completely unafraid of such restrictions, and was broadcasting live so that the world could see what was really going on here. Kang Mu-yeol clearly panicked, not realizing what skill the hero even possessed, and ordered all the knights to retreat as the fortress wall was crumbling. In the end, it was shattered, and Ju-hyuk went inside, realizing that in order to take possession of the territory, he needed to destroy the 3 crystals of feud located in the fortresses. One of the crystals was guarded by the city manager, who had sent his knights to stop the absolute evil from getting any further. Liu Peng at this time requested that his colleagues try to contact the head of the alliance. Kirtle was already busy doing so, but the Union head ordered them to stop the absolute evil at all costs. But even Kirtle didn't understand how they should stop it. At this moment, Kang Mu-hwan arrived at the enemy's territory, who couldn't imagine that the absolute evil's abilities extended this far, but they couldn't sit idly by. After all, if the absolute evil struck at Darkhan, they were bound to strike at its walls. In any case, Cernia was the only feud of absolute evil. If they took the place first, they would win. But suddenly the man sensed that something was clearly wrong here, for it was maddeningly quiet inside the fortress. And if you think about it, they had broken through the castle without feeling any resistance. In addition, no one was protecting the crystal. They didn't even encounter a single NPC. Therefore, no one understood what the hell this was supposed to mean. At this time, one of the Union members reported to Elder Serdian that all the troops and residents had been moved on his orders. Serdian merely clarified if the man had handled the teleporter well without leaving a trace, and the man assured him that the job had been done flawlessly. Serdian knew that by now the enemy had already infiltrated Cernia, and should have guessed by now that it was an empty house. Of course, they wouldn't find out until the day they died that everyone had been evacuated through the teleporter. So now the man was ordering his men to find any trace of the departed residents. He had no idea how the absolute evil managed to pull this off, but he had moved all the NPCs and everything belonging to the feud. Without any doubt, he had another hideout. In addition, Kang Mu-hwan felt as if he had received a good slap from that rascal. Ju-hyuk realized that he was taking a huge risk because this skill had the highest mana consumption. But thanks to the effect of True Mind technique, the mana consumption was reduced, giving him more freedom. Therefore, he now decided to use his gathering skill. After that, people noticed that Ju-hyuk's magic gradually began to dispel and disappear. But here, the city manager knew that this wasn't the case. The energy began to tighten and concentrate around absolute evil. Kang Mu-yeol guessed that in all likelihood, the guy hadn't thought of looking for the feud crystals. Even if he tried to hide now, his situation was no different from a rat splashing around in a vat of poison. But suddenly, with the clairvoyance skill, he noticed that all the crystals were in his hands. Kang Mu-yeol was even more shocked when he destroyed all the crystals with just a basic strike. After that, he received the ownership rights, but on the condition that he could protect the newly created crystals for 15 minutes. Ju-hyuk realized that due to the skill effect, the crystals were gathered right in front of him, so he didn't need to move anywhere, but he felt that protecting them for 15 minutes would be a bit difficult. In addition, he noticed the mages in the crowd around his dome. He wondered why they weren't doing anything, but after looking more closely, he realized his mistake. As it turned out, all this time, they had been attacking him in the same way that Kang Mu-yeol had been attacking him. But their attacks were either too weak or had no effect because they simply didn't reach Ju-hyuk. Suddenly, the hero realized that his thunderous fog of devastating strike was canceling out all the blows and attacks that were flying in his direction, and he had no idea that this skill that he thought sucked was so cheater. He ended up destroying all the crystals and repelling every attack of the opponents in 15 minutes, so he became the new feud leader. Those who were still watching the stream were amazed because at this time, Kang Mu-hwan had already managed to capture Ju-hyuk's feud. But for some reason, the feudal war didn't end there. Everyone realized that he had another feud, and that the lands he had lured Kangmu Huan to were just a decoy. Jang Hyun-sok, who was watching the comments in the chat room, was pleased that he had managed to change the audience's minds. Plus, since he was the only one from Divine Star to air the footage, there were already over 1 million viewers at this point. But all of a sudden, the guy noticed the comments that Ellen's big union had started the live broadcast. At this time, the press conference began, where Eve spoke and recognized that the absolute evil was strong. They had no choice but to admit that too much power had been put at the personal disposal of absolute evil. But he reminded them that they couldn't trust him, because they couldn't forget that he was a murderer. Jang Hyun-sok didn't understand if it was impossible to gather the same thing over and over again. It seemed to him that it should have gotten tiresome by now, but instead he witnessed a lot of angry comments from anonymous people raining down on the absolute evil one, thinking he was a lowly murderer. But he immediately realized that judging by the nicknames, these people were from the Grand Alliance. It seemed to him that such actions of theirs were absolutely kindergarten, since they had decided that the average independent streamer was beyond them. As a result, he put on his glasses and threw in a request to activate the journalist class powers. Once the Zeus system accepted his request, he used the aggressive bot detection skill, and once all accounts were detected, they were blocked permanently. Chan knew that his opponents probably didn't know that skills could be used in this way as well, and since kicking them out now was too boring, he decided to find the very video that the absolute evil had given him, because the moment had come when it could be used. At this time, Eve was walking after the press conference when he suddenly received a call from his aunt. He was about to go home, but the woman immediately yelled at the guy and ordered him to return to the conference room. As it turned out, right now there was a video circulating on the internet that supposedly showed them being sold exclusive teleport rights and hunting for kickbacks. Eve really couldn't believe that absolute evil had actually put that out there. Jo Hyuk, on the other hand, wandered around the captured castle at the same time and explained that he had also seen the video regarding Eva's fraudulent actions, and he would be curious if the Ellen Union really had the competence to advocate for social justice in any way. And since they had taken over Darkhan this time, he found a lot of interesting things here. Ju Hyuk realized that his enemies who baptized themselves as nobles should clearly start to get nervous. He explained that he didn't like them all, especially Divine Star, so they were already deceased. The video was over, and Jang Hyun-seok happily explained that Ju Hyuk looked just fine. He immediately came out of Olympus to edit the video and put it online. Ju Hyuk was counting on his help. Plus he knew for sure that the video would come out flawless since its plot had been scripted entirely by Serdian. But he wondered if Serdian really thought there were so many weaknesses in Darkhan's operational reporting, for he knew nothing about it. The satisfied elder explained that this was the first time he had ever encountered such negligent management in his entire life. It could be understood just by looking at the taxes collected. The funds passed from one person to another, but there were no proper records. Here the money was simply stolen. In addition, Serdian promised that he would quickly find evidence of these frauds, because many dishonest deeds had been committed here. Besides, the enemies had behaved too carelessly, and were probably extremely worried about the situation right now. Suddenly, Serdian had a terrific idea, and Ju Hyuk decided to listen. Although he admitted to himself that although Serdian was in charge of administration, it was this elder that Ju Hyuk found most frightening. In the Divine Star Alliance, there was a conference and a statement from Absolute Evil, the content of which reported on Darkhan's administration. The Absolute Evil had posted public promises that outlined the privileges that would be gained by registering in Darkhan. Since the publication of the pledge, more and more players have moved to Darkhan. The director explained that it was also an Absolute Evil promise to reorganize the management system into NPCs specializing in administration. There were rumors among users that Darkhan was an extremely corrupt city. Absolute Evil's stance was that he would manage the territory transparently and with all diligence. Kang Mu-hwan was clearly panicking, for he didn't think that such a situation would ever arise. In addition, there were various documents and ledgers left behind. The amount of money stolen and laundered in Darkhan alone had to be hundreds of billions of won, so they needed to gather forces and attack before Ju Hyuk would find any evidence. It was an unprecedented situation where Darkhan, Divine Star's main source of income, was in the hands of Absolute Evil. In order to retrieve Darkhan, Divine Star and Ellen formed an allied force once again. Following Cernia, the major media outlets began to pay attention to Darkhan. On the surface, under the pretext of a movement to punish social evil, this was how the battle for Darkhan's fortress of Absolute Evil unfolded. The secret society did not realize what position to take, for no matter how much they tried to manipulate public opinion, it had reached the point where it could not be hidden. Only those who use social networks or communities were influenced. The rest of us realized that the ultimate evil was still the same killer. However, in a certain age group, mass support for absolute evil had already clearly begun. Many wondered if absolute evil could continue to demonstrate the power it had shown in the feudal war. This was a key point of much debate, especially since Divine Star and Ellen had now teamed up. They even called the force the Absolute Evil Vaporization Agreement. Plus, if someone doesn't sign up for the agreement for the vaporization of absolute evil, they might face criticism. And after all, we are talking about the unions ranked first and second in South Korea's ranking. If absolute evil is defeated and loses its power this time, the outside observers of the situation could find themselves the targets of all kinds of nags. However, they didn't know what to do, because the unthinkable power of absolute evil was not a temporary phenomenon, so they had to come up with a plan on what to do if it became even stronger. Even if they had to get caught in the hot hand, they decided to keep watching and make a decision later. At this time, a joyful Rufendal came to report to Master that he had collected all the items of the players Ju Hyuk had killed in Darkhan. Ju Hyuk realized that he was clearly doing well and had learned the skill of collecting wide-range items for a reason. If he continued like this, he would be able to keep his position as the #1 pet, so he asked that Master give him the praise he deserved. Ju Hyuk, on the other hand, was already going through the bag at this time. The first thing he gave out was a reward for Rufendal himself. It was a necklace with a price tag of 7 million. Rufendal realized that the amount earned this month alone was already over 30 million, and he was happy to be a pet. Serdian, on the other hand, was discussing the next phase of Darkhan's work with the elders. As it turned out, after the social contract was published, the number of registered users had passed 10,000, which was rather a slow increase. Ju Hyuk was worried if everything would be all right on the Divine Star's side, if a new attack would be launched, because then the flow might be blocked. But Serdian, on the contrary, saw this as a good opportunity for them. All they had to do was to demonstrate their greatness during the battle for Darkhan. If everyone saw how good the Lord was, not only on offense but also on defense, everyone would want to serve him. Ju Hyuk was clearly doubtful, but he realized that since Serdian was talking about it, he should do so. And this time, he would clearly have to push his strength a little harder. At this time, Ellen's union was watching a video of a man presenting a gift to Eve and asking for his help to take care of the hunting grounds and portals. After accepting the gold, the man realized that for such a reward, he would agree to do a good deed after all. In this video, the face was completely hidden behind the mosaic, so the union said it was an edited video, but no matter which way you looked at it, it was obvious that it was Eve. And he didn't even know how to react, because he felt terrible about being caught taking large-scale bribes. And now he found himself in an extremely difficult position. But the aunt decided to turn a blind eye to it, because she realized that bribery was also a kind of business, because the whole lower class was eager to create new connections. So she didn't see a misdemeanor on Eve's part. She didn't know how they'd gotten hold of the footage, but that they'd stooped to threatening her with such videos was clearly a bad sign. Eve couldn't believe that he had actually stayed afloat, so he bowed and promised his aunt that he would continue to work hard and try not to tarnish Ellen's name again. Besides, he decided to ask the woman if she wanted to take part in the siege of Darkhan. She explained that she was an important figure to Ellen, so she had to take part. But Eve didn't know for sure if she would be all right. She only calmly explained that it couldn't be otherwise, because this battle for Darkhan involved players from the 1st to 5th ranking, because Darkhan had to be recaptured as soon as possible. Somewhere around this time, Zisong was in the Divine Star hunting grounds, taking control of the resistance of the local troops. She had agreed to take control of the hunting grounds around Darkhan, because this was the first time Ju Hyuk had asked her for a favor in a long time. But it gradually became harder to hold her position. She had never expected that she would have to mobilize even priest and paladin class NPCs to protect the hunting grounds. She realized that the Grand Alliance wasn't called that for nothing after all. In addition, she was getting tired of this, and would rather go back to Ju Hyuk himself. The man at this time had already gotten too close to Zisong, and realized that this necromancer had a huge amount of stamina. But no matter how strong she was, since she had to mobilize even the paladins, she would clearly get tired soon. In addition, this valley was insanely important to the man, as he had struggled to settle here after failing in the valley. He couldn't stay here just because of his position, just because he was a subcontractor of Divine Star. But as soon as the man rushed towards her, he saw that up close, this necromancer looked insanely similar to the girl he already knew well. But she managed to defend herself in time by ordering her death soldiers to rise from the dead and summoned an undead Hirkakta. It was a huge snake, which immediately ate the man. Being in the snake's mouth, the man only resented and only had time to regret that he had only just established himself in these hunting grounds. The girl was surprised that this man's face made her feel so disgusted that she immediately decided to summon a snake instead of some other type of undead simpler. Jo Hyuk, on the other hand, was near the eastern gate of Darkhan with Serdian at this time. He hadn't expected a huge army to arrive, but now he saw that there was a veritable darkness of them. At this moment, it was reported to him that the estimated number of troops was 200,000, and there were also players from the 1st to 5th ranking of Korea present, so the stream viewers thought that absolute evil would definitely not win here. For the first time, Serdian was also worried, realizing that the number of enemy troops was not insignificant, and suggested calling the elders, but Ju Hyuk didn't see the need to go that far. Besides, if the elders gathered here, it would attract the attention of the Erfis Empire. After that, he decided to go down into battle, for coincidentally his level had risen to 60. And when he took over Darkhan, his arsenal was now fully increased with the devastating strike he had used earlier, so Ju Hyuk realized that it was time for his lame skill to serve a second time. In addition, he decided to add the Mercury Strike skill as well, so that his strike would be much more grandiose. Serdian, observing the power of the skills that the Overlord considered lame, was amazed, because he felt that in front of him was a magnificent demonic energy, and he did not understand how the Overlord could even consider it a terrible skill. As a consequence, the Mercury Strike intensified to Mercury Super Strike. As a result, everyone witnessed a suspicious air current that had never been seen before appear around the castle. Kang Mu Huan said that it was natural for a 200,000 strong army to win. It was just the difference in strength. But the problem was that absolute evil defied any logic. In addition, this skill was similar to the skill that had been demonstrated earlier. First, Saint Kong Musok decided to go on a reconnaissance mission, in order to strike and understand how the absolute evil skill reacted. In addition, he realized that there was a 200,000 army involved, and obviously even absolute evil would not be able to deal with it. As he refreshed his flame sword, he realized that he was in no danger. He was armed with defense magic for all types of battles, so he was bound to win this battle. But how shocked the guy was when he was hit back by a multitude of attacks in just a second. As it turned out, if the attack aimed at Mercury Strike could not destroy it, the skill responded with a serious counterstrike, in addition to increasing the damage by 40%. With the exact same success, Ju Hyuk killed several other opponents who were sending him attacks, but Kang Mu Huan kept ordering them to block his strikes at all costs. At this point, it was confirmed that his skill was also an ability to counter attacks. They had to sacrifice warriors in the process of observing, but the absolute evil was still a human, so it was impossible for him to repel the attacks of a 200,000 army, so they launched an all-out attack. One woman saw something strange, because without a doubt, this skill was supposed to consume mana. But no matter how large his mana reserve was, absolute evil had to replenish it somehow. But absolute evil hadn't even drank the mana recovery potion during this time. In fact, the reason was because he had been earning absolute evil points in parallel all this time. In addition, he realized all the privileges of his Mercury Strike. Since it was a closely intertwined skill, he could clearly see who was making what attacks. In addition, there is the ability to not only reflect attacks, but also absorb damage in the form of mana, so its consumption was virtually non-existent. With that being the case, if the opponents were unable to repel Mercury Strike with a single attack, it meant that Ju Hyuk was truly invincible, and many people even began to question whether the absolute evil was a class that specialized in defense. At this moment, Kang Mu Huan also realized that he had the mana absorption option, and was literally a person beyond reason. However, he couldn't just drop the players from rank 1 to 5 like this right now. With a skill like this, if suddenly their joint attack failed and they couldn't break through this skill, it was quite possible that they would suffer serious damage and even death. And being cannon fodder is the share of those who occupy the lower estates, but continuing to spread their forces here was also not the best option. So Kang Mu Huan ordered a slight retreat to begin with and continue later. Looking at the retreat, Serdian knew that their enemy was up to something. Ju Hyuk understood that they had most likely decided to wait for Mercury Strike to end, and realized that in that case, the best option would be to visit them himself. But Serdian was clearly panicking, not understanding why such risks were being taken. Ju Hyuk knew that if his enemies weren't going to go to him, he wasn't too lazy to visit them himself. Plus, he decided to open up his system since he had already collected a lot of absolute evil points, and he decided to try to use his supreme skill. Meanwhile, Coco Se-sung was flying in the airspace near Darkhan. She was very worried because she had delayed mocking the dead warrior. For the more she looked at him, the more her blood boiled in her veins, and she decided to vent her anger. But she was afraid that Ju Hyuk would scold her for being late. The girl promised that she would give Coco a bruise and asked that the bird fly faster. Soon, Ona noticed that the guy had been downstairs the whole time, which surprised her because he said he would be on the castle wall. So she decided to send him a whisper to begin with. But she didn't have time to do anything because at that moment he activated the skill Ashura's Heaven-Shattering Fist, and everything around him erupted with purple lightning. Looking at such a strong skill, she couldn't even fully believe that this skill belonged to Ju Hyuk. In addition, she saw the sky begin to darken rapidly, and it was clearly some kind of skill that affected the weather. But as far as she knew, there was basically no such skill on Olympus. The enemy troops also froze in shock, not realizing what was already happening right now, and Jang Hyun-sok also watched the recording, not realizing what this skill was even. But more importantly, there was a lot of interference in the video. With that being the case, he couldn't do a live broadcast, and the viewers were insanely displeased. At that moment, news spread that all the video recording devices in Darkhan were temporarily down, and suddenly the guy realized that the problem was not his weak equipment. Even the public channels were unable to film. It seemed it was impossible to film with a remote-controlled drone. Jang Hyun-sok's only option was to connect directly and continue filming. But he didn't realize if he would be able to return from Darkhan alive, or if he would die if he was in the epicenter of the absolute evil skill. At this time, the hero was calmly passing by the enemy troops, who were immediately scattered in different directions from such a flow of energy. They were dying. It was not surprising. After all, in the game the skill belonged to the category of the highest, which can only be obtained at level 99. As far as the hero knew, it was the strongest broad-range skill that Absolute Evil could master. Once activated, all the skills acquired by the Absolute Evil would merge together. And then there was a chain reaction in all areas, including attack, defense, stats, and so on, resulting in the death of the enemy. In addition, Ju Hyuk realized that this skill would most likely even be enough to gain the recognition of his crazy teacher. Anyway, to put an end to this battle, one had to go deeper inside and get to the leadership. After all, the top people were all just hiding, using the regular users as cannon fodder. He didn't have any personal grudges towards the ordinary office workers, but he wanted to deal with everyone as quickly as possible, so he activated the Total Annihilation skill. As a result, the entire battlefield erupted in a huge lightning strike, for which the guy received an increase in his level. He was awarded a lot of experience points. Even Ju Hyuk himself did not expect his skill to be so powerful. Even from his point of view, it was a bit too much. Kang Moo-hwan clearly didn't panic, but ordered everyone to gather their thoughts and quickly deal with the situation and find healers and priest users as soon as possible. At this moment, the director reported to the president that all 100,000 people had simply been killed in one fell swoop. Kang Moo-hwan was insane, but he realized that even if Absolute Evil destroyed all laws of common sense, it also had to have some sort of limit. With that being the case, there was only one thing left for him to do. He asked Director Blueheart to engage Ju Hyuk to stall for a little while. The woman was well aware that she, as the 5th top career player, was only being sent to stall for time, but she believed that the Divine Union would repay her for this favor in the future. Kang Moo-hwan had promised that their ties with Ellen's union would become even stronger in the future, and the woman had no choice. Therefore, she prepared herself for battle. Realizing what Kang Moo-hwan was already up to, there was nothing she could do about it. After all, she was only Ellen's principal, and Kang Moo-hwan was the president of Divine Star. If told to go, she had to obey. Therefore, after standing in front of Absolute Evil, she warned that she would not allow him to go any further. The hero was clearly not satisfied with this. He didn't understand how such a weak opponent dared to stand in his way. But he immediately recognized Principal Ellen he had seen earlier and didn't expect her to come out against him so easily on her own. Ju Hyuk decided to test her abilities once, but suddenly Seo Sung contacted him. Her undead reconnaissance had discovered something strange at the western gate. They had suddenly started conducting a summoning party. At this time, the Imperial intelligence had already started to worry, because a player who had single-handedly captured Darren had appeared, and it was about a level that far surpassed ordinary players. They were wondering if the current situation fit the very situation where they needed to intervene. According to the protocol, they distinguished between 3 situations. The first was a class called Absolute Evil. It possessed strength beyond their expectations. The second was the wanted criminal they were pursuing, the Ramtadian. The player's appearance was a bit similar, but clearly only to NPCs, not humans, for to humans the difference was immediately obvious. But suddenly the man reported that it was a mistake. The perpetrator himself had surrendered to them exactly 8 hours ago in the evening. He was very frightened by the fact that he was considered absolute evil, although he was a very ordinary criminal. In the end, the only thing left then was the last third point. Kong Mu Huan of the Big Star Alliance had rented Ramada, and some people clearly hadn't expected such a powerful weapon to be used during the war between the players. It was a matter of direct order of the Imperial Majesty, so they couldn't speak out on this matter. The players seemed to have good diplomatic skills. Even though it was a third-class weapon, they still couldn't believe that the Imperial Majesty had given his written permission to use it. Many people wondered if Divine Star could effectively use the Ramada. But it was obvious right away that they wouldn't be able to reveal its true power. There was no exact guidance provided in case of an emergency, so it was likely that they would only use half of the gun's original power. But that would be enough to destroy a weak castle like Derhan. After the fall, the feud crystal would also be completely destroyed. Jo Hyuk immediately realized that there was a huge cannon, and that he needed to head over there. In order to do so, he needed to quickly move, but he was blocked by the 5th player on the way. He didn't realize if he needed to deal with this woman before he left, but he knew for sure that Ellen was a place that required as much attention as Divine Star. He also didn't like the fact that they had called the video that had been released the other day a lie. But for now, he simply activated the Heaven-Conquering Steps skill and quickly fled away in order to get to the cannon that was the #1 threat. After all, if that giant cannon was what he was thinking of, then he had to deal with it first. After all, he didn't know if Mercury's strike could stop the attack of such a thing. And most importantly, the effect of the Mercury strike was coming to an end. And Zisong also didn't understand what to do and what the enemies were going to do now. At a glance, it was clear that this cannon had incredible power, so it was obvious that they had to block this strike at all costs. In addition, Se-song saw that Ju Hyuk was already on his way, but she couldn't stay on the sidelines because she had to do something about it. She asked for Coco to be on standby, after which she began to call for her death soldiers. Se-sung was well aware that even if Ju Hyuk rushed over, he wouldn't be able to stop the strike in time, so she summoned the strongest undead in history that she possessed. In addition, she also decided to increase her rank as well. In the end, she summoned the undead and raised its rank with the power of absolute necromancy. At this moment, Se-song received an alert that the current mana consumption was too fast, causing the previously summoned undead to be recalled. Well, Se-song didn't care about that after all. She wanted to show what she could do and receive praise. All the undead, except for the snake, began to be recalled back. Player Ruin, who had also become undead and out of control, died. And finally her snake was able to activate its true skill. None of the warriors even managed to react to her appearance as large-scale petrification magic was immediately activated on them. Se-sung was glad that she had succeeded in her task, but the problem was that she had gotten off Coco's back. The bird at this time flew fearfully towards the girl to save her. Coco was very panicked, for she knew that if Se-sung died, she would also meet her death at the hands of her master. Se-sung realized that this was clearly not in her plans. If she fell down now, she would definitely die. Nevertheless, she was useful. But how delighted she was when she landed right into the arms of Ju Hyuk, who praised her for her help. He was amazed that the girl had used large-scale petrification, and realized that her strength was probably at its limit, so he asked her how many more seconds she could hold the skill. When he found out that she had 5 seconds left, he realized that this time was quite enough, so he put the girl in her place, sending onward. Se-sung continued to look towards her hero with loving eyes, who not only saved her, but also praised and enclosed her in a hug. Se-sung thought that this clearly showed that Ju Hyuk liked her, but Coco only deftly averted his gaze because his opinion was clearly different. Ju Hyuk at this time was rushing towards the cannon. After seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that it was the Empire's siege cannon. But he couldn't destroy the Ramada himself, as he would definitely be in the crosshairs of the Empire. So he decided to start by destroying all the mages in the vicinity. To do so, he decided to use 1,000 lightning strikes. In addition, due to the fact that Ju Hyuk already had a high level, his skill was able to increase repeatedly, causing even the system itself to congratulate him for reaching new heights. In the end, Mega Powerful 1,000 Lightning Strike and Mega Powerful 100 Lightning Strike were combined against opponents, and he had created a high-level magic attack. He decided to combine the two skills since it appeared that they worked well together. But he didn't expect that in addition to strengthening the mind energy directly, there would also be an energy infection. In addition, he had also received a message from Jang Hyun Seok, who was at the eastern fortress wall at this time and was worried. Ju Hyuk needed to be brought back here as soon as possible. It was said that at the East Gate, Director Ellen was giving an urgent interview. At this time, the woman realized that their weapons should have worked by now and didn't understand why the Ramada attack still hadn't happened. The woman explained to reporters that Absolute Evil was a vicious killer. As soon as she approached him, he immediately ran away, which was not surprising with her level. But how shocked the woman was when, after saying that, she noticed the Absolute Evil approaching lightning fast and barely managed to escape at the last second. The woman was obviously worried, because she clearly felt his approach and barely dodged. Moreover, the guy had only lightly touched her, and she had already suffered damage. After that, she ordered all the reporters to leave and drew her weapon. She realized that Ju Hyuk didn't even seem to have attacked her at full strength, so his true power must have been truly great. Given the circumstances she had observed, it seemed that the plan to use Ramada had failed. That meant that Grand Union President Kang Moo-hwan had moved on to the last plan. In that case, she had to fulfill her task and ordered Ju Hyuk to attack in order to buy some time. They clashed in battle, but the woman lost quickly even though she couldn't believe it because she was a top 5 player. But she was killed in one hit. Ju Hyuk himself thought that it was too mediocre for a 5th-ranked player. Furthermore, Ju Hyuk knew that once the woman came out against him alone, her intentions were very clear. After activating his spiritual eye, he saw that there was a huge amount of magic power concentrated in the rear. After failing with Ramada, it was time for the next secret plan. So he traveled onward. Ju Hyuk had already warned the knights that he was tracking down the top players. If he wasn't interfered with, he wouldn't kill anyone. At this moment, the president realized that Ju Hyuk was within range of the spell, and the girl Grand Mage ranked 3rd in the top reacted, who had already prepared a restraining spell. She asked that the president trusted them after all. They had never once allowed a miss. Plus she had 300 mages. Kang Moo-hwan wondered how long they would be able to restrain Ju Hyuk, and the girl knew that even in the worst-case scenario, she would be able to restrain him for a few seconds. All they had to do in that time was to shackle him using that golden time. In addition, with her level calculation abilities, she could see that he was only at level 70. Her passive skill, 100% discernment, didn't detect any cheating techniques, so success was very real. She was surprised by the fact that his level was lower than she thought, but that was even better, because all the facts showed that his extraordinary strength was due to his special class and skills. Finally, she activated the magic circle, and with it, the restraining spell was activated as well. The girl knew that her magic circle would bind targets with 100% probability if her intelligence characteristics were higher than her opponent's. And since he was level 70, that meant there was no way his intelligence characteristics could be higher than hers. But what a shock it was when Ju Hyuk approached her in just a second to see if she was willing to suffer failure. At that moment, the system reported to the girl that the enemy's intelligence characteristics were higher than Lamian's. In the end, her calculation was wrong. If it was a normal level 70th user, he would have to put all of his stats into intelligence to even come close to Lamian's stats. But Ju Hyuk didn't even engage skills because his base stats were too high. All characteristics had base stats equal to 999 units, plus additional performance enhancements due to intelligence energy. Therefore, there was no way he could be suppressed by Lamalad's intelligence, and immediately managed to apply a knockout punch. Kang Moo-hwan, on the other hand, just thought Ju Hyuk was crazy. Even if he was going beyond the bounds of common sense, it was clearly too much. He had crossed paths with such a monster twice during his time as the head of the Divine Star. But after the Heavenly Emperor Karma, the same person would appear again. At this time, Kang Moo-hwan kept ordering everyone to attack Ju Hyuk, and he was amazed that they were still continuing to attack. But there was nothing he could do about it. And since the recharge time was coming to an end, he decided to end things quickly. He ended up using the Total Destruction skill, and soon all the news feeds were abuzz with the news that the battle of 200,000 troops against one had been defeated. After this loss, Kang Moo-hwan was completely devastated. Total destruction of top players and 200,000 army. Not only did they fail to regain Darren, but the status of their nobles was undermined. If things continue like this, the foundations of the Republic of Korea will be shaken. The only good news was that there was no properly recorded video of him using this strange skill, so the public did not know the full truth. Kang Moo-hwan gave the order to start a war for public opinion. Control all media and change the direction of the news. The story should say that their allied troops were not destroyed, but simply retreated. The brutal killer, Absolute Evil, declared war on the people. But at that moment, an excited director ran to the president and reported that a video of the battle with Absolute Evil had been uploaded to the internet. The video had been uploaded on a private YouTube channel, which had been gaining immense popularity lately as it didn't hesitate to reveal all of Absolute Evil's activities. As of now, this seems to be the only video of the battle with Absolute Evil. At a time when all remote filming equipment was turned off due to an unknown phenomenon, and other media outlets were conducting emergency interviews manually without filming, one person seemed to be filming on the battlefield or from Darhan's fortress wall with a handheld camera. Kang Moo-hwan wondered what kind of private channel this was, who was also posting videos as if he was a representative of Absolute Evil. This maddened Kang Moo-hwan, and he ordered to immediately find out everything from the identity of the owner of the channel to the location of On Olympus. As soon as all the assistants left, Kang Moo-hwan began to panic even more, as Absolute Evil acted as if he had anticipated absolutely every move. If Kang Moo-hwan had known his identity, he would have sentenced him to death immediately. But this way, the guy was hidden. And even with this kind of power, he hadn't left any trace of reality until that day. A little later, Johan came to the hero with a statement that the Divine Life Alliance had started tracking down Yang Hyun-seok because of the video of the last battle posted on his channel. It looked like assassins might get involved. So he put the mission to protect Yang Hyun-seok on Johan. The latter was clearly grateful for his trust. But the hero was not happy that even the internet had been tampered with, and the situation was even more dangerous than he thought. After that, he decided to pay attention to his guest, who took so long to get to them from these parts. But Randall asked the hero not to apologize for such a sign of greeting, because they had not seen each other for a long time. This time he thought the hero had made a serious mess of things. He explained that he had wanted to make a deal with South Korea for a long time. The Republic of Korea had an excellent educational infrastructure and different requirements for nurturing talent. However, attempts to make a contract had failed every time due to opposition from the Grand Union of South Korea. The hero wondered why the unions were opposed. In addition, he didn't open the Blackstone auction this time, so it was interesting what brought Randall, because crossing the continent, the man had to spend a huge amount of money. He explained that with the treaty with Korea, the price of the stones from the monsters would drop significantly. As the price of the stones drops, the profit of the Grand Union would also drop. As far as he knows, South Korea is a country without social classes. But the big unions have self-proclaimed themselves as nobility and lord it over the people. They deliberately prevent people from increasing their economic independence and focus only on their own enrichment. Toth honestly admitted that he hated such people in power. It seems that Absolute Evil doesn't pay attention to big alliances and completely ignores their power. So Randall revealed that he would like to support Ju Hyuk in this. The hero was stunned that Randall would offer him something like that without any conditions, but it became obvious that he wanted to make a deal with his country, and if he played out big alliances, he could achieve his goals. But Ju Hyuk had no reason to refuse, so he counted on Randall's help. In the end, their interests coincided, and now he would be able to get help even offline. Finally, the news that Absolute Evil had teamed up with a rich man in the Middle East made headlines, and this news turned the internet upside down. However, even at this moment, Absolute Evil's course of action was attracting attention. Few people really believed that Absolute Evil could destroy all the national big alliances until a few days later with a single announcement. Therefore, Ju Hyuk had come to see the Elder to see how he was doing, whether he had managed to get his documents in order. The Surdian smiled with obvious undersleep and informed the Overlord that they had just managed to get everything sorted out. Ju Hyuk suggested that the man take a break, as he obviously didn't look well, but Surdian refused. After all, their goal was to do a lot of work, to start by leaking a little information, and then expand people's emotions, slowly revealing new facts. Of course, the other side would also try to create a public opinion criticizing the Overlord. Regarding this nuance, there are countermeasures too, so Surdian asked that the Overlord not worry about it very much. Seiya was with Mariana when the news was published, and finally saw what had been uploaded. This time, documents proving the wrongdoings of the Divine Star. In the end, 3 of Divine Star's atrocities were revealed. The first is the pension case. The fact that the pensions paid to Empire players were appropriated through a separate fund. The second was the exploitation of subcontracted players during the step-up quest. Subcontracted players were intentionally put in a situation where their characters could be deleted, and then the consolation money paid to players whose characters were actually deleted was only 5 million won. People whose characters had been pumped for over 20 years and were deleted had no choice but to look for a new job in real life. The third one was a Beast Lord. It was recorded that 3.5 billion gold coins had been paid to Beast Lord Yu Jin, who was not part of Divine Star's staff. it was confirmed that the source of the gold coins was stolen pension and social security budgets. Seiya was really shocked that Divine Star had put her hand even on pensions. But here was Zisong, who was more angry at the Beastmaster. Now that Seiya thought about it, the Beast Lord wasn't even a member of the Divine Star, and she didn't understand what that meant. Zisong also didn't know this, but either way she disliked the girl terribly from the beginning. Besides, Seiya had heard that a lot of stuff had gone online, but there was no way she expected such a bombshell to break out. No matter how right her brother was, she didn't know for sure if he was doing the right thing by posting such information, or if she could do anything to help him. But while others thought that Ju Hyuk was waiting for his next move, he was already in the process of capturing the new city, Port Marion. There wasn't much change in Absolute Evil's actions. All he was doing was waging a feudal war against Divine Star. With the Divine Star holding about 360 feuds, Absolute Evil was capturing 1 or 2 enemy feuds a day. And every time a new feud appeared in his hands, Serdian would immediately extract the information he needed from the documents he received. Serdian was insanely happy while digging through the papers, because he realized that their enemies had so much data that they couldn't even manage it properly. They didn't even seem to know themselves where the legitimate papers were kept and where they weren't. Ju Hyuk was astonished by this elder's hard work, because the other day he seemed to have a crazy tired look. But now he was glowing with happiness, so he definitely realized that this elder was a real workaholic. In addition, Serdian asked that the Overlord also stop by Nan for a while, as his subjects were very eager to greet their Overlord. In the end, Ju Hyuk awkwardly agreed and asked that Serdian not overwork and take a vacation if he needed to. At this time, Kang Mu-seok was at his grandfather's house and asked the latter not to worry. Despite the unprecedented nature of the current situation, he was sure that everything would definitely be forgotten with time. In any case, the public is just dogs and pigs. If there were to be any problems, one would just have to block them out with others. Kang Mu-hwan sternly stated that they were facing a really serious problem this time, and it was unlikely that the noise would really subside with time, unless we're talking about a once-in-a-lifetime problem. Absolute Evil is a crazed villain who has drawn up his grand plan. He possesses such immense power that he can be called a one-man army. With this power, he continues to seize feuds and take over more and more data. In addition, more and more of these pig dogs find themselves under his influence and fall in love with him. This is literally the beginning of a livestock revolt against their masters. The man tried to stop it with money, to bribe him, but the timing was bad. Now he also had Randall on his side, who was a really powerful ally. Therefore, Kang Mu-hwan had absolutely no idea what measures he should take at all. He knew that first of all, they needed to put out the fire as soon as possible. So he ordered his grandson to gather all the directors immediately. He had an important decision to make, and although it was only a temporary measure, it was necessary to take out the knife. The next day, the news reached the members of Divine Star with lightning speed, restructuring. About 10,000 members of the Grand Union were laid off under the pretext that the financial situation had begun to deteriorate. High-difficulty black monsters begin to appear in the territory taken away where Absolute Evil had set foot. The profitability of the hunting grounds is falling, at least such reasons were voiced. After reading this, Ju Hyuk didn't realize if they were really doing all this because of the black monsters. Initially, he didn't even think about it. Killing black monsters was indeed more difficult. But it wasn't a level of monster that was completely impossible to deal with, and the reward was higher than the others, so it was just an attempt to save face. At this moment, Seiya joyfully ran into her brother's room. He ordered the girl to knock next time, but she didn't listen to him at all, because she had already thought of a way to help him. She'd been leveling up by doing holy thrones with other holy men, and this time, she had finally reached level 70, and she had a purification skill that Ju Hyuk had never heard of before. As a result, it wasn't long before the 7th throne arrived at the Darkness Desert, and honestly admitted that she hadn't been here for a long time. She also noticed that there used to be a lot more people here before, but ever since the black monsters appeared it had become quite quiet. She urged the people not to worry, and then began to recite her spell while applying purification magic. Right after that, the black cow underwent purification and became normal, so she explained to the people that they could say goodbye to the black mobs that were difficult to resist. She was willing to purify all the polluted hunting grounds, and asked that people should turn to the 7th throne pure white wizard. Ju Hyuk finally understood what purification magic was, and realized that his sister had decided to purify the hunting grounds that had been taken over by Absolute Evil. At this time, the president, after seeing the news about the 7th throne, was indignant. Why is the girl interfering without asking and ruining everything? Moreover, She is not only cleansing their hunting grounds, but she is also wasting her energy in cleansing the hunting grounds invaded by absolute evil. Kang Moo-seok realized that apparently, the lowly commoner had gained a bit of power and had become arrogant. Furthermore, the sons of the heavenly ruler were supporting the purification. It might have something to do with the Holy Throne's quest. Kang Moo-seok suggested hiring secret assassin mercenaries for the 7th throne. But Kang Moo-hwan realized that if they did it themselves, the sons of the heavenly throne would immediately figure them out. They even went so far as to conduct a major restructuring due to the decreased profitability caused by the black monsters. But in the current situation, it was a pointless move, and absolute evil's image wasn't affected at all. Moreover, if the dismissed users formed their own team and went to the hunting grounds captured by absolute evil, and since absolute evil didn't charge them any fees from those hunting grounds, they would most likely settle there, thus improving absolute evil's image. Kang Moo-seok suggested to his grandfather to recruit the 7th Holy Throne into their ranks and take control. But Kang Moo-hwan realized that they had already discussed it. The statuses of the Holy Thrones could change depending on the backgrounds of the participants, so they needed to think about this point properly. In addition, the 7th Holy Throne received what he thought were the most useless abilities. A little later, when Ju Hyuk connected to the game, he met Mariana, who was very happy, and the hero immediately realized that good news had come to them. She explained that public opinion about absolute evil had been improving on the internet lately, which made her very happy. Ju Hyuk couldn't believe it anymore. She explained that since there were no more black mobs, and this increased the number of people receiving a steady income from the free hunting grounds, they liked that they were getting much more than when they were in big alliances. In addition, absolute evil, when faced with Korea's top players, quickly disposed of them, so people believed that it would soon overthrow Divine Star. Looking at such a cute Mariana, Ju Hyuk even thought that she was adorable, but still explained that it was all the result of Serdian's work. The campaign to change public opinion was slowly bearing fruit as well. After the success of the battle during the siege of the fortress, the number of players registering in Dorkhan had increased significantly. There were already 30,000 players registered, so if the current trend continues, the maximum capacity of 100,000 will soon be reached. Since they are paying minimal taxes for the use of the area, people have realized that there is indeed corruption in Divine Star and are finally starting to see what's what. The remaining task was to expand the territory, but the problem was that he couldn't take care of all the territories on his own. Even if he took control of a few feuds, he wouldn't be able to respond to calls for help in all the territories at once if the Grand Union split up significant military formations and marched at the same time. In fact, some of the places he had absorbed had been reclaimed back in his absence over the past few days. It would be great if the manpower issue could be resolved. While Ju Hyuk stood there pondering this idea, Si-sung inadvertently glanced at him and was truly enraptured by the young man's beauty. The more she looked at him, the better he looked, and Serdian clearly realized that the Overlord really liked this girl. But suddenly, Markin appeared and excitedly explained that something had appeared that absolute evil definitely needed to see. He had brought him the Welfare Foundation's ledger. Ju Hyuk immediately realized that this was the same fund that had been embezzling Olympus's pension money, which had been revealed the other day when Derhan had fallen. All the people involved had fled, so Markin decided to look around the office to see if there was any useful data left behind. Among them, he found a tablet, and realizing that there might be some data in there that wasn't in the castle. But in it, he found that the head of the foundation was the 4th throne. He explained that it seemed to him to be a very important record. Ju Hyuk immediately recognized the nickname As Told, and realized that it was definitely the one sitting on the Holy Throne. Both Serdian and Mariana were stunned by this news. Ju Hyuk explained that Seiya had shared their names with him earlier, so he knew for sure. The 4th throne, a necromancer named As Told. Personal details are unknown, but it is said to be a woman with whom Kang Moo-seok, the leader of the Divine Star, and Crimson Gladiator, who sits on the 1st throne, constantly have difficulty communicating with. Seiya was astonished because she thought that the whole problem was the 1st throne who was constantly doing strange things, so she was surprised that there was an even more destructive person. During this time, Serdian had already had time to analyze the data he had found, and realized that there was clearly something here that should interest the Overlord. Ju Hyuk immediately saw that these were records of the Foundation's founding, and at the time of its establishment, it appeared to have been established with the financial support of large alliances like Divine Star. From here, traces of involvement in the Divine Star Union's personnel changes could be found, and Mr. Markin's name was also recorded. At this moment, Markin finally felt the importance of the finding, and realized that the reason why he was kicked out of Divine Star was because of the influence of the Welfare Foundation. Margan had clearly been resentful all this time, not realizing when he had crossed the Foundation's path, but it didn't matter now because he was on the side of absolute evil. Ju Hyuk had thought all this time that the Foundation was just set up to steal the pension money from Divine Star, but now it turns out that wasn't the case. This fund was created by the Grand Union and had a direct influence on its operation, and the head of the fund was someone who Kang Musok thought was a difficult person, even though they were both sitting on holy thrones. At that moment, Seiya joined him, wondering why he was looking so pensive, and he explained that he was thinking about something, and then decided to ask her how her work as a holy throne was going. She cheerfully reported that the cleansing work was going smoothly, and what's more, she had mind-blowing news. She recalled the Beast Lord Yujin they had recently discussed. Ju Hyuk didn't realize what news could be related to her, since he hadn't heard much about this girl recently. Seiya, however, said that the Beast Lord was a disciple of the Fourth Throne, and then he realized that since there was a record of the Divine Star Alliance supporting the Beastmaster with over 3 billion won, and now it appeared that the Beastmaster was a disciple of the head of the Foundation, the Fourth Throne. In the end, after gathering all of this information, Ju Hyuk found himself putting the pieces of the puzzle together, and now, an extremely interesting picture was emerging that could play right into his hands. A character can be deleted, and there are some people who start everything from level 1. As a subcontractor for Divine Star, users got into trouble while gathering information for the quest Step Up when they encountered a special island capable of deleting characters without notice. The character you've been developing all your life is deleted, and all gear and items disappear. Everything starts over as a penniless first-level newbie. It's not just one single person in this situation. Monsters with a special ability to remove the character, a lot of users sacrifice themselves to unlock these abilities, or people who went even to explore traps. The function of deleting players, who thus lost all their efforts on Olympus. At the moment, there were only 15 people officially. Such people have no way to re-enter the academy or become independent. These people literally have nowhere to go on Olympus. The only place that accepted such people was Daehan, and Absolute Evil promised to give them support. Many were amazed that the one who decided to help them was a small alliance, Absolute Evil. As a result, by registering as locals of Daehan, they were supported until they could achieve economic self-sufficiency for the next 10 years. Absolute Evil began to do what the Divine Star that had left them had not. The man crying revealed that Absolute Evil had promised them a livelihood and a future. It had given them not just support, but hope. Seeing this, Jang Hyun-seok realized that Ju Hyuk was clearly doing a good thing, but some people were resentful, thinking that it was all thanks to Randall, or that this support wouldn't last long, and Jang Hyun-seok wasn't surprised, because that kind of public opinion made sense. But Ju Hyuk calmly explained that there was no way Captain Rendell was involved here, and everything could be done solely by the taxes collected in Daehan. He didn't know why Divine Star couldn't or wouldn't provide such support, but currently, Daehan was capable of providing this level of support if it didn't waste money on useless things. So obviously in the past, there were too many thieves in this area. Soon after this statement, as expected, people began to realize even more what the truth was. From opening the hunting grounds for free to supporting the feud residents, no matter how much Divine Star tried to belittle them, they couldn't say anything because Ju Hyuk was completely different. And the result of this was that the number of people gathered in Durhan was now 1 million. People had no doubts. Would they be able to accept everyone as residents of the feud? Of course they couldn't, because the maximum capacity was only 100,000 people. The hero didn't understand what to do. Should they really send back around 900,000 people? But Serdian had already come up with a solution for this issue. Many people had already heard that there were other cities that were also in the hands of Absolute Evil, and in the end, they decided to go to that city and were even willing to stand in its defense. After all, if they put up resistance to the Divine Star, they would buy time for the arrival of their protector, Absolute Evil. Serdian explained that it could now finally be seen that people were willing to go to the other fiefdoms absorbed by the Empire, and the problem would be solved. But Ju Hyuk was worried about Serdian's message that he would then have to simultaneously manage the other fiefdoms too, but the man was willing to deal with it. In the end, gathered in this way, the feud's residents would serve as troops to defend the territory. Even if the allied forces of the Divine Union came, they could at least buy time before the Overlord arrived. Serdian calculated that about 10 feuds could be secured and exploited in this way. Based on what Serdian had said, the problem caused by the lack of troops that had been bothering Ju Hyuk all this time had been solved. Moreover, A mechanism to steadily manage the 10 feuds had even been thought out. So, since Ju Hyuk had some free time, he decided to look into Nan. As soon as he arrived, he was immediately greeted at the Heavenly Devil Stronghold by many people, as well as elders who congratulated the Overlord on his arrival. Ju Hyuk kept wondering the reason why Serdian kept summoning him to An. But he finally realized that the city had developed a lot during this time. He really thought it was an absurd idea at first, but at this rate, he realized that he would soon be able to come to world domination. But suddenly the central altar reacted to his appearance, and as soon as he approached the fire, it flared even brighter, testing the rights of the feud owner. He required the rights of the owner of at least 10 feuds, and the minimum requirements had already been met. And so he was congratulated, because the conditions for the binding quest had been met. Finally, he received the new quest, Great Overlord. If it was a binding quest, then it was clearly a main scenario quest for the absolute evil class. Ju Hyuk understood that sooner or later, he would fulfill his teacher's wish to conquer the world. He decided to see what the quest was, and it was that Ju Hyuk needed to become the owner of 300 fiefdoms, gain 3 million reputation, and reach the goal of 3 million permanent residents of the fiefdoms in 60 days. Then Ju Hyuk once again remembered that his teacher was really crazy, because it was simply impossible to accomplish this in 60 days. After all, the Divine Star had achieved the exact same result for 150 years. And what the Grand Union had achieved in 150 years, he was only being asked to do in 60 days. But if he failed the quest, the penalty would definitely be huge, and he didn't even know if he would even be able to maintain the absolute evil class after such a failure. Furthermore, he didn't know if he would even be able to complete such a basic quest at all. Suddenly, a thought of Zisong came into his mind. At first, he didn't understand why he thought of her, but he suddenly remembered that a lot of quests he couldn't complete without the help of this girl. After that, she was also always eager to help him. In fact, and recently, during the siege of the fortress, he was able to win because Sesung prevented the enemy from using the siege weapons. Looking at the whole picture, one could recognize that Sesung was indeed a very helpful comrade. Therefore, he informed his elder that he was heading back. One way or another, he had been doing quite well so far. And perhaps if there was even a day in the future that he didn't step on himself, then all of this would no longer be able to improve his situation. Therefore, all he had to do was just occupy 300 feuds. From today onwards, he would have to act a little faster, as he only had 60 days left. At the same time, the president of the third largest guild was asking his comrades what they were doing. After all, he had received a report about absolute evil during his vacation, and he didn't understand. Had no one ever had close contact with absolute evil? He trusted them and took a year's vacation, but now his disappointment had no limit. So he even came back earlier than he had planned. And now the staff all knew very well that the current state of society was abnormal, because someone had appeared who was trying to destroy this society. But he thought that this young guy was doing what he couldn't do when he was young and doing great things. So from now on, they would actively support absolute evil and act together. That was the policy of Jong Gong-jin, the president of NZ, the third largest Grand Union in South Korea. But his staff thought it was too dangerous a decision. Although it might now seem that absolute evil was gaining strength, it still hadn't passed the test of strength. It was a sailing ship that could fail at any moment. But Jong Gong-jin believed that even if it didn't pass the test, they had something they had to do first. Free opening, reforming the hunting grounds was something they couldn't do before, because they had been adjusting to the mood of the higher-ups all this time. And here was the problem with the black funds of the feuds. The young man carried all this load on his shoulders, and carried out his plan on his own. And in his eyes he was not absolute evil, but a hero. If they would follow him and support his moves, if there were Randall's funds and their support, he would succeed in blocking the forces of the new nobles and create a better Republic of Korea. He explained that if they considered absolute evil as a sailing ship, he would then become the captain of that sailing ship. And he was taking full responsibility. So he promised that his staff would be completely safe, because now they, the older generation, must prepare to meet the new era. Events moved to Derhan when Jong Gong-jin came to absolute evil and explained that if they mobilized all their forces, they could protect about 50 fiefdoms. Jo Hyuk was honored to cooperate with the third largest alliance. This was how they ended up joining the Declaration of Support for the Grand Alliance of New Zealand, a union that had done more good deeds than the other Grand Alliances, had a good reputation, and it was also the only Grand Alliance whose head was of humble origins. Although he was different from the other representatives in that he had previously criticized the misdeeds of the other Grand Alliances and did not cooperate with them, but he was a chaebol to the core. so Ju Hyuk could not trust him 100%. However, he was now in a situation where he needed to capture 300 feuds in 60 days, so he needed to think about supporting the military forces. In addition, the man had brought his granddaughter with him and decided to introduce her to Absolute Evil. He explained that this girl would be extremely useful to the man in his cause. As a result, the girl took off the robe covering her face and greeted Absolute Evil. She explained that she had noticed Absolute Evil's moves a long time ago, but she hadn't had the opportunity to enter the stage of active action. However, from now on, she would actively support Absolute Evil. Her name was Warp Master, or Lee Ju Ran, and she was counting on being useful to Absolute Evil. Ju Hyuk was truly amazed to see Lee Ju Ran here. In addition, he didn't know that she was Jung Gongjin's granddaughter. Lee Ju Ran was a non-combat hidden class player, and although she wasn't in the tops, she had her own reputation. She plays by using warp rather than fighting. This player who does good deeds by opening portals for the needy for free. For example, she helps injured players or non-player characters, lost or isolated merchants and the like. The limits of the warp magic she used had not yet been fully revealed, so Lee Ju Ran believed that her abilities would be of great benefit to Absolute Evil. In addition, it was known on the Korean continent that there was no place she couldn't move to. Ju Hyuk knew that Lee Ju Ran, as well as being known for her modesty and willingness to help players, he couldn't even imagine that such a person would turn out to be a member of the Grand Alliance. In any case, things worked out just fine, so Ju Hyuk greeted the girl and explained that she could call him by his nickname, Arthur. Thanks to Jung Gongjin and Lee Ju Ran, it would be easier for him to realize his plan, and Jung Gongjin was really curious to know what he was aiming for. The man then revealed that he needed to capture 300 feuds in 60 days, but that seemed like an unattainable goal to these two. On the same day, it was announced that Absolute Evil was supported by the Grand Alliance. This was an unprecedented situation where the big union, ranked third in business circles, had officially allied with Absolute Evil. Public opinion began to slowly turn its gaze towards Absolute Evil, and Ju Hyuk realized that it was time for them to move into more decisive action, because from now on, he intended to capture 300 feuds in 60 days. The feud he will visit first is Taurus Fortress. Taurus Fortress is currently owned by the Divine Star. It's also guarded by a 5th-ranked magical weapon called the Dragon, powered by the water element. This technology was purchased from the Empire. Ju Hyuk's plan was that they would first hit the Taurus Fortress. They would jointly go on an expedition together, so that it would be easier to get there. Serdian was surprised that the Overlord decided to go right now, but Seo Sung was more worried about Lee Ju Ran. After all, she was insanely beautiful, and she also looked insanely competent and mature. Se Sung was worried that this girl might become an indispensable assistant to Ju Hyuk, and Se Sung would fade into the background. Ju Hyuk also noticed the girl's worry. He didn't understand what was bothering her so much. He considered that perhaps Se Sung thought that Taurus Fortress was stronger than what Ju Hyuk could overcome. He stroked her head and reassured her, explaining that he was much stronger. And Se Sung asked that the Overlord be careful and promised that she would improve her level diligently during this time. Finally, Ju Hyuk teleported away with Lee Ju Ran, and Serdian was already asking the girl in a voice if she really liked the Overlord that much. She was ashamed to admit it, so she only explained to the man that she was worried about something else. The Great Mage was already near the fortress, preparing for defense, and all the preparations were already completed. The girl really wanted to take revenge on Absolute Evil, who was just a low-born guy who dared to humiliate her like that. She was ashamed for everyone to see her fail, so she ordered her mages to prepare a supply of mana and all the troops for this battle. The Divine Star President had also aided her revenge and supported her with as many mages as she needed, so they simply couldn't afford to lose this time. In the end, they activated the rank 5 dragon weapon, finally located the player. Once the target was confirmed, they were already ready to launch an attack. Jo Hyuk, on the other hand, after analyzing the area, immediately teleported back to Lee Ju Ran. He was very grateful, because it would have taken him a long time to get here alone, and their cooperation had made his journey noticeably easier. Now he could move to wherever he wanted to go at any time, so he felt that she had really incredibly useful abilities. In addition, he had originally expected that there would be at least mines laid in this place like in the valley, but surprisingly, the enemies hadn't prepared anything like that. All he could see with his spiritual eye was just streams of mana. It seemed like they were relying entirely on the dragon, because all the magical power was concentrated in this particular weapon. At this moment, the girl began to concentrate the first attack on her target. The current setting of the strike was meant to bring death, for she wanted to first bring Ju Hyuk to a half-dead state, and then shackle him and make him her slave for the rest of his life. The weapon warned that there was a chance that the target would be killed due to the excessive amount of magic power being supplied at the moment, but she didn't care and opened fire. Everyone thought that Ju Hyuk was already finished, but he was of a completely different opinion. He took out his special item with which he managed to completely block this attack. To be precise, not block it. The attack had stopped in place. Ju Hyuk calmly explained that this weapon from the name was supposed to be absolutely terrifying, but in reality it was nothing, so he suggested that they hurry up and do something about the weapon that had stopped working. If not, he would show them real fear. To repel this attack, he used Heractus's eye, one of the 3 rewards he received after defeating Heractus. Slime and tears have the effect of temporarily raising the user's level, while the eye has a completely different effect that allows the player to directly use one of the abilities, albeit briefly. Heractus's fossilization ability is a freezing of the target's mana flow, and when combined with Ju Hyuk's spiritual eye skill that controlled mana flows, he was able to stop the attack completely. He hadn't expected anything less from that eye, since earlier, that eye had even been able to freeze his 100 lightning strikes. In addition, he was good at blocking not only living beings, but also material objects. He could make even magic bullets composed of magical energy petrify. The enchantress was startled to see that all flows of magical energy instantly stopped, and didn't understand what it was. The remaining time of Heractus's eye was 50 seconds, and the guy realized that the magic bullets must have been really strong. But he figured that would be enough time for him, so he rushed to the attack. The commanders instantly figured out the enemy's plan and ordered all the defenders of the fortress to prepare to defend the main gate, because the enemy could attack at any moment. After carefully studying the features of the Taurus fortress, Ju Hyuk noted its main advantage: a single entrance and a narrow road that led to the massive fortified walls. The need to break through only one door to enter the fortress made the attacker's task much easier, so Ju Hyuk took this feature as an added advantage. With the ability to concentrate all the destructive power on a single point instead of spreading the energy over a large area, the warrior aimed a powerful focused strike directly at the center of the wall. Jang Hyun-seok watched on, believing that absolute evil would spend a lot of time and energy to overcome Taurus's defenses. Once inside the fortress, Ju Hyuk immediately searched for the power source that provided magic energy to all the defenders of the Dragon organization. The defenders were nowhere to be seen on the fortress walls, and the attacker had a strong feeling that the opponents were preparing some special defense tactics. Suddenly, one of Korea's 3 strongest players appeared accompanied by a group of mages, which made Ju Hyuk remember meeting Lamiana during the Battle of Durhan. Thinking about the situation, Ju Hyuk recalled an important detail. Lamiana was acting independently of the major organizations, which meant she was definitely supporting Divine Star. Deciding to test his opponent's reaction, Ju Hyuk deliberately pretended as if he didn't recognize the girl he had met earlier in the important battle for Dirhan. This behavior caused a real storm of indignation from the girl, who immediately began to shower Ju Hyuk with angry insults for disrespecting her. The girl's arrogant behavior, which resembled the manners of a noblewoman, puzzled Ju Hyuk because she wasn't even a member of the Grand Alliance, and publicly called him a stray dog. The opponent continued to shout insults furiously, emphasizing Ju Hyuk's low origin, and calling his behavior typical of a stray dog. Approaching the angry rival, Ju Hyuk calmly asked if she would like to experience the power of a punch from the man she called a stray dog. The warrior delivered a precise knockout punch, intentionally reducing its destructive power so as not to fatally harm his opponent on the live broadcast. The viewers of the live broadcast watched in amazement as the girl managed to withstand the powerful blow, assuming that she had used many defense spells beforehand. The attack caused the girl to become uncontrollably furious, and she began to loudly remind Ju Hyuk of his low position in society. Watching Lamiana's behavior and words carefully, Ju Hyuk noticed the typical character traits of the new nobility. Having achieved his goal of throwing his opponent off balance, Ju Hyuk prepared to teach the insolent rival a serious lesson about the consequences of rash actions. Lamiana firmly believed that a person of low origin should always remember their place in society and never try to appear to be someone important. Ordering her mages to prepare for a decisive attack, Lamiana activated a special skill called Limited Blood Blast. Carefully analyzing her opponent's actions, Ju Hyuk noticed unusual details in the use of the top skill. It seemed to be more than just using someone else's mana. Unexpectedly, one of the mages suddenly collapsed to his knees from exhaustion, and the others began to lose their strength after him. Jang Hyun-seok, who was watching the battle, urgently contacted Ju Hyuk and told him about Lamiana's special skill that not only took away mana, but also removed characters. The information about the dangerous skill that activated randomly and had already killed many players had been passed on by a representative of the magic community who had risked his life. Ju Hyuk received an important instruction to immediately inform the players affected by the deletion about the possibility of receiving help from a special organization. Magical energy suddenly swept over Ju Hyuk himself. The system warned about the external effects on his body, and the indicator showed a rapid decrease in his health level. The triumphant Lamiana gloatingly reminded her opponent of his low origin, saying that now, after activating the special skill, she would definitely win. The girl smugly noted that the Absolute Evil's attempt to provoke her had caused the opponent to lose his guard, and promised to show the commoners their true place. The arrogant Lamiana felt justified in sacrificing a few insignificant aids for the sake of achieving a significant victory over a serious opponent. Remaining remarkably calm, Ju Hyuk asked his opponent if defeating him really required using a secret skill that killed allies. Giving a short order to gather all the surrounding magical energy, Ju Hyuk used his own power to completely dispel the hostile spell. The enemy's incredible ability to instantly neutralize her most powerful skill left Lamiana in a state of genuine shock and confusion. The girl was especially struck by her opponent's knowledge of the skill's character-removing effect. Although she herself saw nothing wrong with destroying commoners, Ju Hyuk began to deliver a series of lightning-fast strikes, leaving the opponent completely confused. She couldn't believe such power after her successful attack. Having removed Mercury's protective cloud, the warrior absorbed the enemy magic directed against him, and finally neutralized the impact of external energy on his body. Inspecting the defeated Lamiana, Ju Hyuk recognized her powerful secret spell, which explained her high ranking with ordinary basic characteristics. Thanks to the live broadcast of the battle, the public received irrefutable evidence of the true attitude of the elite players and new nobles towards the common people. By successfully completing the capture of Taurus Fortress, the victor gained access to a new territory called Taurus Field, which was under the jurisdiction of the fortress. History testified that no one had managed to capture Taurus in the last 200 years, so taking the fortress opened access to a hidden bounty. The territory was especially valuable due to the presence of rare blue non-player characters, which greatly increased the profitability of the development of the Taurus Field. Proper utilization of the new field's capabilities could greatly assist in the effective management of the recently captured Taurus Fortress. Li Ju-ran, who had arrived with Rufendal, caught the moment when the faithful servant was congratulating his master on his victory and displaying the collected rewards. Watching Rufendal's joyful communication with the Absolute Evil, the girl honestly confessed her previous doubts about the possibility of capturing the fortress. Previously, the task of capturing the impregnable Taurus and revealing the true nature of the new nobility had seemed almost impossible to Li Ju-ran. Watching the live broadcast of the battle, which captured the successful completion of the most difficult task, made a lasting impression on Li Ju-ran. Especially important was the recorded moment with the angry Lamiana, who revealed her true face and caused deep disappointment of ordinary people. After realizing the fallacy of her earlier doubts, Li Ju-ran made a firm decision to trust Absolute Evil completely and give her full support. Noticing her thoughtfulness, the astute Rufendal guessed the reason for her thoughts and reminded her of her master's incredible power. The faithful servant assumed that the girl was still under the impression of the successful realization of Absolute Evil's grandiose plans. Despite the girl's attempts to deny the obvious, Rufendal gently admitted to a certain embarrassment as he constantly observed such impressive events. The important conversation was interrupted by the urgent duties of Rufendal, who needed to urgently attend to the many accumulated affairs of running the fortress. Watching Ju Hyuk's actions and accomplishments closely, Li Ju-ran was convinced that only the word great could describe his personality. The meticulous planning and flawless execution of all previous operations proved Ju Hyuk's outstanding talent as a strategist and professional player. The unexpectedly returning Rufendal strongly reminded the girl of his special status as the head pet, warning her against any attempts to take his place. Puzzled by Rufendal's strange behavior, the girl did not tell the hero about the unusual conversation, leaving the reasons for her thoughtfulness unexplained. The blue stags found in the Taurus Field were of special value, as they had been found only in the inaccessible Kogonis Mountains. The blue fur extracted after defeating the deer had a unique combination of excellent insulating properties and the material's amazing lightness. The versatility of using blue fur to create warm, thin clothing and produce high-end insulating materials made it a dream of industrialists. The news of his brother's discovery of the blue deer habitat made Seiya confident that he would soon become an incredibly wealthy man. The experienced Ju Hyuk understood the need to keep his true identity a secret, as he did not yet feel strong enough to openly confront large alliances. His sister admired her brother's unique ability to monopolize the hunting grounds due to their location behind the impregnable walls of Taurus Fortress. The wise Ju Hyuk rejected the idea of monopolizing the hunting grounds, not wanting to be like the big unions in their quest for total control of resources. An elaborate profit-making system involved taxing the trade in equipment and supplies needed for hunters to pass through the fortress. The prudent hero realized that mass production of blue fur would inevitably lead to a significant drop in market prices for this valuable resource. Access to the hunting grounds was planned to be limited by certain conditions, including passing the dragon test at the entrance to the fortress. Turning to his sister, Ju Hyuk asked her to keep a close eye on the developments around the new territory and Taurus Fortress. Gradually, the road leading to the main gate of Taurus Fortress began to fill with a stream of incoming travelers and new settlers. The old-timers were surprised to note the unprecedented number of users seeking access to the once inaccessible Taurus Fortress. Many incoming hunters, attracted by rumors of the Taurus field, began to band together to increase the effectiveness of the upcoming hunt. A sudden attack from a magical weapon instantly killed one of the travelers, demonstrating the seriousness of the new territory's security system. The fortress's combat system stopped working in sniper mode after destroying the only detected hostile target among the arriving travelers. The guards loudly announced an important rule. Only registered residents of the absolute evil territory were allowed free passage, and enemies would be destroyed without warning. The Surdian praised the effectiveness of the defense armament and noted the success of hiring an experienced mage to manage the system for triple the average market fee. Ju Hyuk expressed concern about possible public dissatisfaction with their pricing policy, which could upset the current economic balance. The experienced Surdian foresaw temporary market confusion, but believed in the natural stabilization of prices due to the increased supply of blue fur. An important development was the massive desire of players to register as residents of the absolute evil territories, greatly increasing the population of the lands under Ju Hyuk's control. Observing the growing flow of those wishing to become feudal residents, Surdian considered the current moment to be ideal for the realization of the plan. The Lord's careful preparations for the upcoming events were fully completed, allowing the next stage of the territory's development to begin. Realizing the enormity of the goal to create a domain of 300 feuds with a population of 3 million people, the ruler decided to start implementing the plan. Vigilant knights in black armor prepared to defend the fortress, sensing the approach of a huge unknown monster to the borders of the territory. Pensively looking at the last remaining black stone, Ju Hyuk had already determined the fate of this valuable item. The unexpected conversation initiated by Ju Hyuk surprised Randall, as they really hadn't had direct contact for a long time. The events after the fall of the Taurus Fortress were developing rapidly. The destruction of the enemy mages confirmed that they belonged to the forces of the Divine Star. The discovery of the Taurus field brought not only new territories, but also the possibility of large-scale expansion of possessions with 1 trillion gold coins. Faced with the need for a large financial investment, Ju Hyuk immediately arranged an important meeting with the influential Rendell. Showing a genuine interest in Absolute Evil's activities, Rendell immediately responded to the unexpected invitation for a face-to-face meeting. Rendell's prolonged absence from the continent was due to his preoccupation with new projects in other lands of the game world. The leisurely, luxurious life in his acquired estates on the continents of Sentinel and Luna did not prevent Randall from realizing the importance of the upcoming conversation. Showing some excitement, Ju Hyuk held out a precious black stone to his interlocutor, offering to make a favorable trade deal. Randall was surprised by Ju Hyuk's sudden decision to sell the precious item directly, bypassing the traditional open auction system. In explaining his decision, Ju Hyuk emphasized the special partnership that gave Randall the privileged right of first purchase of the valuable artifact. Realizing the value of the last black stone, the hero realized that Randall was the only worthy buyer of this unique item. The coincidence of needs turned out to be surprising. Randall was just looking for a black stone to develop his business in Africa when he received an unexpected offer. Demonstrating reciprocated sincerity, Randall immediately summoned an assistant with a bag of money, appreciating Ju Hyuk's careful attention to partnership. The amount of the deal surpassed the previous one by 5 trillion gold coins, reaching an impressive 55 trillion. Leaving the meeting with a satisfied smile, the generous Randall added a 5 trillion tip and offered to financially support Ju Hyuk at any time. Reflecting on his partner's incredible generosity, Ju Hyuk realized the colossal difference between their financial capabilities and lifestyles. The successful completion of the transaction provided enough funds to realize the conceived plan to develop the area. The system immediately offered the fortress owner to invest the 55 trillion gold coins received into the expansion of Taurus. Despite the ease of obtaining a huge amount of money, Ju Hyuk felt genuine pain at having to spend his earnings on development. Following his intuitive understanding of the game mechanics, the hero headed to the bank to open a new territory, assuming that such actions would strengthen absolute evil's position. The system instantly responded to the confirmation of the transaction, recording the receipt of an impressive amount of more than 50 trillion gold coins. The fulfillment of all the hidden conditions led to the unexpected transformation of the ordinary Taurus fortress into the majestic Great Fortress of Taurus. The upgraded Great Fortress of Taurus received additional reinforcement in the form of 2 magical dragons designed solely to protect the fortifications. The system activated a special quest, the Great Lord, confirming the successful fulfillment of all hidden conditions for additional rewards. The final reward for successfully transforming the fortress was the discovery of the mysterious hidden dungeon of Taurus, which holds undiscovered treasures. The first explorers of Taurus Field discovered a rich variety of inhabitants besides blue deer, greatly increasing the profitability of the area. Recent media reports of overcrowding in the hunting grounds confirmed Absolute Evil's foresight in preparing a massive expansion. The unexpected appearance of Absolute Evil caused an instant reaction from the hunters, who hurriedly gathered around him to greet the Overlord. Absolute Evil's unexpected appearance caused an instant reaction from the hunters, who hurriedly gathered around him to greet the Overlord. Feeling uncomfortable from the excessive attention, Ju Hyuk requested Li Ju Ran to teleport closer to where the final bounty appeared. The attentive Rufendal quickly navigated the area, locating their current position according to the markings on the newly appeared map. The new dungeon Taurus had discovered had already attracted the attention of other players. Surprised by the presence of competitors in the newly opened location, a guy talking nearby was enthusiastically explaining the principles of real business to the girl, urging her to trust his experience and knowledge. Suddenly noticing Absolute Evil's approach, he interrupted the conversation and hurriedly greeted the important guest. Ju Hyuk and Si Sung simultaneously recognized the head of the United Contractors as the one who spoke, and the girl remembered his recent attempt to get her number. In a calm tone, Ju Hyuk explained the situation of activating the dungeon through the Lord's privilege, noting the speaker's ingenuity in finding the exit. The self-righteous head of the contractors insisted on his priority right to explore the dungeon, citing his reputation as a fair, absolute evil. Suspecting an attempt at deception, Ju Hyuk had no time to react when Si Sung, recognizing the insolent man's intentions, summoned a monster and immediately destroyed the enemy. The subsequent resurrection of the insolent man and forced squatting to death made Ju Hyuk awkwardly withdraw, realizing the special nature of Se Sung's familiarity with the man. The gaming community began to actively discuss the rumors that emerged about the romantic relationship between Absolute Evil and the powerful necromancer who accompanied him. Kang Mu-seok, who discovered this information, took the news as a favorable development, counting on the help of his confident girlfriend. The arrogant girl disparaged the supposed low demands of the Absolute Evil's village origin, reminding her companion of the promised reward. The companion tried to warn the girl against overconfidence, realizing the danger of underestimating the enemy in the current situation. Confident in her abilities, the beauty coldly reminded of the sad fate of all arrogant men who met on her way. The experienced seductress explained her confidence by a simple observation. Attractive men always try to get the most beautiful women. Anticipating an interesting entertainment, the girl expressed a special interest in the upcoming acquaintance with the mysterious Absolute Evil. Kang Mu-seok's internal conflict was intensified by the realization of the unsightliness of his tactics. But the growing crisis of the Divine Star demanded decisive action. Speculating on effective methods of discrediting an opponent, the conspirators saw a love scandal as the perfect tool to undermine a rising star's reputation. Realizing the vulnerability of any high position reinforced their belief that power alone was not enough to maintain the heights achieved. The conspirators particularly emphasized the vulnerability of a man of simple origins, suddenly rising to unprecedented heights of social standing. Exploring the first floor of the dungeon presented the hero with a difficult choice between a multitude of mysterious doors, each of which could conceal the unknown. The unusual mechanics of the open dungeon caused Ju Hyuk mild anxiety, as the correct choice of door seemed to depend solely on the player's luck. Carefully analyzing the situation, the hero was clearly aware of the problematic nature of the mechanics based primarily on luck. A deeper understanding of the game mechanics suggested that the correct door was chosen randomly according to the value of the luck characteristic. Ju Hyuk's frustration was heightened by the realization of the strangeness of the dungeon, access to which had cost him 55 trillion gold coins. The observant Zisong instantly noticed his companion's anxiety caused by his critically low luck characteristic score. The girl confidently offered her help, mentioning her own impressive luck score of 48 characteristic units. Surprised by the unusually high characteristic value, Ju Hyuk inquired about the way to achieve such an impressive result. The girl's calm answer about the purposeful development of this skill raised additional questions from the interested party. The heroine's unusual decision to invest non-refundable characteristic points in a non-standard parameter for her class was explained by simple curiosity. An experienced player understood that such a distribution of characteristics contradicted the generally accepted strategy of Mariana's class development. The unexpected usefulness of a high-luck parameter in the current situation made the hero evaluate the unusual choice of companion in a new way. The activation of the special skills greatly strengthened the girl's luck score to 77 points, surprising Ju Hyuk with the unexpected effect of his improvements. The responsibility of the moment filled Se-sung with a special excitement, as for the first time in a long time, Ju Hyuk trusted her abilities completely. The desire to justify the trust and earn her mentor's praise gave the girl extra determination to accomplish the important task. Mariana's incredibly high luck rate allowed her to unmistakably identify the correct door, which immediately opened in front of the explorers. The news of Randall's unexpected arrival in South Korea seriously disturbed Kang Moo-hwan, who considered the timing of the appearance extremely unfortunate. Aides speculated about a possible secret meeting between the influential guest and the mysterious absolute evil within the country. Despite suggestions from other alliances to set up surveillance on Randall's entourage, the cautious Kang Moo-hwan rejected the risky idea of surveillance. The prudent Kang Moo-hwan suggested an alternative solution in the form of an official request to provide protection for an influential guest from overseas. The leader carefully analyzed the increasingly complicated situation, where Randall's unexpected appearance added to the existing problems with absolute evil. Reflecting on the reasons for Randall's personal visit, not satisfied with the agreement at Olympia, was interrupted by an important message from Karma with new instructions. Following the instructions he had received, Kang Moo-hwan ordered unofficial security to be organized through the Blue House and to cooperate with the police to control movements. Quickly obeying the instructions of the Heavenly Ruler's sons showed that even the powerful Karma was showing serious concern about Randall's visit. Understanding diplomatic obligations required the South Korean government to ensure the safety of the dignitary guest, something Randall himself was well aware of. In parallel with the main events, preparations for the purchase of a radio broadcasting station were underway, and the butler reported to his master about its completion. Satisfied with the fulfillment of a long-held desire to visit South Korea, Randall received official notification from the Blue House of the granting of state protection. Realizing the difficulty of refusing official protection, the influential guest was more concerned about the short-sightedness of Korean society that he had noticed. Carefully choosing his words, the butler suggested that the higher powers had deliberately created an environment that limited long-term development prospects. Randall's interest in Korea's progressive education system was matched by a reluctance to delve into the problematic aspects of local society. Personal familiarity with the situation reinforced the influential guest's belief in the need for serious change under the leadership of the mysterious absolute evil. Upon reaching the second floor of the dungeon, the researchers found themselves in a space that gave the deceptive impression of going outside the underground territory. Carefully analyzing the surrounding area, Ju Hyuk noticed the structural similarities between the area and the familiar torus field. Reflecting on the features of the 55 trillion dungeon, the hero hypothesized its possible connection to Absolute Evil's main scenario. The lack of prior information about the area prompted the group to continue exploring, scrutinizing the surroundings for a better understanding. An unexpected earthquake disrupted the peaceful flow of the exploration, making the travelers wary and prepared for possible danger. The anxious explorers noticed the approach of a huge army, whose appearance instantly changed the atmosphere of calm exploration of the area. Showing professional interest in the unusual phenomenon, Ju Hyuk activated his spiritual vision to analyze the situation in detail. The information he received caused the hero to immediately contact Se-sung, with instructions to prepare the summoning of the powerful serpent for the upcoming battle. Clear instructions instructed the companion to act immediately after signaling the activation of the evil encouragement space, avoiding any interference. The hero's spiritual perception registered unprecedentedly powerful streams of magical energy, surpassing all previously encountered manifestations of mana. The uniqueness of the situation was emphasized by the unprecedented concentration of energy formed by the fusion of many sources of lesser power. Realizing the danger of aerial attacks from a strong enemy, Ju Hyuk focused on preparing for the inevitable clash with the approaching threat. The approach of the cavalry, surrounded by a powerful aura of pressure, signaled the appearance of a serious enemy that required maximum concentration of forces. Ready to immediately start the battle, Ju Hyuk carefully watched the actions of the approaching cavalry, assessing the possible developments. An unexpected turn of events occurred when the cavalry stopped, and instead of attacking, the warriors gave a solemn greeting to the Lord. Tense expectation was replaced by surprise when the cavalry leader, dismounting and kneeling, initiated a system check of Lord Taurus's status. The rapid development of events and the sudden submission of the cavalry caused Ju Hyuk, who was watching closely, to be genuinely surprised. Even Seosung and Rufendal, who were accustomed to unusual events, were stunned by the unexpected turn of events, realizing the special significance of the cavalry's appearance. The cavalry commander's sudden warning of the need for immediate action interrupted the moment of general amazement at what was happening. The alarming report of the approach of a monster of incredible strength made everyone present momentarily focus on the impending danger. The mention of the legendary monster, known only from the ancient records of the Imperial Library, emphasized the exceptionality of the event taking place. The sudden attack that instantly destroyed the defenseless Rufendal was the first sign of the approach of an unprecedented threat. Instantly reacting to the death of his companion, Ju Hyuk quickly determined the direction of the attack, gazing intently into the dark sky. The rapid change in the surrounding space was accompanied by an ominous darkening of the sky and the appearance of a threatening black sun. The majestic appearance of the ancient dragon demon demonstrating its readiness to attack made a lasting impression on everyone present. The system's historical record reported the existence of the ancient Balrog exclusively within the Empire of Erfez, where its appearance always brought great destruction. The system alert of the legendary Balrog's appearance caused Mariana to genuinely admire the grandiosity of the mighty monster's representation. Ju Hyuk's professional interest was piqued by the fact that the Balrog had unexpectedly appeared right here, after 200 years without any information. Careful observers noted the rapidly increasing scale of events that accompanied each new step of the legendary hero. An attempt to conduct a standard check on the enemy had failed, testifying to the exceptional nature of the creature that had appeared. The monster's unusual abilities, which made it difficult to track its movements even with the help of the Spirit Eye, confirmed the exceptional danger of the enemy. Comparing the upcoming battle with his past experience of fighting against 200 users, Ju Hyuk realized the need for serious preparation for the confrontation. The unexpected appeal of the kneeling cavalry to the Overlord contained an insistent request for an immediate retreat from the battlefield. An important warning revealed the danger of the Balrog discovering the location of the feud if the Overlord's presence in the territory continued. A practical approach to the situation prompted Ju Hyuk to discuss with Lee Ju-ran the possibility of immediate movement and the details of the subsequent plan of action. The organized retreat of the entire group, accompanied by the cavalry, was carried out through the airspace towards the safe fief. The attentive Mariana noted the creation of a powerful protective barrier formed by the combination of the cavalry's magical powers and Ju Hyuk's abilities. The cavalry commander's final instruction about the proximity of the castle was accompanied by an order to maintain maximum speed to the final destination. Careful analysis of the features of the dungeon allowed Ju Hyuk to discover several important patterns in the organization of the space. The first feature turned out to be the powerful Balrog purposefully pursuing the cavalry to discover the location of the main feud. The second key feature was the cavalry's ability to create incredible destructive power with a special battle formation. The unexpected attack of the appearing Balrog was ineffective thanks to the reliable protective armor of the hero who was closely following the enemy. Calmly ordering the cavalry to continue moving, Ju Hyuk understood the need for a deep defense in the castle to withstand the powerful attacks of the enemy. Arriving at the Taurus fortress confirmed the hero's initial assumptions about the mirror image of the familiar feud in the dungeon space. A distinctive feature of the new fortress was its lonely location in the middle of the vast desert, instead of the usual location in the canyon. An important discovery for the hero was the confirmation of the status of the feud behind the new territory, and his recognition as the legal owner of these lands. Confident in his abilities, Ju Hyuk dispatched the cavalry to the safety of the castle, leaving further confrontation to his own responsibility. A brief movement to Lee Ju-ran allowed the hero to make sure his assistant was ready to implement a carefully thought-out plan of action. Activating the ability, Heaven Conquering Steps, allowed him to instantly move both riders into close proximity to the protected castle. After expressing his gratitude to Lee Ju-ran for her excellent work, the caring hero offered the girl to take cover behind his back for guaranteed protection. A careful glance down revealed a picture of anxious knights, doubting the lone warrior's ability to defend the castle against a powerful enemy. Ju Hyuk's confidence was based on a clear sense of the Balrog's mana flows and the presence of several well-thought-out strategies to confront the mighty enemy. After preparing the necessary skill, the determined hero draped his hand over the ground, urging his knight assistant to show confidence in his actions. The activated Mercury Strike, enhanced with mind energy, showed an impressive 40% increase in attack power. The additional improvement of the skill translated into an increased range and reduced recharge time, providing a solid defense for the castle. The emotional reactions of the observers were divided. Knight Tao was genuinely worried for the Overlord, mientras Mariana marveled at her opponent's power. Fearless Ju Hyuk, standing in front of the formidable Balrog, calmly inquired about the monster's impression of the demonstrated technique. The hero's tactical calculation was based on the assumption that the castle's counterattack might be of particular interest to the powerful enemy. The assumption was confirmed when the monster began to concentrate energy to apply its special Black Breath ability. Remaining motionless, the attentive Ju Hyuk activated a special intimidation skill aimed at weakening the enemy's morale. The effectiveness of the skill was evident in the noticeable decrease in the Balrog's fighting spirit. Although its attacks continued with the same persistence, the effects of fear greatly reduced the strength of the enemy's characteristics, resulting in the monster's inability to overcome Mercury's strike defense. A rapid combination of 37 consecutive attacks with an increased damage ratio rushed towards the weakened opponent. The spiritual eye allowed Ju Hyuk to notice the monster's successful evasion of the initial attack, but the reduced characteristics of the enemy ensured that the movements were accurately tracked. Reaching the targets with multiple attacks caused a massive explosion that the hero calculated should have destroyed at least half of the enemy's health. Careful observation with the help of the spiritual eye revealed alarming signs that the Balrog was not going to retreat and was preparing a new plan. The monster's ominous roar was accompanied by the appearance of mysterious blood-red symbols and runes that gradually filled the dark sky above the battlefield. Noticing Li Juran's reaction to the appearance of the strange signs, the attentive Ju Hyuk hurriedly questioned the girl about the meaning of the technique he saw. Recognizing the mysterious symbols as a long-distance teleportation spell, the experienced hero tried to determine the possible destination of the enemy's movement. Unwilling to risk a missed opportunity, Ju Hyuk unleashed thousands of lightning-fast strikes that failed to reach the target due to the Balrog's timely teleportation. The hero's frustration was heightened by the unusual situation where the powerful dungeon boss preferred retreating to continuing the battle. Additional surprise was caused by the monster's unexpected ability to move outside the limited space of the dungeon. Kang Mu Seok's assistant's attention was drawn to a strange phenomenon in the sky above the Taurus territory that foreshadowed unusual events. The Balrog's majestic appearance from the displacement portal was an unexpected sight to the open-field observers. The events of the preceding minutes were remembered by the warrior Ruin, with a bitter sense of humiliation from repeated defeats at the hands of the ruthless necromancer. The girl who had arrived on the scene quickly identified the dungeon as the last known location of her mysterious target. A careful analysis of the situation told the late guest that the newly discovered dungeon had already been abandoned by the absolute evil she was interested in. The beauty of the popular celebrity Jae Sung-hwa that had caught the attention of the admiring Ruin was well known to her many fans. A $30 billion reward from the representative of the Divine Star was offered to the girl for successfully revealing the true identity of absolute evil. The anticipation of receiving an impressive amount of reward inspired Jae Seon-hwa with dreams of a prosperous life after the successful completion of the task. Ruin's unexpected appeal to the beautiful stranger contained a strange request to deliberately take his life in the current game world. Admiring the girl's appearance, Ruin noted her professional abilities and strongly suggested that they begin a romantic relationship. The fleeting impression of the stranger's strange behavior was quickly replaced by anxiety at the sight of a huge monster appearing in the sky. The instant teleportation of the Balrog that spotted Chae Sung-woo ended with the monster's menacing roar in close proximity to the frightened girl. The Balrog's unusual escape from the dungeon to the open field was a source of genuine puzzlement to Ju Hyuk, who was puzzled by it. The analysis of the situation showed that the monster had used a forbidden long-distance portal created by the streams of magical power outside the dungeon. The unusual development of events made the hero think about the issue of completing the dungeon cleanup after the unexpected escape of the main boss. The solemn moment of swearing the oath of allegiance to absolute evil by a kneeling knight interrupted the pensive hero's thoughts. The unfinished battle with the Balrog unexpectedly brought the hero two important achievements: full loyalty to the elite cavalry and successful completion of a mysterious dungeon. The increase in Taurus's cavalry rank was accompanied by the receipt of unique abilities: infinite life and the possibility of resurrection a day after death. Ju Hyuk's in-depth analysis of the situation led him to realize the uniqueness of his chosen way of passing the difficult dungeon. The realization of having 300 immortal and loyal warriors at his disposal filled him with confidence in his growing military power. The additional reward that depended on the luck rate of choosing the door made the hero appreciate the importance of the high value of Sisong's characteristic. Ju Hyuk's sincere gratitude was expressed in a warm gesture of approval for the girl's unusual decision to develop the luck parameter. The process of receiving the final reward was of particular interest to the hero, given Se-sung's impressive luck parameter of 77 units. The first reward was a significant increase in the combat capabilities of the Taurus cavalry through the addition of a destructive field to the attack line. The second reward was a mysterious Taurus elixir with the ability to conceal the absolute evil class user's energy. Thinking about the practicality of the elixir caused the hero to hesitate, given the common knowledge of his affiliation with the absolute evil class. A practical approach to the situation prompted the hero to immediately test the effects of the potion he had received, despite some doubts about its usefulness. The instantaneous effect of using the mysterious elixir was manifested in the complete disappearance of the dark energy surrounding the hero. An important achievement was Ju Hyuk's newfound ability to control and conceal the characteristic energy of the absolute evil class. An unexpected bonus of using the magic elixir was a significant enhancement of the true heaven-conquering mind energy technique. Memories of his teacher's wise instructions regarding the importance of achieving complete control over energy took on a new meaning. The seemingly unattainable goal of the game scenario suddenly turned out to be an important part of the development of Absolute Evil's abilities. In parallel with the events in the dungeon, tragedy was unfolding as the uncontrollable Balrog continued to destroy the civilians of the game world. The bewildered Kang Mu-hwan tried to understand the reasons behind the mysterious monster's targeted attacks on Pruno's main vault. The assistance report contained information about the monster's first appearance in the Taurus area, which contradicted the safety of the fortress itself. Kang Mu-hwan's irritation was heightened by the realization of the connection between what was happening and the activities of Absolute Evil, and the need to contain information about the removals. The news that the deleted players belonged to the Divine Star's subcontractor category was an additional concern. A strategic decision involved adding the affected to the organization's core staff, subject to Absolute Evil's assignment of responsibility. Confident in his influence, Kang Mu-hwan gave the order to summon the 7th throne holder, believing her incapable of refusing Divine Star. An unexpected phone call brought soothing news of the imminent arrival of long-awaited reinforcements to solve the complicated situation. Karma's quick reaction to the events took the form of a decision to dispatch the powerful holder of the 5th throne to help. The elite group of Sons of Heavenly Rulers' elite group of sons greatly increased the chances of successfully resolving the crisis. Karma's unusual willingness to lend his support was surprising, given his previous reticence in such situations. The sudden appearance of the Balrog after 200 years of absence was the main topic of discussion in the Empire of Airphase. Comparative analysis of the monster's behavior showed significant differences from the previous Balrog, especially in its tendency to avoid direct confrontation. Careful observation revealed the selectivity of the Balrog's attacks, preferring to attack only unprotected player territories. Casualty statistics showed alarming numbers. Of the 30,000 dead players, about 1/100% had undergone irreversible removal. A preliminary assessment of the situation indicated that the danger of what was happening to the Empire was relatively low, leaving it up to the players to solve the problem. The continuation of the Balrog's destructive activities manifested itself in an attack on yet another feud with the deadly Black Breath. The heroic efforts of the knights to concentrate defensive mana on the castle walls were complemented by the commander's determination to personally lead the defense. The determination of the defenders was reinforced by the realization of the importance of protecting the academy in the rear with its defenseless students. Concerned aides tried to warn the Union leader against the risk of irreversible character removal during the battle. The responsibility of an adult to the younger generation gave the defender the resolve to prevent the possible removal of the students. The approach of another Balrog attack caused panic among the mages trying to find shelter from the deadly effects. The timely appearance of Ju Hyuk, accompanied by the teleportation-capable Lee Ju-ran, made a significant change in the course of the battle. The arrival of Koko, carrying Se-sung on his shoulders, allowed the confident hero to offer the defenders of the fortress complete trust in their help. The unexpected results of passing the dungeon included a significant enhancement of the hero's abilities in controlling the true mind energy technique. The need to solve the problem of the escaped Balrog was complicated by the lack of understanding of the reasons for the selectivity of its attacks that bypassed certain feuds. The hero's curiosity extended to the choice of the direction of further movement of the unpredictable enemy. Understanding of the seriousness of the situation was reinforced by the realization of the growing number of casualties among innocent players in the absence of active counteraction. Lee Ju-ran's important message about being able to track the monster's location thanks to the tag installed greatly improved the situation. The girl's unique ability allowed her to track the movements of the tagged subject by the characteristic flows of magical energy. The timely use of the special skill while preparing the Balrog for teleportation went unnoticed by Ju Hyuk, who was engrossed in the battle. The demonstration of the system interface confirmed that the monster could be tracked within the continents thanks to the tag installed. The data received indicated the Balrog's presence in the ponds area, where the strategically important main granary was located. The belonging of the attacked feud to the Divine Star determined the next target of the hero, seeking to recover the escaped monster worth 55 trillion. Teleporting to pond revealed to the heroes a picture of utter devastation. A once prosperous city lay in ruins after the monster's devastating attack. A preliminary assessment of the situation showed that the Divine Star leadership had decided to retreat, leaving behind many dead. The timely contact with Serdian allowed Ju Hyuk to obtain important information about the appearance of the Balrog and the current developments. A detailed report revealed the scale of the destruction. 30,000 dead as a result of the devastation of Late's territories and the Divine Star Union pawns. The analysis of the monster's actions allowed to assume its further route, based on systematic attacks on the Union cities. The unexpected appearance of the Balrog in the territories under his control caused serious concern for Jong Gongjin, who was closely monitoring the situation. Upon receiving the disturbing news, Ju Hyuk immediately requested Lee Ju-ran to teleport urgently to Cardia, awaiting the continuation of the important report. Serdian's strategic analysis indicated that it was undesirable for the depopulated pawns to join their domain in the current political situation. Public opinion linked the appearance of the Balrog to the actions of absolute evil, based on the fact that the monster had escaped from a controlled dungeon. Using the information about the deleted players allowed Divine Star to start a new stage of information warfare for public opinion. The news that a representative of the Holy See had been dispatched to confront the destructive Balrog added to the tension. Clarification indicated the involvement of a powerful fifth throne holder among the church's highest hierarchs. Understanding the situation prompted Serdian to insist on the need to forestall the arrival of a powerful adversary in the conflict zone. Postponing plans to capture Pruta for the future, the determined hero organized the immediate movement of the entire group into Cardia's territory. The coordinated actions of the team allowed for precise teleportation to provide timely assistance to Jong Gongjin. The instant activation of the evil space and the encouragement of evil allowed Mariana to quickly deploy her necromancy abilities. The strongest member of the undead, the Mighty Serpent, was the first to enter the battle, successfully using paralyzing magic against the Balrog. Jong Gongjin's surprise at the monster's successful immobilization was matched by Mariana's understanding of the temporary nature of the spell's effect. The tactical solution involved asking Lee Ju-ran to teleport directly over the paralyzed enemy's head. The successful relocation allowed Ju Hyuk to prepare a powerful retaliatory strike against the monster that dared to escape from the guarded dungeon. The automatic activation of the intimidation effect preceded the decisive killing blow against the weakened opponent. The impressive fall of the defeated monster caused Jong Gongjin, who was watching the battle, to truly admire it. The unexpected help of absolute evil in fighting a dangerous monster capable of destroying even the strongest players exceeded all expectations. The seeming ease of defeating a formidable opponent with a simple but effective strike made a special impression. The successful completion of the battle refuted the accusations of the Divine Star, and the timely videotaping of the event strengthened the hero's position. The positive reaction of the audience was reinforced by the historical significance of the event, the first successful hunt for the legendary Balrog on the expanses of Olympia. The general curiosity about the possible reward was satisfied by the appearance of an impressive bag after the defeated monster disappeared. Lee Ju-ran's speculation about the contents of the bag caused a shocked reaction from Jang Hyun-suk, who realized the incredible value of the loot. The lightning-fast spread of the news prompted Randall to think about congratulating his partner and the possibility of acquiring an additional black stone. The unexpected news caught the attention of the 14th player in the world ranking, Jeroen On, who decided to travel to South Korea. The live broadcast of the moment of receiving the bag of black stones ensured wide dissemination of information through the global network. The previous policy of the Korean government and Grand Alliance to define absolute evil as social evil needed to be reconsidered. A marked change in the situation transformed the passive stance of foreign powers toward the mysterious absolute evil. The hero's impressive achievements of a relatively low-level hero gave rise to speculation about the possibility of obtaining additional blackstones. The rapid growth of absolute evil's influence prompted the world's top players to take active steps to establish close contact. The historical achievement of the first successful Balrog hunt was complemented by the receipt of an incredible bounty containing over a dozen blackstones. Ju Hyuk's satisfaction with the reward was coupled with curiosity about Randall's possible reaction to the new offer. The excited Jung Gongjin's gratitude for saving Cardia received the hero's humble response about the naturalness of helping a business partner. Jung Gongjin's sincere congratulations on receiving the grand award reflected the hero's general admiration for the achievement. The perceptive Ju Hyuk picked up on his interlocutor's unspoken thoughts and directly inquired about his need for black stone. The interlocutor's frank reply revealed the urgent need for the artifact in the absence of sufficient financial resources. The unexpected offer to exchange several feuds for the Black Stone demonstrated the hero's unconventional approach to business relations. The seriousness of the offer was based on Ju Hyuk's strategic interest in expanding his possessions by alternative methods other than military conquests. The agreement reached was to quickly provide the money list after discussing the proposal with Jung Gongjin's staff. The solemn appearance of the representative of the Fifth Holy Throne was accompanied by a loud accusation of mass murder by absolute evil. The solemn announcement of the intention to personally punish the perpetrator was made on behalf of the Fifth Holy Throne, the Guide of Light. The unexpected arrival of a high-ranking church hierarch was accompanied by the appearance of Kang Mu-seok and representatives of public broadcasting. The hero's surprise was caused by his sister's inexplicable presence among the gathered observers of the historic event. Previous events had included an important meeting of those seated on the Holy Thrones, where Kang Mu-seok had ordered Seiya to go to the pond. The girl's bewilderment at the unexpected order was met with a counter-question about her knowledge of the Balrog's attacks on the feud. Temporary citizenship registration in the feud provided the girl with an official opportunity to participate in the upcoming battle with the legendary Balrog. Seiya was inwardly irritated by Kang Mu-seok's unexpectedly deferential demeanor, especially given his unwillingness to personally risk the possible removal of the character. The girl's calm refusal was based on her lack of formal obligations to the Divine Star, which caused the unaccustomed to defiance Kang Mu-seok was clearly displeased with. The unexpected announcement of the Fifth Throne's representative's intention to personally participate in the operation caused Kang Mu-seok, who had been following the situation closely, to be genuinely surprised. Yu Jong-suk, the Fifth Throne, emphasized the sacred duty of the representatives of the church hierarchy to provide support in critical situations. The promise of support from South Korea if Divine Star and the Alliance act together elicited Kang Mu-seok's sincere gratitude. Sei's deep contempt for arrogant opponents was based on his understanding of his elder brother's ability to destroy them in one decisive blow. The unexpected appearance of a special quest for the Holy Thrones had disrupted the girl's original plans for the upcoming journey. It was not only the timing of the quest's appearance that was surprising, but also its direct connection to the need for the First and Fifth Thrones to act together against the Balrog. Luna's detailed explanation revealed the reasons for the delay. The need to accompany the journalists had slowed down the throne's movement considerably. Ju Hyuk's perplexity was caused by Yu Jong-suk's insistence on continuing the conflict after successfully destroying the Balrog, making the quest irrelevant. The girl's satisfaction with the current situation trumped the possible disappointment of missing the opportunity to capture the moment of victory over the monster. Understanding the true purpose of the Holy Thrones strengthened the girl's determination to carry out the long-planned plan to capture the absolute evil. The provocative order to attack was accompanied by the certainty of attracting worldwide attention after destroying a recognized social evil. An additional warning against an escape attempt was accompanied by a formal challenge to a duel directed directly to the enemy. Seiya's urgent warning revealed to her brother the dangers of accepting a challenge based on manipulating system rules in favor of the opponent. Her sister's confidence in the enemy's use of cavalry did not take into account her brother's recent acquisitions, significantly altering the balance of the upcoming battle. The hero's decisive entry into the battle arena showed his willingness to accept the challenge despite the warnings of his loved ones. Yu Jong-suk's sincere joy at accepting the challenge was accompanied by the immediate announcement of the special rules of the upcoming fight. The established rules included a high probability of removing the defeated character and limiting attacking actions to the use of cavalry. A careful assessment of the situation allowed Ju Hyuk to note the ineffectiveness of the opponent's use of the available systemic advantages. The triumphant call of the Horsemen of Light demonstrated the appearance of an elite unit of Imperial cavalry under the command of the Guide of Light. Limiting the fighting to cavalry attacks was perceived by the girl as a guarantee of victory due to the recent acquisition of an elite unit. The lad's calm reaction was expressed by opening his own portal to summon the newly acquired Taurus cavalry to the battlefield. The formation of numerous warriors around the commander caused Mariana and Li Juran to genuinely rejoice, delighted by the acquisition of a powerful fighting force. The supernatural power of his brother's cavalry, felt even at a considerable distance, caused Seiya's sincere amazement and the other observers' displeasure. The unexpected appearance of the enemy's powerful cavalry caused a worried Yu Jong-suk to reconsider her initial assessment of his military potential. Realizing the impossibility of retreating in front of the supposed assassin, the girl gave a decisive order to her cavalry to launch an attack. The commander's clarifying question regarding the use of the newly mastered formation was accompanied by a request for permission to begin a decisive fight. Immediate execution of the order received was accompanied by careful preparation of the soldiers donning protective helmets for the coming battle. The completion of the formation preparation was marked by the activation of the special skill, Field of Destruction, greatly enhancing the combat capabilities of the squad. Yu Jong-suk's confusion was intensified by observing the passivity of her own warriors, unable to put up a decent resistance against the enemy. Additional bewilderment was caused by the incomprehensible disorganization of his own knights, suddenly breaking formation by clashing with each other. The rapid approach of the enemy cavalry forced the alarmed Yu Jong-suk to begin a hasty retreat to avoid a direct clash. The girl's last moments were accompanied by bitter resentment regarding the supposed deception by absolute evil. Ju Hyuk's sincere bewilderment was caused by the baseless accusations of deception, demonstrating the apparent short-sightedness of the defeated opponent. The live broadcast of the convincing victory caused confusion among the recent supporters of the Fifth Throne, who were confident in the effectiveness of the changed rules. The public humiliation of the self-confident girl who invited journalists to cover her triumph caused mixed reactions from the watching audience. The audience's active discussion of the possible actions of the other holy thrones reflected the uncertainty of the future development of the situation. Seiya's internal conflict was expressed in the need to choose between formal obligations and the desire to avoid an open confrontation with her brother. Jeroen's unexpected attack on Kang Moo-suk caused widespread surprise at the unpredictability of the famous fighter's actions. His opponent's astonishing progress in fighting prowess over the course of a few months caused the experienced Jeroen to be genuinely surprised. Seiya's confusion was compounded by his lack of understanding of the reasons for Jeroen's appearance, and the need to determine his own position in the changing situation. Kang Moo-seok's bewilderment at the attacker's reckless actions was compounded by his apparent disregard for the possibility of becoming a chaosite. The emergence of the legendary solo player, known for his record of winning fights, caused a significant uproar on the Korean server. A sudden flashback to the recent Blackstone news helped Kang Moo-seok realize the reason for the mass arrival of world celebrities. The ongoing battle with Jeroen drew the close attention of Ju Hyuk, who was watching closely. The worldwide broadcast of the video of the Overlord had accelerated the arrival of interested Blackstone buyers, confirming Serdian's predictions. Analyzing the situation suggested that Jeroen's choice of the first target might have signified his intention to show support for the opposing side. Preliminary expectations of an interesting fight with a famous fighter were replaced by some disappointment at the demonstration of the unexpectedly low level of his opponent. The protracted bout ended with the swift intervention of Ju Hyuk, whose single punch completely crushed the opponent, who had sworn to reveal the identity of absolute evil. The practical Seiya took advantage of the resulting turmoil to evacuate the reporters, using the pretext of protection from absolute evil's supposed wrath. After making sure his sister was safe, Ju Hyuk realized the need to prepare for the arrival of new guests, heralded by Jeroen's appearance. The solemn gathering at Cardia Castle began with the hero sincerely thanking everyone present for the timely visit. A careful eye noted the presence of prominent personalities, attracted by the opportunity to acquire black stones at a reasonable price. The fair terms of the negotiations were emphasized by the absence of local alliances following the sentiments of the Divine Star, and preferring to distance themselves. Serdian's formal introduction as plenipotentiary representative was accompanied by an explanation of his right to speak on behalf of absolute evil. Serdian's diplomatic greeting emphasized the special status of the guests who had traveled great distances for important negotiations. The strategic necessity of preserving some of the black stones was explained by the unpredictability of the situation in the country and the need for reliable weapons. Randall's timely intervention helped calm the indignation of the crowd by revealing the true state of affairs in Korean society. The persuasiveness of the argument was backed up by reference to the influential businessman's personal experience in the local environment. A case in point was the acquisition of a media company that led to unfounded accusations and numerous investigations. The close control of the government and major unions over the media demonstrated the existence of a vast conspiracy. Randall's authoritative confirmation of the credibility of Absolute Evil's aide's words greatly strengthened the bargaining position. Jong Gongjin sincerely regretted the selfish policies of the major unions creating international complications through their actions. The Justice Union captain's speech was based on a deep understanding of the situation surrounding absolute evil in South Korea. The mention of the existing agreement was accompanied by an important remark about the existence of a significant number of controlled fiefdoms. Representatives of the Chinese Black Rose Union and Black Knight Laurent emphasized the superiority of their own territorial holdings. The Union of Icelandic Swordsmen suggested discussing territorial issues with the American government, mentioning prior approval from the Chinese authorities. Zhong Gongjin's surprise was aroused by the public discussion of confidential arrangements to exchange feuds for black stones. A close observation of the behavior of the unusually contented Serdian evoked mixed feelings in the keenly observant hero. The appearance of a real money devil was perfectly in line with the plans to acquire the necessary 300 feuds for the development of the domain. The hero's thoughts focused on the possible development of the further scenario intended for the absolute evil. The initial stage was the quest Great Lord, which requires the establishment of control over a significant number of feudal territories. The sequence of events included capturing feuds, confronting the first Balrog, obtaining black stones, and expanding territorial possessions. The development of the situation demonstrated a clear relationship. The strengthening of the throne was accompanied by the emergence of new opportunities for confrontation, including elite cavalry. Successful adherence to the game strategy guaranteed timely obtaining the necessary resources for further development and strengthening of positions. Anticipation of further development of events filled the hero with confidence in increasing the scale and interest of the upcoming adventures. The reaction of the president of the Divine Star to the arrival of foreign guests expressed dissatisfaction with their self-assertive behavior on foreign territory. Particular irritation was caused by open threats to the opponents of absolute evil and public statements about allied relations with him. The realization of losing control over the situation increased Kang Mu-hwan's anxiety about further actions of the uncontrollable absolute evil. An additional blow was the sudden decision of Zhong Gongjin's alliance to enter into an agreement with absolute evil, showing open support. The reckless behavior of one of the 3 strongest players on the Korean server, contradicting the established alliances, was disconcerting. Disturbing news of absolute evil's takeover of cities and suburban territories added to the tension within the Divine Star leadership. The significant expansion of influence included the capture of 25 feuds and the establishment of cooperation with the Magical Union of Israel. The bitter realization of the consequences of untimely counteraction increased Kang Mu-hwan's frustration with the unfavorable situation. Careful analysis of possible options did not allow him to find an effective solution to correct the rapidly deteriorating situation. Mariana's unexpected meeting with Seiya was accompanied by a serious conversation that required special attention to the topic at hand. Mariana's straightforward confession of sympathy for her brother caused sincere surprise to Seiya, who had never heard such revelations. The seriousness of the girl's intentions was combined with confusion about further actions to achieve the desired development of the relationship. Seiya had limited herself to eating meat instead of giving advice, but she hadn't noticed the observer named Eve lurking nearby. The unexpected appearance of a beautiful stranger in the area had made a lasting impression on the attentive watcher. The immediate order to gather detailed information about Mariana reflected the seriousness of the man who was interested in the girl. The completion of the capture of the last feud in Prunus increased the hero's holdings to an impressive 24 vassal territories. The timely appearance of the mysterious girl was accompanied by a discussion of the need to create a transportation system between the numerous feuds. The shaman, who introduced herself as the head of the Israeli Union of Magicians, proposed the creation of a system of portals for instant travel between territories. The lack of significant territorial holdings was compensated for by the Union's unique magical abilities in the upcoming negotiations. The offer included an exchange of black stone for the creation of an unlimited network of portals with a 30-year guarantee of free service. The limited number of available black stones provoked an active competition between the interested parties. Powerful alliances from various countries offered lucrative deals to absolute evil, seeking to establish long-term partnerships. This was how Ju Hyuk was able to achieve the desired goal at the end of a series of deals. He had just arrived at the central altar in Nan, reflecting on the fact that he felt like he was barely within the allotted 60 days. But it had taken him a mere 6 days, and he now had 300 feuds and 8 million inhabitants. At this point, the altar began to check the feud ownership and count the number of inhabitants. And then he was congratulated, because the Great Lord quest had been completed. Nan's capital expanded, and he was promoted to Great. But she also began the foreign feuds check. The required number of civilians, equal to 3 million, was nearly tripled, and he earned an achievement that applied to his power everywhere. But now, he had received from the rewards of ensuring the viability of the Heavenly Devil Sanctuary field. This was the first feud he had received while working on the absolute evil scenario. Although it was about a dying land that lacked even a modicum of self-sufficiency, it still had its memories there. Ju Hyuk was clearly happy that this place had a chance to come to life again. Plus, he could choose a new name for the Heavenly Devil Sanctuary Field. Since it was his first territory, he decided to give it a name that had a special meaning. He decided to name it like the first apartment he bought with his personal money. So he called it Hillstay. After renaming it, the hunting grounds opened up there, as well as the Hillstay Valley and Meadows. In addition, he received a special state of voluntary loyalty. 1% of all experience points earned by local NPCs, and while hunting in the area would be received by him automatically. Ju Hyuk remembered that this was a great situation for him, because now he could also get an automatic level increase without any barriers. Plus, it seems like the harvest would become much better than the Taurus feud territory. But suddenly he saw Serdian running towards him, who immediately wanted to ask the Overlord what had happened. While performing his work duties, the news of Nana's promotion to Great Nana suddenly popped up in front of him. Moreover, the news came that the main shelter had received a new berth, and even the costs had been reduced to 1/10. So he wondered what had happened. Ju Hyuk explained that it was a reward for the active work he had done so far. And Serdian was insanely proud of his lord, for he had not expected anything less from him. He also decided to inform him of the information he had found. A white-coated otter and a white-coated deer had been discovered in the expanded hunting ground. These are more profitable monsters than the blue-furred monsters found in Taurus Fortress. If one were to sell them and properly dispose of the remaining black stones, they could soon realize the utopian plan of a perfect fortune they had so dreamed of. But Ju Hyuk awkwardly informed Serdian that he had a small portion of the budget to spend this time. He stated that he was going to spend 2 black stones. Serdian was clearly annoyed by this. He didn't understand why such a waste. The Overlord only slightly awkwardly explained that he had new powers as a reward for the Great Overlord quest. 2 powers had been created. One was Unlimited Whisper, which removed all restrictions on messaging through whispering. Now whispering could be sent anywhere, including abroad and to restricted areas where whispering was restricted. And global messaging to multiple people at once was possible. The second power is Feud Expansion, the same effect as upgrading a Taurus fortress. Upgrading a fortress requires auxiliary materials that differ according to the size and level of the area being expanded, and this time, he needs 2 black stones to expand the area. When Serdian realized why such a waste was necessary, he immediately relaxed, for he couldn't oppose the cause to benefit the Heavenly Devil. In the end, 2 black stones were absorbed to activate the Feud Expansion power. After that, the expansion of the Great Nana began. The entire area began to change and glow with a purple light, and the expansion was supposed to take 72 hours. Serdian was proud that the Overlord was such a better strategist, and he was glad that he was able to make such a decision for the sake of their capital city of Great Nana. Ju Hyuk understood that people must be happy about certain expansions, but it was all because the Black Stone could gain the upper hand in dealing with world leaders. And Black Stone is a means of creating common wealth, shared with the establishment of a pension. Seiya, on the other hand, was at home watching the news. It seems that even the journalists themselves were tired of saying the same thing about how everything about absolute evil was fabricated. Seiya assumed that they did have tight control over the media and power, but Ju Hyuk had never had any doubts about that. Nevertheless, he guaranteed her that Divine Star wouldn't last 2 years. If they continued in the same direction as they were now, they could completely destroy the alliance within 2 years. Seiya looked at her brother and remembered that he was unemployed just 6 months ago, and now he had really changed a lot. Her brother is the man who shocked people by appearing as full chaos, and now he was destroying the Divine Star. She was insanely proud of him for all his actions. Anyway, her brother had matured a lot. Seiya remembered that Saesung's birthday was tomorrow, so she suggested to Ju Hyuk to have a small party in their close circle. Ju Hyuk calmly warned that a party was not allowed. They still had to be careful, but Seiya asked that Ju Hyuk at least prepare a present. The guy only calmly explained that he knew it was her birthday, and the gift had already been prepared for her. The next day when they met, he presented her with the gift. The girl was really amazed that he hadn't forgotten her birthday. Ju Hyuk, on the other hand, realized that he had to wish her a happy birthday because she was his precious #1 among Absolute Evil's associates. Without even opening the gift, Mariana immediately ran up to Ju Hyuk to hug him because she was insanely touched by his sincerity. She felt like he was showing that he wasn't interested in such a thing, so she didn't expect anything from him. Ju Hyuk didn't understand when he was the one who pretended not to be interested in something like a gift for her, and didn't realize if he was really that callous to others. Either way, it was obvious that Mariana was insanely grateful that he had guessed ahead of time to prepare everything, although he could honestly admit that the elders had put more effort into preparing the gift than him. After all, it was a gift for their future ruler. A few days earlier, Ju Hyuk had informed the elders that Seosung's birthday was coming up and asked them to prepare some sort of gift for her. The elders were amazed that Ju Hyuk had decided to entrust them with the job. What they knew about Song was that she was an absolute necromancer helping their lord, the one who would become the queen of the heavenly devil lord. Therefore, they needed to find the rarest item, for the gift prepared should bring peace and joy to her precious body. As a result, an emergency meeting of the elders was held. They realized that they had to give their best, for this was the perfect opportunity to show their loyalty. They mobilized all the available resources of Sarmak and the Black Flowers. So, the elders set to work to find the best gift for Song, a gift prepared by the Heavenly Devil Elders. Ju Hyuk in turn didn't know about all the intricacies of this process and simply gave this gift to Mariana. The gift consisted of a manicure. This item is mostly worn by female users on their nails. Different magical functions can be added to manicures depending on the level of the user. In addition, the girl received a top-quality manicure worth 22 billion gold coins as a gift. And even though Mariana wasn't good at it, she still crazily liked it all. Jo Hyuk at this time decided to go to the lands to see if there was a new dungeon. Besides, they didn't notice any road or monsters here. There was absolutely nothing no matter how much they looked around the undeveloped area. Soon, Ju Hyuk jumped on Coco and decided to check things out from a bird's-eye view. Coco was glad that it was just the two of them today, since the Overlord usually rewarded him with lots of goodies if he did his job well. But suddenly, Coco realized that he couldn't take off, and Ju Hyuk received a notification that absolutely everything related to flying was forbidden in the area. Ju Hyuk realized that there was no choice in such a case, and he decided to ride a horse, so he summoned his cavalry. He explained to Knight Tao that he was going to explore the area and find a way to clear the dungeon, and Tao immediately understood what the Overlord wanted. Eventually, Ju Hyuk climbed onto the passenger side of the horse, and they set off. The guy realized that, as expected, the cavalry was insanely useful in many ways. He was sure that it would play an important role in the future war against the Holy Thrones. Besides, when traveling long distances, there was nothing better than a horse. However, he was curious as to why, despite how much they traveled forward, nothing was encountered on their way. At times like this, it would be nice to have something like radar to explore the area. But then he saw something appear on the horizon. It looked insanely like a cavalry unit, and after checking it with his spiritual eye, Ju Hyuk was convinced that it was definitely cavalry. In addition, Tao stated that the mana flow energy emanating from the riders seemed very familiar to him. The battle that happened not too long ago, the energy was painfully similar to the cavalry advancing from Yu Jong-suk's side. The ghost cavalry is clearly the same cavalry that was summoned by the Fifth Throne. Although the mana flows were indeed similar, but now their magic power wasn't as chaotic as it was back then. Tao didn't know what they should do, but Ju Hyuk stood up on his horse and calmly said that in that case, he would oppose this cavalry. Tao tried to explain that it was very dangerous, and offered to fight it like they had last time. After all, they were advancing in full force. There were no fortresses nearby that could be hit by Mercury's strike. But Ju Hyuk knew that everything would be fine, after all. He was their lord after all. Previously, he couldn't attack the cavalry by himself because of the rules of the duel. But here, he was no longer restricted by anything. He used the mega-powerful 100 lightning strikes combined with the mega-powerful 1,000 lightning strikes. As a result, the synergy effect came again, and now there was only one last step to take. He activated the Evil God's Great Coming spell, and directed his spirit straight towards the cavalry, after which it was completely defeated. Tao literally couldn't believe what he saw. After all, this was the destruction of an entire cavalry alone. Moreover, it couldn't even get close to the Overlord. He wondered how powerful Absolute Evil really was. Tao immediately jumped down from his horse and asked Absolute Evil to kill him, for he was a lowlife who didn't realize the limitless abilities of his master. He wanted the latter to punish him for the foolishness he had shown. But Ju Hyuk knew that his concern was born out of devotion, and it was not a sin that could be washed away by death, so he asked that the man not worry about it. Besides, he announced that the appearance of this cavalry was like the appearance of the boss, and he had killed them all. But there was no change, and he was surprised that it wasn't a condition of clearing the dungeon. He decided to explore the area some more as he suddenly saw the cavalry resurrected. He realized that it was the second phase of the attack or something like that. Ju Hyuk was happy about this, as there was no need to go anywhere, so he prepared for battle. He realized that his enemies could attack as much as they wanted, and with that determination, he destroyed the resurrected cavalry. And after destroying it, it rose again, and this was repeated many times, and he succeeded again and again. Watching this battle, Tao realized that the Overlord was truly magnificent. He was single-handedly dealing with all the oncoming cavalries, and even Coco was slightly surprised by what he was seeing. And yet, it seemed like the Overlord was not tired at all. Ju Hyuk also felt that what was happening was a bit strange after all. This was the 7th time he had defeated the cavalry, yet there was no change. With that being the case, he felt like he was missing something. Because of this, although it was easy to deal with the cavalry, if things continued like this, the battle would never end. In addition, when the cavalry reappeared on the horizon, he realized that although he wasn't going to use this skill, he was left with no choice. So he decided to use Boundless Whisper. All elders capable of fighting were summoned to this dungeon. When all the elders received the notification from the Overlord, they were immensely surprised and happy that the moment had finally come when the Overlord had decided to summon them, so they immediately broke away from their work to follow his call. Finally, the elders lined up in front of the Overlord, and Tao, looking at the elders, clearly did not understand who all these people were. In addition, looking at the elders, he could feel an extremely strange energy emanating from them. And Rexor and Johan had a killer-like energy. They were like ghosts. Their presence was completely imperceptible, and it was impossible to even imagine their strength. Furthermore, Tao had never seen any of these subordinates in Cardia before. Jo Huck suddenly realized that he had forgotten to introduce these people to Tao. He asked him not to worry since these people were their supporters. After which, Luxo was the first to approach them to greet the man. Finally then, Tao realized that the Overlord had also not acted in full force last time, so they had only called for his cavalry. Ju Hyuk thought that finally everyone was finally assembled, but suddenly he saw another one of the elders approaching. As it turned out, it was Elder Verde, who had shown up to finally greet the Overlord. She had been eagerly waiting for the moment he would summon her. Ju Hyuk was seriously surprised to see a small child. Soon, Verde explained to the elders that those cavalrymen were special beings bound by special magic. Even if they were killed by normal means, they would be endlessly reborn. So the 5th elder, Archmage Verde, asked the Overlord for permission to destroy them. And then the 9th elder Panda would help them find their way to the next gate. Ju Hyuk finally realized that these were the same absent elders that he hadn't been able to cross paths with until now, and he ended up allowing Verde to act as she saw fit. As a result, she immediately took off and immediately set about destroying the enemies standing in her way. She activated the Despair Swamp magic, and created a darkness-carrying destruction that was meant to completely consume her enemies. Finally, when the spell was completely finished, all the cavalrymen were swallowed up by the insanely powerful magic. And even Tao recognized that it was an incredible power. There were insanely powerful people among the Overlord's subordinates. And then the hero realized that he knew absolutely nothing about this girl and the power of this elder. After all, although she was an elder, she looked very young, so he didn't expect much. However, there was an incredible strength hidden within her. It seemed to him that Verde wouldn't even lose against a sage-level mage under such circumstances. Just after the girl's victory, the mana line connecting the white cavalry to the source was cut, and the conditions for destroying the cavalry were met. At this moment, the 9th elder stated that she had already managed to find her way to the next gate, so they decided to all go together. Tao didn't feel anything special, so he was surprised that the 9th elder could definitely sense that the right place was here. He finally touched a certain spot on the sand, and then a portal appeared from the ground, and Ju Hyuk decided that they should go together next. Finally, he moved to the lower level of the dungeon. After moving here, he immediately began to feel a powerful flow of mana here. Although it was different from the one coming from the white cavalry, but somehow there was something painfully familiar about it. Tao could also feel the power of hostile energy here. At this moment, the Overlord was disturbed by Verde, for she sensed mana that was maddeningly spoiling her mood. It didn't bode well, for these were enemies. At that moment, the white mages who had the sole purpose of destroying evil appeared, and they were advancing towards Ju Hyuk and the elders with their entire army. Ju Hyuk was amazed to see them, for he had been wondering all this time why the energy appeared familiar to him. He finally realized the reason. This mana flow was similar to the one coming from his sister, one of the Saint Thrones. The magical power of the Holy Thrones is the opposite of darkness and demonic beginnings, so it was no surprise that Verde was feeling ill. Earlier, they had faced the Olympian cavalry of the 5th throne, and now the mana used by the 7th throne was next. Most likely, this dungeon was created to allow absolute evil to have the opportunity to gain experience in the war against the Holy Thrones beforehand. At this time, the white magicians had cast a spell of white dragons that were meant to punish the evil. The white dragons also had the attribute of divinity. Ju Hyuk didn't do anything yet, deciding to just observe. Luxo spoke first and explained to the Overlord that it was a dangerous force that was completely incompatible with them, and he wanted to block their path. But Ju Hyuk stopped Luxo and reminded him that he was the Overlord, the one who lead the elders behind him, not the other way around. So he asked that Luxo trust him. He then activated the evil space and the encouragement of evil, and the markings appeared over everyone's heads. All the bonuses were applied to the beings in the evil space who possessed the attributes of evil and darkness. Luxo also realized that he must have felt the incredible power that filled their bodies. Rex had experienced this kind of power once before. It was a completely different power from all the others, for it was a power granted to them by the Overlord. Johann decided to attack first, and they rushed together with Rexor to glorify their lord. Watching Rexor and Johann fight, Luxo realized that earlier he had felt as if he was blocked by a wall, so he couldn't get stronger, but now it felt as if that wall had been completely destroyed. The skill had even changed the fighting style of the second and third elders who always stuck to secret battles. Luxo realized just how strong their Overlord's power really was. Luxo and the rest of the elders also decided to go into battle, because if it was about such power, they could do anything. Verda, on the other hand, had the hardest time controlling the incredible power accumulated in her body. She decided to concentrate on attacking, because if it was about white mages who were completely incompatible with them, it was absolutely no problem for her now. So she activated a skill called Endowment of Eternal Rest, and a huge three-headed dragon appeared behind her. As a result, the battle was now more even. Dragons against dragons, and elders against white mages. Watching this, Ju Hyuk realized that the compatibility of light and dark energy didn't make any sense. After all, if the opponent was strong, all one needed to do was to become even stronger. This was what was called absolute power. In addition, at this moment, since his charisma had surpassed 100, the system congratulated him for having the skill Monarch Greatness created. The period of evil space and evil encouragement was 20 seconds, and they had to face 72 white wizards. However, for the elders, who received a full buff, 20 seconds was enough to destroy absolutely all enemies. In addition, their side wasn't harmed in the slightest, all thanks to the new power that had been granted by their lord. They realized that when their sovereign was with them, they became even more perfect, so they began to praise their greatest ruler. At that moment, Ju Hyuk just noticed the Monarch Greatness skill, and he realized that it was probably a reward for the loyal elders who had distinguished themselves during this battle. His new skill gave a general buff to all targets who swore allegiance. However, there was a chance that a person or character could fall under removal if they betrayed the Overlord they had sworn allegiance to. To Ju Hyuk, this buff seemed to be a skill of immense power. Moreover, looking at the description, it seems to be a permanent type enhancement. Although it is used specifically if there is an oath and no betrayal, so using it on players would not be the best idea. Turning to the elders, he decided to find out if they had all taken the oath of allegiance to him, and apparently they unanimously said yes. Ju Hyuk realized that there was no way the elders would betray him since they were loyal, so he asked them to swear allegiance to him again. Then they all had a pledge of allegiance, in which they promised to be loyal to the monarch without any lies or betrayal. Coco immediately voted first, and though he didn't understand at all what it said, it was clearly something good. In the end, oath number 1 was taken. Verdi was amazed that there was also a line here, so she quickly swore her allegiance as well. The rest of the elders, however, didn't understand what they needed to do, and while they were pondering the oath to the Overlord, they had already missed the time for first and second place. But at that moment, while the others were taking the oath, the 9th elder discovered something strange. For even though they had destroyed all the mages, new mana flows began to appear. In an instant, the mages became alive again and began chanting their goal of destroying evil once more. At that moment, Verde realized what they were planning to do, and stood before the Overlord, and warned that their attack was incredibly dangerous. They applied a magic circle using their own body as a conduit. It would be a mana explosion called self-destruction. Therefore, the elders immediately began to cover Ju Hyuk with their bodies in order to save him. The guy realized that he was too confused, and he didn't know what about him. But for the elders, an explosion of this magnitude was clearly dangerous, so he had to protect them at all costs. Luxo thought he was dying, and asked that the Overlord be sure to survive and avenge them. But suddenly they noticed that they were all safe and sound, because the Overlord had managed to protect them at the last moment with his skill. Ju Hyuk, on the other hand, was madly happy that he had managed to activate the skill at the last moment. This was a dangerous situation in which one could lose several elders whose defense was extremely weak. However, the moment the wizards self-destructed, they all gained a bunch of experience points and level up due to defeating the opponents, and at the same time, Absolute Evil's exclusive defense skill, Defense of the Evil God, was activated. To be honest, he was really very lucky this time. So he decided to remember that the Holy Thrones had another chance to turn the tide of the battle. Soon, Ju Hyuk went home to watch the news, where it was announced that an unprecedented mass layoff was being made. The country's leading unions, led by the large Divine Star Union, were conducting a massive restructuring and closing down the branches in the city. Divine Star emphasized that the union's situation had become dire due to the social chaos caused by absolute evil. Seiya was afraid that her brother would be at a disadvantage again after spreading such news, and he realized it himself. However, they say that since they have capital, they will cut off all economic flows. But if that happens, people who are desperate to make a living will not be able to take their side. And since their dirty deeds are being exposed one by one, they are trying to shift all the blame to Ju Hyuk himself in this way. Seiya didn't understand what they should do in such a case. In this situation, instead of answering, her brother only asked the girl if she knew why he acted so passively. She thought that the reason was because of the quest to collect 300 feuds. But suddenly she remembered that he had just recently finished it, which meant that he was now acting at full strength. And she had gotten it right, for he was about to rush full speed into the forehead of a big alliance car. She would like to see who would try to dodge the collision first. Besides, he knew for a fact that big unions underestimate people a lot. As soon as the guy returned to Olympus, he immediately seized another feud that had now come to his personal use. After that, Ju Hyuk calmly turned to the people. The hero knew that they couldn't get into the local hunting grounds because they were blocked. He explained that now that he had absorbed this feud, they could use the hunting grounds again for free. Plus, he wouldn't charge any fee, and this made the people madly happy because they immediately understood Absolute Evil's generosity. Ju Hyuk met with Serdian, who suggested that the guy put together a full team, because a total of 24 feuds had been conquered today. Perhaps the enemy was trying to buy time to change public opinion based on passive actions. However, the Overlord had now begun the conquest with incredible speed, so the enemy must be caught off guard once again. Since they are laying off employees, the funds to raise an army will not be enough for them. On the other hand, the dismissed will create new forces in the hunting grounds Ju Hyuk discovered. Thus, people would awaken and begin to look at the world with clear eyes, which pleased the elder immensely. He thought that this was enough for today, but suddenly he received an urgent alert from the system. Somewhere around this time, Mariana was lying quietly on her bed, contemplating what nail color to choose this time. The nail coating that Ju Hyuk had given her was amazing. She didn't need to go to a nail salon because the color would automatically change to whatever she wanted. But suddenly the phone rang, and it was Jung, who started asking where the girl was now and requesting that she stay put. To make matters worse, the manicure Mariana had gotten as a birthday present, a top-of-the-line manicure worth 22 billion won, had several built-in features. One of them was to protect the personal safety of high-ranking noble NPCs or users. That's why when Ju Hyuk received the alert, he immediately realized that something was wrong with Si Sung, because an unknown object had been detected that threatened the safety of the manicure wearer. And as a result, this function perfectly fulfilled its role at the most unexpected moment. Therefore, Ju Hyuk immediately arrived at the high-rise building where Mariana lives. There, he discovered the camera, but the girl reported that she had only left the apartment for a short while. He realized that the camera had been installed in such a short period of time, so he decided to call the police first. When Yves found out about it, he realized that he was dead, because installing hidden cameras was a serious crime. He could already imagine the charges that would be brought against him, which he would definitely not be able to deny. Ju Hyuk realized that the person who had installed the cameras was really crazy, and he clearly hadn't expected something like this. However, now that he had openly committed such a serious crime, he would not be able to get away with it. But suddenly, the girl decided to ask Ju Hyuk if the conversations she had read on the internet were true. The internet was saying that this manicure was worth several billion, and she thought that was overkill, so she wanted to give it back to Ju Hyuk, even though he knew that this item wasn't cheap. But he decided to use a special method to buy this item, so she didn't need to feel burdened by anything. Ju Hyuk insisted that she keep that manicure. He thought because of this incident, her personal information was leaked back then, so for her own safety, she should have an item like this with her. The girl was very worried, because in order to prevent data leakage, they hadn't even met outside the house until now. Ju Hyuk calmly said that now they were still sitting in the cafe. They hadn't met online until now just to intentionally hide their identities. But now that such a big incident had broken out, it would be extremely difficult to hide their identities. Mariana was clearly feeling anxious, but Ju Hyuk reassured her, because he felt restricted anyway because he was only active online, and now he needed to properly crush the opponent in person as well. As soon as Ju Hyuk entered Olympus, Luxo immediately came to him with a report on the hills and valleys of the new territory. After the Overlord used that skill, there were certain changes in their lands. New boss monsters were discovered, the black-furred deer and the black-furred otter. It was confirmed that these monsters appeared at regular intervals and that defeating them was highly likely to yield a black stone. One such black stone was brought as proof to the Overlord. They also directly investigated the hunting grounds and cross-checked this information. As a result, Ju Hyuk ordered that a systematic hunting guide be established to ensure a steady supply of black stones. Ju Hyuk realized that the skill he had obtained as a reward for passing the dungeon had allowed him to obtain an unexpected supply of black stones. If he didn't have this skill, the risk would have been great. But he had the reward for passing the dungeon, the Light of Absolute Evil skill, and the monster bosses and kill rewards in the hunting grounds used had changed. In addition, he asked Serdian if all their preparations had been completed and received an affirmative answer. Now that the Overlord had a steady supply of black stones, no one would dare to harm him. Therefore, there was nothing to fear anymore. It was time to show the world the true greatness of the Overlord. Soon, the president of the Justice Union was contacted by the commander about the scandal related to Helen's leader, and he realized that it was a very unusual scandal. According to the investigation, the victim in the case had a manicure, so the subject is labeled an absolute necromancer, and the man who protected her and reported the incident is considered absolute evil. It's not yet clear if his involvement in the case with Ellen's supervisor is a coincidence, or if there's a hidden agenda involved. But the commander has also received new information. It has just been made public that absolute evil can provide a constant supply of black stones. He now possessed the world's most unique ability. Even if CIA agents have to be sent in, they must protect this man at all costs. Ju Hyuk, the absolute evil, is able to supply and demand black stones without interruption, and this statement of his turned the world upside down once again. Israel immediately issued a statement that if the Overlord wishes, they can help at any time. Iceland said that if anyone dares to harm the absolute evil, they will declare war on Korea. China, on the other hand, said that they considered absolute evil to be their brother. The whole world began to declare their support for absolute evil even more firmly than before. And then came the much more shocking announcement that Ju Hyuk was forming the Absolute Evil Alliance. Soon, even the YouTube channel showed the members of the Absolute Evil Alliance: Mariana, Ju Hyuk himself, Markan, and of course, Rufendal. When Kang Mu Hwan saw this news, he realized that Ju Hyuk was clearly going to attack them openly, and knew that he had to attack back. But he couldn't understand how this guy was able to secure a steady supply of black stones. He must have discovered hidden hunting grounds. Anyway, he had formed an alliance, revealed all of his associates. He said the girl who was disturbed by Eve of Ellen was an absolute necromancer. It turns out that Mariana from the Absolute Evil Alliance was also a commoner, and the person who was with that girl was none other than Absolute Evil. Kang Mu Hwan realized that he didn't care whether it was everything else or these two. He just couldn't leave them alone. If the foreign rascals continued to bother him, he would use the last resort. Suddenly, Kang Mu-suk received an alert that Jae Seung-hwa had traveled to Runa to meet with Absolute Evil. If it was about this woman, he was ready to declare that she was capable of bringing Absolute Evil down to the bottom. In addition, Kang Mu-seok had also been approached by the Seventh Throne, and this commoner woman was Absolute Evil's own sister. At this time in Rune, Ju Hyuk had summoned Lee Ju-ran and Se-sung, and already guessed that he knew the reason why he had summoned them. Because of that incident, their personal information became known to the Big Alliance, so the bodyguards they received from Randall would accompany them until the Big Alliance was defeated. He also warned that they should keep in mind that the CIA agents of the US and China would also provide security in cases of emergency. After that, he also gave Seiya the lacquer as well, and asked that she apply it, and not to take off the coating again. That it was for security. She thanked her brother but worried if the guy would definitely be okay. Ju Hyuk explained that regarding him, he had already made all the arrangements. At that moment, one of his assistants came running in and said that he needed to visit the reception area for a while. Jo Hyuk didn't realize if the elders had come. It was about something else. He reported that a woman of indescribable beauty wished to see him. As a result, as soon as he met Jae Hwa-sung, she stated that she was honored to meet the Overlord, and then introduced herself. Ju Hyuk recognized this celebrity as well. He didn't understand how she was able to come here, so he decided to find out what business brought her to him. She happily explained that she had a special quest and decided to demonstrate it to Ju Hyuk. He saw the promotion quest to gain the Lord's trust, and Ju Hyuk realized that it clearly didn't look like a lie. He was curious as to who had issued this quest. More importantly, He didn't understand how anyone dared to let a user into the Lord's castle to fulfill the quest. It was literally absurd, especially now that there were rumors in the media about his meetings with Shi Song, a famous girl who used the powers of enchantment decided to show up at his place. While Hua Sung begged for a way to win Lord's trust, the guy only smiled slyly and informed her that it would be quite difficult for the girl to do so. But she happily declared that she was willing to do anything to gain his trust. In addition, she was happy to think that her plan had succeeded, and no matter how absolute evil he was ultimately a toy in her hands. Ju Hyuk warned that his concern would make her feel a little hurt. Hua Sung just laughed without realizing what he was talking about. But after one base hit, she died immediately. Ju Hyuk reminded her that he had warned her about something like this. He also started questioning the girl about why she used the charm. But she pretended to the last that she didn't understand what the Lord was talking about, because she came to gain his trust and love. In the end, Ju Hyuk walked away and warned the girl that if she was too confident, she could try to visit again. But that time he would definitely introduce her to the ultimate necromancer. He honestly admitted that this girl's looks were really beautiful, but he didn't understand what was so special about her. Mariana, in his opinion, was much prettier. Soon, he went to Jung Gongjin's factory, where he was talking about their new research and how the Black Stone was helping them detect any betrayed elements and even block physical attacks. Ju Hyuk happily revealed that everything worked as it should, as he had indeed recently been able to block the mind manipulation skill with the black armor. The effect was clearly there. It was a series of armor developed by an alliance that used monster stones. Among them, Ju Hyuk wore the prototype, an armor using black stones. Although he couldn't see Hua Sung's charm with his spiritual vision skill, but he was able to clearly sense her attack due to the effect of the black armor. He was able to thoroughly prepare his defense. And after Serdian's words about the divine constellation clearly matured a conspiracy, Jung Gongjin was clearly relieved that their products were useful. In addition, since the armor was made of black stones, it took on notes of symbolism. He recognized what the innovation department itself was announcing. The armor could also be worn in the real world, similar to a manicure. Even though it was prototype and from a single black stone, they could only produce 100 sets of armor. Already, a flood of armor requests had formed from the upper class from all over the world. But he admitted that their main product wasn't actually black armor. In terms of performance, red armor, which is made with red stone, is much better in terms of performance, and blue armor was a more affordable product for the general public. And especially the white armor made from cheap white stone could provide the most help to the socially disadvantaged people. Therefore, after bowing, Jung Gongjin thanked the Lord for giving them the opportunity to participate in such a study thanks to the black stones he had provided them. They ended up shaking hands, and Ju Hyuk explained that he didn't take credit for it, as it was their alliance that had worked hard. Plus, he realized that this conversation could be used as publicity. It wasn't long before he was on live TV, where he promoted the armor that the Union had made. Many people were surprised that it was the first time Absolute Evil had undertaken a marketing move, but they weren't mad at him since the performance of the armor was indeed good. In addition, they used all the money they earned to buy blue fur winter clothes and gave them away absolutely free to the poor. Soon, when Ju Hyuk confessed to Se-sung that it really had nothing to do with his intentions and plans, she happily explained that people didn't know about it and were discussing how kind he was. Plus, she was curious to know what about the talk about Africa. People believed that the reason Ju Hyuk sold the black stone to Prince Rendell was because he was doing a global good deed by cooperating with energy companies in Africa. It was said that because Ju Hyuk sold the black stone, they would be able to get rid of energy poverty for the next 30 years. This was also not the intention. Soon, he decided to give Z-Song the gift he had prepared, which was a black armor. He asked that the girl always wear it whenever she went somewhere. He understood that a dangerous situation had now arisen due to the disclosure of personal information, and was greatly relieved that the black armor had been developed at the most necessary time. Hua Sung was also a person who was sent by the Divine Star Alliance, and there was no telling what else the Divine Star Alliance might come up with, so they should be prepared for it. They soon said their goodbyes, and Mariana immediately started destroying her enemies after entering Olympus. The alliance of Absolute Evil quickly took over the feuds of the Divine Star thanks to the activities of the Absolute Necromancer. The number of God Star feuds, which had previously numbered over 300, was now reduced to less than 20. Eve at the same time had already been sentenced to 12 years in prison. Thus, he was forced to leave the company. Soon his aunt came and fell to her knees in front of the Absolute Evil, apologizing for their rude behavior. In doing so, they had also plunged the knife of betrayal into the back of the Divine Star. The woman explained that they were wrong and were willing to satisfy any rules of absolute evil, but asked that they help them preserve the system that had been in place for 150 years to help them not get bogged down in great chaos. He realized that after the Divine Star, significant territories that could be absorbed were only in Ellen's hands, so they couldn't help but be frightened. And at such an important moment when negotiations were needed, the president, instead of coming in person, sent the director. Leaning towards the woman, he explained that he would think about this proposal if all the new aristocrats gathered all the illegally accumulated wealth and used it to help the less fortunate. Plus, he added another condition. The directors must remove their characters and live on 5 million. He knew they couldn't do that, in which case he ordered them to go back in. The woman clearly realized that she had chosen the wrong side. She should have teamed up with absolute evil from the beginning, not the Divine Star. And now at all costs she needed to return the favor to absolute evil. Somewhere around this time, Kang Mu-hwan came out, and the man ordered him to move to execute his plan. He realized that there was nothing left for him to do now but to block out one big news story with another. At this time, Yang Hyun-seok was wandering in the mountains in the southern province of Hwangchon. He followed Kang Mu-seok and saw that he was clearly heading somewhere at too late an hour, which he was clearly interested in. A few hours ago, Jang Hyun-seok had gone to buy something to eat as usual. There was one car on the crowded road that day that honked particularly annoyingly. He immediately noticed Divine Star director Kang Mu-seok driving that car. He wondered how he ended up here, since the chance of bumping into the Grand Union director in a crowd of people was practically zero. Moreover, he looked like he was in a big hurry to get somewhere, so his YouTuber instinct was immediately activated, and he could smell the scent of sensation. He quickly caught a cab and started chasing after Kang Mu-seok. Soon, the guy realized that Kang Mu-seok had deliberately chosen a quiet highway and left the car, continuing on foot. He wondered why he was doing all this. He had a bad feeling, because the man was obviously up to something, and there was no way he was going to lose sight of him. At that moment, he heard Kang Mu-seok promise to launch the monster gate right away. Before Jang Hyun-seok could even blink an eye, Kang Mu-seok disappeared from sight. Jang Hyun-seok was only surprised when Kang Mu-seok appeared behind him, wanting to know why he was following him so actively. And then he punched him. Jang Hyun-seok realized that he was the same guy who was running the Absolute Evil channel. Plus, as Kang Mu-seok knew, Prince Randall had a guard on him, but he still followed him without telling anyone. Kang Mu-seok knew that sometimes there were pigs and dogs that died too soon because of their curiosity. Jang Hyun-seok only laughed at the fact that Kang Mu-seok thought he was the boss. He reminded them that the citizens are the masters of this country, not a lowlife like Kang Mu-seok. This made the man seriously angry, so he pointed his dagger at the boy, realizing that it was time for him to straighten out the brains of some humorless plebeian. And since he had such a wish, he was ready to do it. The events moved to the school, which was located in the same province. There was a boy standing there waiting. Finally, he saw his friend coming out of the school, and she awkwardly asked him how long he had been waiting for her. As it turned out, he had just arrived, so without awkwardness they moved on. The girl cheerfully explained that she was suddenly summoned by her teacher, which was exactly what had kept her waiting. Yu Chol, meanwhile, was looking at her tiny hands in embarrassment. He wondered if they could be friends if they went home holding hands. He wanted to awkwardly ask her about it. But when he shockingly turned around, he noticed that the girl was already in the hands of a huge monster. With her last strength, she pleaded for the guy to run away, whereupon the monster put the girl in its mouth and slammed it shut. In the end, the Republic of Korea was thrown into chaos. It was some small town in a southern province where monsters appeared one morning. An unprecedented situation where monsters were in the real world. The citizens who heard the news of the disaster gathered in shelters and waited for help. But there was a problem. The army didn't show up for over 2 hours, and numerous citizens, from young students to office workers to the elderly, fell victim to the monsters. When Luna saw the news, she couldn't look at it anymore and approached her brother, trying to understand how such a thing could even happen. The guy realized that if the military had reacted in time, the damage wouldn't have increased to such an extent. But he didn't understand if there was a problem with issuing the order. Moreover, he was curious to know how the monsters were able to sneak into the real world. At this moment, an urgent message came unexpectedly from Randall, who had something urgent to report. Soon, a car came to pick up the guy, and the butler took him to a fancy mansion. The butler explained that they prepared this mansion as soon as they arrived in South Korea. It also has a bunker that can withstand a nuclear attack. Although it was an underground bunker, the lighting, temperature, and humidity control were perfect. The guy clearly realized that a lot of money and resources had been invested here. Ju Hyuk was allowed into the room, and upon entering, he decided to ask Randall what such an important conversation was about. But suddenly, he saw Jang Hyun-seok, who was badly crippled. He fearfully approached Randall to see what it was all about. Randall only explained that the bodyguards assigned to the guy from their side were a little late, and he had time to be attacked. Ju Hyuk asked who had done such a thing to him, and Randall coldly revealed that the culprit was a Divine Star director named Kang Moo-seok. Although Jang Hyun-seok was in an extremely dangerous situation, but thanks to the support of the Red Armor, he managed to survive. Ju Hyuk looked at the guy in surprise and didn't understand why it was necessary to go this far. But instead of explaining, Randall handed him the tablet, realizing that once Ju Hyuk saw the video, he would understand it all by himself. The video was the footage from Jang Hyun-seok's camera. Suddenly, he saw a portal, and the very monsters he had seen on the news coming out of it. As it turns out, Kang Moo-seok stabbed Jang Hyun-seok, who was chasing him. Before the stabbing, Jang Hyun-seok drove Kang Moo-seok to an emotional breakdown, and afterward fought desperately even when an angry Kang Moo-seok stabbed him several times. During this life-or-death struggle, Jang Hyun-seok managed to set up a small camera that appeared to be attached to Kang Moo-seok's shirt. Everything Kang Moo-seok did last night was recorded and automatically transmitted to the tablet, the item developed by the Divine Star that artificially creates monsters. Kang Moo-seok had brought it and activated it in the real world. Ju Hyuk clearly didn't understand why the hell it had to come to this. He turned a blind eye to the fact that they were treating the citizens like mutts and pigs, but he couldn't ignore the problem, saying that they were nothing but moral freaks. He swore he wouldn't let them get away with it. Randall wondered if Kang Moo-seok belonged to the self-proclaimed nobles. He didn't understand why the government was so slow to respond, and what kind of report was needed in such an urgent situation that the response could be delayed so much. Ju Hyuk clearly understood that this was someone's plan, and it was terribly shocking. Otherwise, there was no way to explain what was happening. Someone was clearly playing dirty. Randall realized that in that case, not only the Divine Star, but also the politicians were involved in this incident. The enraged hero asked the prince not to delve into thoughts on the matter. Ju Hyuk clearly realized that these creeps would not stop at what they had done, and the surest way to shut them up was to reveal the truth, even if it meant affecting those behind their backs. Soon, Kang Moo-seok spoke in front of the others, explaining that as an adult, he felt a great responsibility. Since the Divine Star is an alliance created by humans, they promised to do their best to fulfill all responsibilities to humans. He is a man who acts with caution, but there was still something that needed to be said. He asked for the video to be turned on, and immediately announced that the video he was showing had not been manipulated in any way. The filming location of the video was in the mountains, right next to where the disaster happened, and in front of all the people was a world not in a game, but in reality. It was an extremely important scene when the man knelt down. After that, the silhouette of a supposedly muscular orc appeared from the portal. Kang Moo-seok tried to gather more information about the identity of the person captured on camera, but the video only ended on a scene where the face of absolute evil was clearly visible, so he believed he was the culprit. Absolute evil had left Olympus around the time this video was taken, which was the main evidence. Therefore, the experts concluded that something was afoot in this world. This performance was also watched with attention by the captain of the Justice Union. He decided to check the data that the absolute evil had left Olympus, but according to their data, he was on Olympus, although they could not determine the exact location. They wondered where the guy was when he was facing such accusations. In the meantime, he arrived on the island of the Swordsman's Union to meet with his ally. The man immediately greeted the absolute evil, and the man thanked him for his welcome. By the arrival of the absolute evil, the man already had items prepared that matched his request, and the guy realized that this time he would also remain greatly indebted to him. In addition, he immediately asked if the man had seen the video released by the Divine Star. He suspected that the man might not have any desire to sell him anything, but Ju Hyuk promised that if the Divine Star's claims were true, he would give him all the black stones he owned. The man immediately realized that absolute evil had a card that would turn the whole situation around, and he asked that Ju Hyuk contact him anytime if he needed help. They were willing to make any sacrifice for him. Right after the Divine Star Alliance released the video, all of Ju Hyuk's family members moved into the new house. When they saw it, no one could believe that it was actually a house they could live in. The house they arrived at had the same characteristics as the mansion that Randall lived in. The mansion was designed so that the family's personal protection was the top priority, making intrusion almost impossible. Once Ju Hyuk's identity was revealed, preparations were made under Serdian's guidance. About choosing a suitable location for the mansion and preparing the defense, Randall helped. In addition, with the help of the Magicians' Union, it was decided to send Ju Hyuk and Sea's parents on a trip to Switzerland that they had dreamed of all their lives. One day, of course, Ju Hyuk will confess that he is the ultimate evil. But right now, he couldn't tell his parents about it because he was afraid that they would be too shocked. Just like that, the parents went on a trip to Switzerland, and Ju Hyuk was arrested in the meantime. It was predictable because Divine Union labeled him as the ultimate evil. Reporters flocked, and the latest news of the urgent arrest of the man who was an absolute evil appeared. At this moment, when the entire situation was being broadcast live, and the entire country's attention was focused on this incident, Ju Hyuk was walking confidently without closing his eyes. One of the reporters tearfully approached the guy, not understanding how he could walk with his head held high when countless innocent people were killed. But Ju Hyuk only calmly turned his gaze to the crying and furious citizens, and explained that they could watch the whole truth about the incident on Absolute Evil TV. They didn't realize if Absolute Evil was still promoting their YouTube channel even in a situation like this, but suddenly they saw that a surprise broadcast had started on the channel. The broadcast showed a young man, Jang Hyun-seok, and the headline said that the real culprit of the disaster was a divine star. He addressed the esteemed viewers and confessed that the video they would see was one he had captured at the risk of his life. In this video, Kang Moo-seok's face was clearly visible, and it was also clearly visible how he stabbed Jang Hyun-seok. They realized that the guy only managed to survive because of the armor he was wearing, and they didn't understand what Kang Moo-seok had decided to do in the first place. Everyone realized that he was the one responsible for summoning the monsters. In addition, people realized in an instant that the absolute evil had been falsely accused. They wondered why the Divine Star had released the video, and now they realized the reason why absolute evil had remained silent all this time. Now Divine Star had fallen into a literally perfectly set trap. The truth was quickly revealed, and the Divine Star Alliance did not have time to resort to any tricks. Just like that, Ju Hyuk was safely released from detention and returned home. As for Divine Star, there were rallies outside of their main headquarters where people wanted the company to be dissolved and held them responsible for the murders. Watching the rallies, Kang Moo-seok didn't understand how these mutts and pigs would dare to speak out against him. But suddenly an aide came running in with a report that their building had caught fire due to people throwing Molotov cocktails. As a result, Kang Moo-seok started to run away in a hurry, cursing that he had failed to execute his perfectly thought-out plan. But soon he saw people who started to climb into the building and approached him with bats. In the end, Kang Moo-seok was unable to get away with it and was arrested. Subsequently, he was also taken into custody. But the anger of the citizens towards the two rich men who committed the horrible massacre did not subside, even after they were arrested. It could be said that being in prison was even safer for them than being on the outside. He didn't even realize what he had done, because he thought that the death of a few pigs and bugs wasn't a big deal. Kang Moo-hwan also understood this, and explained to Kang Moo-seok that the only problem was that he was caught red-handed. Besides, Kang Moo-hwan had already used everything he could, but public opinion was so heated that it was hard to justify his actions. They might have to spend a few years in prison, but they could be released by special pardon and then they could start over because they were aristocrats anyway. It was soon announced that the president of Divine Star and director Kang Moo-seok had been arrested, and Sei had a question. Could she now join her brother? Ju Hyuk also felt that the time had already come. Plus everyone already knew that she was his little sister. But she had a question. She wondered if they were doing everything right, and if the Divine Star would soon fall completely. The answer was obvious. The heads were behind bars, public opinion was against her. But suddenly, Mariana knocked on the room and asked to speak to Ju Hyuk, so Luna quickly left them alone. Left alone, Mariana awkwardly handed Ju Hyuk a cookie, and explained that she was into cooking and baking, so she baked these cookies for him. Plus, she had really seen Ju Hyuk's hard work and nerves lately, so she decided to make him happy. The guy happily stated that he would gladly eat them, and after that, the embarrassed girl hurriedly left. Soon, Ju Hyuk sat down at his computer and started eating cookies as promised. He decided to look at the recent news. It was written that the union with 150 years of history had itself collapsed, as most of the members had left their posts, making revival impossible. But there were still many unresolved questions, and Ju Hyuk still didn't know exactly who his enemy was. There was clearly someone even more powerful behind the Divine Star. After connecting to the game, he made his way to the Taurus Fortress, where the Elder reported that he had discovered something in the basement. The door was very cleverly hidden, so it seemed to be the ancient creation of a skilled craftsman. He assumed that it was the work of an Empire Master level NPC or higher. It was most likely a storage-type space. After comparing all the facts, Ju Hyuk clearly realized that there must be something important in there if it was a top-level NPC's construction. In the prison, on the other hand, Kang Mu Huan informed Kang Mu Seok that they still had 100 million gold coins left. This was the hidden power of the Divine Star, a secret vault that Kang Mu Seok's great-grandfather had ordered. He had asked a master from Rufus to do it 100 years ago. Therefore, if they took those 100 trillion gold coins, they could return. This was good news from what Kang Mu Seok had heard so far, because in the past few days, he had already started to think that there was no hope for them. In addition, he remembered the time he had spent in the general cell before moving to solitary confinement. He hadn't expected those vicious bugs to be there. He didn't understand why these media beasts were doing this to the aristocrats, and vowed that he would kill them with his own hands. Kang Mu Huan told his grandson not to worry, because they would return to their original place. The vault is designed in such a way that no one but a descendant of a direct lineage of a divine star can open it. If one doesn't have skills equivalent to those of a master, they will never be able to enter, even if they summon the great-grandfather of absolute evil. But as it turned out, at this moment, the Ninth Elder had already managed to unlock the lock of this vault. The hero didn't expect anything less from the Ninth Elder, although he himself was surprised that it was so easy to open a secret vault that had been created over 100 years ago. In 100 years, not only reality, but also the world of Olympus had experienced significant technological advancement. Moreover, Panda, as the Elder was called, was a high-level master-level NPC, so it was no surprise that he was able to break through this defense. Rufendal at this time informed his master that he could already smell the scent of money, so he asked that the job of collecting rewards be left to his pet. After all, he was a collector. Ju Hyuk remembered that Rufendal was famous for being a defense mage, but as it turned out, he had changed his specialization. Previously, he didn't even know that there was such a character class, although the description of the hidden class said that it could be used to gather everything, which seemed perfect to him. But Ju Hyuk realized that since the class wasn't hidden and no one was using it, it was obvious at a glance that it wasn't the best class. Rufendal, on the other hand, wondered since when did the master become so active. His activity seemed to have increased since he defeated the Balrog. He was even pleased to see that the master had become so active. But there was so much going on around him that at one point Rufendal even skipped the Oath of Allegiance because he was waiting for the death penalty to expire. This took a heavy toll on him, and he ended up in the 7,007th place when he was previously in first place. As a result, his pet position was jeopardized, so he wanted to resume it with all his might. At this moment, the Ninth Elder explained that they could enter. But suddenly, the stone declared that the bloodline of the Divine Star's direct lineage had not been confirmed, and it might be dangerous for outsiders to enter. Therefore, the door inquired if they really wanted to enter the Master's secret vault. Ju Hyuk realized that the vault belonged to the Divine Star, so he ordered everyone to assume that they were raiding the dungeon from now on, as this journey could be quite dangerous. After that, the doors opened and they stepped inside. The Ninth Elder also sensed the possible presence of traps, so he decided to go ahead. In addition, he pondered on what the message had clearly said about the Master's creator. Master is a title given by the Empire. Only someone who has achieved exceptional achievements in every field or possesses outstanding skills can receive it, and it is considered an honor to have one's skill recognized by the Empire. The Ninth Elder was a highly ranked NPC, so he had to find the best way, and he put his pride on the line by deciding to reveal all the secrets of this place. But at that moment, Coco suddenly rushed forward, and even though he was told not to be so careless, he went in search of the smell. The smell was delicious, so Coco was unstoppable, and the scared Panda tried to stop him. But Coco didn't respond, so the hero asked Panda to ignore Coco because it wasn't the first time something like this had happened. In addition, Ju Hyuk immediately remembered that this was not the first time it had happened, as it had happened in the cave where Coco had rushed forward. Eventually, he reached a dead end, and then began to shout using the king's roar, thus fulfilling the conditions for opening a new passage again. After that, it was obvious to Ju Hyuk that the bird had a special ability to find passageways. The Panda, watching this, couldn't believe his eyes. Finding the right path was not such an easy task. After all, one had to study the terrain, mana flows, the location of objects, wind flows, humidity, smells, and only after taking all factors into account could one make a decision. So he couldn't believe that he had actually lost to some bird. Rufendal was also angry, realizing that some bird had once again decided to take his place as #1 pet. Li Ju Ran was watching in amazement, not understanding what was going on with Panda and Rufendal and why they were competing with the bird. But suddenly, when they came to a new passage, an unknown voice praised them for getting far enough, but asked them to go back. And even though the keeper of this vault had a soft heart, so he wouldn't kill them at the first gate, but they would definitely meet death at the second gate. But Coco once again did not react to this in any way. Instead, he activated a large-scale digging around him and hit 3 tiles, after which gems emerged from them, which he happily ate. The panda, on the other hand, tried to reason with the bird, reminding him that he wasn't allowed to touch everything here. Ju Hyuk watched the scene while remembering the name of the master who had created this place. He wondered what he would think if he saw his secret passage being opened like this. But at that moment, suddenly, they all heard an angry voice from somewhere in the darkness, warning them that he was giving them one last chance. If they took one more step forward, they would surely die, and ordering them to return. Panda scrutinized the corridor and the magic circle. If this was the next gate, he thought, it wasn't the most complex mechanism, but the mana was programmed to do specific things. He didn't know the exact code, but it looked like a trap that would work unless one was among the blood relatives of the Divine Star founder. And considering that the wall was made of halcyon and mithril, the intensity of the attack was estimated to be huge. Ju Hyuk wondered if this trap had a chance of removing a character. The panda realized that since the removal power was a rather high-level ability, he didn't think that this kind of trap would be equipped with this feature. The hero then decided to ask Rufendal if he was still able to use the defense spell like he used to cast them back then. Ju Hyuk asked Rufendal to get down to business. In any case, the trap wasn't capable of removing the character, and he also had the necessary items at the ready, so he wanted to be the first to walk into that trap. Somewhere around this time, Kang Mu-hwan was staying at the Divine Star Hospital and ordered his assistant to block all wiretaps. After that, he asked about the status of the direct access capsule, and was shown that it had already been placed in the ward. Kang Mu-hwan announced that his chronic illness had worsened, and it had worked, which was direct proof that the Divine Star was still afloat, so he ordered it to connect to Olympus immediately. He just needed to connect to Olympus and get it over with. If he got his 100 trillion back, he could turn the tide. It would be nice to give up his past identity and start a new life. But right now, even the 100 trillion wasn't the most important thing. There was something else he should definitely find. If this thing was in his hands, all the trials that had fallen on his head would turn out to be a mere trifle. Somewhere around this time, Rufendal used Pegasus's defense, as well as Lee's shield and Tori's shield on the rest of the team. In addition, Rufendal warned that although he was just blocking the heat, his mana was already at its limit. But he didn't understand how Ju Hyuk could remain so calm despite all of this. The reason was because the evil god's defense that had been placed on him was a super defense with a true mind energy technique. Moreover, with the enhancement, it reacted to external energy and successfully resisted it, so there was no problem for him here. Ju Hyuk himself realized that this was indeed a tremendous power. The most effective tool against any creature for which life was important was fire, so the creator had clearly made a good choice. However, since this technology was 100 years old, it was even weaker than Ju Hyuk had envisioned. Rufendal, while guarding everyone else, continued to watch Ju Hyuk in astonishment, and it felt as if he wasn't hot at all. Furthermore, it was obvious to the naked eye that the Overlord's mana surpassed the mana created by the Master. No matter how much it was enhanced and supplemented by the skills of the Master who had created this trap, the amount of mana and its quality were clearly at different levels, which was basically what one would expect from an Overlord. The Ninth Elder tearfully praised the Lord, while Rufendal was only wary, not realizing if the man was also aiming for the position of first pet. Lee Juran looked at the two men unhappily, not understanding what had gotten into them. In addition, she now thought that it was much more difficult for Ju Hyuk since he was making his way alone. But suddenly the flames went out. Somewhere in this place the trap was completely ending, so he suggested moving towards the next door. But suddenly at this place he saw a pile of gold along with gems. He didn't realize if the vault had opened so suddenly, and even suspected that it might be another trap. At that moment, Rufendal and Coco raced to the gold, one to eat and the other to collect it all. At this moment, Panda realized that the Lord had overcome all the doors, and it seemed that all the accumulated power had been used up against the evil god's defense. Coco was happily filling his belly at this time, happy that he had become the Master's pet after this, and his loyalty had increased as a result. Lee Juran, on the other hand, at this time only marveled at the fact that such a fortune was hidden in this place. Even her father did not have such capitals. Moreover, if this was a secret savings, she wondered how many resources the Divine Star had squeezed out of the common people to accumulate it all. At this moment, Rufendal decided to use the power of a magic gatherer, and all the funds were immediately transferred to Ju Hyuk's account. Rufendal was trying so hard to make sure that the Master didn't even bend over for a single coin, because he didn't want to let that happen. The panda watching this was clearly proud that this immature upstart was weaker than him. This behavior made even the ninth elder himself touched. But at this moment, unexpectedly, Rufendal received an alert. He was informed that he had completed the hidden quest and obtained the vocation of the ninth capital elder. So he was offered to unlock the hidden class and become the successor of the Pathfinder. But he only thanked the offer. He was completely satisfied with the position of a magic gatherer. Panda realized that this was true loyalty. Ju Hyuk was also happy that the vault opened without much trouble, but at the same time, he was a little upset because there were so many items that he had prepared after spending a lot of money. But suddenly he discovered a ring on his hand. It's a ring he'd recently bought in Iceland. It was a divine rank item, a paired Inferno ring for 4 trillion gold coins. He realized that the Inferno pair ring resonated, so he pointed it towards the gold coins, and it immediately reacted. He finally realized what he had discovered. And he was right when he didn't believe that there was only gold hidden in the secret vault of the Divine Star. The chest finally appeared to him, and he realized that the Divine Star must not have expected someone to come all the way here. But at that moment, Kang Mu Huan was behind him, and ordered that the stinking plebeian should stop and not dare touch the box. Not only had he made a false accusation and confessed, but he had also decided to have a hand in the family fortune. He wondered how they got in here, and he warned them that whatever was in here was not for them. That's why he decided to come here and take what was rightfully his. Kang Mu Huan realized that this piece of trash from the common people who wasn't even close to him. Not only was he hindering their plans up until now, but he decided to make a mess of it when he was arrested. But for now, everything was fine, because he hadn't had time to get his hands on everything yet, and the hero could take as much gold as he needed. He only needed to take with him the box behind the guy's back. If he had the divine level items inside, he would be able to start all over again abroad. That was what he had come here for. Therefore, he rushed at Ju Hyuk and tried to attack him to take away the box. Ju Hyuk backed away from the attack. Besides, he didn't understand why the Divine Star President was attacking. He knows for a fact that he can't defeat him alone. But he immediately realized that the target was that box. He was curious as to why the man wanted that crate. That was why he used his super speed to move and took the crate right in front of the man's eyes. Kang Mu Huan realized that he had succeeded, because now that all of Ju Hyuk's attention was focused on the divine rank item, he took out a knife to pierce the man's body. After he succeeded, he laughed happily, realizing that his plan had succeeded. Ju Hyuk had been too careless here, which was why he had met his end. He had long known that the one had the ability to hide the flow of mana. But Ju Hyuk was only curious about what Kang Mu Huan had done. He explained that the name of this item was the Heavenly Punishment Dagger. It was a divine level item. Its specialty was that it deleted a character after they were damaged. Ju Hyuk was wondering why in the event that he applied this dagger to him he was still alive. If it removes, shouldn't full damage have occurred? So it wasn't necessary to apply a slashing strike as well? Kang Mu Huan couldn't believe what he saw, because even the black armor wasn't able to block this strike. Ju Hyuk explained that it would most likely have worked if he had struck properly, because he had a point defense that was formed in certain areas. In addition, the man should have known that there were more divine rank items for sale than one might think, and he had already acquired one of them, a guardian's soul that he had bought in Iceland. He quickly realized that this was Kang Mu Huan's way of clearly dealing with young talents to get rid of his competitors, whereupon the hero pushed the man away and knocked him to the ground, pointing his sword at his face. Ju Hyuk admitted that he had also searched hard to find a weapon that could remove, and it turned out that the dagger he used wasn't the only one with a removal function. Ju Hyuk wanted to know how Kang Mu Huan would feel when he encountered removal in person. After that, the man angrily shouted for Ju Hyuk to stay away, but the man calmly bent down and explained that it was just a joke. In the end, the man died from a single base hit. The hero even wondered what he wanted to accomplish if he was dying so easily. Kang Mu Huan only vowed that he would definitely kill Ju Hyuk sooner or later, but he really doubted that he would be able to do so. The hero turned his attention to the Elder and Rufendal, who had been nearby all this time. At this moment, Rufendal had already filmed everything that had happened. He had a perfect recording from start to finish. Ju Hyuk wanted to know how the man was able to connect to Olympus, since he was supposed to be in jail right now. He was already guessing that the man was most likely pretending to be sick and had connected to Olympus from the hospital itself. He realized that they were bound to get an amazing reaction from the people who saw the video. In the end, Kang Mu Huan, screaming in despair, soon logged out, and Ju Hyuk returned to Toros Fortress with all the gold and items. Since Jang Hyun Seok was still recovering, the assembly was entrusted to Mariana, who filtered out all the contents that might be disadvantageous to Ju Hyuk himself. Plus, Mariana was wondering if Kang Mu-hwan would really be sentenced to life imprisonment after the video was published. But here, Ju Hyuk said that it was unlikely to happen. He has a lot of connections with politicians, so he would definitely be able to find a loophole. And since they got their hands on the Divine Star's hidden assets, he decided to do something about it. After gathering with his partners, he explained to them that this time they had obtained around 100 trillion gold coins, divine rank items from the Divine Star's secret vault, as well as various rare rank items, and he wanted to use this opportunity to establish a foundation. He had tried to participate in donating to the families of the victims of the Monster Gate incident, but he had no trust in those organizations. He was recently recommended to set up a foundation directly in New Zealand. Randall thought it was a great idea, because according to the information available, some of the donations seemed to be going into the wrong hands, and if Ju Hyuk used New Zealand's help, he might not have to reveal his personal information. But here, Serdian didn't understand how Ju Hyuk was going to help those people. At this time, one woman was looking at the picture of that girl who was together with Yu Chul that day. She realized that even if the whole world forgot about her, she would always remember her daughter. She wouldn't forget her for anything. But at that moment, she heard a knock on the door from strangers. They were sent from Jonggongjin's welfare fund. Ju Hyuk donated about 500 billion won and established a wealth fund. Counselors have been appointed to help people affected by the disaster rejoin society, and benefits of 1 billion won per person will be provided for 20 years. But Ju Hyuk didn't stop there and created new jobs. The other day, not only were all the expenses necessary for training paid for the welfare fund's social workers, but they were also assigned single-digit high salaries. Thanks to Ju Hyuk, South Korea had changed, and Kang Mu-hwan had lost everything, both the money and the divine rank items that Ju Hyuk had taken for himself. Moreover, he was now deprived of any possibility of connecting to Olympus, and there was no way out of the situation at all. He tried to contact his teacher, but the teacher was no longer helping him. Kang Mu-hwan didn't even care about himself. But he realized that Kang Mu-seok had to avoid his fate, because he couldn't let his grandson do that. He had to protect Kang Mu-seok. Soon after the Ju Hyuk Welfare Foundation was established, its activities began in earnest. But suddenly, Ju Hyuk received a call from the Minister of Employment and Labor, and he contacted him as a representative of the foundation. Soon, he said that a reduction in the fund's activities was necessary. Naturally, the foundation was currently doing many tasks, in addition to also trying to hire people for jobs that were limited. Considering the other companies and alliances supporting South Korea, the wage amount needed a bit of adjustment. The same went for the dungeons that were now open for free. The minister didn't know if Ju Hyuk was aware of this, but such actions were stifling other alliances. To make a long story short, he decided to divide everything amongst himself and live in peace and quiet. Besides, the man realized that the absolute evil just needed to deflate a bit. If he as a minister spoke his word, the man would listen. Besides, the man reported that Ju Hyuk's management methods were a bit out of line with reality. But suddenly, Ju Hyuk reported that if the minister as the man in charge of employment, he should appeal to his common sense and just thank him. The management came from the feud income, moreover, with reduced taxes. There is no mechanism to steal money, so he didn't understand what the problem was. He asked the man to go online and find out what the public opinion was now, and the man clearly had no right to tell him anything now, but should, on the contrary, thank him from the bottom of his heart for everything he had done. After saying that, the man disconnected. Ju Hyuk didn't understand how the minister could act like this, as if he had never once gone online, and he hoped that the minister had at least said some meager compliment. He realized that if this was how the minister behaved, things must have been even worse in the government. The minister was clearly furious that some young lad had the audacity to teach him. Besides, the problem was that he insisted that he could easily convince an absolute evil, but if his superiors found out, he would definitely face serious punishment. But he needed to report something to Mr. Nam. So he called and informed Karma that his attempt to convince the boy had failed, and he clearly didn't have the makings of a member of the nobility. The man was clearly disappointed that convincing an absolute evil had failed. He had been trying to act in moderation all along, but he couldn't deal with him, so it was time to deal with the problem more seriously. He believed that the absolute evil's fighting ability had a limit. It was for this reason that he silently watched from the sidelines, but he realized that he had been too lenient with him. Turning his attention to his daughters of the Fifth Throne, the man wondered if he had overestimated his children's abilities. Unlike absolute evil, those seated on the Holy Thrones grow endlessly thanks to the Holy Throne's quests. Even absolute evil, which is considered the most powerful player in 200 years, cannot defeat the Holy Thrones if they join forces when they reach their peak growth. Sure, the tortuousness of the process might hurt pride, but it was their right path that should lead to unprecedented heights. However, he wondered what was wrong with Yu Jong-suk, and as told, instead of waiting for a little while for the growth process to be completed, they, without even deigning to unite, had single-handedly climbed the mountain and were defeated. Thus, they created favorable conditions for the growth of absolute evil. The only result of ascending to the Holy See and displaying one's pride is the demonstration of extreme competence and narrowness of mind. But at this point, unable to bear it, the fourth Holy Throne felt that karma could have helped them from the beginning. If he had put in a little more effort, none of this would have happened. They wouldn't have been disgraced in every way. So she asked that karma not pretend he didn't care. At that moment, the man squeezed the girl's neck with his strength, slowly starting to kill her. He explained that the reason he accepted them into the ranks of the heavenly ruler's sons was not because they were his family, and it was just that they were already in the know. Gasping, the girl began to apologize to her father. The man only calmly explained that although he had tried to watch from the sidelines, he realized that he should postpone his retirement. Recently, there had been too much commotion around the first Holy Throne, so he decided to deal with the first and second thrones himself. Somewhere around this time, one of Karma's underlings had already come to Kang Moo-suk's place. He poisoned the guy. It was a necessary measure, as Karma felt that he should first get rid of such exhibits that were of no use. Soon, the news that Kang Moo-suk, who was in prison, had died of unknown causes without leaving behind a will, went viral all over the internet. Kang Moo-hwan realized that his grandson shouldn't have died such a death, and didn't understand how the boy could have gone before him. Plus, until then, Kang Moo-seok had never suffered from any chronic illnesses, so there was no reason for him to pass away prematurely. He realized that this was a clear attempt to cover his tracks, and it was obvious. After that, the man, still crying, but now with rage, began to walk away. He realized that he had been crawling in front of the sons of the heavenly ruler all this time, but clearly not for such an end. Soon he came to Karma, who had already heard the news and condoled with the man. He wondered if it was normal for the man to have been here all this time since he was still supposed to be serving a prison sentence. But instead, Kang Moo-hwan only angrily demanded an explanation as to why the man had killed his grandson. He didn't understand if he had forgotten everything they had done for him while under his wing. Or perhaps they had coveted the seat of the Holy Throne and had done this to his grandson. Taking a sip from the bottle that was once given to him, Karma explained that it was simply time to deal with his grandson, and asked Kang Moo-hwan to leave, since he didn't want to talk about anything. Eventually, Kang Moo-hwan pulled out a knife from his hidden pocket and decided to end things here and now by killing Karma, but instead a dagger flew into his back. When he looked around, he saw many daggers flying from the ceiling. Kang Moo-hwan was amazed that the man was even able to use this skill in reality, but he warned that it couldn't last forever, and even he would come to an end sooner or later. The man was then killed, and Karma only calmly explained that it was never a good idea to keep a dog that bit its master. He then summoned his laborer to remove the unwanted body and cover his tracks. Soon, the news that the Divine Star Union had completely collapsed also reached the director of the Grand Union, Ellen. She realized that in the end, they had failed to catch the absolute evil and met a wasted death. She considered this to be the worst possible outcome. As far as she knew, these two did not have any chronic illnesses, were not among those who could lay hands on themselves, and it turns out someone had eliminated them. If these beings were able to easily destroy a divine star with absolute power, it means that Ellen may soon collapse as well. It was a matter of silent warning. Stop the absolute evil before their collapse occurs. Of course, they didn't sit idly by either. An emergency board meeting was called and discussions were held. However, absolute evil could not be nailed to the wall either through a one-on-one duel or through feudal warfare. Not to mention its influence on public opinion, and it can't be pacified by diplomacy. The only conclusion is that Helene cannot win using only her strength. The situation couldn't even be more ridiculous. Ellen's big union should be punished because of a person who doesn't even belong to the nobility. Just a year ago, she couldn't even think that such a thing could happen. But now, they only had one path left. Soon she stopped by Olympus to see if all the preparations were finished. As it turned out, they could begin the procedure right away. The woman hoped that everything would go smoothly, and then they would definitely stay afloat. Somewhere around this time, Ju Hyuk had dealt with the next feud, and finally now he had taken control of all 327 feuds of the Divine Star. After the deaths of Kang Moo-hwan and Kang Moo-seok, the Divine Star fell completely. So, after finishing the takeover, Ju Hyuk asked Lee Ju-ran and Rufendal to clean up the area and then return to him. He went to Serdian in the meantime, and the latter congratulated him on his victory, after which he decided to report the strange matter. It seemed that Ellen was taking some rather unusual steps that were beginning to alarm him. Serdian wondered if Ju Hyuk knew about the existence of the Grand Duke of the Urfi's Empire, and apparently this was the first time the guy had heard of this person. They hadn't been able to find out for sure who he was, but the report said that Ellen's recent move had established their close connection to this duke. The duke supposedly wields immense power in the empire, and the Ellen Alliance seems to have received special quests from him, as well as support in the form of various siege and star guns. Ju Hyuk only wondered if there was more information about the guns. The Serdian understood that they received various types of weapons, from 5th-class star-type weapons to 4th-class siege weapons. He realized that in that case, they had taken possession of a tremendous amount of power. Since the divine star had collapsed before their eyes, they must have been trying to survive somehow. Serdian warned that in that case, they would have to prepare for war, and Ju Hyuk also understood that. However, Serdian warned that the content of the quests that the Ellen Union was going through was very strange. It was said that they attacked a peasant village, captured all the inhabitants, and handed them over to the Grand Duke. They also kidnapped young NPCs, using them as a trick, and the number of those kidnapped was rumored to be around 300 already. The Serdians haven't been able to fully comprehend the essence yet, but they are performing a great many strange and inhumane quests. Ju Hyuk understood that if they were gathering NPCs, it was possible they were targeting more than just them, and Serdian also understood that. Although there was no exact data right now, it wasn't just about NPCs alone. Serdian reported to Ju Hyuk that they had also noticed that the players were being attacked. Somewhere around this time, the man turned in his quest, said goodbye to the NPCs, and prepared to leave the game. He realized that even though his day had been difficult, if he persevered in his studies, perhaps one day he would succeed. That's what he thought until he was attacked, stunned, and dragged into a dark period somewhere. Soon this guy was ejected from the system because his pod detected pain above baseline, so there was a forced logout. He was extremely relieved that he was able to log out. He had never imagined that he could be kidnapped on Olympus and experimented on. He wanted to report it to the police as soon as possible. He wondered since when he kept bleeding. Plus, he realized he couldn't move at all, and there was no one in his room, so no one could even hear him or call an ambulance. All this time, he continued to bleed non-stop. He asked for someone to help him, but no one ever responded. At this time, there was a spy under his windows, who immediately reported to the principal that although this guy had come back because of the forced exit, it looked like he was going to die soon anyway. As he found out beforehand, he's a low-income person who grew up in an orphanage and doesn't seem to interact with the neighbors at all. At the director's orders, they decided to pick another target. The man asked the woman not to worry because their targets were from the lower class. So even if someone suddenly disappeared one day, no one would know about it. And so making such sacrifices to catch an absolute evil, they felt justified. Somewhere around this time, Ju Hyuk returned to Rune City, where he was greeted with cheers, and he didn't realize if the cheers were too loud. The Serdian only explained that the Lord's influence on the territory's advancement was significant. Because of him, the rune had been upgraded to a great rune, the farmlands had expanded, and the quality of the soil was better. There were positive signs that productivity could be increased up to 30 times. The runa was no longer just a breadbasket, but a fertile area. Ju Hyuk, just looking at Serdian, remembered how the latter's whole body trembled when he talked about using the 2 black stones before expanding the territory. In addition, Ju Hyuk noticed that a new altar had also been erected in this place. After upgrading to the Great Rune, a sculpture based on the shape of the altar was added. The fact that the altar sculpture appeared by itself wasn't such a problem, but Ju Hyuk understood that if the black flames or the devil flames symbolizing the descendants of Shulter or Heavenly Devil blossomed, it would become a big problem. Since the hidden part was only unlocked after expanding to Taurus and Rune, the system seemed to want him to upgrade it as well. So the hero asked Serdian if there was anything else out of the ordinary that was worth his attention. He explained that they still hadn't found the NPCs and players that had been attacked by the Grand Duke. Ju Hyuk became very curious about what was happening to the NPCs and players that had been hit. When he heard from the previous report that the Grand Duke of the Empire was kidnapping people, he immediately had a bad feeling. This was because he had also encountered a situation where NPCs kidnapped a player. Every time his teacher tortured him under the pretense of gaining knowledge, he felt unbearable pain. And even when there was a forced logout, he had to suffer all sorts of side effects. He was worried. What? They were gathering players to do something strange to them. So he asked that Serdian immediately let him know when there was any information. Plus, Serdian reported that there were additional matters that needed his personal consideration. The territory had expanded greatly this time, but he wondered if there would be a separate adjustment to the tax rate. He understood that if the soil fertility improved and the farmland expanded, the tax rates were to increase without any adjustment. He explained to Serdian that they were getting enough money in payments anyway, so no adjustments were needed, and Serdian was glad of this decision, anticipating that his lord would become the holiest man in the land. After that, he joyfully explained to the people who inhabited this land that the tax rates had been frozen. After that, the Great Lord qualifications were confirmed, and Ju Hyuk's level was raised, but he clearly understood that the level increase definitely had nothing to do with the title of Great Lord. Anyway, he now had a level 77, and he would finally be able to use detection in the global square. Now, since Serdian wasn't going to settle down anytime soon, he decided to test his skill. After which, he activated the detection skill on the global square and felt something interesting. He felt the activation of all of his body senses. He was curious to test how far away detection was possible, but suddenly, he felt something strange, as if something was happening somewhere in the far distance. As it turned out, about 13 kilometers west of the Great Rune, the director was with Limian at this time, and the woman reported that they had prepared everything just as the Grand Duke had requested. She thanked the director for the offer of cooperation, for she herself had a personal score to settle with absolute evil. She didn't understand how someone from a lower class could dare to behave like that with the new nobility ruling the land. There was no way she would forgive him. In addition, she noticed the very siege weapon the director was talking about, a rank 4 siege weapon called Shay. For this operation, there were 3 air cargo shipments from the Empire in the utmost secrecy. It had a maximum range of about 13 kilometers, and it was equipped with a large area concealment function. The plan was to tear down the castle walls in 2 stages and conduct a precision attack on the absolute evil in the remaining 3rd stage. The headmaster didn't know what the aged perverted duke wanted to achieve by demanding to sacrifice even players, but in any case, it was through sacrificing despicable plebs that he was able to borrow this magic weapon. Since this place was 13 kilometers away from Runa, they thought that Ju Hyuk would never notice him if they managed to get everything done before he used the skill to create a purple wall. The assistant informed the woman that they were in really serious trouble. There was absolute evil in Shea's scope, and the woman couldn't believe it. Shay had a large area concealment function activated at the moment, so she was sure there was no way they would be caught. She decided to make a change in strategy, and she ordered the weapon to be switched to close-range attack mode. Right now, she was sure that the guy clearly didn't realize what he was dealing with yet, so they should hit him first before he noticed them. Finally, the first sighting began, and the setup was completed in close-range mode, and it was a couple seconds until launch. Once the launch was made, they all thought that the absolute evil would definitely be hit. Ju Hyuk only calmly watched the approaching attack, realizing that they really had a very good magic tool. But after the volley hit Ju Hyuk, the woman realized in shock that the target had not been destroyed. Ju Hyuk, unhappily approaching his enemies, decided to wonder if they were going to attack his feud with this weapon. He thought it was a declaration of war, in which case he was also declaring war on the Ellen Union, and suggested that they fight once. In the end, on a hill located 13 kilometers west of Runa, 3 barrels of a level 4 Shay siege weapon and 60 mages were completely annihilated. It was even a pity for him to waste energy on trash like them. For reference, the Shay bombardment aimed at Ju Hyuk was repelled without causing any damage due to the effect of Mutan's guardian necklace. In addition, he realized that it seemed that all the Union members had been eliminated. He was interested in what was happening to the cannon, so he learned that the cannon had an auto-return function. It was a pity for him, as he really wanted to appropriate it for himself. Lastly, Ju Hyuk decided to check his stats and realized that the level of notoriety had been increasing for a while, but had now reached the maximum. He wondered what the maximum status meant. He had no idea what it meant, so he decided not to waste his time here, but to hurry back to his land. Upon returning to reality, the woman sat in her office, not understanding how their failure could have happened. No matter how much they thought, all questions remained unanswered. She didn't understand how the absolute evil was able to locate Shea, who was hidden at a great distance, and how he was able to take a direct hit from Shaya's attack without even getting hurt. All of these questions were taking a back seat. The main thing was that he had declared war on them, and the only thing left to do was to start a territorial war with him. Finally, a man came to the director with an important report. The player they were delivering as tribute had passed away again. The woman, on the other hand, was wondering what that crazy NPC Duke was doing to the players in the first place. She had a lot of work to do, as she still had to get her nephew out of jail. On top of that, the problem was that for lending him weapons, he said to kidnap low-born plebeians to send to him as tribute. This couldn't go on like this. She needed a more reliable way to hold on to victory. She then handed the phone to her assistant and ordered him to contact all the people on the list. The man didn't understand. Was this really the extreme measures? And it was. The director asked to pass on that the Aran Union had officially asked for cooperation. Soon, Ju Hyuk decided to go to Great Nan. He was still pondering about those bastards from behind Alina, who had lent that magic weapon in exchange for the players. He hoped that that fight had shown them that something like that definitely wouldn't work on him, and they would stop acting like that. Anyway, the most important thing right now was the hidden part. After all, the hidden part would only be unlocked after the expansion of the 3 branches, and since it was related to the flames, it could be considered as the events of the main scenario of absolute evil. Therefore, he decided to get his reward. To his surprise, this time the flame began to react violently to the appearance of absolute evil. He checked that the conditions of the hidden part had been satisfied. In addition, as a reward, he was given a new item that matched Flame's level. In addition, a set of paired Inferno rings needed to be strengthened to complete the quest. After that, he summoned both rings and realized that he had bought one ring in Iceland, while the other one was obtained by pure coincidence while exploring the secret vault of the Divine Star. The fact that one could amplify 2 items at once was a real jackpot. Anyway, since he was being offered to amplify divine rank items, then it had to be done. So he decided to take a look at the terms of this enhancement. But when he saw the price that was required for the enhancement, he literally couldn't believe it. What kind of crazy money they were offering him to spend on some altar? Soon, he called Zi-Song over to his place, and thought about how awkward it was to inform her that he was going to give her a ring. But soon he awkwardly handed it to her, and she realized that it was a paired ring. And she also heard that if they kissed, a dialing effect would be activated. While the girl was admiring the ring, he received a notification that even though the paired ring set was enhanced, the effect had to be activated in order to use all of its functions. He was worried, because even if it was an enhanced divine rank item, how could one even ask for another kiss? He felt like Zi-Song would definitely not agree. But the guy decided that he still needed to act a little easier, so he still found the strength to ask for it. Si-Song at this time wondered if it would be okay if he gave her a paired ring, such an expensive divine rank item. But the guy only asked, is Si-Sung really going to take that ring and run away with it? Obviously, she didn't want that, and promised that such a thing would never happen. The guy awkwardly explained that somehow they just needed the system to recognize them as a couple, but asked that Se-Sung not force herself if she felt uncomfortable. But instead, Se-Sung immediately went up on her toes and simply kissed the young man. In the end, after that, it was confirmed that they were wearing Inferno's paired rings, and they were registered as a couple, and the effect of the paired ring set was activated. Eventually, the two of them, awkward and embarrassed, decided to log in to check the effect they had received. The hero realized that he had been given a huge package of passive skills. He realized that if they were now completely immune to anything with Divine Fire rank, it meant that they were actually completely invulnerable to the fire attribute. In addition, at this moment, Zi-Song herself noticed that there was also an active skill here. It was an automatic counterattack skill. If she was attacked by someone with a rank lower than Divine, she would only die in vain. In addition, it had a special effect. Within a radius of 500 meters, when the health of the owner of the female pair ring decreased by more than 50%, the flames of Inferno could be used. Although Zi-Song didn't understand what it was, she liked this effect. She only awkwardly explained that she couldn't use the Inferno flame. Only Ju Hyuk could do that. In addition, the girl explained that Ju Hyuk also had global area detection skills and spiritual injection. In that case, if he used those 2 skills, he could easily control his Inferno flame. In any case, she was happy with the fact that he could punish anyone who harmed her, so she was fine with it. Ju. Hyuk looked at the girl with astonishment. He didn't understand what had happened to her. She obviously didn't know anything about the games, but she had already calculated all the steps ahead. And he was curious. Already with this girl had happened some kind of miracle. The hero even suspected that she is actually a genius, who just until now pretended to be a fool. But he realized that it was unlikely that this could be the case, so he suggested that Se-Sung slowly return. At that time, she was happy to have received both a kiss and a steamy ring. Somewhere around that time, Ellen gathered all her partners and thanked them for coming together. Until then, they had never imagined that this war would have such devastating consequences. Now that the unwavering Divine Star Alliance that held the first place had collapsed, there were only 2 options left. Either absolute evil would go first, or the Aran Union would go first. So Ellen proposed an all-out war against absolute evil and asked the partners to destroy it completely to protect their existence. Soon, Ju Hyuk was sitting quietly on the rooftop, observing his surroundings. He understood that a few days after strengthening the pair of rings, Ellen's union should attack Prune. But it was also about uniting the forces of the Allies, which included the 7 major alliances of South Korea. Most likely they felt that they had nowhere to retreat to, or perhaps they had found a way to suppress them. Soon, he noticed a huge number of robots in metal armor starting to approach. It was a tank division. Ju Hyuk, seeing this, also went down to his aides and started asking Serdian if he had managed to find out what kind of magical weapons they were bringing. Serdian did not know that, however he speculated that it might be an anti-personnel weapon with fire properties. He realized that in that case, the army consisted of about 50,000 men. Si-sung was worried, and didn't realize whether Ju Hyuk would definitely be fine here. He only calmly touched the girl and explained that this would be a symbolic battle. There was no point in just winning. He liked to show his overwhelming difference in strength. And so, today he would fight without using Mercury's strike, and asked that all his assistants get ready. Finally, when everyone was ready, Ju Hyuk suggested that they head to the battlefield to have a good fight with their opponents as they wanted. President Jr. waited for the gate to open, but was surprised to see that there were only 3 people against them. The guy was clearly outraged by such an act of absolute evil. In addition, he had only seen absolute evil on video and knew nothing about it. But Union Director Ellen, who had actually met him, estimated his powers as follows. Absolute evil was a type of player they had never seen before. He released multiple magic volleys with the strength of a typhoon, absorbed their attacks as mana, and used them as his absolute weapon. Though she didn't want to admit it, she still had to report that his power was real. Then Junior spoke up and suggested that they should go first into battle and draw Ju Hyuk's attention to themselves. This time, they brought with them an armored division developed with the help of Ezge. So he asked that Elin get ready to attack the absolute evil. His goal was to provoke Ju Hyuk at all costs and force him to descend from the castle system. Then victory would be theirs. Suddenly, the guy received a report that the person who came out to fight them was the absolute evil. Presently, he was approaching and was coming into range. Junior then ordered everyone into position. For now, they had a chance to tie him up without being able to move or fight. This was followed by a mass shooting that ended up with them failing to hit the enemy. Then Junior guessed that he had purposely come out to say hello to them and was trying to show that no matter how much their big union tried, it was useless. After the attack was over, Ju Hyuk calmly walked out, waving the evil god's defense. After that, he calmly walked over to the guy and realized that the guy obviously knew that he couldn't kill him, and realized that he obviously must have a reason to attack like that. The guy only began to worry, not realizing how Ju Hyuk didn't even have a single scratch after such an attack. In addition, he realized that since the guy was so calm right now, it seemed like he had some kind of trick. Ju Hyuk laughed, noting that tricks were only required when the weak were trying to defeat the strong. The guy didn't understand how an absolute evil dared to say something with such confidence. Besides, by his demeanor, he clearly understood that he did not intend to attack directly. In that case, they had a chance to buy time. At that moment, Union Director Ellen ordered her mages to finish their preparations as soon as possible, because if Union President Gendai was stalling, it was their chance. By now, the magicians had finished their preparations, and the 3 barrels of the level 4 anti-personnel weapon called Vulcan were ready. When all the preparations were finished, Director Aylin warned Ju Hyuk that he was now going to be the end of him, then ordered him to activate the anti-personnel weapon. After that, a flame lit up beneath Ju Hyuk. It was so huge that even Junior himself was quite hot. Ellen, watching this, hoped that Ju Hyuk would be baked enough. Besides, she was happy to see such a pleasant sight. But what was her surprise when Ju Hyuk emerged from the flames unharmed? He also immediately went to the principal's office. The hero himself was pleased to note how smart his advisor was. Serdian had predicted that the weapon would actually have the property of fire. Inferno's new blessing protected the player's body from fire. He only quietly informed the audience that it was warm enough. The viewers of the broadcast were amazed that even a 500-meter-long pillar of fire wasn't a problem for him. Plus, his health hadn't decreased by a single unit. After that, Ju Hyuk decided to use the Inferno's Wrath skill, and there was annihilation of all attacks with fire attributes that did not have a divine rank. Ellen only panicked, not understanding how a magic weapon could be destroyed in just an instant. She had never heard of magic weapons being destroyed in the past 200 years. This was an item that had been borrowed from the Duke with difficulty, and so they would obviously have a lot of trouble in losing it. At one point, Junior attacked Ju Hyuk, not understanding how he dared to disturb the public peace. The hero calmly said that the noble projects planned by the Divine Star were related to the Seven Alliances. They had taken the future away from the youth, but they still had the guts and audacity to worry about their own skins, and he couldn't forgive that. His president was saved from the attack by his aide, and realized that the absolute evil was really as tough and spunky a guy as he had heard about him. Jo Hyuk was really this young man's type.